Lin Wei awoke to a blinding light, nearly dazzling herself in the process. It was no mere dream. She had truly traversed into the world of Harry Potter, becoming a pure-blooded heiress with a family fortune. A young lady with an exceptionally foul temper. Initially, she believed she could languish in the comforts of aristocracy, living off the wealth. However, on the very first day of school, she encountered the pinnacle of aesthetic allure. It was none other than Tom Riddle, the student version of Voldemort, who would eventually transform into a serpent-faced monster. This individual was astoundingly intelligent, wickedly malevolent, and had singularly set his sights on her. Lin Wei could not help but mentally scream, "Help! Stay away from me!" Yet, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. The two battled through their years at Hogwarts, having loved, quarreled, and even betrayed each other, ultimately severing ties completely. Years later, upon hearing that her former lover had not only survived but returned to cause chaos, Lin Wei wished only to vanish. Yet fate cruelly thrust her back into the eye of the storm. Gazing at the familiar yet maddeningly beautiful visage of the serpent-faced monster before her, Lin Wei felt that this reunion was far too exhilarating for her liking. Chapter 1. Awakening in a Strange World. Her head throbbed violently, akin to being repeatedly crushed by a heavy truck against her temples. Lin Wei struggled to open her eyes amidst the soft chaos, only to find herself staring at an unfamiliar, lofty ceiling. Adorned with intricate carvings atop a dark wooden bed, the air suffused with a subtle, unfamiliar, and frigid scent of what intermingled with an odd herbal fragrance. She bolted upright, the heavy silk quilt slipping off her body, the cool and smooth sensation sending a shiver down her spine. Where was she? She glanced down at her hands, which were fair, slender, and clearly belonged to a young girl. Her nails were neatly trimmed and rounded, utterly unlike her own hands, which were accustomed to late nights spent typing away. Panic seized her in an instant. She surveyed her surroundings, astonished by the vastness of the room, lavishly adorned yet imbued with an air of antiquity. The heavy, dark furniture, the warm flames flickering in the fireplace, the walls adorned with incomprehensible yet evidently expensive oil paintings, and the stained glass windows casting a kaleidoscope of light. She tumbled out of the absurdly oversized four-poster bed, her bare feet sinking into the soft, plush carpet, staggering towards a grand silver mirror embedded in the wardrobe. The mirror reflected a completely unfamiliar face. Appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, she had a mass of thick, slightly wavy chestnut hair cascading down to her waist, skin so pale it was nearly translucent, and a pair of large, rare, deep violet eyes, wide with astonishment, complemented by naturally rosy lips. This visage was exquisite, akin to that of a porcelain doll, yet bore an unmistakable air of arrogance and aloofness. This was not her. Lin Wei's mind was a blank slate. At that moment, a faint crackling sound echoed, and a creature adorned in a tidy tea towel, with large eyes resembling those of a bat, abruptly appeared in the room, startling her considerably. "Miss, you have finally awakened," the diminutive being exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, its large eyes brimming with concern and reverence. Dobby was terribly worried. "You have been asleep for an entire day and night." Dobby? A house elf? Lin Wei's heart began to race as an absurd and terrifying thought invaded her mind. Tentatively, she spoke, her voice emerging as a crisp yet inherently haughty tone reminiscent of a young lady. "Where am I?" "This is the Rosial Manor. Your home, miss." Dobby appeared even more anxious, its ears drooping. "Do you not remember? The day before yesterday, you fainted during the family magical awakening ceremony." "Rosial? Magical awakening?" Lin Wei, an ordinary wage slave of the 21st century and a half-hearted fan of the Harry Potter series, gradually came to the realization that she might, perhaps, have traversed into another realm. Had she become a young lady of an ancient pure-blood family? Before she could fully digest this shocking revelation, there was a gentle knock at the door, followed by its gradual opening. A middle-aged man, clad in a dark green robe and bearing a serious, aloof expression, entered the room. His hair was meticulously styled, and he held a slender wooden stick, a wand, in his hand. Following him was a similarly expressionless woman, elegantly dressed in an expensive silk gown. "Elavia, how do you feel?" The man's voice was steady, devoid of any overt concern, resembling more of an inquiry into the condition of an object. Lin Wei, or rather Alavia Rosial now, swiftly suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within her, forcing herself to regain composure. Based on her years of reading novels, revealing her true self in such circumstances equated to certain doom. She mimicked the demeanor that the girl in the mirror might possess, slightly raising her chin. Despite her pallid complexion, she endeavored to imbue her voice with a sense of calmness, even bordering on impatience. "I have a headache. I am fine." The elegant woman stepped closer, her cool fingers brushing against Alavia's forehead. "It is good to hear that you are fine. Incidents during magical awakenings are not uncommon, especially with the potent bloodline of the Rosial family." Her words carried an inherent arrogance. "You must adapt swiftly, Alavia. Do not forget your identity." "Identity? What identity?" "The identity of a hapless wretch." Alavia mentally scoffed, yet her countenance remained rigidly composed. "The letter from Hogwarts has arrived." The man, presumably her father in this body, stated as he placed a thick, parchment letter alongside an ornate box containing a crest upon the bedside table. "Your wand, Mr. Ollivander will deliver shortly. Prepare well. We shall head to Diagon Alley next week." The heir of the Rosial family must present herself appropriately in Slytherin. The couple lingered only briefly, conveying essential information before departing the room as if completing a task, leaving the house elf Dobby to attend to her with utmost care. Alavia picked up the letter, its envelope crafted from heavy parchment, inscribed in emerald green ink, "Surrey County, Rosial Manor, Tower Bedroom, for Miss Alavia Rosial." The back bore a wax seal depicting a shield with intricate symbolic designs, resembling an eagle entwined with a serpent. Trembling, she opened the envelope and drew forth the letter. "Dear Miss Alavia Rosial, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Attached was a list of required books and equipment. Indeed, it was Hogwarts. She was not dreaming. She had truly entered the world of Harry Potter, becoming a member of an ancient pure-blood family renowned for its likely disdain towards Muggles. Soon, she would experience the legendary castle firsthand. In the ensuing days, Alavia relied on the remnants of the original owner's memories and her remarkable adaptability to navigate her surroundings. She learned that the Rosial family was one of the so-called 28 sacred families, staunchly adhering to pure-blood ideals, allied with families such as the Blacks and Lestranges, wielding considerable influence in the magical community while becoming increasingly conservative. The original owner had seemingly encountered an accident during a forced ancient family magical ritual, which had afforded her this opportunity. She had to be cautious, ensuring that no one discovered the change within her. Simultaneously, a more pressing dilemma loomed before her. Given this identity and familial expectations, she would undoubtedly be sorted into Slytherin. Slytherin, the cradle of future Death Eaters, and if the timeline was accurate, a young man named Tom Riddle, who would soon become history's most feared Dark Lord, was currently studying at Hogwarts. The mere thought of potentially sharing classes with a young Voldemort, and possibly crossing paths, sent shivers down Alavia's spine. A week later, she accompanied her nominal parents to Diagon Alley. At Ollivander's wand shop, when the 13.5-inch wand of you with a dragon heartstring core leaped into her hand, a warm surge coursed through her body, and the wand tip erupted in a dazzling display of silver starlight. Mr. Ollivander murmured, "Fascinating. You would a symbol of death and rebirth, a potent combination indeed, and oh, how peculiar." However, Alavia fixated on the wand in her hand, a sudden jolt of unease coursing through her. You would, if her memory served her correctly, was also the material of someone else's wand. This damned coincidence filled her with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. After completing their shopping, at her parents' insistence, they needed to venture to Nocturne Alley to procure a material designated for the family reservation. The moment Alavia stepped into that dimly lit street, suffused with an air of danger, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped her. The shop windows displayed an array of bizarre and terrifying items, and most passers-by cloaked themselves in secrecy, their gazes unfriendly. As she lowered her head, eager to escape, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of a figure reflected in a chaotic window cluttered with dark magical artifacts. It was a young man standing at an angle in the alleyway, clad in a well-fitted black robe, his posture tall and dignified. He did not look at her directly, but angled his body as though observing something intently. His raven hair was meticulously styled, and his profile bore the perfection of a sculpture, yet an aura of cold focus, incongruent with his age, radiated from him. As if sensing her gaze, the young man suddenly turned his head slightly, his eyes piercing through the reflection of the window, their brief encounter in the dim light sending a shiver down her spine. His eyes were extraordinarily deep black, and though his handsome face bore little expression, his gaze was strikingly sharp, imbued with a pure, unabashed scrutiny and assessment, as if capable of piercing through all facades, reaching into the depths of one's soul. Olavia's heart raced, nearly halting her breath. She swiftly averted her gaze, instinctively gripping the wand box in her hand, her palm icy. Who was that young man? Chapter 2. A confrontation on the Hogwarts Express. Upon returning to the expansive bedroom of the Rosier Manor, Olavia's heartbeat gradually began to normalize. The gaze of that boy from Nocturne Alley pierced her like a chilling needle, leaving her in a state of restless agitation. She was almost certain that such a look was not characteristic of an ordinary boy. It was profound, sharp, imbued with an almost predatory scrutiny. Could he be Tom Riddle? The timing seemed to align. This thought sent a shiver down her spine, mingled with an indescribable curiosity. In the days that followed, she navigated her existence with a blend of tension and feigned composure. She diligently pored over the ancient tomes of magic that lay heavy enough to be lethal, striving to comprehend this world more swiftly, all while cautiously playing the role of Olavia Rosier, an arrogant and spoiled pureblood heiress who held a profound disdain for muggles. This was no easy feat, especially when her mother reiterated, in a cold tone, the responsibilities tied to the Rosier name and their pure ancestry. She had to summon every ounce of willpower to suppress the urge to roll her eyes. Finally, September 1st arrived. The wall between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station was a sight that contrasted starkly with her imagination. The sensation of crossing through it was peculiar and fleeting, as if she had traversed a layer of icy water. The next moment, she was greeted by a cacophony of heat and the thunderous roar of steam engines. The Hogwarts Express loomed like a colossal red steel beast, exhaling billowing clouds of white smoke as it came to a halt beside the platform. The station was teeming with wizarding families bidding farewell, alongside excited, chattering students. The calls of owls, the scratching of those confined within their cages, and the laughter of children melded into a vibrant tableau. Dressed in a fitted black wizarding robe adorned with the Rosier crest, her deep chestnut hair meticulously arranged, Olavia lifted her chin slightly, striving to ignore the modern soul within her that screamed for release. Adopting an air of refined indifference tinged with mild annoyance at the surrounding clamor, the house elf had already placed her luggage aboard the train. "Remember your identity, Olavia, Mr." Rosier's voice echoed, as flat as ever, yet laced with an undeniable pressure. "Slytherin. Do not bring shame upon the family." Mrs. Rosier merely nodded, her gaze devoid of warmth as it rested upon her. Olavia responded briefly, turning to board the train. The door closed behind her, momentarily severing her from her stifling parents. She exhaled softly, beginning her search for an empty compartment along the corridor. As the train set in motion, the scenery outside transitioned from urban sprawl to expansive fields. She opened several compartment doors, most of which were already filled with chattering first-years or boisterous upperclassmen. Frowning, she continued her search. At last, in the middle section of the train, she opened a compartment door to find a relatively quiet space occupied by two boys. The one by the window had pale blonde hair and a sharp, angular face that bore an innate sense of superiority, carefully smoothing out invisible wrinkles on his robe. The other boy, seated opposite him, was more robust, appearing to be a mere follower. In an instant, Olavia recognized them from the fragmented memories of the original owner, Abraxas Malfoy, accompanied by his sidekick, likely Crabbe or Goyle. Malfoy looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes upon seeing Olavia at the door, before a slightly reserved smile, conforming to pureblood etiquette, appeared on his face. "Rosier? I didn't expect to see you this year. I heard you were unwell." His tone suggested concern, yet his gaze was more inquisitive than sincere. News among pureblood families always traveled swiftly. Olavia entered the compartment, gracefully taking the empty seat beside him, adjusting her skirt before leisurely responding, her voice laced with the practiced blend of haughtiness and a hint of frailty. "Just a minor mishap, nothing of consequence. And you, Malfoy? It seems your family's hairspray business is thriving after the summer." Her glance was pointed, sweeping over his meticulously styled blonde locks. Malfoy's smile faltered momentarily, evidently unprepared for such a retort. The stout boy beside him stifled a chuckle, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Malfoy. "You remain unchanged, Rosier," Malfoy huffed, attempting to regain his footing. I hope your spell work is as formidable as your wit. We wouldn't want you to embarrass Slytherin at school. That need not concern you. Olivia replied with a feigned smile, turning her gaze to the rapidly passing scenery outside, disinterested in further engagement. Internally, she scoffed. What a pretentious little brat. A subtle silence enveloped the compartment, broken only by the rhythmic clatter of the train. Malfoy seemed to find the atmosphere lacking in excitement and began whispering to his companion, discussing Quidditch, family business, and their expectations for the new term, laced with disdain for non-pureblood wizards. Olivia listened absent-mindedly, her thoughts drifting back to the fleeting glimpse of the boy from Nocturne Alley. Would he be on this train? What would he be like? If they crossed paths, what would she do? Just then, the compartment door was gently pushed open once more. This time, the newcomer was not a noisy first year. A black-haired boy stood at the entrance, tall and clad in a somewhat worn yet impeccably neat black robe. He held several books in his hands, as if he had just come from another compartment. His features were strikingly handsome, with sharply defined traits that seemed sculpted, his skin a cool, pale hue. Most captivating were his eyes, deep, black, and calm, yet concealing a swirling vortex that effortlessly captured attention. It was the boy from Nocturne Alley. Olivia's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. She instinctively clenched her hands resting on her lap, her nails digging into her palms. The boy's gaze scanned the compartment with tranquil scrutiny, briefly lingering on Malfoy before he inclined his head in acknowledgement. Malfoy's demeanor shifted dramatically, a blend of obsequiousness and barely concealed jealousy evident in his expression. Riddle, you've arrived, Malfoy said, his voice taking on a note of warmth. There's space here. The boy referred to as Riddle then turned his attention to Olivia. His expression remained impassive, as though he had never encountered her in Nocturne Alley, merely assessing her with an air of pure observation, tinged with an appropriate curiosity, as if she were an intriguing, new specimen worthy of study. Olivia forced herself to meet his gaze, determined not to show any sign of trepidation. She even endeavored to muster a smile that conveyed a hint of aloofness and appraisal, lifting her chin slightly. This is Miss Olivia Rosier, Malfoy introduced, his tone reverting to its earlier formality. Rosier, this is Tom Riddle, the finest of our year. Tom Riddle. Indeed, it was he. The boy, Tom Riddle, bestowed upon Olivia a meticulously crafted, impeccably polite smile. That expression softened the harsh contours of his face, rendering him a handsome, somewhat bookish ideal student. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Rosier. His voice resonated, low and melodious, akin to the notes of a cello, devoid of any discernible emotion. I trust you are no longer troubled by your previous ailment. He was aware of her illness. Olivia maintained her smile, yet alarm bells rang in her mind. This individual was far too adept at masquerading, and it was evident that he was well informed. Thank you for your concern. I am quite well now. Her voice remained steady. It appears that the title of Hogwarts top first year belongs to you, Mr. Riddle. Malfoy holds you in high regard. Her words, though seemingly flattering, contain a subtle sting upon closer examination, as if hinting at the nature of her relationship with Malfoy or questioning the merit of such excellence. Riddle's smile remained unchanged, his profound gaze fixed upon her, as if he could penetrate the facade of her feigned composure. Malfoy has overstated my virtues, he replied gently, his tone devoid of any hint of offense. Hogwarts is home to many exceptionally gifted individuals. For instance, the Rosiers, I have heard, guard some very ancient magical secrets that are quite alluring. He shifted the conversation towards her family, his expression still calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable inquisitiveness. A wave of dread washed over Olivia. Chapter 3. Sorting and Provocation. The air in the compartment momentarily thickened due to Tom Riddle's seemingly casual, yet astutely probing remark. Ancient magical secrets? Indeed, he harbored an extraordinary fascination for such matters. Alarm bells rang in Olivia's mind, yet she managed to muster a more haughty and dismissive smile. Ancient secrets? Every respectable family must possess some cherished heirloom, mustn't they? She said lightly, her choice of words deliberately crude, as if to suggest that such legacies were trivial and thus distinguished them from those, well, newly emerged families. She elongated her tone pointedly, her gaze sweeping over Riddle's slightly worn yet immaculate robes, her malice almost unmasked. A flicker of embarrassment and irritation crossed Malfoy's face, as if he believed her words demeaned all pureblood families, and perhaps even offended Riddle, whom he sought to align with. The pudgy boy beside him, however, seemed utterly bewildered, blinking in confusion. Riddle's demeanor remained unruffled. He did not spare Malfoy a glance, his dark eyes still locked onto Olivia, as if he could see through her carefully constructed facade of arrogance, reaching deep into her core where her anxiety resided. The perfect arc of his smile remained unchanged, yet a faint glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes, as though he had discovered a cub that not only bared its teeth but attempted to posture in a ludicrous manner. Indeed, He concurred gently, his voice deep and melodious. Tradition is always worthy of respect. He deftly transformed the notion of secrets into a broader concept of tradition, effortlessly diffusing her sharpness, appearing both magnanimous and decorous. The superiority was palpable. Elavia felt a pang of frustration, as if she had struck a blow against cotton, only to have it rebound and strike her own foot. She loathed the sensation of being seen through, yet unable to unsettle him. With a cold huff, she turned her back to them, gazing out at the rushing scenery, signaling her refusal to engage in conversation. Internally, she berated Tom Riddle 100 times over. Hypocritical pretender. Sooner or later, I shall tear away your facade. The remainder of the journey unfolded within this peculiar atmosphere. Malfoy attempted to engage Riddle in discussions about school matters, to which Riddle responded appropriately, though he seemed somewhat distracted. Elavia, on the other hand, played the role of an iceberg radiating an air of unapproachability, while her ears remained attuned to every morsel of information. At last, the train slowed, coming to a halt at a small, dimly lit platform. The chill of the night seeped into the carriage, and distant shouts rang out. First years. First years, this way. Elavia was the first to rise, grasping her expensive dragonhide bag, not sparing a glance at the other three in the compartment, and strode straight out. She heard Malfoy courteously inviting Riddle to proceed first, to which the boy responded with a gentle thank you. Hypocritical. Following the throng, they stumbled down the steep, muddy path, where countless small boats awaited by the lakeside. The first years were grouped into 4s per boat, and as Elavia stepped onto one with a frosty expression, the other 3 newcomers, initially intent on joining her, were deterred by her menacing glare that warned them to stay away, opting instead for another vessel. Relishing the solitude, she sailed alone in her boat. The black lake lay smooth as glass, mirroring the starry sky above. The grand castle loomed majestically upon the distant cliff, its windows ablaze with light, its spires reaching toward the stars. The sight was breathtaking, capable of stirring the heart of any observer. Elavia felt a flicker of awe within her, quickly overshadowed by a more potent irritation. How cold and bothersome this all was. Could they not simply apparate directly to the Great Hall? The boat glided through the ivy-draped facade of the cliff, entering a hidden underground dock. The first years clambered up the rocky tunnel, ultimately gathering before the castle's oak doors. Professor McGonagall, a stern-looking witch with rectangular spectacles, awaited them, offering a brief introduction to the sorting ceremony and the 4 houses. Then, the doors swung open. They stepped into the resplendent Great Hall. For long tables were filled with students, thousands of floating candles illuminating the space, while the velvety ceiling sparkled with stars. The first years held their breath, watching as Professor McGonagall retrieved a tattered, patched-up sorting hat and placed it upon a stool. The hat began to stir, splitting open a wide seam as it began to sing. The lyrics merely extolled the virtues of the 4 houses, calling for unity. Elavia listened absently, wishing fervently for the tedious hat to conclude its song swiftly. As the song ended, applause erupted throughout the hall. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, step forward, don the hat, and await your house assignment. Selena Parkinson. She stepped forward immediately, and the hat cried out, Slytherin. Sparse applause erupted from the Slytherin table. A few more names followed. Elavia noticed Tom Riddle standing not far off, his posture tall and composed, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding tension and anticipation. His profile, illuminated by the candlelight, appeared particularly striking. Elavia Rosier. Upon hearing her name, Elavia took a deep breath, suppressing an inexplicable nervousness, and approached with the most graceful and composed strides she could muster. She felt countless eyes fixated upon her, one of which, from the side and behind, was cold and intense, making her feel exposed. She sat upon the stool, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon her head. The hat was oversized and obscured her vision entirely. Ah, a faint voice whispered in her ear, another Rosier. An ancient bloodline, filled with, oh, interesting, very interesting. Elavia's heart tightened. Arrogance, extreme arrogance. A considerable ambition, a desire to control, to ascend for oneself rather than for the family's glory. How novel. The hat muttered, perceptive, possessing an innate ability to see through the essence, fiercely protective of oneself, willing to wound others in the name of self-preservation. Undoubtedly, Slytherin will guide you to greatness. Elavia held her breath. She had no choice. It had to be Slytherin. But wait, the hat's voice seemed laced with confusion and intense curiosity. What lay beneath this layer of ice? A fundamentally different hue? A mindset that did not belong here? Cunning. A modern cunning yearning for freedom? Elavia's heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. This wretched hat could see into her soul. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. So, where should you be placed? Slytherin? Or Ravenclaw? Perhaps there, your thirst for knowledge and, hidden desires might find fulfillment? No. No way. It must be Slytherin. Alavia screamed internally, knowing that to be placed in Ravenclaw would result in immediate disdain from the Rosier family for her unorthodox choices. The consequences could be far worse than her current predicament. She concentrated all her thoughts, fervently insisting, Slytherin. I must be in Slytherin. Only there can I survive. Can I grow powerful? Can I? Very well, very well. The hat seemed to be struck by her intense will, its tone tinged with a hint of resignation, yet laced with an amused curiosity. Since you were so insistent, even resorting to a slight threat? How very characteristic of a Slytherin. And so, Slytherin, the hat proclaimed aloud. Alavia exhaled sharply, nearly fainting from the release of tension. She removed the hat, her fingers trembling slightly, yet her face quickly resumed its habitual expression of mild disdain, as if the earlier hesitation had never existed. The Slytherin long table erupted in applause, even more resounding than that for Malfoy, clearly indicating that the weight of the Rosier name was not to be underestimated. She walked towards the long table adorned in silver and green, deliberately ignoring the vacant spot beside Malfoy, choosing to sit a few seats away from the head of the table. Immediately, several upperclassmen nodded in acknowledgement. The sorting continued. She listened with little interest until Tom Riddle. The hall seemed to fall silent for a moment. The dark-haired youth stepped forward with composure, donning the hat. Almost as soon as it brushed his hair, the hat shrieked. Slytherin. The applause was equally enthusiastic, infused with a heightened anticipation for the remarkable. Riddle removed the hat and gracefully made his way to the Slytherin table. As he passed by Alavia, his stride did not falter in the slightest, yet she felt his gaze sweep over her, laden with an indescribable scrutiny, as if assessing an intriguing artifact newly labeled with the same tag as his. He ultimately seated himself not far from her, immediately encircled by a few students who appeared to be key figures. The banquet commenced. The long table was swiftly laden with an abundance of sumptuous fare. Alavia felt little appetite, methodically slicing a small lamb chop, while her ears attuned to the murmurs around her. Riddle spoke sparingly, but each time he did, his tone was gentle and courteous, compelling those around him to listen intently. What a natural focal point, Alavia thought maliciously, jabbing her fork into the peas on her plate. As the feast drew to a close, Professor Armando D. Pett stood to announce some important reminders. When he addressed the prohibition against students entering the Forbidden Forest, the elderly yet charismatic professor, with his long silver beard, seemed to cast a fleeting glance over the Slytherin table, pausing imperceptibly in Riddle's and her direction. Alavia's heart skipped a beat. Had the future headmaster indeed been watching closely from the very beginning? The prefect led the newcomers to the Slytherin common room located in the dungeons. The entrance lay behind a damp, vacant stone wall. Upon uttering the password, the stone door slid open slowly. The common room was a narrow, low-ceilinged underground chamber. Its walls and ceiling constructed from rough stone, with circular, green-tinted lamps suspended from chains. A fire crackled in the hearth, and opposite it stood a massive window, revealing the depths of the Black Lake, where enormous squids and other creatures occasionally passed by, casting eerie shadows. The prefect briefly introduced the entrances to the boys' and girls' dormitories, reiterating the Slytherin code: cunning, ambition, valuing honor, and upholding pureblood traditions. Alavia located her room, a single occupancy that befitted her status as a young lady. The room was lavishly decorated, distinctly reflecting Slytherin aesthetics, its window framing the dim scenery of the Black Lake. She closed the door, leaning against the cold door panel, finally shedding all pretense, and let out a long, weary sigh. The first day had been survived, albeit without peril. Hogwarts, Slytherin, Tom Riddle. Each of them was formidable in their own right. Especially that Tom Riddle. What did the last glance he cast her way signify? She approached the window, watching as a luminous fish glided lazily by. The green light of the lake reflected in her deep purple eyes, flickering restlessly. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, accompanied by two hushed voices she could scarcely discern. One was Malfoy's distinctive elongated tone, while the other belonged to that deep, melodious voice now tinged with a hint of coldness. Quite intriguing, isn't it? Particularly her eyes, the low voice remarked softly, the tone inscrutable in its intent. The footsteps gradually receded. Alavia froze in place, her blood seemingly chilling for a moment. Was he speaking of her? Her eyes? Chapter 4, Observation. The following morning, Alavia awoke to the shifting emerald light of the Black Lake beneath her. The unfamiliar opulence of the room momentarily bewildered her before she fully regained her senses. Realizing her location, Hogwarts, Slytherin, she rubbed her forehead, the echo of that whispered remark about her eyes coiling around her heart like a cold serpent, rendering her sleep restless. That voice had undeniably belonged to Tom Riddle. What could it possibly mean? Was it merely a comment on her rare eye color, or had he sensed something deeper? The feeling of being scrutinized and evaluated from the shadows was utterly disconcerting. Taking a deep breath, She suppressed her agitation and began to don her robes. The dark green fabric accentuated her pallid complexion, her deep purple eyes appearing even more enigmatic in the morning light. She practiced the perfect expression of haughty disdain in the mirror, confirming her appearance before grasping her pristine potions textbook and exiting the dormitory. The common room was already populated with several students. Upon seeing her, a few upperclassmen cast assessing glances in her direction, while the younger students instinctively lowered their eyes. Olivia maintained her gaze forward, striding directly towards the exit, deaf to the subtle murmurs surrounding her. She understood that in this hierarchy-bound environment, timidity and friendliness would only be perceived as weakness. According to the schedule, the first class was potions, shared with the Ravenclaw students. She traversed the chilly underground corridors, quickly locating the familiar classroom. Even without prior visits, the distinctive aroma wafting from within was enough to guide her. A cluster of students gathered at the classroom entrance, and she immediately spotted Tom Riddle surrounded by several Slytherin peers. He was engaged in conversation with a Ravenclaw boy, his profile strikingly perfect, his demeanor focused and amiable. Olivia did not halt her pace, intending to pass by him. However, at that very moment, Riddle seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, lifting his gaze just in time to meet hers. A flawless polite smile graced his features. "Good morning, Miss Rogier," he greeted. The students encircling him turned their attention towards her, their expressions varied. Olivia found herself compelled to stop. She slightly tilted her head, glancing at him from the corner of her eye, her tone almost dismissive. "Morning." She intended to continue walking. "I hope you have recovered from your journey." Riddle's voice remained gentle, but it effortlessly compelled her to halt once more. He stepped closer, seamlessly walking alongside her towards the classroom door, as if they were well acquainted. The surrounding students instinctively parted to create a path. "Do I appear to be frail and delicate?" Olivia retorted sharply, her brow furrowed, her impatience unmistakable. She loathed such forced social interactions, particularly with him. Riddle chuckled softly, his laughter low and melodious, sending an involuntary shiver down Olivia's spine. "Not at all," he replied, his gaze traversing her face before settling on her eyes. "It's simply that I've heard Miss Rogier's previous incident was rather perilous, and I couldn't help but express a modicum of concern." Another probing remark. Olivia felt her temper flare, abruptly turning to face him, her deep purple eyes locking onto his unfathomable black ones, her lips curving into a feigned smile. "Rather than concern yourself with my trivial mishaps, Mr. Riddle, perhaps you should tend to your own affairs. How do you intend to maintain your position as the top student?" She emphasized the phrase top student with evident provocation. A hush fell over the surroundings. A few Slytherin students displayed expressions of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by someone's audacity to address Riddle in such a manner. Meanwhile, a Ravenclaw boy scrutinized Olivia with curiosity. Riddle's smile remained unchanged, and not a flicker of emotion passed through his eyes, as if she had merely uttered a trivial jest. Yet, an icy aura enveloped him for a brief moment. "Thank you for the reminder," he replied calmly, his voice steady and unwavering. "Competition always fosters improvement. I eagerly anticipate it." At that moment, the classroom door swung open, and Professor Slughorn, a rotund man with walrus-like whiskers, appeared at the threshold, beaming as he beckoned the students inside. Come in, children. Time is gold. Let us not squander it." The awkward atmosphere dissipated. The students filed in. Olivia hastily moved a few steps forward and chose a seat at the farthest cauldron table against the wall, resolutely determined to ignore that insufferable individual throughout the lesson. Professor Slughorn briefly welcomed the newcomers and emphasized the intricacies and dangers of potion making before commencing roll call. Upon reaching Tom Riddle's name, he exuberantly proclaimed, Riddle, I have heard much about you. I look forward to your performance." When he called out Olivia's name, he similarly expressed delight. "Rochelle, welcome. Your grandfather is quite accomplished in potions." Olivia merely nodded dismissively. The day's lesson was a simple potion for treating boils. After Slughorn elucidated the steps and precautions, the students began their practical work. The classroom quickly filled with a medley of peculiar scents, accompanied by sporadic pops and frustrated sighs. Olivia centered her focus, commencing the preparation of dried nettles and snake fangs. She discovered that this body possessed an innate proficiency in potion making. Her fingers were nimble and steady, executing each step with precision. This was perhaps one of the few useful legacies left by the original owner. Soon, she became engrossed in the methodical process, relishing the order it provided, which momentarily allowed her to forget her troubles. The liquid in her cauldron appeared normal, releasing a faint steam that matched the textbook description. However, a Ravenclaw boy diagonally in front of her was not as fortunate. He fumbled clumsily, either forgetting to stir clockwise or adding an excessive amount of porcupine quills. His cauldron emitted a suspicious bubbling sound, and the potion turned an ominous shade of orange. Alavia frowned and instinctively shifted her chair aside. Indeed, moments later, a muffled explosion echoed as the boy's cauldron erupted, showering him with a viscous, steaming orange liquid, splattering several nearby students' robes. "Ah!" he cried out as red, swollen boils instantly erupted across his face and hands. The classroom erupted into chaos and gasps. Professor Slughorn hurriedly waved his wand to clear the mess and instructed someone to take the boy to the hospital wing. Amidst the commotion, Alavia disdainfully brushed off a few drops of potion that had splattered onto her robe, grateful that she had managed to evade most of it. She retrieved a handkerchief from her belongings and meticulously wiped it down, unable to suppress her scornful murmurs. What a colossal fool! Such a simple procedure, and he still manages to botch it. Ravenclaw's wisdom appears to be rather lacking. Her voice, though soft, rang out distinctly in the gradually settling tumult. Several nearby Ravenclaw students glared at her in outrage. Even a few Slytherin classmates deemed her comment excessive, displaying disapproving expressions. Alavia, however, remained indifferent, continuing to focus on her potion as if she had said nothing at all. Unbeknownst to her, at the opposite end of the classroom, Tom Riddle meticulously crafted his potion, his liquid flawless, surpassing even Slughorn's demonstration. Throughout the entire episode, he did not glance at the center of chaos, as if the incident held no relevance to him. Yet, when Alavia uttered her biting remark, he subtly lifted his gaze. His eyes traversed the swirling steam and busy students, landing precisely on the violet-eyed girl, engrossed in her cauldron, utterly oblivious to the furious stares around her. There was neither agreement nor disapproval in his gaze, nor the surprise or disdain reflected in others' expressions. Instead, it was a pure, frigid scrutiny, akin to observing an experimental subject elicit an intriguing yet predictable reaction. He regarded her in titled malice, and the corners of his mouth seemed to curve ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly, before returning to a neutral line. Then, he lowered his head, resuming the composed addition of the final Valerian root to his impeccable potion, as though that fleeting glance had never transpired. Suddenly, Alavia felt an inexplicable chill wash over her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. She glanced up, surveying her surroundings, only to find her classmates engrossed in their tasks, while Professor Slughorn praised Riddle's impeccable potion. Everything seemed normal. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that a cold gaze had recently settled upon her. Chapter 5. The Forbidden Section of the Library. After potion class concluded, the inexplicable chill lingered in Alavia's mind, rendering her somewhat restless. She detested this uncontrollable sensation, especially when it seemed to stem from that hypocritical Tom Riddle. With no compulsory classes in the afternoon, most first years opted to familiarize themselves with the castle or gather to chat. Alavia had no interest in such trivialities. Rather than squander time on meaningless social interactions, she preferred to engage in more productive pursuits. She sought information, a deeper understanding of the underlying rules of this world, and, most crucially, the means to secure her own existence and counter certain threats. Fragments of the original owner's memories regarding her family's ancient magical secrets, along with Riddle's seemingly casual inquiries on the train, all pointed toward the library, particularly the areas not accessible to ordinary students. The Hogwarts library was even more vast than she had imagined, with lofty ceilings and innumerable shelves extending like a labyrinth. The air was infused with a unique scent of aged paper, leather, and dust. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting beams of light through the dust-laden air. Madame Pants, the slender and stern-faced librarian, resembled a guardian of treasures, her sharp eyes constantly scanning the quiet readers. Alavia feigned a casual, browsing demeanor as she strolled leisurely along the shelves, her gaze swiftly scanning the classification labels. Titles such as Standard Spells, Beginner, Magical Theory, and A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration held no interest for her. Her ambitions were clearer and far more perilous. She needed to uncover information about the restricted section or, at the very least, locate books documenting ancient and obscure magical knowledge. The surname Rochelle might offer some advantages at times, perhaps granting her a measure of leniency from Madame Pants, who might regard her with less scrutiny and more tolerance for an ancient family. In a secluded corner of the library, she paused before a shelf. The books here were evidently older, their spines bearing faded gold lettering, and the leather covers were significantly worn. She pulled out a thick tome titled The Origins of Medieval Magical Formulas, dusted off its cover, and settled into a dimly lit corner by the window, pretending to peruse its pages. The contents of the book were obscure and difficult to comprehend, filled with ancient magical symbols and intricate diagrams of spell matrices. She read with a semblance of understanding, yet compelled herself to commit certain key patterns and terminologies to memory. She was acutely aware that knowledge equates to power, particularly in this realm of magic. Time slipped by quietly, as students in the reading area came and went, Olivia rubbed her weary eyes, closed the book, and resolved to investigate the entrance to the restricted section. Rising to her feet, she feigned the act of returning the book and ventured deeper into the library. As she progressed, the light dimmed further, the bookshelves loomed taller and more ancient, and the air grew thick with the scent of dust. She cautiously evaded Mrs. Pance's line of sight and finally spotted a familiar rope beside a grand archway, leading to an even darker area where the tomes appeared more decrepit and eerie, some with spines seemingly adorned with eyes or bound by heavy iron chains. The restricted section. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. This was it. Pretending to be captivated by a nearby volume titled Magical Creatures Compendium, she paused to discreetly assess the situation at the entrance to the restricted section out of the corner of her eye. How could she gain entry? A forceful breach was certainly out of the question. She needed permission or a special incantation. Just as she was engrossed in her thoughts, an almost imperceptible footfall halted a short distance behind her. Olivia's muscles tensed instinctively. She refrained from turning immediately, maintaining her pose of perusing the compendium. Yet her senses were on high alert, attuned to the slightest movement behind her. There was no sound of breath, no rustle of fabric, nothing. The figure lingered there like a specter. After a few agonizingly silent seconds, a low, melodious voice she least wished to hear broke the stillness. Soft enough as if to avoid disturbing the library's tranquility, yet clear enough to penetrate her ears. Miss Rocha, your taste in literature, particularly the medieval magical rites, is indeed distinctive. Olivia spun around abruptly. Tom Riddle stood merely a few paces away, tall and poised, clutching two thick, unmarked black notebooks. His face bore that signature, impeccably polite smile. His deep black eyes fixed on her, devoid of any surprise, as if he had anticipated her presence and had come specifically for this encounter. When had he appeared? How much had he seen? Had he discerned her inner calculations? Of course not. Yet she could not suppress the flutter of her heart. Likewise, Olivia quickly regained her composure. Retorting sharply, her gaze falling upon the two evidently private black notebooks in his hands, which were not part of the library's public collection, Riddle's study materials, it seemed, were far from ordinary. What? Has Hogwarts curriculum ceased to satisfy you? Her words dripped with barbs, an attempt to seize the upper hand. Riddle appeared unfazed by her sarcasm. Instead, taking a step forward, his gaze sweeping past her to the rope barring entry to the restricted section. His tone as casual as if discussing the weather. The restricted section indeed conceals many treasures of knowledge unattainable elsewhere. Alas, one requires a professor's note to gain access. He paused, his gaze returning to Olivia's face, those black eyes appearing even more unfathomable in the dim light. I recall that the Rocha family possesses some rare tomes concerning ancient Nivian and soul magic. Surely, Miss Rocha is well acquainted with these domains. Soul magic. The term struck Olivia like a dagger of ice. He was indeed probing into this. How much did he truly know? About the original owner's ritual mishap? Or was he merely speculating based on her family name? A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on her back. Yet she forced a haughty, frigid smile, her deep purple eyes brimming with scorn. Mr. Riddle seems more interested in my family's library than in me personally. Have you finally realized that mere flattery of professors and peers does not grant access to the true core of knowledge? Her words were venomous and direct, nearly tearing away the veneer of the top student, striking at his ambitions and schemes. The atmosphere grew tense and still. The perfect smile on Riddle's face wavered. The change so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, yet the warm aura surrounding him dissipated, replaced by an invisible chill of pressure. His black eyes bore into her with an unsettling sharpness, devoid of emotion, yet more terrifying than any expression of anger. Olivia's heart raced, the sound of her blood pulsing in her ears nearly deafening. She recognized that she might have provoked him, yet she had no choice. She could not show weakness in the face of his probing. Just as she braced for a complete rupture of civility, Riddle suddenly smiled again. This time, the smile lacked the previous veneer of cultivated warmth, instead bearing a genuine, yet more perilous intrigue. An intriguing hypothesis, Miss Rocha, he murmured, his voice low and almost conspiratorial. You always manage to surprise me. His gaze flitted once more toward the rope barring the restricted section, then lingered meaningfully upon her. As if to convey, I know you wish to enter, and I also know you are aware of how to do so. He said nothing further, turning away with his two black notebooks, his footsteps receding calmly until they vanished behind the towering shelves. Olivia stood frozen in place, and after what felt like an eternity, she slowly unclenched her white-knuckled fingers. Her palm felt icy. What did his final remark mean? Was the surprise in reference to her abrasive attitude or her potential knowledge unknown to him? Frowning in agitation, she glanced once more at the entrance to the restricted section. After Riddle's interruption, she felt temporarily disinclined to continue her investigation. Moreover, she had a strong premonition that Mrs. Pants would soon make her rounds in this direction. She turned to leave, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the spot where Riddle had stood. There, a small fragment of extremely ancient, tattered parchment lay, as if it had inadvertently fallen from a very old book. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Alavia swiftly bent to pick it up, cradling it in her palm. She hurriedly exited the dim corner of the library and moved into a well-lit area by a window, where she unfolded the fragile fragment under the light. The parchment was so delicate it seemed on the verge of disintegrating, adorned with a portion of an exceedingly complex and dizzying magical symbol drawn in an archaic ink, accompanied by an indistinct word, of which she could barely make out the initial letters, Soul. Chapter 6. The Night Stalker. The cold, rough edges of the ancient parchment fragment felt like a burning ember, sending tingles through Alavia's fingertips. Soul, that indistinct word, echoed in her mind like a demon's whisper. What soul? Soul vessels? Souls? Separation of the spirit? Regardless of which, it perfectly aligned with Tom Riddle's unsettling inquiry. Had he inadvertently dropped this fragment? Or had he deliberately left it as yet another test? What exactly did he seek from her? Countless questions and alarms flashed wildly in her mind. She abruptly clenched her palm, gripping the perilous fragment tightly, her sharp nails nearly piercing the fragile parchment. She swiftly scanned her surroundings. The depths of the library remained quiet and deserted, only the dust floating slowly in the shafts of light. She could not linger here. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm, restoring her customary air of aloof indifference, and stepped briskly away from the suffocating corner of the library. Mrs. Pins's piercing gaze swept over her as she passed, causing Alavia's heart to skip a beat. Yet, she merely elevated her chin slightly, as if she were merely traversing the depths by chance, devoid of any unusual disturbance. Ultimately, Mrs. Pins refrained from calling out to her. It was not until she exited the library and returned to the relatively bright and spacious corridor, coming into contact with the eyes and chatter of other students, that Alavia felt that icy sense of dread somewhat dissipate, replaced instead by a profound irritation and sensation of being affronted. She loathed the feeling of being led by the nose, passively responding to others. That Riddle, like a spider lurking in the shadows, was perpetually weaving an invisible web, while she felt like a moth colliding with it. During dinner, she absent-mindedly prodded at the food on her plate, finding it tasteless. The atmosphere at the Slytherin long table remained unchanged. The upperclassmen discussed academic pursuits and family affairs, while the younger students animatedly shared tales from their day. Tom Riddle sat not far off, surrounded by several members of his inner circle, occasionally uttering a word or two that drew attentive ears, his face still adorned with that impeccable mask of gentleness. Alavia cast a quick glance at him, only to swiftly avert her gaze, a bitter smile curling on her lips. How convincingly he feigned sincerity. Lowering her head, she felt the outline of the fragment of parchment in her pocket, and a thought began to crystallize. She could not simply let this go. Since he had cast out the bait, whether it was a trap or not, she needed to investigate, at the very least to discern what mischief he was up to. As night deepened, the fire in the common room flickered and dimmed, with students gradually returning to their dormitories. Alavia lay awake in bed, eyes wide open, listening to the faint sounds of the Black Lake's waters moving outside and the rhythmic breathing of her roommate. She was biding her time, calculating the moments. When the castle finally succumbed to silence, even the footsteps of Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, seemed to fade away. She quietly rose, donning a dark robe. She carefully tucked the fragment of parchment into her pocket and gripped her wand tightly. Though she had yet to learn many effective spells, the U-wand at least offered her a semblance of security. Holding her breath, she gently pushed open the dormitory door and slipped into the deserted common room. An eerie green light filtered through the window overlooking the Black Lake, casting a surreal hue upon everything. She cautiously approached the stone wall's exit, straining her ears for a moment to confirm that there was no sound outside, before softly uttering the password she had noted earlier. The stone door slid open silently, and the cold air from the corridor rushed in. The night at Hogwarts was starkly different from the clamor of the day. The corridor was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the sporadic flickering of torches along the walls, casting elongated and distorted shadows of statues and suits of armor, resembling lurking monsters. A chill seeped through the cracks in the stones. Alavia tightened her robe and, guided by her memories from earlier and a vague intuition, made her way toward the general direction of the library. Her footsteps were as light as a cat's, her heartbeat resonating loudly in the profound stillness. She was uncertain where Riddle might conduct his research, but the vicinity of the restricted section of the library or those more secluded classrooms seemed the most likely. She carefully avoided the moving staircases, choosing instead the more stable corridors. Occasionally, she heard distant sounds, perhaps Peeves causing mischief or a wandering student. She would immediately dart behind the nearest statue or into a niche, holding her breath until the noise subsided. This exhilarating tension temporarily quelled her fear of Riddle, igniting instead a rebellious thrill. As she traversed a corridor adorned with slumbering portraits, preparing to turn onto a path said to lead to abandoned classrooms, she suddenly caught sight of a vague shadow darting near a previously shut enormous window. Olivia halted abruptly, instinctively retreating behind the heavy velvet drapery in the corner. Her heart racing. Cautiously, she peered out, squinting towards that direction. By the faint moonlight streaming through the window, she discerned the figure. It was neither Filch nor Peeves. It was a silhouette clad in Hogwarts robes, facing away from her, standing before the massive window, as if observing something outside, or perhaps waiting for someone. The figure was tall and familiar. It was Tom Riddle. What was he doing here? Had he arranged to meet someone? Or was he also indulging in some clandestine nocturnal escapade? Olivia pressed herself tightly against the cold wall, scarcely daring to breathe. She noticed Riddle shift slightly, seemingly retrieving something from his pocket. The object in his hand glinted in the cold moonlight, resembling a small, dark notebook. He lowered his gaze upon it, fingers lightly brushing its surface, as if confirming something. Then, he lifted his head, his eyes not directed outside but instead piercing into the darkness at the far end of the corridor, which seemed to lead towards the forbidden hallway on the third floor. He stood there, motionless, like a statue blending into the night. The moonlight cast a perfect profile of his face, yet it bore an inhuman coldness and focus. Time passed slowly. Olivia remained hidden behind the drapery, her legs beginning to numb, the chill creeping up from her feet. Regret welled within her for her impulsiveness. If he discovered her, she would have no explanation for her presence here in the dead of night. Just as she contemplated whether to quietly retreat, Riddle suddenly made a new movement. It was as if he sensed something, abruptly turning his head, his gaze like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the direction of her concealed position behind the drapery. Olivia's heart nearly stopped, and she instinctively recoiled, pressing herself tightly against the wall. Had he seen her? Impossible. She had hidden well. In the darkness, she heard an almost illusory, faint cold chuckle. Then footsteps. Not footsteps retreating, but footsteps approaching her hiding place, slow and deliberate. Each step resonating with a crisp, calm assurance, reminiscent of a cat stalking its prey, echoing in the desolate corridor, drawing ever closer. Chapter 7. The cold laugh behind the drapery. Those footsteps moved at a leisurely pace, each step seeming to tread upon the very tips of Olivia's heart. The cold, composed presence carried an overwhelming sense of control, magnifying in the stillness of the corridor, ever nearer. Olivia felt as if the blood in her veins had frozen. Her mind blank. She had been discovered. Absolutely discovered. She could almost envision the facade of his hypocritical smile peeling away to reveal the cold scrutiny beneath. Escape? It was too late. Explanation? How could she explain? Claim she was sleepwalking? Utterly foolish. Fear coiled around her heart like frigid vines. Yet what surged forth was not surrender, but a tempestuous urge to retaliate against being cornered. Why should she tremble like a mouse, hiding here? Even if caught, so what? Better to break the net than be trapped. Just as the footsteps were about to halt before the drapery, Olivia drew a sharp breath, not retreating further but boldly tearing aside the heavy fabric, raising her chin as she stepped out. The sudden movement stirred up dust from the drapery, sending it swirling in the thin moonlight. She suppressed her rapidly beating heart, striving to ensure her expression conveyed not fear, but rather intense impatience and indignation. Tom Riddle stood merely a few paces away, nearly facing her. He seemed to register a flicker of surprise at her sudden appearance, yet that emotion dissipated too swiftly, almost like an illusion. His expression was inscrutable, half of his face illuminated by the moonlight, while the other remained shrouded in shadow. His dark eyes, as deep as a frigid pool, were fixed intently upon her. By Merlin's beard, Olivia declared, seizing the initiative, her voice laced with an exaggerated tone of disturbance. Her deep violet eyes blazed with genuine ire and a deliberately magnified disdain. What are you doing here at such an ungodly hour, prancing about and playing the spectre? Do you have some peculiar obsession, Mr. Riddle? Or perhaps the honor of being top of the class necessitates nocturnal escapades? Her words struck like venomous icicles, swift and unrelenting. Since avoidance was futile, she resolved to confront him head-on, daring him to falter first. Riddle observed her in silence, refraining from immediate response. His gaze traversed from her flushed cheeks, tinged with agitation, to her tightly clenched hand around her wand, before locking onto her eyes, which blazed with a challenging fire. The corridor was enveloped in the taut silence of their standoff. After a few seconds, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a faint arc. It was not the gentle, polite smile he often wore. This smile was shallow, frigid, and tinged with a near-sadistic amusement. Playing the spectre? He echoed softly, his voice deep and resonant in the stillness. I would suggest that term better describes those who lurk behind curtains, spying on others. Don't you agree, Miss Royer? His retort was precise and incisive, directly addressing her recent behavior, laced with an undertone of bemusement, as if he genuinely could not fathom her audacity to reverse the accusation. Olivia was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks burning with indignation. Spying? She scoffed, lifting her chin defiantly and responding with a sharper tone. Don't flatter yourself. I merely happened to pass by, disturbed by some fool-esque footsteps, and was curious about which dolt was causing such a ruckus at this hour. Who knew I'd find you here, wallowing in self-pity by the window? She deliberately misinterpreted his actions, her words dripping with derision and humiliation. The chill on Riddle's face seemed to deepen. He took a minuscule step forward, though slight. His height and the invisible aura of pressure he exuded were palpable. Olivia could almost feel the icy aura radiating from him, yet she forced herself to remain steadfast, defiantly meeting his gaze with a fiercer glare, refusing to yield. Wallowing in self-pity? He reiterated, his voice devoid of emotion, yet his gaze pierced with a clarity that cut to the core. An interesting characterization. So, Miss Royer, what, pray tell, brings you to this secluded corridor after curfew? Does the heir of the Royer family harbor any clandestine little hobbies? His eyes swept pointedly over her tightly gripped wand and her robe. What does it matter to you? Olivia shot back, her voice laced with venom, her heart racing yet her tone growing bolder. Is Hogwarts your family estate? I shall go where I please. And what about you? Clutching something that should remain hidden. Her gaze darted to his hand, which had held a black notebook moments ago, now inexplicably empty. Just as her words fell, Riddle's expression turned exceedingly cold and sharp for a fleeting moment, only to revert to an unfathomable calm. Yet Olivia was certain she had caught that fleeting shift. She had struck a nerve. This realization brought her an inexplicable thrill. It seems, Riddle began, his tone adopting an eerily placid facade that was more unsettling than any overt threat. We both possess secrets we wish to conceal. He advanced another half-step, their proximity so close she could almost feel his breath. Olivia could clearly discern the length of his lashes and the faint shadow cast by his lower eyelid. Perhaps, he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, serpentine and menacing, we ought to reach a mutual understanding. For instance, we could agree to keep each other's nocturnal wanderings a secret. What do you think of this proposal, Miss Royer? His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. This was no negotiation. It was a threat, a transaction. Olivia's heart thundered within her chest. She loathed the sensation of coercion, despising his air of complete control. She yearned to reject him outright, to scream and summon Filch for a mutual demise. Yet rationality, along with a deep-seated aversion to Filch and demerits, ultimately quelled her impulse. She glared at him, her violet eyes ablaze with fury and inner turmoil, and after several tense seconds, forced out a reluctant, fine. She acquiesced with evident reluctance, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Riddle appeared unfazed by her contemptuous demeanor, instead seeming to find amusement in her discontent. The cold curve of his smile deepened. Excellent, he replied, nodding in satisfaction as he finally retreated a step, alleviating the stifling tension between them. Good night, Miss Royer, he said with a disarming politeness, as if their earlier confrontation had never transpired. Sweet dreams. With that, he turned away, striding leisurely in the opposite direction of Olivia's arrival, his footsteps fading into the darkness of the corridor. Olivia stood alone, her body trembling slightly from the earlier confrontation, her palms slick with cold sweat as she nearly lost her grip on her wand. She watched Riddle disappear into the shadows, biting her lip in frustration. Damn you, Tom Riddle, she muttered angrily, preparing to leave this nest of troubles as swiftly as possible. However, just as she lifted her foot to depart, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the ground where Riddle had stood. There, in the shadow untouched by moonlight, something small and dark seemed to lie, a square object. It was not parchment. This item appeared thicker, with faint metallic reflections glimmering at the corners. Olivia's heart raced. Was it something Riddle had dropped? The very notebook he held moments ago? Or something else entirely? Rationality screamed at her to flee, to sever ties with anything related to him. Yet a curiosity so potent it eclipsed her fear, along with a desire to thwart him, compelled her to bend down and swiftly grasp the object. It felt cool to the touch, its texture refined, reminiscent of an unusual leather. Illuminated by the faint moonlight streaming through the window, she discerned that it was a palm-sized black hardcover notebook, devoid of any writing or designs on its cover, save for a thin border of silver metallic clasps that gleamed with a chilling sheen. The notebook was secured with a matching dark green silk ribbon, tied in a simple knot. It appeared unremarkable, even somewhat plain, yet held in her hand, it exuded an inexplicable weight and chill. This was undoubtedly the very notebook she had seen him holding. How could one so meticulous as he allow such a thing to fall carelessly here? Was it intentional? Another trap? Olivia clutched the icy notebook as if it were a branding iron. She instinctively yearned to untie the ribbon and unveil whatever nefarious secrets lay within. Yet, as her fingers brushed the smooth silk, she halted abruptly. No. What if it contained a curse or a tracking charm? Riddle's belongings would not be so easily claimed. In the distance, a faint clink echoed, akin to armor being disturbed. Elavia felt a sudden jolt, instantly shoving her notebook deep into the innermost pocket of her robe. Her heart racing chaotically, she dared not linger any longer, nearly running back to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, breathlessly uttering the password to the stone wall. As the stone door slid open, she swiftly slipped inside. The common room was deserted, the fire extinguished, leaving only the dim, eerie green glow from the depths of the black lake to provide scant illumination. Leaning against the cold stone door, she gasped for air. A chilling sense of fear intermingling with a morbid exhilaration, causing her to tremble. She reached for the hardbound notebook in her pocket. In the darkness, it appeared even more inconspicuous, yet the dark green silk ribbon shimmered like the eye of a cold-blooded creature, eerily reflecting a green light. It could not remain on her person. Absolutely not. She scanned her surroundings, her gaze finally landing on a decorative small cabinet with a hidden compartment beside the fireplace. Fragments of the original owner's memories informed her that this place was typically used to temporarily store unimportant letters or odds and ends, rarely disturbed by anyone. She hurried over, fumbling to open the inconspicuous compartment. Finding it empty, she shoved the notebook inside, then firmly closed the compartment, as if sealing away a dangerous beast. After completing this task, she finally felt she could breathe somewhat easily. She fled back to her dormitory, locked the door, and slid down against it, cold sweat finally soaking her back. That night, Elavia slept restlessly. Her dreams were filled with Tom Riddle's bottomless black eyes, his icy smile, and a notebook tied with a dark green ribbon, relentlessly dripping black liquid as it pursued her. The next morning, she appeared in the great hall with faint dark circles under her eyes, her complexion paler than usual. She deliberately avoided a certain area of the Slytherin table, choosing a far corner seat, consuming her breakfast with a sense of muted disinterest. Throughout the day's classes, her mind wandered. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick instructed everyone to practice the levitation charm. Her feather remained utterly motionless, and her irritated wand movements nearly struck a nearby classmate, eliciting a round of snickers. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall required transforming a matchstick into a needle. Her matchstick merely emitted a puff of black smoke, turning charred, and McGonagall shot her a stern glance, awarding her AT grade. Under normal circumstances, such public criticism would have sent her into a furious tirade. Today, however, she merely pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze, saying nothing. All her thoughts were fixated on the perilous object hidden in the cabinet of the common room. Had he discovered the notebook was missing? Would he suspect anyone? What methods might he employ to retrieve it? What secrets lay within that notebook? These questions buzzed around her mind like a swarm of flies, impossible to dispel. The afternoon's Care of Magical Creatures class took place outdoors, focusing solely on observing flobberworms. Elavia mechanically followed the crowd, keeping her distance from the slimy creatures, yet her gaze was involuntarily drawn to Tom Riddle among the throng. He remained the epitome of excellence, effortlessly answering every question posed by Professor Kettleburn, even pointing out a minor error in the textbook, his tone both humble and confident, earning the professor's praise and the adoration of a Ravenclaw girl named Ophelia. He appeared unchanged, devoid of anxiety or doubt, and certainly showed no signs of secretly searching for anything. It was as if the previous night's events had never occurred and the missing notebook was of no consequence. This abnormal calm only deepened Elavia's unease. When the class bell rang, students ambled back to the castle in small groups. She intentionally lingered until most had departed, then slowly made her way back. Just as she approached the castle entrance, a figure sauntered out from a side path, casually walking alongside her. It was Tom Riddle. Elavia's heart leapt into her throat, her muscles tensing. She forced herself to look straight ahead, continuing to walk as if she had not seen him. "Good afternoon, Miss Rosier." His gentle voice arose beside her, as courteous as ever. Elavia emitted a barely audible sound in acknowledgement, quickening her pace. "It seems today's lessons have troubled you somewhat?" He appeared oblivious to her discomfort, continuing in that unsettlingly serene tone, especially in Transfiguration. "Professor McGonagall's demands have indeed become rather stringent." Elavia abruptly halted, turning to glare at him fiercely. "What do you want? Have you come to mock me?" "Unfortunately, I have no time to appreciate your pretentious honor student performance." Riddle seemed undeterred by her outburst, even offering a slight smile, his gaze deliberately sweeping over the pocket of her robe where she had previously stowed the notebook. "Certainly not," he replied nonchalantly. "I merely wish to remind you that certain items at Hogwarts often bear their owner's unique imprint. Tampering with them may lead to unnecessary trouble." His voice dropped to a near whisper, audible only to the two of them. The implication in his words was as sharp as an icicle. Elivia's complexion drained of color in an instant. He knew. He truly knew. He was warning her. A wave of terror gripped her, swiftly followed by an even stronger surge of anger and humiliation. On what grounds did he presume to threaten her? Just as she was seething with rage, nearly ready to shout, Riddle suddenly shifted the topic, his voice returning to a normal volume, as if their dangerous exchange had merely been a figment of her imagination. By the way, I heard Madame Pants has recently been rigorously scrutinizing the library's books, especially those ancient, fragile tomes. She truly is a responsible librarian, isn't she? Having finished his sentence, he offered her a polite nod, as if they were merely engaged in an ordinary conversation about academics and the library. Before walking past her with a leisurely gait, entering the castle ahead of her, Elivia stood frozen in place, sunlight bathing her, yet she felt no warmth. Only an acute chill. Not only had he warned her not to touch his belongings, but he also suggested he held knowledge of her secrets. Regarding her clandestine inquiries into the restricted section, even that fragment of parchment inscribed with the word soul? When had he seen it? What did he truly know? Fear enveloped her like the icy waters of the lake, drowning her in an instant. Chapter 9. The Slug Club and the Sticky Trap. Tom Riddle's final words, like a cold venom coursing through her veins, left Elivia standing at the castle's entrance for a protracted duration, until the biting wind numbed her hands and feet, forcing her to move stiffly. He knew. He not only suspected the notebook might be in her possession, but perhaps even discerned her intentions regarding the restricted section. The feeling of being completely seen and having her vulnerability exposed was suffocating, a conflagration of fear and anger simmering within her chest. The following 2 days passed in a blur. In class, she was even more absent-minded, indifferent to her surroundings, struggling to maintain her usual air of arrogance. She avoided any situation that might lead her to encounter Riddle, like a startled bird. The notebook hidden in the cabinet became an obsession, something she dared not examine or retrieve, as if it were a ticking time bomb. Amidst this torment, on Friday afternoon, a lavishly worded invitation, imbued with a faint scent of perfume, arrived before her, delivered by a beautiful owl, landing beside her pumpkin juice at breakfast. Professor Horace Slughorn cordially invites Miss Olivia Rosier to his office this Friday at 8 o'clock in the evening for an intimate salon gathering. Your presence is eagerly anticipated, and it will undoubtedly enhance the occasion. In a flourish of cursive, a postscript reads, "Furthermore, do make sure to sample my newly arrived jackfruit preserves. Brought all the way from Florence. They are simply exquisite." The Slug Club. Olivia clutched the smooth invitation, the name instantly conjuring images in her mind. It was no secret that Slughorn delighted in the company of prominent figures and talented students, particularly within Slytherin. As the heir of the Rosier family, receiving such an invitation was hardly surprising. On any ordinary occasion, she would have scoffed at gatherings rife with insincere flattery and opportunistic associations, likely concocting an excuse to decline. Yet, at this moment, a thought struck her. Tom Riddle would undoubtedly attend. He was Slughorn's favored protege and would never miss such an event. To go or not to go? If she attended, she would have to confront him, the very individual who had threatened her with his piercing words, unearthing her secrets. Conversely, to abstain would imply fear, a retreat into the shell of a coward, an act utterly uncharacteristic of Olivia, even if it was merely a facade she projected. The wretched desire for victory and her stubbornness prevailed. Why not go? What could he possibly do to her in Slughorn's office? 10 minutes before 8. Olivia deliberately delayed her departure until the last moment. She donned a deep green velvet gown, adorned with delicate pearls at the neckline, and styled her long hair up, revealing her slender, pale neck, striving to embody the essence of a pureblood heiress, despite her expression remaining stoic. Slughorn's office was as she had envisioned, crowded and warm, filled with an array of peculiar aromas, the sweet scent of delectable foods, the rich aroma of expensive cigars, and an acrid note of potion ingredients. The room was crammed with glittering collectibles, photographs, and books. Several students had already arrived, standing in small clusters, engaged in hushed conversations. The air thick with an intentionally cultivated atmosphere of ease and enjoyment. Olivia's gaze quickly fell upon Tom Riddle, encircled by several others. Clad in a well-fitted dark robe that accentuated his tall stature, he was smiling as he listened to a Ravenclaw girl. His demeanor was poised and graceful, as if the cold threat he had cast upon her just nights before was but a figment of her imagination. Upon spotting her, Professor Slughorn approached with warmth, his round face beaming with joy. "Ah, Miss Rosier, how delightful it is to see you. Please, do come in and try this, new from the Duke of Bees. They say it contains honey infused with billywig stings." He offered her a plate of sticky confections. Suppressing her distaste, Olivia reluctantly accepted a piece, holding it without consuming it, forcing a perfunctory smile. Thank you, Professor, you are too kind. Oh, not at all. It is always a joy to see promising young students. I recall your grandfather, Acheron Rosier. His prowess in potions was quite remarkable. Slughorn began to reminisce, proudly boasting of his extensive network. Olivia listened absently, her eyes drifting back to Riddle, who seemed oblivious to her presence, engrossed in conversation with those around him. However, as Slughorn was momentarily drawn away by another student eager to admire a supposedly rare vial of dragon's blood, Riddle inadvertently turned his gaze toward her, his eyes locking onto hers with an unnerving calm. From across the room, he raised his goblet of butterbeer, offering her a perfectly executed, polite smile, as if they shared nothing but amicable nods as acquaintances. Olivia's heart raced, her grip tightening on the sticky confection. Hypocrisy. Utter hypocrisy. She nearly wished her glare could peel away that facade from his face. Forcing herself to avert her gaze, she feigned interest in a photograph on the wall, depicting a younger Slughorn alongside a witch adorned in an eccentric hat. What a captivating photograph, is it not? A deep, mellifluous voice suddenly intruded beside her. Olivia stiffened, knowing without turning who it was. When had he approached? Riddle had effortlessly extricated himself from the previous group and now stood beside her, equally observing the photo, his tone casual and natural, as if they were engaged in a friendly chat. Reportedly, she was a renowned expert in poisons at the time, he remarked, shaking his head with feigned regret. Unfortunately, she met her demise due to an experimental mishap. He then seamlessly transitioned to offer her a small plate of exquisite golden preserves. Would you care to try? The honey jackfruit preserves from Florence, highly recommended by Professor Slughorn. Their flavor is truly exceptional. His movements were fluid and graceful, his smile disarming, rendering him the archetype of a charming, courteous student attending to a new classmate. Yet Olivia felt an icy shiver race down her spine. The depths of his gaze were devoid of warmth, replaced instead by a chilling scrutiny akin to a cat playing with its prey. The dish of preserves he extended toward her felt like a vessel of poison. Other students were watching. She could not afford to lose her composure. Olivia inhaled deeply, accepting the plate, forcing a smile that mirrored his insincerity. Thank you. Her voice emerged hoarse. She delicately pinched a morsel of the preserve, the cloying sweetness exploding in her mouth, nearly prompting her to gag. Nonetheless, she swallowed it with great effort, feeling as though her throat had been glued shut. And how does it taste? Riddle inquired, his eyes fixed on her intently. Excessively saccharine. Olivia replied bluntly, her tone rigid, brimming with undisguised disdain, akin to inferior saccharin. I fail to comprehend what is so delightful about it. Her natural inclination for rudeness resurfaced under the weight of her discomfort, completely overshadowing her adherence to decorum. Riddle appeared unfazed by her candid critique, instead letting out a low chuckle, devoid of any discernible emotion. Miss Rosier is ever so forthright, he remarked, pausing momentarily before leaning in slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper meant solely for her ears. However, one must be cautious of things that are excessively sweet. Just as with certain seemingly innocuous knowledge or objects, they may appear enticing, yet who can ascertain if they harbor something undesirable within? Would you not agree? His gaze flickered pointedly toward the fragments of parchment peeking from her robe pocket. Olivia's fingers quivered violently, nearly causing the plate of preserves to slip from her grasp. He knew. He was aware of the fragments. He was warning her that neither her notebook nor the parchment were hers to meddle with. A wave of profound dread enveloped her, rendering her nearly breathless. She stared at Riddle, her face pale, her lips trembling, unable to articulate a single word. Riddle seemed to relish her reaction, the smile on his face deepening as he calmly reclaimed the nearly empty plate of preserves from her hand, resembling a considerate gentleman. It appears you are not particularly fond of this flavor, he remarked cheerfully, as if the preceding ominous exchange had never transpired. Fear not. Professor Slughorn always has a plethora of alternatives. Excuse me for a moment. I believe Miss Ophelia is under a misapprehension regarding the African tree snake's skin, and I must correct her. With a courteous nod, he turned and melded seamlessly back into the throng of superficial merriment. Olivia stood alone, her fingertips icy, the sickly sweet taste lingering in her mouth like a vile curse. She gazed at Riddle's back as he laughed and conversed with the crowd, and for the first time, she clearly realized the terrifying entity she had entangled herself with. The crisis triggered by a piece of accidentally discovered parchment seemed to have only just begun. Chapter 10. The Disappearing Evidence. The cloying air in Slughorn's office, combined with Tom Riddle's chilling warning, coated Olivia's senses like a greasy film, leaving her gasping for breath only when she fled back to the cold, silent Slytherin dungeon. The nauseating sweetness of the Florentine candied fruit still clung to her throat, a constant reminder of her utter defeat during that brief confrontation. He knew everything. He was aware of it all. The notebook, the fragments of parchment. All her furtive actions were likely as transparent to him as crystal. The sensation of being completely exposed and toyed with was far more terrifying and infuriating than any direct threat. Like a ghost, she drifted back to her dormitory, where her roommate had already succumbed to sleep. She perched on the icy edge of her bed, the darkness enveloping her, with only the sound of her racing heartbeat and the faint murmuring of the lake outside to accompany her. No, this could not continue. The notebook was a menace that needed to be dealt with swiftly. Leaving it in the common room's low cabinet was utterly unsafe, since Riddle could utter those words. It meant he could potentially confirm his suspicions or retrieve it through some means unknown to her. She could not remain idle. The midnight chime seemed to have just struck 12. Alavia sprang to her feet, a fierce determination flashing in her eyes. She donned her dark robe once more, inhaled deeply, and gently pushed open her dormitory door. The common room was devoid of life, the eerie green light of the black lake flickering and casting distorted shadows, reminiscent of lurking water creatures. The air was both cold and damp, imbued with the scent of the lake's muddy depths. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the decorative low cabinet by the fireplace. It stood silently in the shadows, appearing no different than it had during the day. Alavia held her breath, barefoot upon the frigid carpet, inching closer with each step as softly as a feather falling. Her heart raced fiercely, the sound of blood rushing in her ears almost deafening. Finally, she halted before the cabinet. Her fingers trembled slightly from the cold and her anxiety. Cautiously, she scanned her surroundings to ensure no one else was present before slowly extending her hand to feel for the hidden compartment. Her fingertips brushed against the cold wooden mechanism, and she pressed gently. The sound of the compartment springing open reverberated sharply in the stillness of the common room, startling her. Eagerly, she peered inside the compartment. Empty. It was utterly devoid of contents, with only a thin layer of dust betraying that something had once been stored there. Alavia's breath hitched, her mind blank with disbelief. How could this be? She had placed it there herself, hidden so well. How could it have vanished? A wave of panic seized her, more intense than any she had previously felt. She refused to accept it, her fingers desperately searching the vacant compartment, as if she could conjure the notebook back into existence. But of course, there was nothing. Who took it? Riddle? When did he come? How did he know it was hidden here? Or was there another? A chill crept up from her feet to her head, rendering her entire body numb. She jerked her hand back, as though the empty compartment concealed some monstrous, biting creature. Stumbling back 2 steps, her back collided with the cold stone wall, barely supporting her weakened frame. It was over. The notebook was gone. Regardless of whether Riddle had taken it, it had slipped from her grasp. If Riddle approached her demanding it, what could she possibly offer in return? He would never believe her claim of having lost it. The thought of the consequences was unbearable. What dreadful methods might that seemingly flawless student employ in private? Fear engulfed her like the frigid waters of the lake, nearly suffocating her. She stood frozen for what felt like an eternity until the cold stone wall seeped through her thin robe, sending a shiver through her limbs and jolting her back to reality. She could not remain here. She needed to leave immediately, like a startled rabbit. She stumbled back to her dormitory, locked the door behind her, and burrowed under her icy covers, wrapping herself tightly, yet she could not stop trembling. That night, she kept her eyes wide open until dawn, the shifting green light from the black lake each time appearing like Riddle's endlessly mocking gaze. The following day, she arrived at the great hall for breakfast earlier than ever, her complexion pale as a ghost, dark circles framing her eyes. She craved a corner to hide away from everyone, especially, as fate would have it, just then, as she picked up a slice of bread. Not even having the chance to slather it with butter, a figure settled onto the bench across from her. Alavia froze, her bread falling back onto her plate. Tom Riddle sat there, elegantly pouring himself a glass of pumpkin juice. Today he looked astonishingly well, his skin smooth, black hair impeccably styled, and a subtle smile gracing his lips. In contrast, Alavia appeared as though she had just emerged from the lake, a wretched specter. "Good morning, Miss Rosier," he greeted cheerfully, as if they had merely bumped into each other by chance. "You seem to have not rested well. Are Hogwarts beds uncomfortable for you?" Alavia stared at him, desperately searching for any hint of arrogance, mockery, or threat on his face. Yet, there was nothing. His expression was flawless, perhaps even more relaxed than usual. Could it be that he hadn't taken the notebook? The thought flickered through her mind before she extinguished it. Impossible. Who else would desire that cursed object? "Thanks to you, I'm quite well," Alavia forced out, her voice hoarse. She had no desire to maintain any facade. Her poor attitude was laid bare. Riddle seemed entirely unperturbed by her hostility. He leisurely sipped his pumpkin juice before suddenly recalling something, producing an object from the pocket of his robe. It was a slender, high-quality dark green silk ribbon, the very one that had been tied around the black notebook. Alivia's pupils dilated, her breath hitching in her throat. He had produced it. He was indeed about to confront her. Her body tensed, bracing for the impending storm, contemplating any potential loophole for escape. Yet, Riddle merely held the ribbon, a perfectly measured, slightly apologetic smile gracing his face. "By the way, there's a small matter," he said, casually waving the ribbon as if discussing the weather. "I accidentally misplaced a regular notebook I used for class notes yesterday, and when I searched for it, all I found was this ribbon. How careless of me." He lifted his gaze, those dark eyes locking onto Alivia's, devoid of any threat, instead imbued with a pure, unclouded curiosity. "Strangely enough, Miss Rosier." He tilted his head slightly, as if genuinely puzzled. "Have you happened to see a plain black notebook around these past few days?" Chapter 11. The Icy Confrontation. The dark green silk ribbon swayed between Tom Riddle's fingers, akin to a serpent tasting the air, exuding a chilling mockery. The expression of pure curiosity on his face, devoid of any shadow, nauseated Alavia more than any grotesque threat could. Classroom notes? An ordinary notebook? He dared to employ such a clumsy lie to humiliate her. A surge of furious indignation ignited within her, almost scorching her very being. Yet, teetering on the brink of losing control, an unexpected chill enveloped her instead. In the collision of extreme fear and fury, a strangely cruel calm was forged. She could not falter, nor allow him to lead her by the nose. If he relished in theatrics, then she would indulge him until the bitter end, to see who would be the first to succumb to revulsion. All traces of her intense emotions vanished from her pale face, leaving only a profound, almost disdainful indifference. She leaned back slightly, glancing at the ribbon with an air of boredom, as if assessing a tedious insect, before leisurely raising her gaze to meet Riddle's fathomless black eyes. "A black notebook?" she echoed, her tone devoid of any tremor, yet laced with a condescending sharpness. "Mr. Riddle, it seems your memory does not quite match your esteemed rank as top of the class. Such vital classroom notes, how could they be so carelessly misplaced?" She deliberately emphasized the words classroom notes, her tone dripping with scorn. Or perhaps, she tilted her head slightly, her deep violet eyes shimmering with unmasked malice. "Are you insinuating that I have taken your belongings? How amusing. I had thought that only those of modest means would fret over their paltry possessions. While the Rosier family may not be affluent, we certainly do not find ourselves concerned with a mere notebook." Her words struck like poisoned ice, swift and merciless, not only denying his insinuation but also directly assaulting his background and the value of that notebook, trampling his probing into the mud. Several students eavesdropping nearby audibly gasped, clearly astonished that someone would dare to mock Riddle so directly, especially regarding such a sensitive topic. The flawless smile on Riddle's face momentarily stiffened, a fleeting lapse that Alavia keenly perceived. The playful glimmer in his eyes was quickly eclipsed by a colder, more menacing chill. He had evidently not anticipated her to retaliate in such a harsh and pointed manner. "Miss Rosier has misunderstood." His voice remained steady, though the temperature of his demeanor had palpably dropped. "I had no such intention, merely a bit vexed about the loss of my notes, pondering that perhaps someone might have chanced upon them." "Not at all," Alavia interrupted decisively, her tone resolute and tinged with impatient disdain. "I have neither seen, nor taken, nor am I the least bit interested. Such trifles are not worthy of my breakfast time." With that, she turned her attention away, resuming her leisurely consumption of bread, methodically spreading butter upon it, as though he and his insipid notebook were far less deserving of her attention than the butter before her. Every movement was imbued with unabashed annoyance and haughtiness. Riddle fell silent, standing there, watching her partake in her breakfast with an air of indifference. The gentle aura that had surrounded him vanished, replaced by an invisible, frigid pressure. He neither departed immediately nor uttered another word, simply gazing at her with those profoundly dark eyes. Alavia felt that gaze pierce her like icy needles, yet she forced herself to disregard it, deliberately consuming her meal with even more leisure. However, her palms quietly clenched beneath her robe, betraying the cold sweat that began to form. This unspoken standoff persisted for a suffocatingly long moment. Ultimately, Riddle let out a soft, humorless chuckle, devoid of any joy, imbued instead with a chilling sense of offense. "Very well," he said flatly, no longer masking any semblance of politeness. "It appears I have intruded." He turned away, departing with a measured gait. Yet his silhouette radiated a cold resolve. Alavia did not place the almost squished bread down until his figure had completely vanished through the hall's entrance. Her back slick with cold perspiration, she realized she had thoroughly enraged him. The temporary calm had thwarted his probing, yet it had also torn apart the facade of their fragile peace. What lay ahead would likely be a true tempest. During the morning's charm class, Alavia remained restless. Professor Flitwick stood atop a pile of books, sharply elucidating the key points and wand movements for the Lumos charm. "Your wrist must be agile," a gentle flick, like this. Lumos. The tip of Flitwick's wand erupted in a bright, gentle glow. Now, everyone, give it a try. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of incantations and wand swishes. Occasionally, a student would manage a flicker of weak light from their wand tip, prompting hushed gasps and the professor's encouragement. Olivia inhaled deeply, striving to concentrate. She needed to succeed. At the very least, not to replicate her dismal performance in Transfiguration. She waved her wand, clearly articulating the incantation, Lumos. The wand tip remained unresponsive. She furrowed her brow and tried again. Still nothing. A wave of frustration surged within her. By instinct, she glanced up, her gaze sweeping across the opposite side of the classroom. Tom Riddle had managed to produce a steady and brilliant glow from his wand tip almost on his first attempt. Even more pristine than Professor Flitwick's. He was slightly turned, listening to the adoring whispers of a nearby Ravenclaw girl, his lips curling into that infuriatingly perfect smile. As if sensing her gaze, he suddenly looked up, his eyes traversing the struggle of several classmates before landing squarely on her. His expression was calm and unyielding, showing no acknowledgement of her faltering spell, merely tapping his fingers lightly against the spellbook sprawled before him. That gesture seemed so casual, as if it were a mere habit. Yet, Olivia was struck by a sudden realization of his last breakfast remark about the importance of maintaining energy, along with his reminder regarding charm class. An absurd and chilling thought crept into her mind. Had he anticipated that her distraction would hinder her focus? Was he calculating her imminent failure? The sensation of being utterly seen, like a marionette under his control, ignited a fury within her. All her composure and pretense crumbled in that instant. Damn Tom Riddle. A blend of seething rage and reckless abandon coursed through her, and without a second thought, she swung her wand once more, not toward the air, but almost in a fit of rage, directly at the thick charm textbook before her. Her mind was filled not with the points of the spell, but with pure, burning anger. Lumos. She nearly spat out the incantation through gritted teeth. The anticipated failure did not materialize. Instead, a soft explosion rang out, rather than emitting a gentle glow. Her wand erupted in a dazzling burst of blinding, crackling white sparks. Like miniature lightning, it struck the textbook before her with a forceful impact. The cover instantly bore a small charred mark, releasing a foul odor of burning. The dangerous sparks even splattered onto the desk, leaving behind several tiny black dots. The room fell into an immediate silence. Every student stared at her, transfixed by the smoking textbook and the scorched remnants upon the desk. Professor Flitwick, startled, stumbled over from his perch. Merlin. Miss Rosier. Is this a surge of magic? No. Wait. Your emotions are far too unstable. Your wand movement was entirely incorrect. This is too dangerous. Olivia herself was momentarily stunned, staring at her wand and the unfortunate textbook, unable to process what had just happened. It was then that she felt a chilling gaze upon her. She jerked her head up, once more locking eyes with Riddle. He remained seated in silence, the orb of light at the tip of his wand stable and radiant. He did not cast a glance at the smoking textbook, nor did he regard the flustered Professor Flitwick. His gaze was solely fixed upon her. Chapter 12. Scorch Marks and Olive Branches. The small, charred mark on the spellbook emitted a pungent, acrid smell, akin to an unsightly scar, seared into Olivia's vision, as well as into the whispers of her classmates and the wide-eyed, startled gaze of Professor Flitwick. Her fingers, gripping the wand, tingled slightly. The residual magic's agitation and the embarrassment of her public blunder flushed her cheeks with heat. Yet, what pricked her more sharply was that cold, penetrating gaze from amidst the crowd, unwavering and intent. She did not need to look up to know who it belonged to, Tom Riddle. He must have been observing her with that condescending look reserved for failed experiments, perhaps even sporting that infuriatingly knowing smirk. Calm yourself, Miss Rosier, Professor Flitwick exclaimed sharply, waving his wand to erase the scorch mark from the desk. However, the black stain on the cover of the book could not be instantly removed. Precision in spellcasting requires control, not mere brute force. Come see me after class for extra tutoring. The additional punishment, coupled with the barely concealed derision of her peers, lashed at her like a whip. Olivia bit down hard on the tender flesh inside her cheek, stifling the sharp retort that threatened to escape her lips. She held her head high, responding with a stiff humph, then fixated her gaze on her troublesome wand, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. For the remainder of the lesson, she mechanically followed the instructions like a marionette, the tip of her wand failing to emit even the faintest glimmer of light. When the class bell rang, she was among the first to bolt from the classroom, leaving the murmurs and stares far behind her. Throughout the day, her expression remained sullen, an aura of forbidding radiating from her. During lunch, she sat alone at the far end of the long table, hastily consuming her food, devoid of taste, yearning only to disappear. In Transfiguration class, the matchstick before her stubbornly retained its original form, and Professor McGonagall's stern gaze lingered upon her longer than usual. She felt as though she were a failed specimen under a magnifying glass, each mistake magnified infinitely, with the person wielding the glass hidden in the shadows, coldly observing her every struggle. In the afternoon, clutching the spellbook marked by scorch marks, she sluggishly made her way to Professor Flitwick's office for extra tutoring, her mood plummeting to new lows. The tutoring session was painfully monotonous, merely reiterating the need for calmness, relaxed wrists, and focused will. Olivia endeavored to suppress her irritation. After several attempts, the tip of her wand finally flickered weakly, like a candle in the wind, its light dim and unstable. At last, a modicum of progress, but still exceedingly unstable. Professor Flitwick wiped the sweat from his brow, seemingly relieved. You require extensive practice, Miss Rogier. Extensive practice. Control of emotions is paramount. Olivia nodded perfunctorily, eager to conclude this ordeal. When she was finally permitted to leave, the sky outside had darkened. Clutching the accursed textbook, she hurried down the corridor towards the dungeons, contemplating whether to head directly to her dormitory or to the library in a futile attempt to study, fully aware that she could not settle her mind to read. As she turned a corner piled high with discarded suits of armor, a silhouette emerged silently from the shadows behind a suit of armor, blocking her path. Olivia nearly jumped in fright. Upon focusing her gaze, her blood ran cold. It was Tom Riddle again. He seemed to have been waiting for her. His expression was devoid of emotion, merely observing her with calm scrutiny, his gaze lingering on the scorched textbook she clutched in her arms for a brief moment. Persistent, aren't you? Olivia cursed inwardly, her face instantly freezing over as she instinctively concealed the book as if it were a shameful mark of disgrace. Good dogs don't block the path, she said coldly, attempting to sidestep him. Riddle made no move to obstruct her, but spoke as she passed by, his voice steady and devoid of inflection. The key to a flickering lumos lies in envisioning the form of the light and the will to maintain its steady output, rather than merely reciting the incantation. Olivia's footsteps halted abruptly, and she spun around, her deep purple eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Are you lecturing me? Her voice trembled slightly from the overwhelming mix of anger and humiliation. Put away your pretentious top student act. My spellcasting proficiency is not for you to critique. What? Here to witness my folly. Are you satisfied? She bristled like an infuriated hedgehog, every word laced with hostility and aggression. Riddle seemed unsurprised by her vehement reaction. He neither flinched nor retreated, but quietly observed her outburst until she finished, then replied with a calm indifference. If your performance can be deemed a joke, then indeed. It leaves much to be desired. That statement cut deeper than outright mockery. Olivia's face turned pale with rage, her lips quivering. Yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for a more scathing retort. However, he shifted his gaze back to the textbook, stating, unnecessary errors can indeed diminish efficiency. Especially under current circumstances, where certain matters remain elusive, maintaining basic self-preservation skills seems more pragmatic. He mentioned the notebook again, still threatening her. Olivia's anger was doused by a wave of icy fear. She glared at him, searching his face for any telltale sign. But what he said next completely took her by surprise. In the eastern corner of the library, on the lowest shelf of the windowside bookcase, there lies a copy of a comprehensive guide to basic spell intent. Though somewhat dated, it focuses more on mental concentration than mere rote memorization. For someone like you, who struggles with emotional control, it may provide a modicum of assistance. He delivered this information with an air of neutrality, as if stating an objective fact, then turned away and walked in the opposite direction to her intended destination, as though he had merely happened upon her and offered an inconsequential suggestion. Olivia stood frozen, clutching the textbook, staring like a fool at his aloof, retreating figure as it vanished around the corner. What did he mean by that? A stick followed by a sweet date? Or yet another meticulously crafted trap? Did that book truly exist? Could it harbor some dark curse? Cold skepticism and intense curiosity wrestled within her heart. She lingered at the spot, hesitating for quite some time. Ultimately, a stubborn determination, coupled with the persistent sting of the scorched textbook, compelled her to grit her teeth. I shall go. Did he truly think he could devour her in the library? She altered her course, heading toward the library. Resolutely, she decided that even if she found that book, she would not touch it. Merely a glance, to confirm its existence. Following Riddle's directions, she quickly located the secluded bookcase by the window. Crouching down, her eyes swept across the dusty old tomes on the lowest shelf. Sure enough, nestled between a volume on common magical flora and a compendium of domestic cleaning charms, she spotted a thin, faded book spine, its cover made of rough, deep blue paper, inscribed with the title A Comprehensive Guide to Basic Spell Intent in blurred ink. The book appeared old and unremarkable, even somewhat dilapidated. Entirely unlike the grand tome she had envisioned as hiding some sinister conspiracy. She hesitated for a moment, then cautiously extended her fingers, gingerly grasping the edge of the book's spine, pulling it out with utmost care. Dust erupted, making her sneeze involuntarily. The book was surprisingly light. She held her breath, cautiously turning to the first page. The paper was yellowed and fragile, adorned with densely packed, somewhat ornate handwriting, accompanied by simple diagrams for conceptual guidance. Indeed, as Riddle had indicated, the content elucidated how to better control spellcasting through concentration and imagination, presenting a perspective quite distinct from standard textbooks. She swiftly and warily flipped through the pages, ensuring her fingers barely grazed the surface, her eyes darting across the text while remaining vigilant for any sudden bizarre symbols or magical fluctuations. Nothing occurred. This was merely an ordinary, albeit somewhat outdated, spell assistance book, until she reached a page near the middle. Beside a paragraph of text, someone had inscribed a minuscule, rudimentary arrow in red ink, pointing toward a blank space on the page. In that vacant area, also written in red ink, were a line of small, clear, and stark letters, contrasting sharply with the printed ornate script. Control your emotions, rather than being controlled by them. This is the most fundamental first step. Chapter 13, Midnight Whispers. That line of cold, red text pierced through Alavia's mind like a searing needle. Control your emotions, rather than being controlled by them. This is the most fundamental first step. The letters were crisp and powerful, exuding a chilling rationality. Starkly different from the printed ornate script. This was certainly not part of the original text. Who had written it? The answer was almost palpable. Tom Riddle. He not only anticipated her quest for this book, but had even left annotations here in advance. A chilling sensation of being completely seen and manipulated gripped her. He was playing a game of chess, and she was merely a pawn, manipulated with such ease that her anger and resistance were anticipated. A profound sense of humiliation and rage surged within her once more, but this time, it was firmly suppressed by that line of cold red text. Control your emotions, rather than being controlled by them. He was even instructing her on how to manage the emotions he had instigated within her. This realization made her tremble with fury, yet also filled her with a sense of helplessness. She snapped the book shut with a soft clap, the sound echoing jarringly in the quiet corner of the library. Mrs. Pants, not far away, immediately cast a sharp glance in her direction. Alavia took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous chest, forcefully repressing the nearly explosive anger deep within her heart. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she reopened the book, not to examine the red text, but to compel herself to focus on the printed content regarding conceptual guidance. She was determined to see what he had intentionally led her to discover. The material indeed aligned with his description, presenting a particularly intricate angle that emphasized the construction and control of the mental aspect. Some of the concentration techniques mentioned felt vaguely familiar, seemingly resonating with certain meditation theories she had encountered prior to her journey here. She had to concede that, if she devoted herself to studying it, it might truly assist her abysmal spell control. Yet, as soon as that thought emerged, it filled her with an overwhelming sense of frustration and nausea. Accepting his assistance? That was more unbearable than public humiliation. Her face darkened as she swiftly flipped to the end of the book, checking for any additional annotations or traps. Only after confirming there were no further anomalies did she return the book to its place on the shelf, almost as if discarding something filthy, even pushing it deeper into the recesses. Then, without looking back, she exited the library, her footsteps quick and hurried, as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. In the following days, Alavia found herself ensnared in a profoundly contradictory state. On one hand, she loathed Riddle's omnipresent schemes and manipulations. On the other, the content of that old book and his red warning echoed in her mind like a spell, especially during her attempts to practice spells. Whenever frustration surged from her failures or the inability to control her magic made her want to give up, that chilling line of red text would abruptly flash before her. Control your emotions, rather than being controlled by them. She ground her teeth in anger, but had to admit, that phrase was infuriatingly accurate. She began to experiment, not in submission to Riddle's guidance, but purely out of a rebellious desire to prove something. Attempting to follow the obscure methods outlined in the book by striving to clear her mind of distractions before casting her wand, constructing a clear image of magical output. The process was excruciatingly difficult. Her thoughts were a tangled mess, anger, fear, and anxiety intertwining, making it nearly impossible to calm. Out of 10 attempts, 9 were failures. Yet occasionally, just occasionally, when she momentarily captured that state of clarity and focus, the tip of her wand would shimmer with a light that appeared marginally steadier than usual, lasting just a little longer. This minuscule, nearly negligible progress felt like a faint spark, igniting within her icy, despairing heart. She still despised Riddle, still feared the lost notebook and the potential threat, but an exceedingly faint desire to reclaim even a modicum of control began to quietly emerge. She no longer completely abandoned her spell practice. Instead, she sought out secluded times and unfrequented corners to secretly attempt that method of conceptual guidance, as if engaging in a clandestine act of resistance. That night, she once again found sleep elusive. The rhythmic breathing of her roommates and the gentle lapping of the lake outside only heightened her alertness. The slow progress of her daytime practice, coupled with the fleeting moments of insight that quickly vanished, left her feeling utterly defeated. Riddle's impassive face and that line of red text flickered in her mind, tormenting her nerves. Frustrated, she sat up, deciding to head to the common room for a glass of water. Barefoot on the cold carpet, she quietly opened her dormitory door. The common room was dimly lit, with only the faint red glow of embers in the fireplace and the eternal green light from the black lake illuminating the space. She reached for the water jug on the small table. At that moment, an exceedingly faint whisper, almost blending into the background noise, drifted into her ears. The voice emanated from the far end of the common room, near the archway leading to the boys' dormitory. The tone was subdued, fragmented, and indistinct, but it held an icy focus, imbued with an undeniable sense of command. It was Riddle's voice. Olavia's heart raced violently, and she froze in place, forgetting all about the water. Who was he speaking to at this late hour? She cautiously inched her way, concealing herself in the shadow cast by a large armchair beside the fireplace, straining to listen intently. She needed to ascertain what he knew. Another voice emerged, more indistinct, tinged with evident anxiety and reverence, sounding like Abraxas Malfoy. Anxiety resolved nothing. Riddle's voice rang out, cold and steady, akin to tempered steel. Do what you must. Observe, report. I will arrange the rest. But if Dumbledore truly... When Riddle uttered the name Dumbledore, his tone took on a subtly chilling disdain, as if relishing the notion of observation. Let him observe, but ensure he sees only what we wish him to see. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Very well. Return now. Remember, be cautious. After a brief silence, there were faint footsteps, seemingly indicating Malfoy's departure. The common room fell into a hush once more. Olavia clamped her hand over her mouth, hardly daring to breathe, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. They were discussing Dumbledore. Riddle is indeed scheming in the shadows. He has even gone so far as to arrange for someone to surveil and mislead Dumbledore. And that ambiguous remark about how much he knows. Who exactly is he referring to? Dumbledore? Or someone else? The sheer magnitude of information and the inherent dangers send chills down her spine. She cowers in the shadows, paralyzed, awaiting Riddle's departure. However, as seconds stretch into an eternity, there is no discernible movement from him. It seems he remains rooted in place. Just as Olavia is on the verge of losing her resolve, Riddle's voice pierces the silence once more. This time, his tone is softer, almost as if he is musing to himself, imbued with a chilling, contemplative quality. Emotional control is rather intriguing. It appears he is not entirely beyond redemption. As his words dissipate, the sound of his footsteps finally breaks the stillness, leisurely retreating towards the boys' dormitory, eventually fading into the subtle creak of the stone door. Yet Olavia remains as if frozen in ice, ensconced in the shadows of her armchair, her blood running cold. What did his final words mean? Was he referring to her? Chapter 14, Shadows of the Tower and Invitations. The chill of that midnight whisper in the common room permeated Olavia's very marrow, akin to the icy waters of the deepest black lake, lingering for days, refusing to dissipate. Riddle's cryptic assertion of not being entirely beyond redemption haunted her mind like a specter. Had he observed her practice? Was he evaluating her? The sensation of being scrutinized like a specimen under examination evoked not only fear, but also a profound sense of violated indignation. She compelled herself to suppress these tumultuous emotions beneath her cold facade. She is Olavia Rogier, the heir of an ancient pure-blood lineage, even if turmoil churns within. The external arrogance and aloofness must remain impeccable. No longer avoiding the throngs, she presented herself in the hallways and classrooms with a more formidable and unassailable demeanor. The angle of her chin, the rhythm of her steps, even the curvature of her fingers as they turned the pages of her books, all maintained an almost rigid elegance and detachment, a testament to her family's storied heritage. In charms class, she ceased her blind, frantic wand-waving and instead endeavored to silently cultivate that icy state of concentration, repeating the attempts with unwavering resolve, though failures still predominated on the rare occasions of success. The light that emanated from her wand's tip, though not blinding, was steady and enduring. Professor Flitwick, adjusting his spectacles in surprise, awarded her a cautious E. She merely inclined her head slightly, her expression devoid of elation, as if it were merely to be expected. Her deep purple eyes were shrouded in tranquility, revealing no hint of disturbance. In Transfiguration class, Although the matchstick before her still had not transformed into a silver needle, it began to exhibit a smooth, metallic sheen in a deep gray hue. For the first time, a flicker of faint astonishment crossed Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. Olivia remained indifferent, lightly tapping the failed specimen with her elongated fingers, her brow furrowed as if contemplating an academic conundrum unrelated to herself. Her focus and restraint rendered her peers, who clumsily transformed their matchsticks into various bizarre creatures, particularly ludicrous. She even began to engage, albeit tentatively, in superficial conversations with other scions of pureblood families, discussing the latest broomstick models or a newly opened shop in Diagon Alley. Her words were succinct, her demeanor aloof. When she occasionally shared her opinions, they were laced with a condescending critique, yet precisely aligned with the insights and tastes befitting her status, leaving no room for error, ensuring that Miss Rogier remained as unattainable and deeply rooted as the rumors suggested. She endeavored to encase herself in this ice-like noble exterior, separating her from the inner turmoil stirred by Riddle's words. That afternoon, astronomy class was held in the castle's western tower. The spiraling staircase was long and frigid, the wind rustling her robes. Olivia wrapped her thick woolen cloak tighter around her, positioning herself in the middle of the group, deliberately distancing herself from the chattering crowd ahead. Professor Sinistra was elucidating the primary constellations of the winter sky, instructing everyone to observe and record using brass telescopes. The tower offered a panoramic view, and the frigid air seemed to cleanse the atmosphere, rendering the night sky more vivid and piercing than elsewhere. Olivia adjusted the focus of her telescope, attempting to locate the Orion Nebula, as per the professor's request. The cold metal felt sharp against her gloved fingers. She narrowed one eye, intently gazing into the depth of the night sky through the lens. At that moment, a figure silently appeared beside her observation station. Even without turning, the familiar cold presence instantly tensed her nerves. It was Tom Riddle. He too had set up a telescope, his movements graceful and precise, as if he were not attending a lesson but participating in some solemn ritual. He did not glance at her, nor did he speak, but remained focused on adjusting his instrument, his profile sharply defined against the starry backdrop, exuding an almost divine perfection tinged with an inhuman chill. Olivia forced herself to disregard his presence, redirecting her full attention to her telescope. Yet from the corner of her eye, she could not help but notice that he did not need to struggle like the other students. With a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly pinpointed a distant, dim celestial body and began to record it, his demeanor exuding a calmness that was enviable. The wind in the tower grew stronger, tousling a few meticulously arranged strands of her hair. With a hint of impatience, she raised a hand to tuck them behind her ear, her fingertips icy. Miss Rogier seemed to lack patience for the celestial transformations. A calm voice suddenly pierced the air, not loud, yet clear enough to cut through the wind's howl. Reaching her ears, Olivia paused in her actions. She did not respond immediately, instead slowly lowering her hand and continuing to peer through the telescope at the indistinct glow. Her tone as indifferent as if discussing the weather, merely deeming it inefficient to waste time on things destined to perish. The stars had long since died, and their current brilliance was but a belated falsehood. Her words carried a hollow, biting tone that aligned with her persona, aiming to conclude the conversation. Riddle chuckled softly, the sound scattered by the wind, devoid of discernible meaning. An intriguing perspective, he remarked, his gaze unwavering from the telescope. So, what do you believe is real? The power within reach? Or the undeniable legacy coursing through ancient veins? He had steered the conversation into treacherous waters. Olivia's heart sank. Finally, she turned to face him, her icy gaze locking onto his. Mr. Riddle possesses an extraordinary curiosity regarding the affairs of others. This warmth of interest, perhaps, would be better directed towards your friends in need of guidance. Her tone dripped with disdain, unmistakably aimed at the entourage surrounding him. Riddle finally turned to regard her. The wind in the tower tousled his dark hair, and his abyssal eyes appeared even darker beneath the starlight. There was no smile on his face, nor any hint of offended anger, only a pure, frigid scrutiny. Power requires a vessel, Miss Rogier, he stated calmly, his voice deep. Ancient vessels often serve better to contain new and powerful souls, do they not? New and powerful souls. What exactly was he implying? Was he referring to himself? Or was there something more? A chill coursed down Olivia's spine. She felt his words were like a cold key attempting to pry open the secrets she guarded so fiercely. Just as she prepared to retaliate with sharper words, the bell signaling the end of astronomy class rang. The melodious chime reverberated throughout the castle. Professor Sinistra began instructing everyone to pack away their instruments and conclude the lesson. Riddle abruptly ceased the conversation, as though the perilous discourse that had just transpired had never existed. With fluid motions, he began to dismantle the telescope, restoring his facade of the impeccable model student. The students commenced to chatter boisterously, flocking towards the staircase. Olivia remained rooted in place, her icy gaze still fixed on Riddle, endeavoring to discern any crack in his demeanor. At that moment, a breathless first-year Slytherin boy rushed up the tower, seemingly on a mission to find someone. His eyes darted around the room before finally settling on Olivia, and he hurried over, handing her a note encased in an envelope bordered with dark green silver thread. "Miss Rogier, this has just arrived, delivered by Owl," he said. His voice tinged with nervousness, clearly unaccustomed to such tasks of message delivery. Olivia furrowed her brow as she accepted the envelope. It was crafted from exquisite material, exuding a faint, cool fragrance, sealed with a distinct wax emblem depicting a griffin entwined with thorns. This was neither the Hogwarts crest nor that of the Rogier family. It bore a sigil she found somewhat familiar, yet could not immediately place. Instinctively, she glanced at Riddle, who had finished gathering his belongings and was nonchalantly passing by her. His gaze briefly swept over the envelope in her hand, and in his deep black eyes, there flickered a fleeting glimmer of understanding, which swiftly returned to an unfathomable calm. He uttered not a word and descended the staircase without hesitation. Suppressing her doubts, Olivia tore open the envelope. Inside lay a sheet of the same fine paper, the elegant, sharp handwriting radiating an unmistakable air of nobility. To Miss Olivia Rogier. In light of certain matters of mutual concern and the necessity to uphold ancient traditions, you are cordially invited to discuss these matters tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock beside the Thinker statue on the 7th floor of the castle, awaiting your presence. The signature bore an ornate flourish, accompanied by a clear seal imprinted with the name Walburga Black. Chapter 15, The Thorned Invitation. Walburga Black. The name struck Olivia's chaotic thoughts like a bolt of icy lightning. The eldest daughter of the Black family, renowned for her unwavering and extreme pureblood ideology, as well as her obsessive defense of family honor, she stood in stark contrast even among her Slytherin peers. Their interactions had been minimal, confined to a few cold nods in the common room. Walburga had even publicly expressed disdain for Olivia's outburst in charms class. Why would such a person extend such a formal invitation? Matters of mutual concern? Ancient traditions? Olivia grasped the fragrant note, her fingertips feeling the luxurious texture of the paper and the distinct relief of the wax seal. This was undoubtedly not a friendly invitation to tea. She instinctively glanced back at the staircase, but Riddle had already vanished from sight. Yet, his last knowing glance felt like a thorn embedded in her heart. Did he possess some knowledge? A sensation of being ensnared in a web enveloped her once more. This time, however, alongside her irritation and vigilance, a sense of provoked arrogance arose within her. Black? By what right did she summon her like a subordinate? The Rogier name was no less esteemed than the Black. With an expression devoid of emotion, she folded the note and tucked it into her pocket, descending the spiral staircase. Regardless of what Walburga Black intended, she felt compelled to attend, not for the sake of that absurd ancient tradition, but to uncover what this peculiar matter entailed and what role Riddle played within it. The following evening, at 10 minutes to 8, Olivia arrived punctually on the 7th floor of the castle. This corridor was relatively secluded, adorned with ancient tapestries depicting somber expressions, and the air carried a faint scent of dust. The Thinker statue was a stone figure of a hooded figure with a blurred visage, perpetually bowed, as if lost in endless contemplation, or perhaps remorse. Walburga Black awaited her arrival. Clad in a black robe with her collar meticulously fastened, her dark hair was tightly pulled back, revealing a smooth yet taut forehead and a sharply defined chin. She stood upright, hands clasped before her, chin slightly raised, her gaze sharp enough to pierce the skin. Upon noticing Olivia approach, Walburga's gray eyes held no semblance of pleasantry, only a cold appraisal. "You are quite punctual, Rogier," Walburga remarked, her voice as rigid as her demeanor, imbued with an innate sense of superiority. "Black," Olivia replied, halting a few paces from her, similarly eschewing any unnecessary pleasantries. Her deep purple eyes met Walburga's with a calm defiance, carrying the characteristic languor and arrogance of the Rogier lineage. "I received your invitation. Speak. What matter warrants such a grand summons?" She waved her hand dismissively, as if the exquisite invitation were a trivial concern. Walburga seemed slightly perturbed by her tone, her brow furrowing imperceptibly before she swiftly regained her icy composure. "I have noted your recent proximity to Tom Riddle," she stated bluntly, her tone reminiscent of a judge delivering a verdict. Olivia's heart skipped a beat, yet her face broke into a derisive laugh, as if she had heard an absurd joke. "Proximity? Black, if your eyes are surplus to requirements, they could be donated to someone in need. I doubt I've spoken to him more than you have to your family tree in soliloquy." Her retort was sharp and cutting, aimed directly at the Black family's most cherished yet sensitive obsession with their lineage. Walburga's expression darkened instantly, her gaze sharpening further. Mind your words, Rogier. I care not for what you have specifically exchanged. Many have observed him engaging you in conversation in the Great Hall, encountering you post-charm class, and even overheard him recommending books to you. She paused, lowering her voice to a warning tone. As an heir of an ancient pureblood family, I hope you comprehend the implications of your actions. Entangling yourself with someone of dubious background and ambition will only tarnish the purity of your bloodline, bringing unnecessary trouble and peril. So that was her purpose. Alavia understood in an instant. Walburga Black, this staunch purist, was here to remind, or rather, warn, her to keep her distance from Riddle to avoid sullying the noble pureblood circle. A sense of absurdity nearly made Alavia laugh. Indeed, she wished to distance herself from Riddle. The farther the better, but not for such ludicrous reasons. Danger? Alavia echoed, a sardonic smile curling her lips. Black, the danger you speak of refers to a remarkably talented student, praised by half the professors, even garnering Professor Slughorn's admiration? Or perhaps it pertains to his ability that unsettles those who are content to merely dream of their ancestral names. Her words lashed out like a whip, tearing through Walburga's pureblood supremacy theory, insinuating that her warning stemmed from jealousy and fear. Walburga's face turned ashen, her clasped hands tightening. Ability? She scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. Some obscure dark magic tricks? Using beguiling methods to ensnare a throng of blind followers? Rogier, you are exceedingly naive. His ambitions are written upon his face. He desires far more than merely a stellar report card. His approach to you is only because of the potential resources that lie behind the Rogier name. Do not be deceived by his facade. Oh, Alavia tilted her head slightly, feigning surprise, her deep purple eyes glinting with icy mockery. It sounds as though you know him quite well. What, Miss Black? Were you once ensnared and enchanted by him yourself, allowing you to empathize so deeply as to caution me? The words were exceedingly venomous, directly insinuating that Walburga was meddling out of unfulfilled desire or resentment born of love. You. Walburga gasped in indignation, her chest heaving violently, clearly having never been so affronted before. Her gray eyes seemed to blaze with fury, and her fingers instinctively reached for the wand concealed within her robes. Alavia, undaunted, met her gaze with unwavering resolve, even leaning slightly forward, her voice low and frigid, dripping with an unmistakable threat. Spare me, Black. My affairs are not yours to dictate. Tend to your own business, as well as that of your equally restless brother. As for whom I converse with or approach, she deliberately elongated her tone, revealing a malicious smile. That is my prerogative, Alavia Rogier's freedom. Even if I were to take a liking to him, what gives you the right to voice your opinions? Having delivered her retort, she turned elegantly away, the hem of her robe slicing through the air with an icy arc, striding toward the opposite end of the corridor, leaving the Black Heiress standing in stunned silence behind her. This unexpected confrontation alleviated some of the pent-up frustration she harbored due to Riddle, at least in the presence of Walburga Black. She could maintain that meager semblance of pride and control belonging to the Rogier name. However, as she descended the staircase, turned a corner, and prepared to return to the common room, she abruptly halted in her tracks. Just ahead, in the shadows of the corridor, Tom Riddle leaned casually against a suit of armor, seemingly having awaited her arrival. His expression was inscrutable. He merely observed her, his fathomless black eyes reflecting the remnants of her fierce demeanor, still sharp from the recent altercation. How much had he heard? He slowly straightened, approaching her with silent footsteps. Chapter 16, The Listener in the Shadows. Tom Riddle emerged from the shadows, soundless, like a cold silhouette severing Alavia's escape. He bore no expression, yet his deep, bottomless black eyes mirrored her unresolved sharpness and the remnants of her tumultuous emotions. How much had he overheard? When had he begun listening? Alavia's heart tightened suddenly. But this time, a chilling fury surged forth to overshadow her panic. She had grown weary of this incessant scrutiny and calculation. She lifted her chin defiantly, her deep violet eyes rekindling unabashed hostility and mockery as she spoke first, her voice as cold as ice. When did Hogwarts head boy acquire a penchant for eavesdropping? Or is this part of your esteemed leadership duties, to keep a constant eye on the emotional entanglements of your peers? She deliberately distorted the nature of their previous conversation, the sarcasm in her tone thick and palpable. Riddle halted before her, close enough for her to feel the chill emanating from him, distinct from the castle's dampness. He remained unfazed by her barbed words, his gaze unwavering, as he calmly stated, Miss Black's concerns are always so dramatically unfounded. His words, delivered with nonchalance, sliced through the heart of Walburga's warning with surgical precision, indicating he had grasped the crux of the matter. He could hardly be bothered to defend himself, as if Walburga's accusations were beneath contempt. This utter disregard conveyed a haughtiness surpassing any rebuttal. Alavia scoffed coldly. Unfounded? Mr. Riddle, You certainly excel at self-justification. But rest assured, I have no interest in the grievances between you two, nor am I eager to be used as a pawn in your squabbles. She attempted to delineate her boundaries, asserting her position as an innocent bystander. Pawn. Riddle echoed the term lightly, a barely perceptible smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, a cold arc devoid of warmth. Do you believe this is a game requiring pawns, Miss Rogier? He took a minuscule step closer, and the invisible pressure enveloped her once more. Miss Black is enamored with the glories of yesteryear, attempting to delineate everything by bloodlines, yet she fails to perceive what truly matters. His voice lowered. Imbued with a chilling allure, power is not dictated by lineage. It is a matter of will and choice. To embrace it or be forsaken by it. His gaze bore into hers, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of her soul. You do not strike me as one who would willingly accept abandonment. Otherwise, you wouldn't practice those elusive spells alone in the dead of night. He had truly seen. He had indeed been observing her from the shadows. A cold sweat broke out along Elivia's spine, yet she maintained an impassive facade, even feigning annoyance. Is spying on your classmates' privacy another means by which you acquire power? How enlightening. Observation, Riddle corrected, his tone devoid of emotion. Observing intriguing phenomena is an instinct of inquiry. For instance, you appear to possess an extraordinary interest in certain magical realms often overlooked by the conventional. His gaze pointedly swept over the fragments of parchment nestled in her robe's pocket. Here we go again. He was probing into that accursed restricted section and soul magic. Elivia's nerves tensed to the breaking point. She could scarcely contain her agitation. But just then, Riddle's tone shifted abruptly, becoming almost placating. Solo exploration often yields diminished returns, especially when one is unaccompanied. It is easy to stray off course or attract unnecessary attention. He slightly turned, his gaze resting on an ancient tapestry adorning the corridor wall, embroidered with indistinct symbols of archaic magic. Hogwarts harbors knowledge far deeper than what textbooks convey. Yet, it typically unveils itself only to those who possess the requisite qualifications and insight. His words were like poison cloaked in honey, laden with implications. Qualifications? Insight. Was he suggesting he could offer guidance? Elivia's heart raced, not with excitement, but with caution. Had he finally revealed his true intentions? After such elaborate maneuvering, threats, and probing, was he now casting out bait? What did he desire? The ancient secrets of the Rogier family? Or merely to fully control her, a potential threat to his hidden truths? She stared intently at him, striving to discern any semblance of genuine intent within those unfathomable black eyes, but found nothing, only a cold, tempting fog beckoning her deeper. Oh, she elongated the syllable, striving to maintain an air of skepticism and resistance rather than succumbing to panic. It seems, Mr. Riddle, that you would be quite eager to play the role of guide. How generous. Alas, I prefer to manage my interests independently, without the need for external assistance. She once again firmly rejected his offer, yet the underlying craving for power and the urgent desire to escape her current passive predicament burgeoned within her like a creeping vine. Riddle appeared entirely unfazed by her refusal, a faint expression of anticipatory understanding gracing his features. Of course, the choice is always yours, he replied with calm composure. Retreating a half step, re-establishing the distance between them, as if their previous exchange of almost enticing whispers had never transpired. Just a reminder, some opportunities are fleeting. Should you miss them, you may never find the entrance again. His words lingered with profound implication as he cast her one last, inscrutable glance. A blend of scrutiny and a hint of faint expectation. Then, with a slight nod, he bid her farewell and vanished into the deeper shadows of the corridor. His footsteps fading into silence. Elivia stood alone, the chilling stone walls transmitting an icy draft through her robes. She clutched tightly the fragment of parchment from the forbidden section, its edges nearly embedding into her palm. Riddle's words echoed in her mind like an incantation. A window of opportunity? An entrance? What did he truly know? Was he merely referring to the forbidden section, or was there something far more perilous at play? She understood that she ought to distance herself from him entirely, to reject all his temptations. Yet, the disappearance of that notebook, his unsettling observations of her practice, and the veiled implications of deeper magical knowledge in his words flickered before her like will-o'-the-wisps. Frustrated, she kicked at the armor beside her, the sound resonating lightly in the empty corridor. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something on the tapestry adorned with ancient runes, which Riddle had just been observing. A previously indistinct symbol flickered with a faint, barely perceptible silver light before swiftly dimming and returning to its original state. Was it an illusion? Or could it be a hint of the entrance he spoke of? Chapter 17, A Knock at Midnight. The ephemeral silver glimmer on the tapestry pierced through Alavia's taut nerves. Was it an illusion? Or yet another damned riddle left by Riddle? She fixed her gaze on the ancient, faded fabric, the runes still obscured, as if the recent flicker was merely a figment of her heightened anxiety. Yet, she could not be certain. With Tom Riddle, any coincidence was worthy of suspicion. A potent blend of revulsion and morbid curiosity seized her. She approached the tapestry, her fingers hovering uncertainly in the air, contemplating whether to touch it. Cold rationality warned her that it was likely a trap, yet the deep-seated yearning for arcane knowledge tantalizingly stirred within her, along with her stubborn refusal to be led by him indefinitely, ultimately prevailed. She extended her fingertips, cautiously brushing against the area of the symbol that had purportedly flickered. The texture was coarse, laden with years of dust and inferior threads, devoid of any magical resonance or anomaly. She examined the surrounding runes and the weaving of the tapestry closely, striving to uncover any hidden mechanisms or secret compartments. Yet found nothing. Had she truly misjudged? Was Riddle's fleeting glance and his remarks about a window of opportunity and an entrance merely psychological tactics? Frustration and irritation surged anew. She felt like a fool, manipulated as if by a puppet master, unable to discern the authenticity of the bait he had cast. With a huff of indignation, she withdrew her hand, casting one last glare at the tapestry before swiftly departing, resolving not to squander any more of her mental energy on such nebulous matters. In the following 2 days, she deliberately immersed herself in her studies, or rather, feigned immersion in her studies. She spent most of her time in the library's common area. Spread before her were magical theory and beginner's guide to transfiguration, yet her gaze often lacked focus. She pondered, chewing over Riddle's and Walburga's words, attempting to untangle the convoluted web. Walburga had warned her to steer clear of Riddle, given his lineage and ambition. Conversely, Riddle had hinted at embracing power, offering some perilous guidance. They seemed to stand on opposite ends of a scale, while she herself had become the weight being contested or sought to be cast aside. The sensation was utterly wretched. She even began to practice spells with increased diligence, particularly in the secluded corners where she attempted to harness thought guidance. Progress remained achingly slow. Yet the fleeting moments of success, the faint sense of control brought by a stable output of magical energy, became the sole certainty in her tumultuous existence. She had to grasp something, even if it were but a trivial fragment of power. On Thursday night, the atmosphere in the Slytherin common room felt unusually somber. The creatures of the Black Lake outside seemed to have quieted significantly, with only the occasional crackle of the fire breaking the silence. Olivia nestled in the farthest corner from the fireplace in a high-backed armchair, pretending to read advanced potion-making, while her mind was anything but at ease. Curfew had long passed, and the number of students in the common room dwindled. Just as she prepared to close her book and return to her dormitory, the stone door to the common room slid open silently. A figure stepped inside. It was neither a prefect nor a familiar night owl. It was Tom Riddle. He appeared to have just returned from outside, the chill of the castle's night air clinging to him, his complexion somewhat pale under the eerie green light. Yet his dark eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, sharp and piercing, as if he had just accomplished something immensely taxing yet exhilarating. A faint, indescribable chill lingered about him, reminiscent not of the dampness of the dungeons, but rather of ancient stone and dust. His entrance immediately captured the attention of the few remaining students. Abraxas Malfoy sprang to his feet from the sofa, his face a mixture of inquiry and awe. Riddle did not acknowledge him, merely shaking his head imperceptibly, causing Malfoy to resume his seat, though his gaze remained fixed upon Riddle. Riddle's gaze swept through the common room, barely pausing, until it landed precisely on Olivia in her corner. Her heart raced, instinctively tightening her grip on the spine of her book, her knuckles turning white. What did he want now? Riddle strode directly toward her. His pace remained unhurried, yet Olivia sensed an unusual tension and exhilaration surrounding him, as if he had just undergone a significant event and emerged victorious. He halted before her armchair, his tall figure casting a shadow that enveloped her. Unlike his usual facade of insincere politeness, his expression was devoid of emotion, even tinged with an unmistakable weariness, yet the brilliance in his eyes was alarming. "Miss Rogier," he began, his voice deeper and more gravelly than usual, yet imbued with an undeniable weight. "Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, on the 4th-floor corridor, opposite the tapestry of the knight defeating the troll." His tone was steady, devoid of pleasantries or preamble, delivering a time and place as though issuing a command. Olivia was completely taken aback. She had envisioned countless scenarios in which he might make his move, yet never anticipated such a direct, almost impolite invitation. "What gives you the right?" she nearly blurted, her deep purple eyes igniting with fury and defiance. "Who do you think you are to command me at will?" Riddle seemed to anticipate her reaction. He leaned in slightly, resting his hands on either side of the armchair's arms, closing the distance between them. The chilling scent, mingled with the essence of ancient dust, grew more pronounced. He gazed at her, his penetrating stare as if capable of seeing through all her bluster. "Simply the knowledge that I am aware of what you practice in the empty classroom each night," he murmured, lowering his voice so only they could hear. His tone calm, yet laden with gravity, "and of the parchment in your pocket inscribed with soul runes from the forbidden section." Olavia's breath hitched, her complexion paling instantly. He truly knew. He knew everything. Just because, she stammered, her voice trembling. "The choice remains yours," Riddle interjected, slowly straightening up, resuming his commanding posture as if the brief proximity had never occurred. "Come, or do not come. The opportunity is singular." He spoke, casting her not a single glance more, and turned to stride towards the corridor leading to the boys' dormitory, leaving Olavia frozen in the armchair, her heart racing wildly, her entire body icy, as though a venomous serpent had just brushed its tongue against her cheek. No longer did he offer vague hints. He provided precise times and locations. He had torn away all pretense, laying everything bare. What had he done? Why was he in such an aberrant state? What secrets lay hidden at that location? Countless questions and an overwhelming dread threatened to engulf her. Just as her mind spiraled into blankness and her body shivered with cold, Riddle, who had reached the archway, suddenly paused. He did not turn back, merely inclining his face slightly. As if recalling something trivial, he added, "By the way, it would be prudent to bring something of value for exchange when you come. Perhaps copies of your grandfather's notes on the stability of souls. I believe the Rogier family must still possess them." Chapter 18, A Difficult Choice. The stability of souls, grandfather's notes. These words pierced through Olavia's last psychological defenses like ice picks. She shot up from the armchair, the hefty tome on advanced potion-making slipping from her knees and landing with a thud on the carpet, the sound echoing harshly in the silent common room. He knew about this too. This was no mere test or observation. It was a brazen coveting of her family's secrets. Her grandfather, aka Rogier, had become obsessed with soul magic in his later years, particularly the taboo of separating and reconstituting souls, a subject shrouded in secrecy within the family. And the related experimental notes had been meticulously sealed away. How did he come to know? What else did he know? A tremendous shock and a furious sense of violated territory made her tremble, her fingertips icy. She fixated on the direction in which Riddle had vanished, her deep violet eyes swirling with a mix of horror, murderous intent, and a deep-rooted fear that she was reluctant to acknowledge. The remaining students were startled by the sound of the book hitting the ground, casting bewildered glances her way. Malfoy furrowed his brow, his gaze probing. Olavia suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she had lost her composure. She could not afford to reveal any more at that moment. Forcing herself to suppress the tumultuous emotions roiling in her chest, she bent down to retrieve the book, her movements stiffened by repressed anger. She did not even brush off the dust from the cover but clutched it tightly to her chest, as though it were a fragile shield, and then fled towards the girls' dormitory corridor without looking back. The stone door closed behind her, shutting out the prying eyes. She leaned against the cold, rough stone wall, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking through her silk lining. To go or not to go? At 3 o'clock, in the fourth-floor corridor, opposite the tapestry of the knight and the troll, it was an invitation as clear as day, yet it also represented a trap fraught with danger. He used her greatest secret, the piece of parchment, and her clandestine practices as leverage, demanding as payment one of her family's most core forbidden knowledge. What would happen if she did not go? Would he expose her regarding the parchment? Though a single fragment might not signify much, it could certainly raise the suspicions of Professor Slughorn and Mrs. Pants, possibly even implicating her attempts at the restricted section. More terrifyingly, did he have a backup plan? A person like him would certainly not hesitate. What awaited her if she went? Would she have to surrender her grandfather's notes? And then what? Would she be utterly ensnared, reduced to a puppet under his control? Or might this simply be a trap? Perhaps he did not even care about the notes, merely seeking to lead her into a more dreadful predicament? Countless horrifying speculations spiraled through her mind. She felt as though she stood at the precipice of a cliff, where any step forward or backward could lead to her demise. That night, she remained sleepless. The dark lake's eerie green light outside seemed to transform into Riddle's all-seeing eyes. She kept her eyes wide open until dawn, endlessly weighing her options, yet finding no safe path forward. The next day, she appeared pale to the point of being alarming. Dark circles under her eyes. Throughout the day, she was in a daze, nearly tossing a porcupine quill into a neighboring studentess cauldron during potions class, receiving multiple reminders from Professor Slughorn. At lunch, she ate without tasting, mechanically chewing her food, which felt like tasteless wax. Time marched relentlessly towards 3 o'clock. Her heartbeat quickened, akin to a war drum being pounded madly. What was she to do? Submit? Hand over her grandfather's notes for a temporary peace, yet potentially open Pandora's box, unleashing calamities beyond her imagination? Her grandfather's research was perilous and obsessive, She could hardly fathom the consequences should it fall into Riddle's hands. Resist? Gamble that he would not escalate the situation? Bet that he was merely bluffing? The mere thought was swiftly dismissed by her own mind. Tom Riddle never bluffed. Or perhaps she could go, but without the notes? To see what he truly intended? To assess the situation? This notion offered a glimmer of hope, yet it was quickly drowned by a greater fear. Approaching empty-handed could provoke him further, with consequences that might be even more severe. During the afternoon classes, she absorbed none of the lessons. When the bell rang, she sprang from her seat as if scalded, clutching her books, and hurriedly mingled among the crowd to leave the classroom. She did not return to the common room, nor did she go to the library. Like a specter, she wandered aimlessly through the lower corridors of the castle, observing the oddly expressive portraits on the walls, listening to the distant sounds of students laughing and playing. Feeling utterly out of place, isolated within a cold bubble forged of fear and secrets. Ultimately, her feet, seemingly possessed, led her toward the stairs to the 4th floor. Tom was running out. Her heart beat like a war drum, her palms clammy and cold. She reached into the inner pocket of her robe, where, apart from that damned piece of parchment, there was nothing but emptiness. She had not retrieved her grandfather's notes. She could not do it. That was not merely a family taboo. It felt like a final line drawn in the sand. Once crossed, certain things would collapse entirely. Step by step, she ascended to the 4th floor. The corridor was eerily quiet. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting elongated shadows on the floor. Beside the tapestry depicting the knight defeating the troll, she beheld the grand tapestry, vibrant in color, illustrating a valiant knight thrusting his spear into the heart of the grotesque troll. Opposite was a bare stone wall, devoid of decoration, with only a few abandoned torch brackets. There was nothing here. Had Riddle not arrived? Or was he merely toying with her? Elavia halted before the tapestry, scanning her surroundings warily, every nerve in her body taut. The clock struck 3. Just as suspicion clouded her thoughts, preparing to flee this treacherous place, the bare stone wall behind her suddenly rippled with concentric circles of movement. As if it were not a solid rock, but a tranquil lake disturbed by pebbles. Elavia spun around, her eyes wide with shock, watching as the stone wall twisted and contorted before her, eventually stabilizing into the smooth outline of an archway that emitted a faint magical aura. Beyond it lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness. A deep, calm voice emanated from the direction of the tapestry behind her. Right on time, Miss Rogier. Chapter 19, A Frigid Bargain. Elavia whirled around, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. Tom Riddle stood beside the tapestry of the knight and the troll, as if he had always been there, seamlessly merging with the shadows. He donned a more imposing black robe, his countenance betraying none of the fatigue that lingered from the previous night, restored to an impeccable calmness. Though a glimmer of profound brilliance still resided in the depths of his eyes, hinting at the culmination of a significant endeavor. He gazed at her with an unwavering tranquility, as if the twisted, distorted stone wall before them, which manifested a mysterious archway, was merely an ordinary sight. Elavia's voice was taut and dry, her fingers instinctively tightening around the fabric of her robe. "Where's this place?" She forced herself to divert her gaze from that disquieting visage, instead directing it towards the ominous archway that emanated a sinister aura. The darkness within was thick and impenetrable, as if it could devour all light and sound. A place to fulfill one's needs. Riddle's voice was deep and steady, devoid of any discernible emotion, intended for those who knew how to gain entry. He stepped forward, positioning himself beside the archway, gesturing elegantly, yet with an undeniable sense of coercion. "Or would you prefer we discuss those topics best left unspoken right here in this corridor, where anyone might pass by?" His gaze pointedly swept over her pockets. A chill surged down Elavia's spine. She understood that this was the moment of final choice. To turn and flee would mean provoking his wrath, the consequences of which were unfathomable. To step through this unknown door would equate to willingly entering a domain under his control. She inhaled a breath of the frigid air, which seemed to carry the faint scent of ancient dust emanating from him. She had no choice. At the very least, the space beyond the door promised concealment. Straightening her back, she endeavored to maintain the last vestiges of her precarious arrogance, her deep purple eyes frosted over with resolve. Without sparing him a glance, she strode toward the archway. Just before crossing into the dense darkness, she coldly remarked, "If your only desire is to showcase these tiresome tricks, I shall be exceedingly disappointed." Before the echo of her words faded, she stepped through. The anticipated sensation of collision or descent did not greet her. It was as though she had passed through a layer of icy water, and the surroundings shifted instantaneously. She found herself standing in an expansive yet astonishingly chaotic hall. The towering ceiling vanished into shadow, surrounded by mountains of clutter, dilapidated furniture, disassembled armor, piles of books, abandoned crucibles, and an assortment of bizarre and ambiguous items, all shrouded in a thick layer of dust, the air heavy with a musty and enigmatic atmosphere. This space resembled a colossal warehouse forgotten for a millennium, eerily silent. Is this what he meant by a place to fulfill needs? Behind her, Riddle entered silently. The archway closed behind him like water sealing a surface, reverting once more to a solid stone wall. Welcome to the House of Fulfilled Desires. Riddle's voice resonated distinctly in the vast, quiet hall, even carrying a hint of echo. He seemed to perceive her astonishment, explaining in a matter-of-fact tone, a room that presents different forms based on the needs of its entrants. Clearly, it believes we currently require seclusion and space. He advanced, his boots barely making a sound on the dust-laden floor, his gaze sweeping over the heaps of objects with an evaluative and possessive scrutiny, as if this were his private treasury. Olivia surveyed her surroundings warily, her heart racing. This place was too uncanny, entirely within his dominion. She compelled herself to remain composed, turning to face him, refusing to be passive any longer. You show me the space. Now, reveal your true intentions. I have no interest in indulging your collecting obsession. Riddle halted, pivoting to confront her. They stood amidst the towering piles of debris, akin to adversaries locked in a silent forest of refuse. The objective is quite simple, he stated plainly, discarding any circumlocution, his dark eyes locking onto hers with an icy intensity. I require a copy of the Rogier family's notes on soul stability. In exchange, he paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. I can remain silent about those trivial little secrets of yours, including the parchment from the forbidden section and your somewhat irregular nocturnal practices. So, it was indeed for the notes. He brazenly revealed his demand. Olivia's heart plummeted. She forced a derisive laugh. What a fair trade. Trading silence for my family's forbidden knowledge? Riddle, your calculations are quite audacious. Forbidden often implies value. Riddle dismissed her sarcasm with a tone that bore a hint of detached interest. Knowledge itself is neither good nor evil. It depends on its application. Your grandfather's research stagnates, a waste. I can unlock its true potential. True potential? Olivia's voice rose slightly in indignation, the sound resonating in the vast hall. Is that akin to how you wield those dark magic tricks? Then threaten me as you do others? Threaten? Riddle raised an eyebrow, as if encountering a novel term. I prefer to call it equivalent exchange. You provide value, and in return, you attain peace. It is only fair. He stepped closer, his chilling aura once again enveloping them. Or would you prefer to choose a different path? To gamble whether Professor Dumbledore would believe an emotionally unstable first year who has repeatedly breached school rules, regarding a piece of unknown parchment and a few vague whispers? His words struck like a viper, precisely targeting her deepest fears. She recognized his capability to render her words fallacious. Despair and fury ignited within her chest, nearly consuming her. She fixed her gaze upon him, her mind racing in search of any glimmer of escape. Surrender it? Absolutely not. Refuse? The consequences are unpredictable. Her silence seemed to be interpreted by Riddle as hesitation. His tone softened slightly, adopting a nearly seductive lilt. Olivia. For the first time, he uttered her given name, his deep voice resonating clearly in that silent space, even carrying an oddly irresistible intimacy. You and I are kindred spirits. He regarded her, his black eyes swirling as though vortexes were forming. We are both discontented with superficial rules, yearning to touch upon the deeper truths. Beneath your arrogant facade lies a desire akin to mine. Why resist it? His voice, like cold silk, entwined around her rationality. Hand over the notes. This is not merely an exchange, but an opportunity to liberate yourself from those tedious constraints and reach the very core of true power. Opportunity? Olivia's heart raced, not from excitement, but from a chilling premonition. He sought more than just the notes. He was attempting to entice her, to draw her into his fold. She observed his near-perfect yet frigid face, taking in the unmasked ambition and desire for control in his eyes. A clear thought crashed over her like icy water. She could not yield. But the consequences of outright rejection. In this suffocating standoff, her gaze inadvertently swept across a pile of discarded items, landing on something atop it. It was a dusty, slightly damaged brass telescope, the barrel inscribed with a line of small, dust-covered lettering. The arrangement of those letters suddenly triggered a fragment of a hazy memory regarding the hidden location of her grandfather's notes, a detail that even her parents might have overlooked. One she had inadvertently glimpsed as a child. A wildly audacious thought flickered to life, like a spark shooting forth from the darkness. She abruptly lifted her gaze, meeting Riddle's penetrating black eyes, which seemed capable of discerning all truths. In an instant, all her struggles and fury coalesced into an icy calm, bordering on cruelty. The notes, I'll give them to you. Her voice echoed, unervingly serene. Chapter 20, Deception and Duplicity. The notes, I'll give them to you. Olavia's voice reverberated in the cluttered silence of the room, devoid of any emotion, as if she were discussing an object utterly unrelated to her. Tom Riddle's fathomless black eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing the sudden chill that had enveloped her demeanor. He did not respond immediately, seemingly appraising the veracity of her words and whether they concealed ulterior motives. The air felt as though it had congealed, with only the dust slowly drifting in the thin beams of light filtering through the high windows. "Oh," he finally spoke, his tone laced with a hint of mild, almost playful interest. "It appears Miss Rogier has finally made a judicious choice." "Choice?" Olavia scoffed, her laughter sharp and cold, devoid of warmth. "No, this is merely a transaction. I offer my family's knowledge in exchange for a temporary reprieve. Quite equitable, wouldn't you agree? Just as you suggested." She deliberately mimicked his earlier tone, the sarcasm cutting as sharply as shards of glass. She could not allow him to perceive her as willingly compliant or swayed. She had to maintain the guise of reluctant coercion, which would earn his trust and afford her some breathing room for her subsequent actions. Riddle seemed unfazed by her sarcasm, the corners of his mouth curving into the faintest of smiles, as if he appreciated her feigned composure laced with thorns. "Very well. Where are the notes?" "Not on my person," Olavia replied quickly, her tone stiff. "How could I possibly carry such a thing? They've been hidden in a secluded part of the estate." She recounted the vague plan that had just surfaced in her mind regarding the telescope and fragments of memory. "I need time to retrieve them." "Time?" Riddle echoed, his gaze sharpening. "How long?" "The next Hogsmeade weekend," Olavia stated, providing a date that was neither too distant nor too immediate, appearing realistic enough to prevent him from suspecting that she was deliberately stalling. "I can use the excuse of needing to fetch some winter clothing. I'll bring them to you then." She watched his reaction intently, her heart racing in her chest, fearful that he might see through her clumsy, delaying tactic. Riddle remained silent for several seconds, his black eyes unwaveringly fixed on her, as if weighing the substance of her words. In the vast, echoing room, only the silent game of wits between them and the subtle sounds of dust settling remained. "Agreed," he finally said, seemingly accepting the arrangement. "Next Hogsmeade weekend. I trust there will be no further surprises." His tone was flat, yet the warning was unmistakable. "As long as you don't create any more issues for me," Olavia retorted stiffly, striving to retain the last vestige of verbal dominance. "Now, may I leave this wretched place?" Riddle offered no reply, merely shifting slightly to face the wall where the archway had appeared earlier, as if concentrating his thoughts. The wall rippled once more, the outline of the archway slowly materializing, revealing the scene of the corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. Olavia had no desire to linger a moment longer. Without glancing back at him, she strode toward the archway. Just as she was about to step through the threshold, Riddle's voice resonated once more from behind her, low and clear. "Remember your promise, Olavia." She did not turn back, nor did she pause, crossing through the frigid membrane of water, returning to the solid, cold floor of the castle corridor. The archway behind her closed silently, the wall reverting to its original state, as if nothing had ever transpired. The icy air filled her lungs, eliciting a shiver. It was only then that she realized her back was drenched in cold sweat, her legs slightly trembling. She forced herself to maintain a normal pace, hastily departing the corridor, rounding several corners until she was certain she had thoroughly distanced herself from the eastern side of the 4th floor before daring to lean against a cold suit of armor, gasping for breath as her heart raced in delayed response. Had she deceived him? At least for the time being. Before the Hogsmeade weekend, she was safe. But what then? Where would she procure the notes she had no intention of relinquishing? What was that vague memory concerning the telescope and the hidden location? She needed to recall it swiftly or fabricate something convincingly genuine. In the ensuing days, Olavia found herself engulfed in a different kind of anxiety. On the surface, she resumed her normal demeanor, even deliberately reducing the frequency of her solitary spell practice to better align with the appearance of someone resignedly awaiting the completion of a transaction. Yet her mind raced, relentlessly sifting through fragmented memories of her childhood at the Rogier estate, striving to seize that crucial memory thread. She frequented the library, no longer confined to the restricted section, but aimlessly perusing various tomes on family history, ancient magical artifacts, and even architecture, hoping to uncover some inspiration. Her actions resembled those of a troubled young lady seeking to occupy herself and stave off the passage of time. That afternoon, she was once more rummaging in a corner of the library cluttered with outdated copies of the Daily Prophet when her fingertip was grazed by the coarse edge of a page. Drawing blood, frowning in irritation, she instinctively lifted her gaze in search of a tissue, but her eyes inadvertently caught the blurred reflection on the glass shelf across from her. In the reflection stood a familiar figure at the intersection of 2 rows of bookshelves, seemingly selecting a volume with an air of composure. It was Tom Riddle. He appeared unaware of her presence, positioned sideways to her, engrossed in a hefty tome. The afternoon sunlight cascaded from the high windows, casting a gentle halo upon his flawless profile, rendering him serene and focused, almost deceptively harmless. Yet Olavia's heart raced. Was he here by mere coincidence? Or was he once again surveilling her? Had he grown suspicious of her frequent visits to the library? She immediately lowered her head, feigning interest in the newspaper as she cautiously observed the movement in her periphery. Riddle seemed to have chosen his book, closing its pages and preparing to depart. As he turned, his gaze naturally swept in her direction, lingering for a moment, almost imperceptibly upon her. That look was devoid of emotion, lacking any focus, as though he had casually glanced over a piece of furniture. Then, clutching the book, he strolled languidly toward the library's exit, quickly disappearing behind the rows of shelves. Olavia, however, remained unsettled for a long while. That seemingly casual glance had imparted to her a chilling sense of being scrutinized. He must have seen her. Was he using this manner to remind her that he was always watching? Flustered, she closed the volume of newspapers and resolved to leave immediately. Rising to her feet, she hurried toward the library's entrance, eager to retreat to her dormitory in solitude. As she passed the ornate floor-length mirror by the entrance, she instinctively cast a glance at her reflection, pale, with an unmistakable hint of anxiety and fatigue in her eyes. Yet, beside her reflection, the mirror momentarily rippled, as if disturbed by a pebble thrown into water. In the next moment, what appeared in the mirror was no longer the reflection of the library entrance, but a blurred, shifting image, as if seen through a veil of mist. A dimly lit room cluttered with peculiar instruments and glassware, the air seemingly thick with a faint green haze. A figure stood with its back to the camera, clad in a flowing black robe, intently stirring a cauldron filled with a bubbling, ominous liquid. The silhouette, with its meticulously arranged black hair and upright posture, was none other than Tom Riddle. The scene was fleeting, lasting only a second or two, reminiscent of a television screen plagued by poor reception. Suddenly, the mirror blurred once more, only to return to clarity, vividly reflecting the ashen visage of Olavia, alongside the authentic surroundings of the library behind her. Startled, Olavia stumbled backward, colliding with a bookshelf, producing a resounding thud that earned her a disapproving glare from Madame Pants. Her heart raced violently, threatening to burst from her chest, as she fixated on the now clear mirror, her countenance pale as parchment. What had she just witnessed? An illusion? Or had the mirror revealed to her a genuine scene unfolding in reality? Where was Riddle? What was he doing? What was that eerie, green bubbling liquid? A chilling thought coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent. Had the notebook and parchment he had shown her merely been the most trivial of his countless secrets? Chapter 21, Undercurrents. The bizarre image she had glimpsed in the mirror seared itself into Olavia's retina like a cold iron brand. The dimly lit room, the cauldron bubbling with green foam, and Riddle's unsettlingly focused silhouette were far from ordinary potion-making. Fear surged through her like a frigid tide, engulfing her and rendering her limbs icy and breathless. That was no mere mirage. The mirror had undoubtedly displayed a tangible reality. How many secrets had he concealed? The research on the notebook and Horcruxes, along with this bizarre potion she had inadvertently glimpsed, was likely just a minuscule fragment of his vast iceberg of mysteries. And here she was, foolishly imagining she could outmaneuver him with a stalling tactic? It was sheer folly. A profound sense of crisis tightened around her throat like a cold hand. The illusion of safety in Hogsmeade had been utterly shattered. She needed to act swiftly, to find a means of self-preservation or even retaliation before he lost patience or before she stumbled upon more forbidden knowledge. In a nearly frantic escape from the library, she raced back to the Slytherin common room, slamming the door to her dormitory behind her and leaning against it, gasping for breath. No, she could no longer afford to passively await that blurred fragment of memory. She had to take the initiative and immediately locate her grandfather's notebook. Even if it was just a faint hope, she forced herself to calm down, sitting cross-legged on the cold floor, closing her eyes, and desperately excavating the fragmented remnants of the original owner's childhood memories buried deep within her. The musty scent of the towering bookshelves in Rosier Manor, the eternally locked brass cabinet in her grandfather's study, and the telescope. Yes, the telescope. A crack in the dam of memory seemed to open. She recalled how, as a child, she had mischievously climbed the high ladder in the study and had accidentally knocked down an old brass telescope. It had tumbled into the highest corner of the bookshelf, and as she had struggled to reach it, her fingers had grazed over some uneven markings on the back of the top shelf. At the time, she had paid it no mind, but now she wondered, could that be? A bold plan swiftly took shape in her mind. She needed to write a letter home immediately, but she could not directly request the notebook. That would be too suspicious. She required a plausible excuse that would not raise any doubts. She flung herself to her desk, pulled out some parchment and a quill. inhaling deeply to steady her hand as she began to write in a composed yet slightly impatient manner. To my esteemed parents, all is well at Hogwarts. The atmosphere in Slytherin is tolerable, though the coursework is burdensome, particularly in charms and transfiguration, which require extensive practice to master, making it rather tedious. I must complete a paper on the evolution of ancient observational magical instruments, but I am struggling due to a lack of resources. I recall that there may be a collection of old items in my grandfather's study, which might include a brass telescope engraved with our family crest along with its related design notes. If convenient, I kindly request that you send it to me with the next delivery from our house elf. Remember, I only require the telescope and the related notes. Do not disturb anything else to avoid disrupting my grandfather's old furnishings. Yours, Olivia. She meticulously reviewed the contents of her letter multiple times. The excuse was flawless, a paper that aligned with her interests, obscure enough not to arouse suspicion, with a clear focus on the telescope and related notes, while emphasizing not to disturb anything else, lest her parents inadvertently uncover the true notebook. She was betting that the actual notebook lay hidden within the compartment of that telescope, and that her parents were blissfully unaware. Without delay, she summoned the family house elf, Dobby, handing him the letter along with a few silver sickles for postage, and imploring him to deliver it swiftly. The next 2 days were spent in a state of frenzied anticipation. She dared not venture back to the library, opting instead to remain in the common room or crowded places to avoid being alone. She sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere within the castle. The professors, particularly Dumbledore, seemed to be appearing in public areas with increased frequency, his sharp blue eyes scanning the students through his half-moon spectacles as if searching for something. She even inadvertently overheard 2 upper-year Ravenclaws discussing how Filch had recently been particularly energetic, lingering around the trophy room and the third-floor restricted area, muttering about catching nocturnal mischief-makers. Was Riddle's activity too conspicuous, raising alarms? Or had Dumbledore finally sensed something amiss? On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the long-awaited house elf, Dobby, finally returned, bearing a thick package meticulously wrapped in leather paper. Miss wants the items. Dobby found them. He squeaked excitedly, his large eyes sparkling with the thrill of accomplishment. It was on the highest shelf in the old study, covered in dust. Dobby cleaned it all up. Olivia's heart raced to her throat as she nearly snatched the package from him, forcing herself to maintain composure as she dismissed Dobby. She dashed back to her dormitory, locked the door, and with trembling fingers, tore open the leather wrapping. Inside lay a slightly aged but well-polished brass telescope, its barrel engraved with the Rosier family crest. Alongside it was a small roll of yellowed parchment tied with a ribbon, appearing to be the original design sketches and usage notes for the telescope. Her gaze swiftly darted past these, eagerly grasping the telescope to examine it closely. The barrel was smooth, devoid of any hidden compartments. Undeterred, she inspected every lens and knob. Finding nothing. Had she miscalculated? Her heart sank gradually, just as despair began to seep in. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against a remarkably concealed protrusion resembling a calibration knob at the connection point of the telescope's tripod. This knob seemed slightly looser than usual. She held her breath, attempting to turn it left, but it remained motionless. Trying to turn it right produced a subtle click. A faint mechanical sound echoed. To her astonishment, the base of one of the telescope's supports sprang open, revealing an exceedingly concealed compartment no larger than a fingernail. Olivia's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Trembling, she carefully extracted a scroll from the tiny compartment. What emerged was not a thick notebook, but several pages of delicate, almost translucent paper, inscribed with intricate symbols, formulas, and deductions in an unmistakably familiar, sharp script, her grandfather's handwriting. At the top of the paper, a few larger words were boldly inscribed. Preliminary concept of soul anchors and stability paradox. She swiftly skimmed through the dense and obscure content before her, though comprehension eluded her. The terms regarding the cost of splitting stable containers sent an icy chill coursing through her veins. This was precisely what Riddle desired. He truly knew of its existence. Just as she found herself engulfed in profound shock and terror, a sudden, deliberate series of 3 slow, chilling knocks echoed from outside her dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythm was unhurried, exuding an oppressive intensity that was suffocating. Moments later, Tom Riddle's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, resonated through the door, low and ominous. Miss Rosier, the item you sought seems to have arrived. Chapter 22, The Game and Shattered Glass. The cold, deliberate knocking and the deep voice outside struck Olivia like a bolt of lightning, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, her blood seemingly frozen. How could he know? How could he possibly be aware that the package had arrived so swiftly? Was the house elf being monitored? Or was there some form of scrying magic within this room that she remained oblivious to? A wave of panic crashed over her, nearly overwhelming her senses. Instinctively, her gaze fell upon the delicate, yet weighty pages of notes in her hand, before darting back to the door, her heart racing as though it might burst. "Miss Rogier." The voice outside called again, still steady, yet imbued with an undeniable piercing authority. "I dislike repeating myself. Open the door." The commanding tone left no room for negotiation. She could not open the door. Absolutely must not allow him to see these. Ella's mind screamed in turmoil. Her gaze swept around the room before locking onto the half-full glass of water on the bedside table. Almost instinctively, she lunged for it, seizing the cup and splashing the icy liquid onto her face. The shocking cold jolted her, forcing the fleeting chaos and dread down. She must not panic. She had to remain composed. Swiftly, she folded the crucial pages of notes into the smallest possible size, tucking them into the pocket of her nightgown, feeling the chilling texture of the paper pressed against her skin. Then, she grabbed the inconsequential design sketches and the telescope itself, deliberately scattering a few pages on the floor, hastily securing the telescope's hidden compartment, and carelessly stuffing it along with its brown paper wrap beneath the bed. Upon completing her preparations, she inhaled deeply, striving to infuse her voice with the groggy annoyance of one recently disturbed from slumber. "Who is it? What is all this commotion at such an hour?" As she spoke, she intentionally created the sound of bumping into objects, attempting to buy herself some time. "Tom Riddle." The voice outside now bore a hint of barely perceptible impatience. "About the item we agreed upon. Open the door now." Ella lingered at the door, not immediately unlocking it, but instead, coldly retorted through the door, "Agreement? Riddle, have you taken to sleepwalking? Do you think any night is suitable for knocking on a girl's door?" She endeavored to intimidate him with her brash demeanor. There was a moment of silence from outside. Then, his voice returned, the temperature seeming to drop several degrees, imbued with a chilling threat. "Ella, my patience is limited. Do I need to come in and retrieve the package from beneath your bed myself?" He knew. He even knew the package was hidden beneath the bed. Ella's last shred of hope shattered completely. She bit down hard on her lip, aware that if she did not open the door soon, he would undoubtedly find a way to force his entry, with consequences that could be dire. With a sudden resolve, she twisted the door lock and flung the door open, but only to the narrowest of gaps, using her body to block the entrance. Her face contorted with the fury of being abruptly awakened and profound irritation. "What do you want?" she demanded, her gaze piercing as she glared at him. Tom Riddle stood at the threshold, framed by the dim light of the corridor, his tall figure imposing, his face obscured in shadow, save for his striking black eyes that gleamed like two cold stars, scrutinizing her and the disheveled state of her room through the narrow opening. His gaze swiftly swept over the scattered pages of sketches on the floor and the exposed corner of the brown paper beneath the bed. "The item," he stated succinctly, devoid of any superfluous words, extending a pale, slender hand toward her. "What item?" Ella feigned ignorance, her heart pounding violently within her chest. "Are you referring to this?" She disdainfully kicked at the scattered design sketches on the floor. "This is merely old telescope documentation that just arrived from home. Does this bother you, Riddle? Perhaps you're overstepping your bounds?" Riddle's gaze shifted back from the sketches on the ground to her face, his eyes narrowing, the chill emanating from them almost palpable. "You know precisely what I seek. Do not test my patience, nor challenge my limits." His voice was low and menacing, each word striking like icy droplets upon the ground. "Hand over the real notes." "Now." "The real notes?" Ella lifted her chin, displaying an exaggerated, mocking smirk. "I have no idea what nonsensical drivel you are spouting. All that exists are these wretched scraps of paper. Want them? By all means, take them." She suddenly bent down, seizing the scattered design sketches from the floor, and hurled them towards him. The pages fluttered lightly against his robe before cascading to the ground. This sudden, insulting act sent the atmosphere around Riddle plummeting to a freezing point. The last vestige of expression vanished from his face, leaving only an abyss of pure, unyielding coldness. He did not glance at the scattered paper, his black eyes, resembling the deepest of frozen pools, locked onto Ella with unyielding intensity. "It appears," he began slowly, each word deliberate and almost inaudible, yet imbued with a weighty pressure, "that you have chosen the most unwise path." He advanced a step closer, his towering figure nearly eclipsing Ella behind the door. She felt the chilling, dangerous wave of his magical aura sending shivers down her spine. "Let me ask you one final time." His gaze bore down upon her with a tangible weight. "Will you hand it over, or will you not?" Ella was nearly suffocated by the oppressive aura emanating from him, yet she knew that retreat was not an option at this moment. She pressed against the door, her nails digging into the wood, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain her defiant facade, forcing out two words through clenched teeth. "I won T." The instant her words fell, the last flicker of patience seemed to extinguish in Riddle's eyes, replaced by a glimmer of terrifying fury. He did not resort to his wand. Instead, He abruptly raised his hand, as though intending to force the door open. Ella, terrified, shut her eyes and braced herself against the door. However, the anticipated force never came. Instead, a sudden, sharp sound of shattering glass or porcelain echoed from the far end of the corridor. Crash! In the stillness of the night. The noise rang out, jarring and discordant. Riddle's actions froze mid-motion. His hand halted in the air, and he pivoted sharply, his gaze slicing through the darkness towards the source of the sound, his brow knitting in a barely perceptible frown, a fleeting flash of annoyance and suspicion crossing his face. Ella stood frozen, bewildered as she glanced toward the shadowy expanse. Who was it? Filch? Peeves? Or? Riddle slowly lowered his hand, turning back to regard Ella once more. His expression was an intricate tapestry of frustration, cold warning, and calculation. It seems tonight is fraught with unforeseen events, he murmured, his tone regaining an eerie calmness. Yet more chilling than before. Remember your choice, Ella. The consequences will soon become apparent. He cast one final lingering gaze upon her, as if to etch her present visage into his memory, before abruptly turning away. His dark robe billowing with an icy arc as he strode purposefully towards the source of the sound, his silhouette swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. Ella leaned weakly against the doorframe, breathless, her nightgown thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. Tremors of fear coursed through her as she cast her eyes toward the still, silent darkness of the corridor, her heart racing uncontrollably. What had that shattering sound been? Chapter 23, The Frigid Game of Chess. The footsteps outside receded rapidly, fading into the profound gloom of the corridor. Ella, leaning against the frigid doorframe, felt her legs weaken, nearly giving way beneath her. A chilling aftershock of fear surged within her, a sense of survival that left her breathless, her palms clammy with cold sweat. It had been so close. She slammed the door shut, locked it, and hastily dragged a heavy chair to brace against the door, as if that alone could shield her from the omnipresent threat lurking outside. Once she had completed this frantic task, she sank down onto the carpet, her heart pounding violently within her chest, each beat echoing with a painful urgency. Who had produced that abrupt sound of shattering? Was it mere happenstance, or was it deliberate? She dared not ponder further. Regardless of the nature, it instilled within her a profound unease. In this castle, the undercurrents surged tumultuously, far beyond her imagination, and she had just brushed the very edge of the vortex. With trembling hands, she retrieved the thin pages of notes from the lining of her nightgown. The paper felt icy, yet the inscriptions burned like flames, searing her fingertips and gaze. The phrase's paradox of soul anchor stability and the price of division coalesced to emanate a disquieting aura. What was Riddle so desperately seeking to obtain? She must not allow him to have it. This thought crystallized with an unprecedented clarity and resolve. The earlier trepidation and hesitation had been supplanted by a fierce determination following the nearly confrontational encounter. She could no longer afford to be passive, nor could she harbor any illusions of safety. She had to decipher the contents of those notes quickly, if only to understand her opponent and to uncover avenues for retaliation. In the ensuing days, Ella transformed herself into a specter. She seldom appeared in public, spending most of her time ensconced in the most secluded corners of the library, surrounded by tomes on ancient spells, the philosophical foundations of magic, and even alchemical semiotics. No longer did she attempt to grasp the esoteric theories directly. Instead, she meticulously began to unravel one symbol and term at a time, painstakingly constructing a foundation to comprehend that forbidden knowledge. Though fear still gripped her, it had morphed into a cold, stubborn drive. She no longer allowed Riddle's mere glance or utterance to throw her into disarray. During Charms class, when Riddle's gaze once again swept over her, she managed to suppress the tightening in her throat and continued practicing her levitation spell with an impassive expression. The feather still trembling, yet thankfully not exploding. She began to master the art of concealment, burying her anxieties and research beneath a veneer of increasing calmness, which occasionally appeared excessively pallid. She even resumed the proud mask of a pureblood heiress, though beneath this facade lay not empty arrogance, but a taut vigilance and calculation, akin to a crust of ice covering a volcano. She observed that Riddle seemed to have temporarily eased his direct pressure. He remained the object of admiration, yet the duration of his penetrating gaze upon her diminished, replaced by a deeper, more contemplative scrutiny, as if reassessing her value and threat level. This fleeting tranquility did not grant Ella any comfort. Rather, it felt akin to the calm before a storm. She understood that he would never relent. The coldness in his eyes as he departed that night had conveyed all she needed to know. She had to act swiftly. That night, she found herself once more in the deserted common room, grappling with her open notes and a pile of reference materials. The fire in the hearth had long extinguished, and only the dim, eerie light from the black lake provided illumination. A particularly complex magical symbol that recurred throughout her notes left her at a loss, and she could find no mention of it in any of the books. Frustration threatened to engulf her as she rubbed her temples, feeling a throbbing pain at her temples. At that moment, a calm voice broke the oppressive silence from somewhere behind her. Attempting to directly interpret the original manuscript of Arcturus Rosier is commendable in courage, but foolish in method. Elaavia froze, her body rigid as she turned abruptly. Tom Riddle had appeared at the entrance to the common room, approaching leisurely. Clad in a morning robe, he seemed to have just emerged from his dormitory, a cup of water in hand. His gaze fell upon the array of books sprawled across the table and the intricate symbol she had been struggling to decipher, his expression devoid of any emotion. His tone as flat, as if commenting on the weather. Elavia's heart leapt into her throat, and instinctively, she reached to cover the notes. Yet she stifled the impulse, instead fixing him with a gaze of icy wariness, her fingers subtly curling around the wand hidden in her sleeve. "This is none of your concern," she replied coldly, striving to conceal the tremor in her voice. Riddle approached the sofa opposite her, but did not take a seat, merely leaning against the armrest. His eyes still fixed on the sketch before her. This symbol, he pointed out, was not an independent incantation but a composite variant of the ancient runes for binding and tearing, as found in the language of Nibiru, intertwined with Egyptian alchemical symbols regarding containment. "You are misguided. Hence, you will not find it." His words were clear and precise, striking at the heart of her confusion. Elaavia was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Was he actually guiding her? Why? Riddle appeared oblivious to her astonishment, continuing in his flat, unruffled tone. Arcturus's research is predicated on a perilous hypothesis, namely that the soul can be forcibly anchored and divided through specific magic, thus circumventing certain rules. Yet he neglects the irreversible burden that division imposes upon the vessel. His paradox lies in the pursuit of ultimate stability, which inherently creates the greatest instability. What he casually articulated was the very core concept Elaavia had only just begun to grasp after considerable effort. She scrutinized his face, searching for any hint of mockery or derision, but found none. His gaze was as calm as a still pond, carrying an air of detached academic discussion. "Why are you telling me this?" Elaavia's voice came out dry, brimming with skepticism and caution. Riddle finally shifted his gaze from the sketch to her. His black eyes appeared fathomless in the dim green light. "Because futile resistance is meaningless," he said blandly. "Since you have chosen this perilous path, you ought to at least understand what you are confronting. A misinterpretation can lead to a swifter demise than ignorance." He paused, a hint of almost cruel interest threading his tone. "Moreover, I am curious to see whether, upon gaining a clearer view of the entire chessboard, you will choose to continue your futile struggle or make a more astute decision." With that, he straightened up, leaving her behind as he turned to walk towards the passage leading to the dormitory, the untouched cup of water still in his hand. Elaavia remained in the dim light, feeling a chill enveloping her. His intent was not one of goodwill. Rather, he had merely devised a more ruthless manner in which to engage her in this game. He unveiled perilous knowledge before her, akin to placing sharper weapons within her grasp, then observed with a detached gaze, curious to see whether she would foolishly injure herself or ultimately yield to this formidable power, steering her towards the direction he desired. She lowered her gaze to the intricate diagram of symbols on the table. Upon closer inspection, she could indeed discern the faint traces of binding and tearing. A profound sense of helplessness surged within her, intertwined with a more potent defiance. Did he truly believe that such tactics would instill fear and cause her to retreat or submit? Drawing a deep breath of the cold, dust-laden air, she grasped the quill once more, dipped it in ink, and began to inscribe the keywords that Riddle had just mentioned beside the sketch. Binding, tearing, container, load, irreversible. Her fingers trembled slightly from the exertion, yet her handwriting was remarkably clear and resolute. This game of chess was far from lost for her. Chapter 24, Smoke and Sharpness. Riddle's seemingly instructive yet profoundly penetrating threat fell upon Elaavia like a cauldron of icy water mingled with boiling oil, settling heavily in her heart. Fear had not dissipated. Rather, it had coalesced into a colder, more substantial weight. Yet, a fierce resolve, born from being cornered, surged within her, akin to tempered steel, growing ever harder. She ceased her attempts to hide completely. The following day, she boldly ventured to the library's restricted section, positioning herself at a seat just within view of Mrs. Plin's, yet close enough to discern certain special shelves. No longer did she lurk furtively. Instead, she adopted an air of scholarly determination. Her brow furrowed as she perused the heavy tomes before her, occasionally scribbling on parchment, exuding the distinctive focus and haughtiness characteristic of the Rosier family as they delved into obscure knowledge. She was acutely aware that he could see her. Indeed, within half an hour, That familiar figure materialized like a specter, appearing on the other side of the adjacent shelf. Tom Riddle extracted an exceedingly thick volume entitled Ancient Variants of Unwritten Texts, seemingly engaged in his own research. He did not glance her way. His attention remained fixed on the pages, his profile etched with an austere elegance. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. The two were separated by the bookshelf, engaged in a silent, smoke-free confrontation. Elavia felt the chilling scrutiny, as though a needle were pressed against her skin. She forced herself to ignore it, focusing all her attention on the symbols before her, laboriously piecing together her understanding based on Riddle's guidance. She discovered that once the correct path was identified, the obscure content began to unveil a fraction of its veiled truths. The interplay of binding and tearing. The load borne by the container. She began to sense the chilling aura of her grandfather's mad research lurking on the fringes. At that moment, however, she encountered a new impasse. A passage regarding anchor point stability referenced an exceedingly obscure theory of celestial mapping, the materials at hand utterly inscrutable. She stared at the text, her brow furrowing with increasing intensity, frustration welling up once more. Almost simultaneously, from the other side of the bookshelf, Riddle's clear and calm voice resonated, as if he were reading aloud to himself. Its stability does not arise from internal reinforcement, but from periodic resonance with external constellations, particularly the gravitational tides of Sirius and Ophiuchus at specific angles. This statement perfectly elucidated the very difficulty that had her perplexed. Elavia's fingertips quivered, the quill etching a slanted ink mark upon the parchment. She abruptly lifted her gaze, peering through the gap in the shelf. Riddle remained engrossed in his book, seemingly lost in his reading, the previous sentence having escaped his lips as a mere musing. Yet, the faintest curve of his lips hinted at a possible smirk, so fleeting it could have been an illusion. It was deliberate. He was undoubtedly relishing the process of feeding her knowledge while coldly observing her struggle. A surge of humiliation and indignation flared within her, nearly provoking an outburst. But soon after, a colder rationality suppressed this impulse. She needed this knowledge, regardless of his motives. This information was genuine and pivotal. She bit her lip hard enough to taste iron. Then, with a fierce determination bordering on self-punishment, she lowered her head and rapidly recorded the keywords from Riddle's earlier statement in the blank space of her sketch. External resonance, Sirius, Ophiuchus, gravitational tides. Each word was inscribed with such intensity it felt as though it were not merely written on paper, but etched into her very bones. She ceased attempting to grasp the deeper meaning behind it all. Instead, like hoarding weapons, she feverishly noted down every fragment. She understood this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, yet she had no alternative. Over the ensuing days, this peculiar scenario unfolded repetitively. Whenever Elavia's research reached a standstill, Riddle would conveniently be nearby, offering the next piece of the puzzle in various direct or subtle manners. Sometimes it was an inadvertent reading. Other times a book left open on a critical page on the shelf beside her. And occasionally merely a discussion of a theoretical concept she urgently needed as she passed by. Elavia transitioned from initial anger and humiliation to a state of numbness, ultimately forging a cold understanding with him. She ceased responding to his assistance, impassively absorbing the information and fervently recording it. She felt like a voracious sponge, soaking up this treacherous knowledge while simultaneously becoming permeated by its chilling venom. Her spell practice also underwent a quiet transformation. No longer was she solely focused on stable output. She began to explore the essence of magical flow, attempting to fine-tune the intensity of her output, even mimicking the concepts of binding and guiding noted in her records. Though she only grazed the surface of these ideas, her control over magic improved at an astonishing pace. During another spell lesson, Professor Flitwick instructed the class to practice making a feather perform a simple waltz. Most students' feathers merely floundered clumsily or spun in place. Elavia concentrated intently, her mind no longer filled with mere floating images, but rather an intricate concept of manipulating invisible threads with precision. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she silently uttered the incantation. Her feather did not merely rise. It gracefully leapt into the air, swirling and gliding elegantly, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Yet it perfectly executed the fundamental steps of the waltz. "Oh, Merlin!" Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his eyes widening behind his glasses. "Perfect. Miss Rogier. Astonishing control. 10 points to Slytherin." The entire class turned their astonished and incredulous gazes upon her. Elavia's expression remained devoid of pride as she calmly retracted her wand, as though she had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Yet, she could feel a cold, focused gaze, as tangible as substance, resting upon her. She need not turn to know who it was. After class, as she gathered her belongings to depart, Riddle's voice drifted from behind her, calm and unperturbed, devoid of discernible emotion. It seems those tedious theories are not entirely without merit. Olavia's footsteps faltered for a moment, yet she did not turn back, merely responding coolly, her voice betraying no emotion. At least they are more useful than those who can only lurk in the shadows scheming. Having uttered her retort, she strode out, acutely aware of that gaze fixed upon her back until she exited the classroom. She knew she had provoked him once more. Yet, unlike before, she felt no panic. Fear still lingered, but she was learning to coexist with it, even transforming it into strength. As night descended, she once again unfurled those perilous notes and densely packed records. With each layer of understanding, a terrifying hypothesis gradually took shape in her mind. Was Riddle so desperately seeking knowledge of the stabilization and division of souls with the intent of crafting some malevolent vessel to harbor them? Had he already begun? This thought sent shivers down her spine. She needed to know more. She required evidence. Her gaze fell once more upon the intricate sketch of symbols, fixating on the phrase the periodic resonance with the powers of external constellations. According to her calculations, the optimal resonance time under the gravitational tides of Sirius and Ophiuchus was imminent, seemingly just nights away. An extremely reckless, nearly suicidal notion began to proliferate within her heart. She had to uncover what he was truly doing. Chapter 25. A glimpse beneath the stars on the fateful night a few days later, the castle lay in a tomb-like silence. Olavia wrapped herself tightly in a dark cloak, resembling a phantom merging with the shadows, stealthily traversing the frigid corridors. Her heart pounded heavily within her chest, each beat reverberating with fear and determination. Based on her sleepless nights of celestial calculations, she knew that tonight marked the peak of the specific angle between Sirius and Ophiuchus, the moment referenced in the notes as the time of greatest external resonance. If Riddle were indeed conducting those perilous experiments, tonight was likely when he would act. She deftly avoided all stairs that might creak and corridors that could be under surveillance by portraits, relying on her clandestine exploration of the castle structure to choose the most obscure path leading to the West Tower's observatory. There, the view was unobstructed, perhaps allowing her to observe some anomalies. The wind at the tower was as sharp as a blade, nearly blinding her. She concealed herself behind a massive stone gargoyle, not to gaze at the stars, but as a means of disguise. Adjusting the focus of her brass telescope, her sharp eyes scanned the castle for any windows that might emit light, particularly those of the northern tower near the dungeons and the potential location of the Room of Requirement. Time slipped away, the starry sky rotated slowly, and everything seemed devoid of disturbance. The cold and the waning adrenaline made her begin to doubt whether her instincts had merely conjured fantasies. Perhaps Riddle had already found a more clandestine location, or perhaps he did not rely on celestial phenomena at all. Just as she felt herself on the brink of freezing, ready to abandon her vigil, her gaze inadvertently swept over the bare wall on the fourth floor where the entrance to the Room of Requirement had previously appeared. The air there seemed to twist ever so slightly, a minuscule distortion akin to a mirage in the heat. Then, a feeble glimmer of greenish light, filtered through a thick veil, seeped from that distorted center, flickering for an instant. It was there. Olavia's heart clenched tightly. She immediately aimed her telescope in that direction, straining to see. The light did not reappear, yet the sense of distortion in that area persisted, as if an invisible vortex of energy was greedily absorbing some essence from the cosmos. He was indeed inside. This very night, a powerful impulse urged her to descend immediately, to approach that place for a clearer view. But the remnants of her rationality held her back. No, it was too dangerous. If discovered. At that moment of intense internal conflict, a chilling voice, without warning, echoed close behind her, slicing through the howling wind. The starry sky is enchanting, is it not? Especially when their power can be harnessed. Olavia's soul fled in terror as she spun around, nearly dropping her telescope. Tom Riddle stood just a few paces behind her, as if he had been there all along. Clad in a thin black robe, he appeared entirely unfazed by the tower's biting cold, his dark hair fluttering gently in the wind. His expression was devoid of emotion, save for his eyes, which reflected an eerie glow beneath the starlight, fixed on her. Or rather, on the telescope she clutched. How long had he been there? What had he seen? A profound terror seized Olavia, rendering her limbs icy and her mind blank. She parted her lips, but no sound emerged. Riddle took a deliberate step forward, his gaze shifting from her pale visage to the telescope in her grasp. His tone as neutral as if discussing academia, a rather professional instrument. It is quite suitable for observing celestial trajectories. He paused, lowering his voice, imbued with a chilling understanding. I wonder, however, if Miss Rosier has calculated the precise moment when Ophiuchus's shadow will obscure the eye of Sirius. That resonance will be the most penetrating. He knew even this. He was aware of her private calculations. He had undoubtedly detected her scrutiny, and perhaps had been observing all her movements in secret. Olavia was enveloped in a profound despair and helplessness. Before him, she felt utterly transparent. Her voice emerged, parched and strained, attempting to articulate some form of defense. But she realized that any lies would appear pitifully feeble in his presence. Riddle did not afford her the opportunity to formulate her thoughts. His gaze returned to the still slightly distorted area on the fourth floor of the castle, a flicker of nearly frenzied intensity passing through his eyes. Though that light quickly subsided into unfathomable darkness. To pry alone carries great risk. He turned back to her, his tone suddenly becoming elusive, especially in the context of not fully comprehending the power it entailed. Olivia stared at him, bewildered by his intentions. Perhaps he leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a near whisper, almost merging with the wind, yet piercingly clear in her ears. You require a closer observational perspective. Olivia's eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over her. What did he mean? Did he intend to take her inside? To witness his evidently clandestine experiments? Of course, Riddle straightened, his tone reverting to indifference. Provided, of course, that you can maintain absolute silence and offer corresponding value. His gaze lingered pointedly on the area near her chest, where she had concealed copies of those notes. For instance, the calculations concerning resonance load dispersion by your grandfather. I noticed that your copy seems to be missing the two most crucial pages. Olivia's heart raced anew. He even knew which parts were absent. To what extent did he comprehend her grandfather's research? This was a blatant transaction. She would exchange her unshared core secrets for an entry into the realm of his hidden truths. Madness. It was utterly insane. Yet the temptation to observe closely and confirm what he was truly doing was like a poisoned apple, glistening with danger, yet alluring. Fear and a morbid curiosity waged a fierce battle in her mind. She gazed into Riddle's bottomless eyes, which seemed capable of consuming all, aware that she stood at an exceedingly perilous crossroads. To acquiesce to him might lead to irrevocable damnation. To refuse him might mean an eternal inability to grasp the truth. Forever subjected to passive suffering. The wind howled through the tower, and the stars above them flowed silently. Olivia clenched the cold telescope tube tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the metal. After a prolonged silence, she heard her own voice, strained and trembling, yet unusually clear as it emerged. Which 2 pages? Chapter 26. Dancing with Serpents. Which 2 pages? Olivia's voice was dry and taut, akin to a withered branch swaying in the wind. She knew she had taken a step from which there was no return, but the yearning to uncover the truth and a reckless madness overwhelmed her fear. Riddle's almost tacit agreement did not surprise her. A faint, icy curve formed at the corners of his lips. He precisely articulated 2 exceedingly technical terms pertaining to the resonance frequency calibration of secondary container runes and the energy diversion algorithm when the primary anchor point is overloaded. It was as if those notes had been etched into his mind long ago. A sense of despair enveloped Olivia. She indeed recalled these 2 aspects, which comprised the most intricate and profound sections of her notes, content she had previously failed to comprehend and was uncertain if she had transcribed accurately. How can I be sure that after I give this to you, you won't renege? She attempted one last struggle, her voice trembling with an imperceptible quaver that she herself did not recognize. A flicker of barely concealed mockery glimmered in Riddle's dark eyes, as if deriding her naivete. You are free to choose disbelief, he stated flatly, continuing to linger in the shadows of uncertainty or to risk obtaining an answer. The choice has always been yours, Olivia. He perpetually cast the burden of choice upon her, yet never provided her with genuinely safe options. Olivia clenched her jaw tightly, drawing in a breath of the frigid air. She abruptly turned away from him, withdrawing the precious pages from her pocket, and hastily leafing through them in the dim starlight, her hands trembling. She located the portion he mentioned. Indeed, the critical calculations and rune diagrams concerning frequency calibration and diversion algorithms seemed to span several pages. In her haste, she might have truly overlooked the most vital elements. With a resolute heart, she tore out 2 pages filled with intricate formulas and arcane symbols. The faint sound of the paper tearing was nearly lost in the wind, yet it felt as though it had cleaved a wound within her heart. Turning back, she offered the pages to him, her fingers icy. Riddle accepted the papers, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the contents, and in an instant, a glimmer of almost greedy satisfaction ignited in his fathomless black eyes, fleeting yet unmistakable to Olivia. He carefully folded the pages and tucked them into the pocket of his robe. Excellent, he murmured with satisfaction, then gestured for her to follow. Remain silent. He turned and strode towards the spiral staircase leading downward, his steps soundless yet swift. Olivia dared not hesitate and followed closely, her heart racing as if about to leap from her chest. They did not ascend to the 4th floor. Instead, they took a more secluded route downward, ultimately arriving at a forsaken corridor deep within the castle's subterranean depths. The air here was damp and cold, thick with the scent of dust and mildew. the walls marred with mottled water stains. Riddle halted before an unremarkable, rough stone wall. He extended a finger and gently tapped several stones in a specific, intricate sequence. The walls silently slid open, revealing a narrow, steep staircase leading downward, from which a more chilling air, imbued with the scent of strange herbs and rusted metal, rushed forth. "Descend," Riddle commanded, stepping first into the darkness. Olivia followed closely behind. The staircase wound downward, leading to a small cellar. The sight before her caused her to draw in a sharp breath, freezing her in place. At the center of the cellar lay a complex magical array constructed from dark metal and black stone, inscribed with a multitude of sinister runes reminiscent of those in her notes, many of which bore remnants of dark red, dried stains. At the heart of the array floated a dark golden container, the size of a fist, its surface covered in exceedingly intricate, unhumanly carved symbols, now emitting a faint, ominous green glow, identical to the glimmer she had glimpsed from the tower. Surrounding the container were various peculiar instruments and crucibles, one still containing a small amount of green liquid bubbling faintly, alongside some suspiciously shaped magical materials she dared not examine closely. The atmosphere here was malevolent, cold, and lifeless, yet it pulsated with an eerie, vast residue of energy. Riddle stood before the glowing container, his back to her, as if admiring a flawless work of art. The side of his face, illuminated by the eerie green radiance, displayed an almost obsessive fervor and satisfaction. "Do you see?" He did not turn, his voice low and ethereal, imbued with an unusual allure. "This is the true embryonic form of power that transcends the boundaries of life and death, far closer to eternity than any superficial dark magic trick." Olivia felt an icy chill envelop her, as if her blood had congealed, though she could not comprehend every detail. The malevolent energy fluctuations and the grotesque scene before her were sufficient to convey that Riddle's research was far more perilous and insane than she had imagined. He was not merely conducting studies. He was already in the midst of practice. "That container, have you succeeded?" Her voice trembled uncontrollably. "Succeeded?" Riddle chuckled softly, the sound echoing ominously within the cellar, "Not even close. Each attempt exceeds unimaginable limits. The container is too fragile, the resonance insufficiently stable." A hint of irritation and yearning colored his tone as his gaze returned to the glowing container, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "So you require my grandfather's calculations to stabilize it? To alleviate the burden?" Olivia suddenly realized, a chill coursing from her head to her toes. He sought not just knowledge. He intended to exploit this knowledge to complete this wicked creation. Riddle finally turned to face her, the green light dancing in his eyes, rendering him less a youth and more a dark sorcerer from ancient legends in pursuit of eternal life. "You are quite astute, Olivia," he said slowly, advancing toward her step by step. "Therefore, you should understand that, to some extent, we are now partners." He halted before her, close enough that she could see the cold, unmasked ambition and possessiveness in his gaze. "You provide the crucial knowledge, while I unveil the infinite possibilities of the future." His voice was low and alluring, yet laced with an undeniable threat. "Maintain your value, and you may continue to witness more. Otherwise," he left the sentence unfinished. Yet the unspoken words bore a greater terror than any direct threat. Olivia gazed at his handsome, yet perilously dangerous face illuminated by the eerie glow, and at the ominous container behind him, feeling as though she stood at the precipice of an abyss, with nothing but eternal damnation beneath her feet. She thought she had exchanged for a glimpse, yet unknowingly stepped into a cold conspiracy net prepared long in advance for her. Just then, the suspended dark golden container began to tremble violently without warning, its surface's eerie green light flickering wildly, emitting an excruciatingly sharp, soul-piercing hum. Riddle's expression changed drastically as he turned abruptly to the magical array, attempting to rein in the surging energy, urgently reciting obscure incantations. Within the cellar, the chaotic energy surged forth, whipping up a cold wind that nearly toppled Olivia. Amidst the suffocating, flickering green light, she hazily perceived what seemed to be a twisted, agonized visage faintly emerging from the surface of the container. Chapter 27, The Invisible Shackles. Within the cellar, the eerie green light flickered wildly, akin to the heartbeat of a dying behemoth, illuminating the distorted visage intermittently, producing a heart-wrenching, piercing hum. The turbulent energy transformed into a frigid whirlwind, stinging Olivia's cheeks painfully, rendering her nearly unable to open her eyes. Riddle lurched at the edge of the magic circle, his visage contorted with an unprecedented ferocity and urgency. His pallid fingers raced across the sinister runes, attempting to stabilize the surging energy, while obscure and jarring incantations burst forth from his lips, seemingly swallowed by the abyss, only to exacerbate the tremors of the vessel. "I must stabilize this wretched thing," he bellowed, veins throbbing at his temples, his eyes betraying an unprecedented fury. Alavia was suffocated by the terrifying spectacle and the overwhelming energy, instinctively retreating a step, only to collide with a cold metallic rack behind her. A glass vial, containing a viscous, inky liquid, wobbled precariously, almost plummeting to the ground. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a sharp, bone-chilling crack echoed, drowning out all other sounds. At the center of the magic circle, a clear fissure erupted across the surface of the dark, golden vessel. The crack spread with a life of its own, rapidly engulfing the entire surface of the container. One particular fissure sliced through the distorted visage of a human face that flickered in the air. The apparition emitted a silent, yet soul-rending shriek before disintegrating into nothingness. The vessel's radiance surged to an unbearable intensity, casting a ghastly green hue throughout the cellar, only to suddenly dim like a balloon punctured, extinguishing entirely. All humming and chaotic energy ceased abruptly. The cellar plunged into a profound silence and darkness, broken only by Riddle's labored, oppressive breaths and the faint sound of a viscous liquid dripping onto the floor. In the depths of that darkness, Alavia's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly bursting from her chest. She clamped her mouth shut, terrified to utter a sound. Moments later, a faint glow emanated from the tip of Riddle's wand, illuminating his grotesquely ashen face and the unnameable, smoking residue at the heart of the magic circle, a grotesque amalgam of molten metal and decaying organic matter. The evil vessel lay utterly destroyed. Riddle's gaze fixated on the remnants, his chest heaving violently, his expression twisted with a chilling intensity, radiating an icy wrath that seemed to lower the temperature of the cellar even further. The experiment had failed, and it had done so before her very eyes. A profound sense of danger enveloped Alavia. She had witnessed his most humiliating defeat, seen him lose control. He would never allow this witness to escape unscathed. As expected, Riddle slowly lifted his head, his cold gaze slicing through the air like a tangible blade, locking onto her. The seductive allure and evaluative scrutiny of before had vanished, replaced by a chilling, unadulterated intent to kill. His voice, raspy and low, dripped with a dangerous edge. The knowledge you brought is not as effective as you promised. He was seeking to deflect blame for his failure onto her. A cold sweat instantly drenched Alavia's back. She understood that if her next words failed to dispel his murderous intent, she might never escape this cellar. Pleading for mercy? Denying culpability? Both were futile. In a flash, she raised her head defiantly, not retreating, but instead meeting his murderous gaze with a tone of unnerving calm, even laced with a hint of mockery. Her voice trembling with tension, yet remarkably clear. Failure? Is it not because you confused the prograde and retrograde phases of the Sirius gravitational tides while inscribing the runes on the secondary vessel, causing a fundamental shift in the resonance frequency? Her words struck like lightning, shattering the silence of the cellar. Riddle froze, the murderous intent in his visage instantly replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. He evidently had not anticipated that she not only comprehended the intricacies but had pinpointed the critical error he had made. This accusation had struck at the very heart of his earlier uncertainties during the casting process. Alavia's heart was pounding fiercely. She was entirely gambling, betting that the knowledge she had fervently absorbed over recent days could intimidate him, wagering that cracks were beginning to show in his absolute confidence in his skills, risking that her greater value would overshadow the necessity for silencing her. She forced herself to maintain an icy demeanor, even feigning a slight frown, exuding disdain for such a fundamental mistake. The intense external resonance demands utmost precision. Even the slightest phase discrepancy can be magnified to the point of tearing the vessel asunder in the shadow of Ophiuchus. Such a basic error is truly disappointing. An oppressive silence ensued. Riddle's gaze bore into her, his dark eyes swirling with a tempest of shock, doubt, and offended rage, mingled with a flicker of uncontrollable astonishment at her precise identification of his potential missteps. The glow of his wand flickered slightly, reflecting the fluctuations of his complexion. What felt like an eternity passed before the murderous aura surrounding him gradually receded, though his eyes deepened in inscrutability, akin to a dark sea on the brink of a tempest. You comprehend? His voice was terrifyingly low, imbued with a newfound and perilous scrutiny, enough to discern the obvious fallacies. Alavia steeled herself, her nails digging into her palms. Rochel's research is not to be squandered or mishandled by someone like you. Another suffocating silence enveloped them. Riddle suddenly let out a soft, mirthless laugh, devoid of warmth, sending shivers down her spine. Very well, he said slowly, his gaze ensnaring her like a sticky web. It seems I underestimated your insight. He stepped forward, closing the distance, towering over her pale, yet composed face. Thus, to ensure such disappointing errors do not reoccur, his voice was low and laden with an irresistible oppressive weight. You will need to provide more. not merely the missing pages, but the entire calibration verification of the resonance system. This was not a request, but a command, dragging her deeper into this dark conspiracy. From now on, Elavia Rochelle, he declared coldly, as though fastening invisible shackles upon her, your knowledge and vision belong to me. Chapter 28, the beginning of the second year. A chill surged up Elavia's spine, reaching the crown of her head. She understood that this was not the end, but rather the commencement of a far longer and more dangerous journey. She had no choice but to accept this humiliating ceasefire. Lowering her eyelids to mask her emotions, she replied in the steadiest voice she could muster, I understand. Riddle appeared somewhat satisfied with her swift compliance, aware that beneath this submission lay resentment and calculation. He needed her intellect, and for now, he could tolerate this minor rebellion. Clean this up, he ordered, casting one last glance at her before striding towards the cellar exit, as if the harrowing failure had never transpired. His rigid posture, however, seemed colder and more unyielding than ever. Left alone in the cellar, thick with the stench of charred remnants and malevolence, Elavia gazed at the detritus, her stomach churning. She knew she was temporarily safe, but at the cost of being irrevocably reduced to his pawn and tool. She waved her wand, invoking the most potent cleaning charm she could conceive to dispose of the disturbing remnants, meticulously erasing all traces of magical residue. Once this was accomplished, she dragged her exhausted body from that stifling place. In the days that followed, Hogwarts seemed to return to its usual tranquility. Yet Elavia was acutely aware that beneath this facade lay a tumultuous undercurrent. She endeavored to avoid encounters with Riddle, but his chilling gaze loomed like an omnipresent shadow, a constant reminder of the pact forged that night. She began to delve even more fervently into the perilous knowledge, not only to prepare for his future demands, but also to discover avenues for self-preservation or even retaliation. She spent increasingly prolonged hours in the library, delving into tomes that were increasingly obscure and antiquated. Mrs. Pants regarded her with a gaze filled with concern and vigilance, yet, due to the name Rogier, she refrained from intervening excessively. Occasionally, she would cross paths with Riddle in the corridors or the library. He no longer broached the subject of the dungeon, but surveyed her with an assessing look, as if calculating her remaining worth. At times, he would seemingly nonchalantly pose a couple of profound questions or mention titles of books, akin to assigning homework, while simultaneously probing the depths of her understanding. Each time, Elavia steeled herself to respond, returning home to exert every effort in her quest for answers. Under such pressure, she discovered her comprehension abilities were rapidly enhancing. Knowledge that had once seemed obscure gradually became lucid. This forced maturation left her with mixed feelings, tinged with a hint of sadness, yet accompanied by a sense of relief akin to grasping a lifeline. Time slipped away quietly, and the academic year approached its conclusion. As the exam week arrived, a palpable tension enveloped the castle. Elavia endeavored to concentrate on her revisions, striving to temporarily escape the shadows of her darker thoughts. During the practical examination of charms, Professor Flitwick instructed everyone to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Elavia focused intently, wielding her wand, and her mind encompassed not merely the incantation itself, but also the intricate concepts of precise control and magical guidance. The pineapple did not merely bounce. It danced to a clear and lively rhythm, deftly avoiding the ink pots and quills on the table, successfully completing the task. Oh, splendid. Perfect control, Miss Rogier. 10 points to Slytherin. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in delight. A wave of astonishment and murmured whispers rippled through the onlookers. Elavia expressionlessly retracted her wand. She sensed a chilling gaze directed at her from the far end of the examination hall, yet she refrained from turning around. Finally, summer arrived. Elavia could hardly wait to board the Hogwarts Express. Leaving the castle and distancing herself from Tom Riddle provided her with a momentary sense of relief. However, returning to the Rogier estate did not equate to liberation. The ancient, opulent manor was equally suffused with a stifling atmosphere, as her parents' concerns perpetually revolved around her grades, her performance in alignment with familial expectations, and the progress of her relationship with the esteemed Mr. Riddle. She sequestered herself in her room, spending most of her time immersed in the family's library, continuing her research. She uncovered more sporadic records pertaining to her grandfather's studies, yet the core elements remained elusive. She also practiced spells in secret, striving to digest the perilous knowledge she had been compelled to absorb over the past year. The summer passed in a mundane and oppressive manner. As the new term commenced, Elavia boarded the train once again, her spirits heavier than they had been a year prior. She understood that what awaited her was no longer the unknown, but a clearly defined and dangerous future. Hogwarts Castle still loomed majestically, yet in her eyes, it had transformed into a grand, ornate prison. The following evening, as Elavia exited the library, preparing to return to the dungeons, a figure obstructed her path. Tom Riddle stood there, tall and imposing. Despite being only a second-year student, he emanated an undeniable aura of authority. "Miss Rogier," he began, his tone calm, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. "Professor Slughorn has expressed some concern regarding your potion's grades from the previous academic year. He believes that, as a fellow enthusiast of advanced magic, I might be able to provide some assistance outside of class to ensure Slytherin's overall standard." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the weighty tomes in her arms, and continued in that irrefutable tone, "Starting tonight, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 8 o'clock. Meet me in the reading room on the east side of the 3rd floor of the library. I will guide you through your potion's thesis and related practical work. I hope you will appreciate the opportunity afforded by the professor." He shifted the entire responsibility onto Professor Slughorn, rendering it seemingly reasonable. The few upperclassmen passing by would only perceive it as a top student aiding a struggling one, or perhaps as a special consideration from the professor. Yet only Alavia recognized that this so-called assistance was predicated on the failure of the experiment in the dungeon and the chilling threat that accompanied it. Slughorn may indeed have mentioned her grades, but he could not possibly have orchestrated such specific arrangements. This was entirely Riddle leveraging the professor's name to create a pathway through which he could legally and privately control her. She looked at his handsome yet frigid countenance, acutely aware that she had no room for refusal. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed all her emotions, forcing a smile that was exceedingly strained and tinged with humiliation as she replied softly, "Understood. Thank you for your assistance." Riddle nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Be punctual tonight." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at her before turning to leave. Alavia stood rooted in place, watching his figure vanish around the corner of the corridor, feeling as though the hallways of Hogwarts had never seemed so much like an endless, frigid path of confinement. Unbeknownst to her, lurking in the shadows at the other end of the corridor, Abraxas Malfoy, a genuine 5th-year student, observed the scene with a flicker of confusion and barely perceptible jealousy. Riddle, a second year, how did he earn such favor from the professor, even attaining this near-privileged tutoring opportunity? And moreover, with that Rogier? Chapter 29, Potions Tutoring. The reading room on the east side of the 3rd floor of the library was typically deserted during the nighttime hours. Tall bookshelves cast heavy shadows, and the air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and dust, with only a few solitary lamps casting a dim, yellow glow. At precisely 8 o'clock, Alavia pushed open the heavy wooden door. Tom Riddle was already seated at a large oak desk at the far end, an exceedingly thick potions tome sprawled open before him, accompanied by several scrolls that appeared quite ancient. Upon hearing the door creak, he did not immediately raise his gaze but instead lightly tapped the desk with his long, pale fingers. "You are 37 seconds late." His voice was calm and unruffled, yet carried a precise sense of oppression. Alavia inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising resentment, and took a seat across from him at the desk. "The armor in the corridor blocked my way," she explained tersely, placing the advanced potion-making textbook on the desk with a soft thud. Riddle finally lifted his eyes, his bottomless black orbs scrutinizing her in the dim light, as though appraising the condition of a tool. "I hope your potion skills do not reflect the same sloppiness as your sense of time," he remarked matter-of-factly, sliding over a parchment filled with intricate components and procedural steps. "Professor Slughorn expects you to make breakthroughs on the topic of the stability of Moonstone solution. This is the foundational improvement plan for Calypso's potion. Tonight, you must grasp the principles of energy flow in each step, particularly the phase changes when moonlight moss and scarab powder are co-distilled." Alavia glanced at the parchment, the content far exceeding the second-year curriculum, even touching upon many principles she had only glimpsed in the forbidden chapters of her family's library. This was hardly tutoring. It was yet another blatant exploitation and test. She remained silent, took the parchment, and forced herself to concentrate on the reading. Riddle, meanwhile, paid her no further attention, returning to his own manuscript, leaving the reading room filled solely with the soft scratch of quills against parchment and the barely audible breaths of the two. Time passed in silence. Alavia soon became engrossed, not out of genuine interest, but driven by a stubborn refusal to yield and a fierce will to survive. She realized that although the challenges Riddle posed were difficult, his reasoning was clear and precise. If she could keep pace with his rhythm, she could indeed touch upon the core mysteries of potion making. As she endeavored to comprehend the conductivity of moonlight moss under varying temperatures, she encountered an impasse, her brow instinctively knitting into a tight frown. Energy did not dissipate in a linear manner. Rather, it exhibited a double helix oscillation at critical points. Suddenly, a calm voice pierced the silence. Alavia jolted her gaze upward, discovering that Riddle had, unbeknownst to her, set aside his manuscript and was observing her with the scrutinizing gaze of a pure researcher, as though she were merely a subject grappling with a problem. "What?" She momentarily failed to respond. The point where you are stuck, Riddle remarked, gently tapping a particular formula on her parchment with the tip of his quill. Your hypothesis is predicated upon a singular flow of magical energy. Yet the foundation of the Calypso potion is chaotic, necessitating the introduction of variables to reconstruct the model. He succinctly pinpointed the crux of the issue, even casually inscribing a complex transformation formula in the adjacent blank space. Olivia gazed at the formula, her mind suddenly illuminated, yet an even deeper chill followed. He had almost effortlessly pierced through the blind spots of her reasoning. This absolute intellectual domination left her feeling more impotent than any overt threat could. She pursed her lips, refraining from expressing gratitude, and continued recalculating in accordance with his guidance. This scenario recurred twice more throughout the session. Each time she found herself ensnared in a deadlock. Riddle would seemingly nonchalantly highlight a keyword or a foundational concept, accurately dispelling the fog before her. His tone remained steady and devoid of emotion, as if merely stating objective facts, showing little inclination to elaborate further. Yet Olivia sensed that he was forcibly steering her mind onto the trajectory he required, compelling her to comprehend these arcane truths through his own lens. When the bell signifying the end of their tutoring resonated, Olivia felt her temples throbbing, her mind utterly fatigued yet astonishingly alert, as though she had been inundated with a deluge of information. Next Wednesday, at the same time, Riddle stated without looking up as he gathered his belongings, I expect a comprehensive energy flow analysis report, encompassing more than 3 potential deviations and corrective measures. The workload he proposed was utterly infeasible to accomplish within her spare time. Olivia clenched her fists, ultimately murmuring, understood. She watched Riddle's retreating figure, tall and aloof, as though the preceding hour of tutoring had merely involved the handling of a trivial matter. She collected her things and trudged out of the reading room. Just as she turned a corner, she nearly collided with someone. It was Abraxas Malfoy. He seemed to have been waiting there, wearing his characteristic slightly reserved arrogance, though a glimmer of curiosity and inquiry flickered within his gray-blue eyes. Rossier, he elongated the syllables, it seems Professor Slughorn truly holds you in high regard, allowing Riddle to provide you with such personalized guidance. His tone was ambiguous, neither revealing envy nor anything else. At that moment, Olivia was too flustered to engage with him, merely responding coldly, if you are also interested in the phase variations of Moonlight Moss, I wouldn't mind lending you my notes. Her tone brimmed with sarcasm, and she attempted to bypass him. Malfoy was momentarily taken aback by her words, a flash of irritation crossing his face, yet he soon seemed to recall something. Regarding her with a significant look, phase variations? Such a profound topic. It appears Riddle is indeed imparting some special knowledge to you. He stepped aside to clear the path, yet his gaze remained fixed on her, just a reminder that walking too closely with exceedingly intelligent individuals is sometimes not a wise choice. Olivia did not pause her steps, as if she had not heard him, yet her heart sank. Did Malfoy sense something? Or was he merely probing out of pure jealousy? In the following weeks, potion tutoring continued unwaveringly. The content had long since transcended the realm of potions, gradually delving into the principles of ancient magical texts and arcane circles, even brushing against some taboo territories that grazed the edges of soul energy. Riddle's demands grew increasingly stringent, his guidance remaining precise yet frigid. Under immense pressure, Olivia rapidly evolved, her understanding of magical energy and her analytical abilities concerning intricate magical constructions advancing at an astonishing pace. However, she became acutely aware that she was being inexorably pulled toward an unfathomable abyss of darkness by an invisible chain. Another Wednesday evening arrived. This time, the topic was how to utilize specific celestial alignments to stabilize an exceedingly volatile alchemical product. Olivia toiled late into the night, completing the majority of her calculations, yet once again found herself ensnared at the final step regarding how to direct the energy pulse of Sirius. Weary, she rubbed her temples, her gaze drifting to the pitch-black night sky outside. It was well past midnight, and the library housed only her solitary figure. At that moment, she sensed an exceedingly faint ripple of magical energy behind her. She whipped around, her heart leaping to her throat. Riddle had silently appeared behind her, gazing down at her halted calculations on the parchment. His gaze was focused and sharp, seemingly oblivious to her alarm. The gravitational anchor point is misaligned, he suddenly spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the library. The advantageous range of serpens is not in right ascension, but rather in the ecliptic inclination. Using it as the primary axis, the pulse of Sirius cannot be tamed. He leaned closer, taking the quill from her hand. His cool fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of her hand, sending a shiver coursing through her. Then, with deftness, he crossed out a line on her calculations and inscribed an entirely new series of coordinate parameters. Recalculate from here. He leaned in very close, and Olivia could almost detect the faint, crisp scent of ink and ancient parchment emanating from him, along with a deeper, ineffable coldness that seemed to stem from the very essence of darkness. Her breath nearly halted, every muscle in her body tensed. Riddle appeared oblivious to her rigidity. Once he finished, he tossed the quill back onto the table and straightened. His gaze lingered on her suddenly pale face for a moment, as if a fleeting semblance of curiosity flickered in his dark eyes, only to vanish in an instant, leaving behind his customary indifference. Tomorrow, I expect to see results. He dropped this statement like a stone, turning silently as he had arrived, swiftly disappearing into the shadows cast by the towering bookshelves. Olivia stood alone, her hand still tingling from that brief, icy contact, her heart racing not from fear, but from a disconcerting sense of having her territory invaded and a shuddering sensation induced by the overwhelming weight of his intellect. Slowly, she lowered her gaze to the fierce new formula inscribed on the parchment. Chapter 30, The Uncontrolled Spark of Stars. The new formula left by Riddle acted as a key, instantly unlocking all the blockages within Olivia's mind. She almost mechanically immersed herself in calculations, not ceasing until the first light of dawn crept through the window, finally completing the arduous report. The following evening, when she presented the thick parchment before Riddle, he merely skimmed through it quickly, his expression betraying no signs of approval or disapproval, simply nodding slightly. Satisfactory efficiency, he remarked, before producing the next, more complex topic concerning how to harness the bloodline power of dark magical creatures to enhance the resonance of magical artifacts. Olivia felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over her. She felt like a donkey tethered to a millstone, eternally pursuing that elusive carrot. While the miller withheld even the slightest emotional feedback, the pressure continued to mount. She not only had to contend with Riddle's increasingly perilous tutoring, but also maintain the facade of her studies, all the while desperately concealing the tumultuous waves roiling within her. Her complexion grew increasingly pallid, yet her gaze sharpened, akin to a string drawn taut to its utmost limit. A turning point transpired on a deep midnight of a weekend. The rare moss, which Riddle demanded could only be gathered under a specific moonlight, compelled Olivia to venture into the castle's greenhouse after curfew, despite the inherent risks. Just as she carefully collected the necessary materials, she heard the familiar muttering footsteps of Filch in the distance, accompanied by the shrill cries of his cat, Mrs. Norris. A sudden heaviness gripped her heart, and instinctively, she thought to extinguish the light and conceal herself. Yet, in that fleeting moment of raising her wand, a bolder, more reckless thought struck her. Instead of hiding, she deliberately cast a subtly noisy spell to attract attention, and then turned to flee toward the forbidden forest. She ran swiftly, her heart racing within her chest, half from fear and half from a rebellious thrill. The sounds of Filch's furious shouts and Mrs. Norris's cries drew nearer. Just as she was about to plunge into the impenetrable darkness at the forest's edge, a cold, powerful hand shot out from the shadows, clamping over her mouth and yanking her forcefully into the deeper shadows cast by a massive oak tree. Olivia gasped, her spirit momentarily shattered, struggling fiercely against her captor. Yet she caught the familiar scent of cold ink and ancient parchment. Silence. Tom Riddle's low, icy voice resonated in her ear, laced with unmistakable anger. Do you wish to attract everyone? He held her tightly against him, his body pressing against her back, while his other hand remained firmly over her mouth. Olivia could feel the rapid thumping of his heart against her back, mirroring her own, and the chilling aura he exuded, a manifestation of his displeasure at the interruption. Filch's footsteps and curses echoed nearby, the beam of a flashlight sweeping erratically through the underbrush surrounding their hiding place. Mrs. Norris emitted a questioning sound, as if lingering nearby. They pressed closely against the rough bark of the tree, daring not to move. In the darkness, all senses were magnified. She could acutely perceive the strength of his arm, the faint breath that brushed against her ear, and the complex, frigid aura enveloping her. It was an intimacy both extreme and perilous. Time seemed to freeze. Olivia's struggles gradually ceased, not from compliance, but from an unexpected, unfamiliar rigidity. Her back was pressed against his chest, where she could even faintly sense the tension of muscles beneath the fabric. Riddle appeared to notice the overly close proximity as well. He slightly loosened his grip over her mouth, though he did not release her. His breathing seemed to slow, yet his icy gaze remained sharply focused on the commotion outside. After a lengthy silence, Filch's curses faded into the distance, and the flashlight's glow vanished towards the castle. The danger had passed. Yet the atmosphere in the shadows grew increasingly eerie and tense. Riddle gradually relaxed his grip, yet his other hand, which encircled her arm, did not immediately withdraw. He lowered his head, his cold gaze fixated on the slight tremor of her shoulders. His voice dropped to a hushed, yet menacing tone. Explain. Why are you here at this hour? Olivia abruptly turned, attempting to break free from his hold, her deep purple eyes ablaze with long-suppressed fury and a reckless madness. Why? Because of your damned moonlight moss. Do you think I ventured out for a midnight stroll? Her voice, hoarse from earlier suffocation and excitement, carried a sharp disregard. Riddle's dark eyes narrowed in the gloom, seemingly assessing the veracity of her words. His gaze swept over her dirt-stained hands and the tightly clenched small bag containing the moss. Foolish, he finally remarked coldly. You nearly attracted Filch for this trivial material and could have ventured into the forbidden forest. What were you thinking? And what about you? Alavia shot back, adrenaline momentarily blinding her to fear. The esteemed Mr. Riddle, why are you conveniently here? Out for a midnight stroll as well? As the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. She saw Riddle's expression darken in the shadows, his aura transforming into something dangerously volatile. She caught a flash of offended ire in his eyes, coupled with an even deeper displeasure at being disturbed from something significant. He tightened his grip painfully around her arm, pulling her closer until their noses nearly touched. Mind your tone, Rosier, he hissed, his voice like a serpent, cold and slick. My movements are not for you to question. Just remember, if you ever find yourself in such a predicament due to your foolishness and impulsiveness again, I will not intervene. His breath was a chilling threat, laced with an indescribable tension. Alavia's heart raced, not from fear, but from a blend of humiliation and a strange exhilaration born from their perilous proximity and brief confrontation. She tilted her head back defiantly, meeting his gaze with unflinching resolve, a provocative curve gracing her lips. Oh, how very kind of you to meddle, Senior. The final address was laden with sarcasm, each syllable emphasized. In the darkness, they locked eyes, and the air crackled with an invisible electricity. Riddle observed her fierce, flame-lit purple eyes, the defiance etched upon her pale face, which seemed fragile yet remarkably resilient. For a fleeting moment, the cold fury in his gaze faltered, as a deeper, darker emotion flickered past. Just as Alavia anticipated an escalation of his rage, he unexpectedly let out a faint, nearly inaudible laugh. The sound was short and frigid, yet it inexplicably shattered the suffocating tension between them. He abruptly released her, stepping back to restore the distance between them. Collect your things. He resumed his customary indifference, as if the intense confrontation had never occurred. Consider this a warning. With that, he turned away, striding back towards the castle. The hem of his black robes billowing in the night breeze, soon merging into the deeper shadows of the night. Alavia remained at the edge of the forbidden forest, leaning against the cold tree trunk, gasping for breath. The place where he had gripped her still throbbed with pain, the lingering chill of his touch seeming to echo against her skin, while his enigmatic, fleeting laughter resonated in her ears. A tumultuous storm of complex emotions surged within her: anger, fear, humiliation, and a trace of a twisted thrill she was reluctant to acknowledge from their dangerous closeness and brief clash. She lifted her gaze toward the direction in which Riddle had vanished, her eyes clouded with ambiguous feelings. Meanwhile, Riddle, having distanced himself, paused imperceptibly upon reaching the castle steps. He raised the hand that had covered her mouth, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against one another, as if recalling a tender sensation. A slight frown creased his brow, before he seemed to shake off any unwelcome thoughts, his expression hardening once more into its usual frosty resolve as he swiftly disappeared into the shadows of the entrance hall. The wind of the forbidden forest continued to whisper, yet it could not disperse the dangerous and ambiguous spark that had quietly ignited that night. Chapter 31, Provocation. In the aftermath of that fateful night at the edge of the forbidden forest, an unseen shift seemed to have subtly altered the atmosphere. Alavia continued her weekly suffocating tutoring sessions, while Riddle remained as cold and exacting as ever, assigning perilous tasks that far exceeded her grade level. Yet, a new tension began to permeate the air, akin to a string stretched taut, poised to ignite with the slightest spark. Under such pressure, Alavia's notorious defiance not only failed to wane, but rather intensified. She appeared to have discovered a channel for her pent-up emotions, transforming all her fears, anger, and that inexplicable restlessness into sharp words and silent provocations directed at Riddle. During a discussion on the backlash of curses, Riddle pointed out a minuscule calculation error on her part. Ah, what an impressive revelation. Alavia immediately raised her chin, her deep purple eyes filled with derision. To unearth such an insignificant discrepancy to 3 decimal places was indeed a sign of Mr. Riddle's idleness. Instead of wasting time on such trivialities, perhaps he should count the number of strands in the cobwebs of the cellar, which might prove more beneficial to his grand research. Riddle's hand, holding the quill, paused momentarily as he lifted his gaze, his icy stare slicing through her like a scalpel. If you cannot even achieve the most basic precision, your worth is reduced to merely wiping the noses of trolls. His tone was flat, yet delivered with pinpoint accuracy. That might disappoint you, Olivia replied with a false smile. For I have no interest in the nostrils of trolls. Rather, I find it far more amusing to observe the pretentiousness of certain individuals. Such exchanges had become almost routine. No longer merely a passive recipient, she began to learn how to retaliate with her sharp tongue, each attempt aimed at piercing through his flawless facade. Riddle would sometimes respond with icy retorts, while at other times, he simply regarded her with those unfathomable eyes, as if appreciating a prey that, despite its flailing, could never escape his grasp. This perilous game ignited a morbid thrill within Olivia. Soon, Hogwarts was adorned for the Christmas ball, the hall draped in silver and filled with laughter. Initially indifferent, Olivia sought an excuse to retreat to the dungeons. However, upon witnessing Tom Riddle, that ever-absorbed individual in dark magic and ambition, elegantly attired and surrounded by several upperclassmen vying for his attention, a wicked thought surged within her. She lifted a glass of pumpkin juice and sauntered over, her face adorned with that habitual, suffocatingly arrogant expression. How touching. She spoke softly yet loud enough for the group to hear. It seems our future dark arts master also needs to resort to dancing to pass the time. So, Riddle, have you found a partner who can keep up with your murderous steps? The girls' expressions shifted instantly, their faces a mix of embarrassment and anger. Riddle slowly turned, the vibrant lights of the dance floor reflecting in his dark eyes, revealing no emotion. Rosier, he said calmly, if your dancing skills are as sharp as your tongue, perhaps you wouldn't be so overlooked. Who says I am overlooked? Olivia arched an eyebrow, deliberately sizing him up with exaggerated disdain. I am merely selecting. After all, not everyone is worthy of dancing with me. Her words were utterly offensive, drawing discontented glances from several boys nearby. Riddle observed her silently for several seconds. Just as Olivia anticipated he would shatter her with another cold remark, he unexpectedly stepped forward, performing an astonishing gesture that left everyone gaping in disbelief. He slightly bowed and extended a hand toward her. In that case, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Prove it to me. The entire scene fell into stunned silence, all eyes fixated on this unprecedented moment. Tom Riddle was actually inviting the sharp-tongued, ill-tempered Olivia Rosier to dance. Olivia herself was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, refusing him would be akin to slapping herself in the face. That stubborn defiance surged within her once more. With a huff, she placed her icy fingers in his palm. Just don't step on my shoe heels. The music began, a soothing waltz. Riddle's hand settled on her waist, the coolness of his touch penetrating through the thin fabric of her gown. Olivia's body tensed instinctively, yearning to retreat, but he held her firmly in place. I am the lead dancer, Rosier, he murmured, guiding her into the dance floor. Surprisingly, their movements were remarkably synchronized. No missteps, no errors. Each turn and every advance was executed with precision, as if rehearsed countless times. He led her with an irresistible strength, while she occasionally introduced subtle, rebellious variations to disrupt his rhythm, only to be effortlessly countered by him. They twirled amidst the crowd, drawing all eyes to their peculiar pairing, a handsome, exceptional youth radiating an icy demeanor, and a strikingly beautiful girl whose features were marred by arrogance and sharpness. Their combination was both bizarre and strangely harmonious, akin to the collision of ice and fire, exuding a dangerous yet alluring aura. Apparently, you are not merely proficient with words, Riddle's voice resonated above her, devoid of discernible praise or criticism. I apologize for disappointing you, Olivia retorted, attempting to dismiss the chilling presence of his hand at her waist, for not everyone, unlike you, is consumed by shadowy pursuits. Riddle did not respond immediately. He twirled her effortlessly, the colorful lights sweeping across his impassive profile. Sometimes, the most unspeakable things. He suddenly lowered his voice, his lips nearly brushing against her ear, his warm breath contrasting sharply with the chill of her earring. Harbor the greatest power. Just like you, Olivia Rosier, beneath your sharp, menacing spines lies merely a pitiful creature afraid of being devoured. His words pierced through Olivia's facade like an ice pick, shattering her defenses. She abruptly lifted her gaze, meeting his dark eyes, which were now mere inches away, devoid of mockery or anger, only an icy calm that seemed to perceive everything. The music continued, their steps unwavering, yet the atmosphere between them had irrevocably altered. Olivia felt a surge of panic, mingled with an anger and humiliation at being so thoroughly exposed. She yearned to break free but found herself even more tightly ensnared within his embrace and the rhythm of their dance. You lie, she hissed through clenched teeth, her voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Do I? Riddle fixed her with a gaze that seemed to siphon away her very soul. Then why do your eyes shine every time you draw near to darkness? Why do you exhibit more excitement when unraveling those curses than when completing your potion assignments? Admit it, you and I are of the same ilk. You crave it, just as a moth craves the flame. I do not, Olivia vehemently countered, yet she felt her defenses crumbling beneath his frigid words and the vice-like grip of his embrace. Her heart raced not from disdain, but from a terrifying mix of anxiety and thrill at being so accurately discerned. As the waltz approached its conclusion, Riddle abruptly tightened his hold, drawing her in close. Their bodies nearly merging. He lowered his head, his dark eyes fixating on her slightly parted, pallid lips. In that fleeting moment, Olivia almost believed he was about to kiss her. The surrounding applause and cheers erupted, drowning out the thunderous beat of her heart. Yet, Riddle merely whispered a final phrase, almost like a breath against her ear. Poor moth. With that, he released her, stepping back with an elegant bow, as if their perilous exchange had never occurred. He then turned and departed the dance floor, leaving Olivia standing alone, pale and cold, as if awakening from a harrowing nightmare. Her fingertips still tingling from the ghost of his touch. She watched his tall, indifferent figure vanish into the crowd, finally realizing that in this dangerous game, she was perhaps fated to be the loser from the very beginning. The final lament of the pitiful moth lingered in her heart like a frigid curse, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 32. The Kiss. In the days following the Christmas ball, Olivia resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exuding an aura of irritable hostility that warned others to keep their distance. The phrase pitiful moth echoed in her mind like an incantation, evoking waves of humiliating shivers with each recollection. She despised his all-knowing, condescending demeanor, and even more so, she loathed the fact that, in that moment, he had truly seen through her shameful yearning for darkness. This tumultuous emotion fermented within her, ultimately transforming into a fervent desire for retaliation and provocation. She was determined not just to prove she was not a moth, but to tear away the icy facade he so expertly wore. The opportunity soon presented itself during a tutorial on the reverse analysis of the ingredients of a love potion. Riddle, as always, laid down exceedingly complex requirements, necessitating the separation of 3 rare emotional catalysts that would transmute under varying moonlight conditions. Olivia immersed herself in her work, her movements more violent than usual. The liquid in the crucible bubbled dangerously as her agitation stirred it. Riddle sat across from her, perusing an ancient tome, occasionally glancing at her progress with a furrowed brow. If you intend to blow up this reading room, I would appreciate a prior warning, he remarked coldly. Fear not, Olivia replied, her gaze unwavering, her tone brusque. Even if it were to explode, I would ensure your precious research notes remained unharmed. She deliberately emphasized the word precious, dripping with sarcasm. At the moment of separating a particularly temperature-sensitive silver liquid, Olivia feigned a slight tremor, appearing as if it were a mere accident. A few drops of the scalding liquid, imbued with potent emotional magical energy, splattered in Riddle's direction. Riddle reacted with remarkable speed, raising his wand to shield himself. Yet the liquid seemed to possess an unusual magical quality, penetrating the hastily conjured barrier, with several drops landing squarely on his hand and wrist. Ugh! Riddle recoiled sharply, eyeing the liquid that vanished from his skin but left a lingering warmth, his expression darkening instantly. He lifted his gaze, his eyes slicing through Olivia with a sharpness that was not merely cold, but imbued with a dangerously profound scrutiny, as if he aimed to pierce through her exterior and expose every vile thought nestled within her soul. Olivia felt a chill creep up her spine under his intense gaze. Yet she maintained her composure, defiantly meeting his stare. However, moments later, the anticipated fury did not materialize. The icy demeanor surrounding Riddle seemed to gradually retract, replaced by a peculiar calm. He even settled back into his chair, resuming his reading while occasionally lifting the splattered hand, lost in thought. Olivia's heart began to race. Something was amiss. How could he remain so composed? Although the amount was minuscule, the concentrated catalyst of the love potion should have had an effect. Or was it the ensuing moments dragged on excruciatingly? Riddle ceased speaking or issuing tasks, merely sitting there in silence. The atmosphere in the reading room thickened, charged with an invisible restlessness. Olivia felt as though she were perched on the brink of a volcano, ready to be engulfed at any moment. At last, the bell signaling the end of the tutorial chimed. Olivia sprang to her feet, snatching her belongings, eager to escape the suffocating space. Stop! Riddle's voice sliced through the air, low yet imbued with an undeniable magnetism. Olivia's steps faltered, her heart racing. She stiffly turned around. Riddle had also risen, standing perilously close behind her. His gaze had shifted, the depths of his dark eyes roiling with an intensity that burned with a fervor bordering on obsession, no longer entirely frigid but mixed with a fervent aggression. Your belongings. He extended his hand, fingers pinching a slender silver hairpin she had dropped. You've lost this. His voice was low and husky, as if it bore a hook that scraped against her eardrums. Olivia stared at the hairpin, then at his unsettling gaze, an overwhelming sense of danger seizing her. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, only to find herself immobilized. Riddle stepped closer, not touching her, but scrutinizing her intently, his gaze drifting from her frightened eyes to her slightly trembling lips. "You're quite different tonight, Alavia," he murmured, his breath carrying an unusual warmth. Like a cat finally revealing its claws, dangerous yet alluring. Alavia's mind went blank. The effects of the potion had taken hold. Yet, the outcome seemed far from what she had anticipated. Was he not meant to succumb to some ridiculous infatuation? Why did he appear more menacing instead? What nonsense are you spouting? Let me go? I want to return." She attempted to push him away, but his grip on her wrist tightened fiercely. His fingers were scorching, the pressure enough to crush her bones. "Return?" He chuckled softly, that laughter laced with a chilling delight. "The game has only just begun, has it not? You were the one who instigated this." He leaned in, his striking yet perilously handsome face magnifying before her, his dark eyes swirling with an abyss of desires she had never before encountered. "Did you not wish to see me lose control?" His lips hovered dangerously close to hers, his voice a devilish whisper. "As you wish." In the next heartbeat, a scorching and punishing kiss descended upon her. It was not a kiss filled with affection, but rather one of plunder, conquest, a possessive mark. It brimmed with dark passion and an almost ravenous power that threatened to engulf her. Alavia's eyes widened in terror, her mind a cacophony, her struggles utterly futile as she passively endured this sudden, terrifying tempest. Though the kiss was fleeting, it struck like a lightning bolt, shattering the facade of calm and the perilous game that lay between them. Riddle abruptly released her, stumbling back a step, his breath quickening as the madness in his eyes began to fade, replaced by an extreme coldness and an incredulous self-reflection. It seemed he, too, was taken aback by his own loss of control. Alavia staggered back, colliding with a bookshelf, her lips swollen, her complexion pale as paper, her chest heaving violently. Her eyes filled with an unprecedented blend of shock, fear, and an overwhelming fury at having been so thoroughly affronted. The two stood locked in a silent confrontation within the desolate reading room, the air thick with the lingering sweetness of the love potion and the heat of that recent kiss. "You madman." Alavia's voice shattered, trembling and tinged with tears, yet brimming with rage. Riddle remained silent, his once unfathomable black eyes fixated on her, as if weighing the consequences of this unexpected loss of control. Just then, the doorknob of the reading room suddenly turned. Footsteps and hushed whispers echoed from beyond the door. Someone was coming. Alavia's pupils suddenly constricted, while Riddle's countenance turned instantly severe. As their gazes locked, the impending crisis eclipsed all complex and unspeakable emotions. Chapter 33, Aftermath. The sound of the doorknob turning reverberated through the hushed reading room like a thunderclap. Alavia's heart leapt into her throat as she anxiously glanced towards the entrance. Riddle's reaction was astonishingly swift. Almost the instant the sound erupted, he violently waved his wand, causing all remnants of potion-related paraphernalia on the table to vanish without a trace. Simultaneously, he seized Alavia's wrist with such force that it elicited a cry of pain from her, yanking her into the narrow shadows formed by two towering rows of bookshelves. "Shoo!" His icy breath brushed against her ear, laden with an undeniable command. His other hand clamped over her mouth, pinning her firmly against the bookshelf, using his body as a shield. The door swung open, lights spilling in, accompanied by the voices of two Ravenclaw girls. "They must be around here. I distinctly saw them last time. It's so late. Do you think Mrs. Pants will scold us?" Footsteps echoed in the reading room, and the beam of a flashlight swept across the space before their concealed position. Alavia remained utterly rigid, paralyzed by fear. She could distinctly feel the rise and fall of Riddle's chest behind her and detect his chilling scent mingled with a faint, peculiar sweetness that lingered from the earlier potion. The searing sensation of his lips, imbued with a predatory intent, seemed to continue to smolder, a reminder of that brief yet exhilarating loss of control. A tumult of humiliation, anger, fear, and an unfamiliar, forcefully ignited shiver coursed through her. She longed to spin around and unleash the most venomous curse at him. Yet reality kept her firmly in place. After a brief search, the two girls appeared to find nothing and muttered as they departed. The reading room's door closed once more, plunging them back into darkness and silence. Riddle immediately released her, as if he had touched something vile, stepping back to create distance. In the obscurity, both could hear each other's rapid breathing. "Is this the outcome you desired?" Riddle's voice cut through the air, frigid and piercing, tinged with suppressed rage. "Using such despicable means, nearly exposing everything." The shaken Alavia, upon hearing this, felt her fear ignite into a greater fury. She whirled around, and although the darkness obscured his expression, she glared fiercely in the direction of his voice. "My potion, indeed, but that minuscule dosage couldn't even incapacitate a troll." Her voice was hoarse from excitement and the earlier suffocation, yet it was laced with sharp accusations. Who came charging in like a lovesick unicorn? Who lost control? Riddle. Do not blame your own lack of restraint on me. You make me sick. Sick? Riddle's voice suddenly took on a more perilous tone as he advanced a step closer. And Elavia could feel the chilling waves of his dark magic radiating from him. Do you think that meager potion could influence me? Elavia. You overestimate yourself and underestimate the allure of darkness. His fingers abruptly grasped her chin, the pressure causing her to gasp in pain, compelling her to look up at him. That kiss we shared, his voice was deep, echoing like a cavernous resonance, dissecting cruelly. Did you struggle? Perhaps. But were you afraid? No, in your eyes. There was more excitement, an exhilaration at finally tearing away my facade of calm. Admit it, you relish this perilous game on the edge as much as I do. You lie? Elavia trembled with rage, attempting to free herself from his grip, tears brimming in her eyes, not from sadness, but from overwhelming anger and the panic of being exposed. I merely wanted to see you make a fool of yourself, to prove you are not invincible. You narcissistic madman. Proof? Riddle scoffed, releasing her chin, his tone dripping with mockery. What have you proven? Only that your pathetic provocations will ultimately backfire. You ignited the flames, yet you lack the capacity to control them. His words lashed at Elavia's heart like a whip. She realized she had lost once again, utterly defeated. Her foolish act of vengeance had only unveiled more of what she wished to conceal. Get away, she finally erupted, her voice tinged with suppressed sobs and intense loathing. Stay away from me. I never want to see you again. Your research, your secrets, to hell with them. She pushed him away forcefully, stumbling in her attempt to escape the stifling darkness. However, Riddle's cold voice resonated once more from behind her, like an ultimate judgment. Do you think the game can begin and end at your whim? Elavia halted in her tracks. From the moment you stepped into the cellar, there was no turning back. His voice was low, yet each word fell heavily upon her heart. Your knowledge, your eyes, even this ridiculous anger you possess, all belong to me. You have no right to refuse. With her back turned to him, Elavia's nails dug deep into her palm, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks, not from weakness, but from a profound sense of despair and helplessness. Tomorrow night, Riddle's voice resumed that unmistakable, commanding chill, same place, same time. I expect to see the complete plan regarding the extraction of the curse's core energy. If you do not come. He did not finish. But the unspoken threat was more potent than any incantation. Having spoken, he did not linger, and the sound of his footsteps echoed as he left the reading room, leaving Elavia alone in the frigid darkness. She slowly sank to the ground, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly, not from tears, but from the rage, humiliation, and defiance that threatened to tear her apart. The following night, Elavia appeared punctually in that reading room. Her face was pale, dark circles under her eyes, yet the deep violet of her irises burned with a cold, almost frenzied flame. She slammed a stack of parchment filled with complex calculations onto the table before Riddle. The plan you requested. Her voice was hoarse yet calm, like ice laced with venom. And here's a suggestion. Next time you feel frisky, make sure to ascertain whether your target is even worthy of your touch. Riddle lifted his gaze, shifting his focus from the parchment to her face. He did not react with anger at her harsh words. Instead, he scrutinized her with chilling calmness, as if evaluating whether a tool had become sharper or developed cracks after being forged. He picked up the plan, skimming through it rapidly. Moments later, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. The plan not only met his stringent demands, but also proposed ideas that were more ingenious and audacious than his original concepts. Imbued with a spirit of determination akin to a do-or-die resolve, he set the parchment down and regarded the girl before him, now bristling with defensive quills like a wounded hedgehog. Well done, he remarked coolly, as if the tumultuous conflict of the previous night had never transpired. It seems anger can indeed unearth some latent potential. Elavia glared at him fiercely, wishing to burn holes into him with her gaze. Riddle held her stare, and the reading room once more filled with that familiar, dangerous tension. The shadow of last night's kiss intertwined with today's frigid confrontation, creating an exceedingly peculiar atmosphere. He suddenly curled his lips slightly, that arc devoid of warmth. Maintain this demeanor, Elavia, he said, his tone inscrutable, oscillating between encouragement and threat. The more you struggle, the more intriguing this game becomes. Chapter 34, The Shadow of the Chamber. Time raced forward in a peculiar and taut equilibrium. Elavia continued to appear weekly in the reading room, diligently pursuing increasingly perilous subjects assigned by Riddle, each drawing her closer to the core of dark magic. She had grown increasingly taciturn, yet the gleam in her deep purple eyes had become sharper, akin to polished glass, cold and fragile. She suppressed all her emotions: anger, humiliation, fear. and the indescribable turmoil that had ensued after that night, transforming them into a nearly self-destructive focus, immersing herself in the shadows of her research. Sometimes, her results would render Riddle silent, prompting him to scrutinize her for an extended duration, a fleeting glimmer of elusive appraisal flickering in his gaze. They no longer mentioned that kiss, yet the incident loomed like an invisible fissure, a twisted bond strung tautly between them. Their conversations remained laced with wit and malice. But occasionally, in the shared moments of unraveling complex problems, an unsettling and ephemeral camaraderie would emerge, as if two venomous serpents briefly slithered in parallel through the darkness. The atmosphere at Hogwarts began to shift subtly. Disturbing rumors circulated within the castle. Several Muggle-born students had been found petrified, their rigid faces etched with abject terror. Chilling warnings, scrawled in blood, appeared on the walls. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the air. Panic spread among some students. Elavia immediately thought of Riddle. Recalling his mention of the Slytherin heir, she was almost certain that this was linked to him. A frigid shiver coursed up her spine. During another late-night tutorial, the topic revolved around stabilizing a violently chaotic energy extracted from the blood of a formidable dark magical creature. As they reached the critical juncture of the experiment, it required both of them to precisely guide two distinctly different flows of magic simultaneously, forming a transient balance. Riddle was wholly focused, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Elavia, too, could feel the energy's tumult. A single misstep could result in catastrophic explosion. She held her breath, concentrating all her attention on the tip of her wand, striving to match Riddle's rhythm. Just as the energy was on the brink of achieving equilibrium, a minuscule fluctuation seemed to ripple from Riddle's side. Elavia's heart clenched, nearly convinced that disaster would repeat itself. However, in the next instant, Riddle exerted an unimaginable control to stabilize the energy, seamlessly directing a slightly chaotic flow towards her with a sharp, clear instruction: catch it. Clockwise third note. This was not a command, but rather an instinctual directive born from heightened tension. Elavia's mind barely had time to process. Her body reacted instinctively, her wand aimed accurately at the node he indicated, merging and stabilizing her controlled energy with it. A low, harmonious resonance of energy resounded through the air. The experiment was a success. The volatile energy was perfectly encapsulated within a transparent magical field, slowly rotating and emitting a soft glow. A brief silence enveloped them. Both were slightly breathless, gazing at their successful creation. The release following such tension, coupled with the peculiar sensation of being unconditionally trusted in a moment of crisis, transformed the atmosphere in the reading room. Riddle turned to Elavia. His dark hair was slightly damp, a few strands clinging to his forehead, disrupting his usual immaculate appearance. The sharpness in his gaze still lingered, yet beneath that intensity, there seemed to be a faint trace of satisfaction born from their shared triumph over adversity. Elavia instinctively met his gaze. Her chest still heaved from the recent thrill, her cheeks flushed abnormally due to the exertion of magic and heightened emotions. She plunged into the depths of his seemingly bottomless black eyes, where, in that moment, there was no trace of the usual cold calculation, only a profound depth born from the mastery of power. In that fleeting moment, Elavia's heart skipped a beat. A strange, untimely feeling unfurled within her, not fear, nor disdain, but a stirring awe at the formidable darkness of his intellect. Riddle appeared to catch a glimpse of that momentary daze in her eyes. The lines of his face softened ever so slightly, the corners of his mouth possibly attempting to form a semblance of a smile. Yet, this fragile, eerie atmosphere was immediately shattered by Elavia herself. She abruptly turned her face away, as if scalded, a layer of frost swiftly enveloping her visage, masking her earlier lapse with a harsh retort. What are you staring at? If I hadn't reacted swiftly, your precious little experiment would have exploded. Next time, do give a warning before things go awry, so as not to endanger others. The fleeting softness in Riddle's eyes vanished without a trace, replaced once more by a chilling indifference. He withdrew his gaze, focusing on the stable energy field, his tone reverting to its customary calm neutrality. At least it proves that, in critical moments, your instincts have some merit. He paused, as if recalling something, and added seemingly casually, yet with a sharp glance at her reaction. The castle has been rather unsettled of late. You would do well to remain in the common room at night, rather than wandering in places where you ought not to be like some overly curious individuals. Elavia's heart sank. He was warning her. He acknowledged the chamber incident was linked to him, and perhaps a next target had already been chosen. A wave of cold fury surged within her once more. The ridiculous flutter of emotion she had felt moments ago evaporated in an instant. Rest assured, she scoffed, gathering her belongings with a tone laced with bitterness. I have no interest in the fate of mudbloods, nor in observing your cleansing endeavors. After all, it's quite nauseating to behold. Having said that, She turned on her heel, leaving Riddle, his successful experiment, and that ominous warning behind. As she reached the door, she thought she heard Riddle emit a nearly inaudible hum, the tone ambiguous between anger and amusement. The corridor was cold and empty. Olivia walked briskly, her thoughts in disarray. The moment of collaboration and exhilaration during the experiment had been genuine, yet his subsequent warning about the chamber was an icy reality. While he shared with her the darkest of knowledge, he simultaneously orchestrated horrific attacks outside. She abruptly halted, leaning against the frigid wall, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Which of the two, the focused and powerful version of him that had momentarily captivated her, or the cold and ruthless planner behind the petrification incidents, was the true Riddle? Or perhaps were they both? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Meanwhile, in the reading room, Riddle stood alone before the swirling energy field, the eerie light illuminating his shadowy profile. He raised his hand, gazing at the fingertips that had stabilized the energy, momentarily lost in thought. The glimmer in her eyes just moments ago had not been fear nor contempt. He slowly clenched his fingers, a complex and inscrutable current flickering in his gaze. Chapter 35. The Death of the Myrtles and the Omens of Rupture. The panic induced by the chamber incident continued to fester within Hogwarts. 2 more students had been petrified, and blood markings reappeared on the walls. The atmosphere was rife with anxiety, and speculation regarding the Slytherin heir ran rampant. Olivia observed it all with a cold detachment. The absurd flutter of emotion born from their joint research long since eroded by the harshness of reality. She was more acutely aware than anyone that the elegant and composed boy who shared dark knowledge with her was the mastermind behind it all. This cognition pierced her heart like a venomous thorn, sharpening her visceral aversion towards Riddle each time they crossed paths. They continued to convene in the reading room. Yet the atmosphere had plummeted to a frigid abyss. When Olivia completed the tasks he assigned, it resembled the completion of a grueling chore, marked by palpable insincerity and resentment. Her words grew increasingly caustic, as she seized every opportunity to deride his grand aspirations. "Which impure corner do you intend to cleanse today?" she sneered on one occasion, flinging a paper regarding soul magic backlash protection before him. Unable to restrain herself from taunting, "Shall I prepare the celebratory champagne in advance for you? Or perhaps you deem it unnecessary to engage in such complex research when dealing with a few unarmed students." Riddle lifted his gaze from the paper, his obsidian eyes sweeping over her with a chilling detachment. Rather than becoming enraged by her provocation, he countered in an eerily calm tone. "Are you fearful? Or are you merely sympathetic?" "Sympathy?" Olivia erupted into an exaggerated, scornful laugh. "I find it utterly ludicrous. To possess such knowledge and power, yet squander it on trivial acts of bullying the weak. Riddle, your vision is disappointingly limited." His expression darkened slightly, her mockery seeming to strike at a sensitive nerve he preferred to remain untouched. He set down the paper, leaning slightly forward, his gaze like a frosty probe. "What, in your estimation, constitutes a worthy ambition for such power? Like your grandfather, sequestering himself in an ivory tower until death, only for his efforts to gather dust? At least he didn't become a ludicrous murderer," Olivia retorted, her voice rising in indignation. In that moment, the air in the reading room felt as though it had solidified. Riddle's presence shifted into something dangerously palpable, a tempest brewing within his dark eyes. He rose abruptly, his towering figure exuding a formidable sense of oppression. "Mind your words, Rosier," he intoned, his voice low and menacing, each syllable seemingly forced through clenched teeth. "You understand nothing." "I comprehend precisely what I see," Olivia declared defiantly, tilting her chin to meet his gaze unflinchingly. "I understand that everything you do disgusts me." An intense standoff loomed, the taut string between them seemingly on the verge of snapping. Yet, at that moment, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the night from afar, echoing through the castle. This was soon followed by chaotic footsteps and terrified cries. Their movements froze simultaneously. Riddle furrowed his brow, straining to listen, the anger on his face swiftly replaced by an unervingly calm assessment. Olivia's complexion drained of color, an ominous premonition gripping her. In no time, the news spread like wildfire throughout the castle. One of the Ravenclaw girls, named Myrtle Warren, had perished in the second-floor girls' lavatory. Panic escalated to its peak, no longer merely petrified, but faced with the specter of death. When Olivia heard the news, she found herself amidst the frantic crowd. A chilling wave surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Instinctively, she glanced toward the Slytherin direction, only to lock eyes with Tom Riddle, who emerged briskly from a shadowy corner. His complexion appeared unusually pale, yet his demeanor was strikingly composed, even carrying an indescribable sense of ease, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The hem of his robe seemed to bear a barely noticeable stain. Their gazes met briefly amidst the chaos. Riddle's eyes were unfathomably deep, devoid of triumph or guilt, only a frigid indifference of having accomplished something deemed necessary. He even imperceptibly shook his head at her, as if to convey, "See, this is the necessary cost." In that moment, Elavia felt an overwhelming chill and nausea. All arguments, all confrontations, seemed laughably trivial and pale in the face of a vibrant life extinguished. She abruptly turned away, unwilling to gaze at him any longer, her stomach churning violently. She finally comprehended that the ambiguous, perilous line between them had been irrevocably crossed. On one side lay the gray area where she could still struggle and deceive herself. On the other, the pure, frigid darkness into which he had unhesitatingly stepped. In the days following, Elavia feigned illness to avoid several tutoring sessions. She could no longer face him, nor could she pretend nothing had transpired as they discussed esoteric knowledge, knowing his hands might be stained with a classmate's blood. One evening a few days later, Riddle intercepted her in a secluded corridor. He appeared no different than usual, perhaps even more composed. "You're avoiding me," he stated matter-of-factly, his tone flat. "I simply wish to avoid the stench of death," Elavia replied coldly, attempting to sidestep him. Riddle blocked her path. "You are afraid," he reiterated, but this time with an odd curiosity. "Afraid of me? Or of the reality of how this world operates? I fear that I once thought you." Elavia halted abruptly, swallowing back the absurdity of her words, instead opting for a more venomous tone, "that you still resembled a human being." Riddle regarded her silently for several seconds, then suddenly offered a faint, chilling smile, imbued with a near-pitying coldness. "What a pity," he said. "I had presumed you would be the one who could understand." With that, he stepped aside, allowing her to pass. Elavia hastened away, her heart pounding heavily in her chest. His final words, "the one who could understand," struck her like a stone cast into an icy lake, sending faint yet persistent ripples of unease through her already frozen heart. She shook her head violently, attempting to dispel these unwarranted emotions. Understand? Absolutely not. Yet the fracture had emerged, and it was irrevocably widening. The academic year was drawing to a close. Chapter 36, Time. The death of Myrtle cast a heavy shadow over the remaining days at Hogwarts. The official investigation deemed her demise an unfortunate accident. Yet fear and suspicion had already taken root in the hearts of many. Elavia Rosier became increasingly reclusive and sharp, akin to a hedgehog bristling with spines after being startled. Arming herself with an even more acerbic attitude, particularly towards Tom Riddle. They maintained their perilous tutoring relationship, yet the atmosphere had shifted. Elavia no longer sought to provoke him academically. Instead, she dedicated all her energy to completing topics that drew ever closer to the core of dark magic, producing work of astonishing speed and quality, as if striving to prove something or escape from something. When she submitted assignments, she remained silent and swift, avoiding any unnecessary eye contact, as though a mere glance in his direction would tarnish her. Riddle observed her transformation keenly. He was no longer easily incensed by her biting remarks. Instead, his unfathomable black eyes brimmed with a calm observation and an unnameable focus, akin to that of a scientist observing a precious specimen reacting intriguingly under pressure. Occasionally, after she adeptly resolved a particularly challenging problem, he would offer a faint acknowledgement, stating, "You've made progress," in a tone that was flat yet sent a shiver down Elavia's spine, as if marked by something dark. Time passed swiftly in an eerie, tense tranquility. The pressures of OWLs and Newts felt trivial amidst their struggles. Their battlefield lay in deeper, darker realms. On the eve of graduation, the air was charged with an unsettling mix of anticipation and melancholy. In the Slytherin common room, many engaged in hushed discussions about future plans, exchanging correspondence addresses. Elavia sat alone in a secluded corner, distanced from the bustling crowd, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed into the flickering flames of the hearth, a profound emptiness echoing within her. At that moment, Riddle traversed the throng and approached her with unwavering intent. He bore no books today, merely observing her in silence. The surrounding clamor faded into a hushed murmur, countless eyes, both curious and discerning, fixated upon them. "Let us take a walk." It was not a question, but rather a declaration of intent. Elavia had intended to retort with the most scathing remarks, yet when her gaze met his, those eyes, deepened by the firelight, her words lodged in her throat. There was an unusual gravity in his expression, a solemnity that was altogether different. With a dismissive huff, she ultimately rose to her feet, following him out of the common room, leaving behind a sea of bewildered glances. They did not venture to the library nor to the room of requirement. Instead, Riddle led her on a silent journey through the castle-esque corridors, ultimately arriving at the astronomy tower. The night air howled, tugging at their robes. Beneath them lay the sleeping Hogwarts and the vast expanse of the starry sky. They stood side by side at the railing, enveloped in silence for what felt like an eternity. An inexplicable tension hung in the air, mingling with unfulfilled ambitions and unspoken dark secrets. "What are your plans after graduation?" Riddle suddenly inquired, his voice seamlessly merging with the wind. "Home. Or perhaps a quiet place to continue my studies," Olivia replied stiffly, deliberately overlooking any insinuations in his words. Riddle turned to her, the starlight illuminating the contours of his flawless profile, casting a play of light and shadow. "You possess a rare talent, Olivia." His voice was soft yet clear, resonating in her ears. "Your intellect, your intuition regarding the essence of darkness should not be buried beneath mundane social engagements or tedious reclusiveness." Her heartbeat faltered, and she forced a cold laugh. "What? The illustrious Riddle is now offering career counseling? Unfortunately, I have no interest in joining any cleansing endeavors. It is not merely cleansing." Riddle's gaze drifted toward the dark expanse of the forbidden forest, as if peering into a more distant future, but rather a reconstruction. To shatter this antiquated hypocritical order and establish new rules. A world governed by greater and purer power. His voice bore a captivating fervor, yet remained eerily calm. "We need individuals like you. We require your knowledge and unique perspective." This was the first time he had so directly unveiled his ambitions to her. Even using the word "we," a chill ran through Olivia, her blood inexplicably warming. She loathed his methods, feared his coldness. Yet the vision he painted of a world ruled by absolute power and wisdom held a dark, fatal allure for her. It resonated with her own deep-seated desire to break free from her shackles and touch the sublime. "That sounds compelling." She turned her head, evading his piercing gaze. Her tone still acerbic, but lacking conviction. "Who knows if your new world is merely a larger cage? And why should I trust you? Just because you—" She abruptly halted, the name unspoken. Riddle fell silent for a moment. The wind howled, tousling his dark hair. "Myrtle Warren was an unfortunate incident," he suddenly stated, his voice lowering, infused with an unusual semblance of genuine emotion, an unnecessary misstep. Olivia whirled to face him, shock evident in her eyes. He appeared to be admitting it, and there was a hint of faint regret in his tone. "There are always costs on the path to power," he continued, his gaze growing cold and profound once more. "But we can avoid unnecessary waste. We can be more precise." He looked at her, his gaze intensely focused. "We can do this together." The words "together" struck Olivia like a boulder cast into the lake of her heart. She stared at the boy before her, whose ruthless ambition knew no bounds, yet possessed a strength and wisdom that allowed him to perceive the darkness within her, and in this moment, extended a hand. Disgust and attraction, fear and excitement, waged a furious battle within her. She knew she should refuse without hesitation, should spit in his face and walk away without looking back. Yet she did not. She simply stared at him, as if trying to discern the depths of his soul. Under the starlit sky, his silhouette stood tall and solitary, seemingly bearing the weight of the world's darkness, yet exuding an irresistible allure to draw near. After a long silence, her own voice emerged, dry yet surprisingly calm. "I need time to consider." It was neither an acceptance nor a rejection. Riddle appeared unfazed by her response. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a mere flicker that sent her heart racing once more. "Very well," he murmured, "I shall wait for you." With that, he turned away, leaving the astronomy tower, leaving Olivia alone amidst the howling night wind, facing a sleeping world below and a tumultuous heart within. At the graduation feast, Tom Riddle unequivocally received the Special Contribution Award. He stood on the stage, basking in applause and accolades, impeccably handsome. His gaze swept across the Slytherin table, momentarily lingering on Olivia, devoid of its usual chill, replaced instead by a serene confidence, as if he held everything in his grasp. Olivia abruptly lowered her head, awkwardly cutting her food, her movements stiff. As the train departed from the Hogwarts platform, she watched the castle recede into the distance. Devoid of the sorrow of parting, only engulfed in an unprecedented confusion and a shuddering allure of darkness. He had offered her a choice, a path leading to ultimate power, yet one that could also spell her doom, and she found herself genuinely contemplating it. Chapter 37, The Initial Horcrux. The summer following graduation was thick and oppressive. Olivia returned to the Rogier Manor, the ancient and opulent structure now resembling a delicate prison. She attempted to immerse herself in her family's vast collection of tomes, seeking solace in the esoteric knowledge to numb herself, yet she found her thoughts wandering uncontrollably. The echoes of that night in the astronomy tower, Riddle's deep voice, and his starlit black eyes perpetually resurfaced in her mind. "Reconstruct the rules, governed by power. We can do this together." These words resonated like an incantation, ringing in her mind day and night. She despised his methods, feared his indifference to life. Yet the smoldering desire for absolute power and dark knowledge within her was deftly stoked by him, growing ever more fervent. She became increasingly irritable, berating her servants for the slightest errors, unleashing her foul temper to its fullest extent, just as she was on the verge of being torn apart by this conflict. An unfamiliar owl delivered a nameless note, stamped with a vague magical insignia, one dusky evening. It bore only a brief time and location, midnight, Nocturne Alley. Behind Borgin and Burke's. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. Elavia clutched the note tightly, her fingertips icy. It was him. He had indeed come. There was no time for hesitation. To go, or not to go? The entire evening was consumed by her fierce internal struggle. Rationality screamed at her to burn the note, to sever all ties. Yet a more potent force, a blend of curiosity, ambition, and a dark allure, ultimately compelled her. At the stroke of midnight, shrouded in a dark cloak and employing the disillusionment charm to mask her presence, she made her way to Nocturne Alley. The street exudes an ominous aura even in daylight, transforming into a veritable haunt by night. The windows of Borgin and Burke's display an array of bizarre and terrifying artifacts, while the rear entrance is concealed within a darker, narrower alleyway. Shortly after her arrival, the back door silently creaked open. Riddle's silhouette emerged from the shadows within, gesturing for her to enter. The interior of the shop appeared even more crowded and sinister than its exterior suggested. The air was thick with the musty scent of dust and the peculiar energy emanating from various dark magical items. Mr. Borgin seemed absent, leaving only the two of them in the dimly lit space. It seems you have made a choice. Riddle's voice resonated in the stillness of the shop, laced with a barely perceptible satisfaction. He appeared more composed than during their school days, his aura increasingly contained yet dangerously alluring. Elvira lowered her hood, revealing a pale face that feigned calmness, her tone still rigid. I merely came to see what new tricks you might have up your sleeve. Don't expect me to assist you in any nefarious deeds. Riddle dismissed her bravado with indifference, turning to lead her deeper into the shop. He guided her through a cluttered passageway to a more secluded back room. It resembled a small magical workshop, dominated by a stone table strewn with various tools and an ancient tome exuding a foreboding presence. At the center of the table lay an unassuming black diary, quietly resting yet pulsating with an invisible vortex, emanating a chilling, greedy aura that seemed intent on devouring all. Elvira's breath caught in her throat. Even without having seen it before, she sensed the diary's extraordinary nature. It reminded her of the failed vessel in the cellar, but was far more perfect, far more malevolent. This is a beginning, she managed to utter, her voice slightly hoarse. Riddle approached the stone table, his pale, slender fingers lightly grazing the diary's cover. His gaze reflecting an almost obsessive focus and the pride of a creator, a miracle capable of transcending time and achieving immortality. He lifted his eyes to meet hers, his dark irises glistening with an unsettling brilliance in the dim light. It is also the most exquisite manifestation of your grandfather's theories. A chill coursed through Elvira from her toes to the crown of her head. She understood now. This was the Horcrux he had been relentlessly pursuing. He had succeeded. In such a brief span since graduation, he had conjured the first Horcrux through some horrific means. Who did you kill? She found herself asking, her voice trembling. Riddle's lips curved into a chilling smile, a necessary sacrifice. For the greater good. He spoke nonchalantly, as if crushing a mere insect, emphasizing the success of his endeavor. Do you feel it? This perfect separation, this eternal anchor. His gaze intensified, filled with a fervor to share a supreme secret. And this is merely the first. There are more powerful vessels awaiting. Elvira stared at the diary, then at the boy before her who was revealing this ultimate dark creation, her heart swelling with profound dread and an indescribable shock. She abhorred this act, feared this power, yet could not remain unmoved by the terrible marvel that grazed the deepest taboos of magic. He was a devil, yet he was also an unprecedented genius of darkness. Why show me this? She asked, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Because you ought to see it. Riddle's voice was deep and seductive. You should witness the fruits of our collaborative research and the greatness we can achieve. You should stand here, at the very genesis of it all, rather than imagining it through dusty tomes. He extended his hand towards her, not to touch her, but to indicate the diary, as if inviting her to share in this dark glory. Join me, Elvira. Truly join me. Not merely to provide knowledge, but to co-create, to possess together. This world is far broader than the libraries of Hogwarts, and we have the capacity to seize everything we desire. Elvira's heart raced uncontrollably. The scene before her shattered the very limits of her understanding. The evil emanating from the diary instinctively urged her to flee, yet Riddle's words, the unabashed ambition and power in his eyes, drew her in like a magnet. She recalled their conversation atop the astronomy tower, his words about reshaping the rules. At that moment, it no longer felt like mere rhetoric. With the Horcrux, he had nearly attained the qualifications to fulfill his promises. She bit down hard on her lip, her mind caught in a tumultuous battle. Reason and morality screamed in rejection, yet the dark yearning for power and immortality within her soul howled in wild agreement. Just as she wrestled with her inner turmoil, a sudden indistinct noise echoed from the shop's front hall. It sounded as if the door had swung open, accompanied by Mr. Borgen's oily, ingratiating voice. "This way, esteemed sir, watch your step. We've just received a fascinating collection of Egyptian artifacts." Someone was coming. Riddle's expression instantly turned grave, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. He swiftly waved his hand, causing the diary and the ancient tome to vanish, concealed from sight. Grasping Elvira's wrist with a forceful grip, he commanded in a low voice, from the back. Quickly, his sharp gaze swept toward the curtain leading to the main shop. Elvira found herself nearly dragged as he hurried her out of the Borgen and Burke's shop through the rear entrance, plunging once more into the cold darkness of Nocturne Alley. They did not pause until they were far from that alleyway. Riddle released her wrist, his demeanor shrouded in ambiguity under the moonlight. "Think carefully, Elvira," he stated, observing her shaken expression, "but do not keep me waiting too long. The era is about to change, and opportunity favors those who dare to reach for it." With that, he turned, his figure swiftly melding into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Elvira stood alone on the filthy street, the lingering pressure and chill of his grip still evident on her wrist. Her heart raced, her mind replaying the image of that wicked diary and Riddle's outstretched hand inviting her in. Fear and temptation coiled around her heart like two venomous serpents. Chapter 38. Fractures in the Heart's Defenses. The impact of that night in Nocturne Alley rippled through Elvira's mind like a stone cast into a deep pond, stirring chaotic waves within her. The diary, exuding a cold, devouring essence, and Riddle's hand reaching out to her, infused with ambition and invitation, haunted her thoughts day and night. She detested the evil, yet could not deny the chilling allure of the power it promised. Her temperament grew increasingly erratic, the oppressive atmosphere within Rosier Manor thickening to a palpable substance. The servants moved about in trepidation, fearful that the slightest misstep would ignite their mistress's infamous temper. She attempted to arm herself with sharper words, as if that might dispel the dark temptation stirring within her. Days later, another unsigned note was delivered by Owl. This time, the rendezvous was not at Borgen and Burke's, but rather at a newly opened tea house in Diagon Alley, reputed to procure rare magical materials from the Far East. Clutching the note, Elvira found herself engulfed in deeper turmoil. Last time, it was a dark shop and a Horcrux. This time, it was a tea house in broad daylight. What trickery did he intend to employ? A potent curiosity mingled with a desire to see what else he might unveil ultimately triumphed over her wariness. She arrived punctually for the meeting. The private room was elegantly appointed, suffused with a delicate scent of sandalwood, a stark contrast to the ambience of Nocturne Alley. Riddle awaited her there, clad in a well-fitted dark green robe, appearing more like a handsome and composed young scholar than a practitioner of dark magic. He was leisurely brewing a pot of tea, his movements graceful and unhurried. Upon noticing Alavia's entrance, he raised his hand to gesture for her to take a seat, sliding towards her a cup of crystal-clear tea that emanated an unusual, enchanting fragrance. "Try it. It's an ancient tree tea from the East, reputed to calm the mind and soothe the spirit." His tone was nonchalant, as if they were merely ordinary friends sharing a cup of tea. Alavia eyed the cup warily, making no move to accept it, a sardonic smile twisting her lips. "What is this? The great heir of the Dark Lord has turned tea master? Or is there something special in this brew that will render me utterly devoted to you?" Riddle raised his gaze to meet hers, seemingly accustomed to her sharpness, a flicker of mild exasperation crossing his features. "If I possessed such a thing, our interactions would be significantly more straightforward," he replied coolly, taking a sip from his cup. "Rest assured, it's merely tea. I have no need for such base tactics." Alavia scoffed, yet ultimately lifted the cup. The warm liquid slid down her throat, indeed bringing with it a peculiar sense of tranquility that eased her taut nerves somewhat. "What do you want?" she asked, placing the cup down and cutting straight to the point, disinterested in any meaningless pleasantries. "Just tea," Riddle observed her with a profound gaze. "And to see how you are contemplating matters. After all, time waits for no one. After you showed me that thing?" Alavia's voice rose, laced with suppressed agitation. "What do you expect me to consider? Joyfully joining your eternal revelry. I assumed you would appreciate the artistry within it more." Riddle leaned slightly closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "To strip the soul, to anchor eternity. This is the pinnacle of magic. Have you never yearned to touch such boundaries when studying those ancient taboos?" "I yearn for knowledge, not murder," Alavia retorted sharply, though her conviction wavered. Deep within, she recognized her longing for that power, yet her moral compass struggled fiercely against it. "A necessary cost," Riddle reiterated his stance, though this time his tone bore a subtle shift. "For a greater purpose, sacrifices must often be made." The crucial aspect lies in whether the sacrifice is worth it. He fixed her with a gaze that seemed to swirl with tempestuous depths, and we can ensure that each sacrifice becomes immensely valuable. His words were like hooks, deftly plucking at the dark strings of her heart. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the private room, shattering their dialogue. I distinctly saw them enter this room. Step aside. I need to confront that wretched Rogier. A sharp, somewhat familiar female voice clamored. Olavia's expression instantly soured. It's Walburga Black. What is she doing here? And why is she specifically seeking me? Riddle's brow creased almost imperceptibly, a flicker of annoyance at the interruption flashing in his eyes. The door to the private room burst open, and Walburga Black stood there, brimming with fury, her face flushed. Behind her trailed an awkward tea shop manager and several curious onlookers. Olavia Rogier. Walburga began, but her words faltered as she caught sight of Tom Riddle sitting across from Olavia. Her momentum faltered, surprise and caution flitting across her features, quickly overshadowed by an even greater rage. So, you are indeed with him. Riddle slowly rose, positioning himself half a step in front of Olavia. He said nothing, merely fixing Walburga with his cold, steady gaze. There was no threat, no admonition, yet an invisible, profound aura of dominance enveloped the space, silencing the previously raucous corridor. Walburga felt a shiver under his scrutiny, but her pride would not allow her to back down. Pointing an accusatory finger at Olavia, she exclaimed, "Do you know what she has done? She actually dared to write a letter insulting my mother, using vile and filthy words. Our family will never." Walburga, Riddle finally interjected, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "This is not the place for personal vendettas. You are behaving inappropriately." "I am behaving inappropriately?" Walburga trembled with rage. "It's her. Enough." Riddle's tone remained flat, yet it carried an absolute finality that demanded the conversation cease. "Leave. Now." His gaze swept over the manager and the spectators, who instinctively recoiled a step back. Walburga's complexion turned a shade of mottled green and white as she glared daggers at Olavia, then cast a wary glance at Riddle. Finally, with a furious stomp, she declared, "You will regret this." Before storming off, the manager hastily apologized and closed the door. Silence enveloped the room once more, though an eerie atmosphere lingered. Olavia remained in a state of shock and confusion. She had never penned any letter to Mrs. Black, but before she could gather her thoughts, Riddle, still facing away from her, spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "It seems your poor taste invariably brings you trouble." Under normal circumstances, Olavia would have retorted with sharper words. Yet, at this moment, witnessing him stand protectively before her, recalling how he had so decisively dismissed the chaos, an intricate and unfamiliar emotion surged within her. Anger and confusion persisted, yet there was an almost imperceptible thread of being defended. This feeling terrified her, more so than facing Walburga. She abruptly stood, her tone growing harsher to mask her disarray. "Who asked you to meddle? I can handle this myself." Riddle turned to face her, his gaze lingering on her mask of forced composure, as if he could see through the sharp facade to the turmoil beneath. He sighed softly, a sound barely audible. "Perhaps," he said, his tone carrying a hint of gentle indulgence he himself might not have noticed. "But your methods of resolution typically only escalate the problem." He stepped closer, lowering his head to meet her gaze. The proximity allowed her to see the delicate shadows cast by his long lashes and lower eyelid. "Consider my proposal, Olavia." His voice was lower than before, almost a whisper, as if infused with genuine anticipation. "We need you. I do not wish to see your talents squandered on trivial entanglements." This time, the weight of his words struck Olavia's defenses profoundly. Coupled with the earlier image of him instinctively shielding her, a peculiar chemistry ignited within her. She averted her face abruptly, her heart racing like a drum, throwing out, "I'll respond whenever I wish. You cannot rush me," and almost fled from the room in a panic. Bursting out of the tea house, the bright sunlight of Diagon Alley pierced her eyes painfully. She leaned against the cold wall, gasping for breath, attempting to calm her wildly racing heart. "Bastard! Madman! Murderer!" She internally cursed him with the most venomous words. Yet, why? Why did the moment he stood before her, uttering those words of "needing you," cause the ice-like barriers in her heart to fracture, creating a narrow yet undeniable fissure? This was far more terrifying than encountering a Horcrux. Chapter 39. Distorted Approaches. In the days following the tea house debacle, Olavia found herself in a state of restless agitation. She replayed every detail of that day in her mind. Walburga's inexplicable accusations, Riddle's unexpected defense, and her own shameful surge of exhilaration. She could not believe she would ever write such a letter. There had to be a hidden agenda behind it. But who? And what could their purpose be? Her first suspicion fell upon Riddle. Who else possessed such motive and means? Yet, if he truly acted thus, what could he possibly gain? Merely to stage a clumsy heroics? The very notion struck her as absurd and revolting. However, a more dreadful possibility began to take root in her mind. If not him, could it be another family harboring grievances against Rosier? Or perhaps the Blacks, orchestrating their own plot, seeking merely an excuse to strike? This omnipresent sense of threat, born from the internal strife within the pureblood circles, sent a chill down her spine, leaving her feeling isolated and vulnerable. As she was tormented by various suspicions, another trouble loomed on the horizon. The rare magical materials she had procured through unofficial channels at exorbitant prices to deal with Riddle's perilous subjects had gone awry. The cunning broker had absconded with her money, leaving her with a mess. Not only had the materials failed to arrive, but he also retaliated, threatening to expose her dealings with illicit goods. Should this matter come to light, not only would she face severe repercussions, but the entire Rosier family's reputation would be gravely affected. Olivia attempted to leverage her connections and family influence to resolve the issue discreetly, but discovered that the brokers seemed to have formidable backing, making the situation exceptionally tricky to navigate. Amidst this chaos, she found herself unconsciously contemplating Riddle, the one who moved so effortlessly through Nocturne Alley, evidently well-versed in the underworld's rules. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she forcefully extinguished it. Seeking his assistance? It would be akin to walking into a trap. She would rather face the broker herself. Yet, the situation escalated beyond her expectations. Threatening letters began arriving directly at the manor, their tone growing increasingly audacious. It appeared that whispers had reached the family, with her parents regarding her with a mixture of doubt and discontent. The pressure felt like an ever-tightening net, nearly suffocating her. One evening, she received another viciously worded threat from the broker. Anger and helplessness surged within her, overpowering her rationality. She crumpled the letter into a ball and hurled it to the ground, her chest heaving. Deep purple eyes ignited by an uncontainable fury and a hint of madness driven to the brink. She needed to resolve this issue, immediately, without delay, by any means necessary. Almost as soon as this thought flitted through her mind, she seized a fresh piece of parchment and, without the luxury of contemplation, wrote in an irritable, almost venting script. The charlatan who sells moonlight moss and dragon's blood crystals is named Karg, often spotted at the Leaky Cauldron in Nocturne Alley. Make him silent. There was no salutation, no signature, merely the most direct demand, its tone harsh as if issuing a command. Upon finishing, she almost immediately regretted it, wishing to tear the note apart, yet that reckless defiance surged within her once more. She summoned an owl with a rough urgency, thrusting the note into its grasp, providing an address for Riddle's hideout in Nocturne Alley, a place she had visited only once but remembered vividly. After completing this act, she slumped into a chair, drained of energy, filled with self-loathing and a foreboding sense of moral decline. In the end, she had sought his help. She had stepped into a trap he might have long since laid. However, the anticipated long wait did not materialize. Within less than 2 hours, the owl returned, bearing a reply. Again, there was no salutation, no signature. The paper bore a single, succinct, and cold line, in the familiar sharp handwriting. Handled. He will not utter another word. The writing was clean and decisive, as if merely addressing a trivial matter. Olivia clutched the note, her fingers trembling slightly. What did handle mean? A warning? An expulsion? Or perhaps a more permanent silence? A chill swept over her, mingling with a twisted sense of reassurance. She despised this dependency on him, yet could not deny that the boulder weighing her down had been so effortlessly lifted. The following day, whispers of the broker Karg's fate circulated quietly through Nocturne Alley. He had vanished entirely, embroiled in a dangerous dark magic transaction. People spoke in hushed tones, their voices laced with awe and fear. No further threatening letters arrived. The trouble had been resolved cleanly, even more thoroughly than she had anticipated. That evening, during tutoring time, Riddle appeared as unremarkable as ever. He did not mention the note, did not claim any credit, nor did he spare her more than a passing glance, merely assigning new topics on ancient curses and soul-binding. His indifference only heightened Olivia's unease. She would have preferred if he had sought to intimidate her, to mock her, rather than treat her pleas and subsequent relief as inconsequential dust in his grand machinations. This pervasive, silent control was more suffocating than any direct threat, entwined with a bizarre allure. Midway through their discussion on stabilizing a soul-tearing rune, they found themselves at an impasse. Olivia advocated for a more conservative yet complex reinforcement approach, while Riddle proposed a more radical yet high-risk method of reverse infusion. Your overly cautious approach will only waste energy, Olivia retorted, her tone sharp with irritation. Your recklessness will lead to uncontrollable collapse, just like that incident in the cellar, Riddle replied coldly. That was because you miscalculated the phases. Is that so? Then why not take the lead on the reverse infusion? Riddle suddenly set down his materials, his dark eyes locking onto hers with a challenging glint. If you believe my method is so perilous, prove you can control it. Elevia bristled at his provocation. She could hardly tolerate such condescending scrutiny. Fine. Do you think I lack the courage? She seized the reins, initiating the perilous method he proposed. The magical flow became exceedingly unstable, energies clashing violently between the runes. Emitting a dangerous hum, beads of sweat formed on Elevia's forehead as she focused intently, striving to rein in the rampaging force. Just as the energy threatened to spiral out of control, a cold hand suddenly enveloped hers, gripping the wand. It was Riddle. He neither pushed her away nor interrupted her. Rather, he transmitted a remarkably precise and powerful stabilizing magic through their point of contact, akin to the most skilled helmsman steadying a ship on the verge of capsizing. Steady your mind, guide it, do not oppose it. His voice resonated in her ear, deep and calm, his breath brushing against her earlobe. Elevia froze, yet miraculously. The wild energy gradually succumbed to his guidance, following the predetermined path. A flash of success illuminated the experiment. Riddle slowly withdrew his hand, as if their earlier contact had been the most natural occurrence. He observed her slightly pale profile and trembling fingers, a fleeting emotion flickering in his eyes. It seems, he remarked lightly, his tone inscrutable, that a bit of dependence is not entirely a bad thing. Elevia whirled to glare at him, wishing to counter his notion of dependence with the most venomous words, but was met by his fathomless black gaze. In it, the usual pure coldness had shifted, revealing a glimmer of something akin to probing focus. The words she longed to hurl at him caught in her throat. The distance between them narrowed, the air still tinged with the faint scent of ozone from their successful magic, mingling with his chilling aura. A peculiar cocktail of resistance, anger at being seen through, and an undeniable resonance born from their shared perilous challenge silently spread between them. He exploited her predicament, orchestrating her circumstances so that she became increasingly dependent on him. Yet she, fully aware of the truth, still stepped into the trap, her heart racing at his ambiguous words and timely assistance. The sensation was utterly wretched, yet maddeningly addictive. Chapter 40. Farewell, my dark lord. Dependency was like a web. Once ensnared, it became nearly impossible to escape. Following that plea for help, a peculiar understanding blossomed between Elevia and Tom Riddle. She remained sharp-tongued and haughty, arming herself with caustic words, yet found herself increasingly reliant on his power and resources to acquire dangerous research materials and resolve troubles beyond her control. He, as ever, provided assistance, precise and efficient, never demanding immediate recompense, though the controlling glint in his dark eyes grew ever more pronounced. He led her deeper into the abyss of darkness. Together, they explored ancient remnants of dark magic, negotiated with perilous magical creatures, and even infiltrated the Ministry of Magic's confidential archives. Each adventure teetered on the brink of annihilation, and each success deepened their twisted bond. Elevia could feel herself sliding toward the precipice, the thrill of dark power entwined with her complex emotions for him, rendering her both terrified and entranced. Until that fateful day, Riddle successfully acquired the Locket of Slytherin, a crucial vessel for his plans concerning Horcruxes. His joy was both restrained and immense, radiating an almost boiling surge of magical energy. Rarely, he proactively revealed to Elevia the ancient magical engravings on the locket, sharing in his triumph. Soon, he caressed the cold metal, his eyes alight with fervor, just a final step away from perfection. Yet, as Elevia gazed at the locket, a chill inexplicably surged within her. She recalled the diary, remembered the myrtle. Unable to suppress her voice, she asked, dry-throated, "What is the necessary sacrifice this time?" Riddle lifted his gaze to meet hers, the fervor slightly abating into a profound, inscrutable emotion. An ancient, filthy family. They have guarded what does not rightfully belong to them for far too long. His tone was flat, as though discussing the disposal of refuse. Who? Elevia pressed, a growing sense of foreboding settling in her heart. Riddle hesitated, seemingly weighing his words, before slowly uttering two. Gunter. Elevia's heart plummeted. She knew that surname. Belonging to the most ancient and fanatical descendants of Salazar Slytherin, a family long fallen from grace, now hidden away in obscurity. They are also yours. She left that thought unspoken, though its implication was clear. The Gunter family was his maternal lineage. A frost instantly enveloped Riddle's expression, a flicker of revulsion and savagery flashing in his eyes. They are the sole blemish that must be erased from my bloodline. He stated coldly, eliminate them, acquire the ring, and my lineage and heritage will achieve ultimate purity and completeness. His words pierced through Elevia's final vestiges of hope and the ridiculous flutter her heart once felt in resonance with darkness. A blemish? Erase? He intended to sacrifice the lives and souls of his maternal family to attain his so-called purity and completeness? She looked at him, at this extraordinarily handsome and astute youth who had once stirred her heart with his dark allure. Beneath that flawless veneer, a chillingly inhuman essence emerged. He was not pursuing power. He was engaged in a frenzied self-sacrifice that obliterated humanity. The darkness that once quickened her pulse now filled her with boundless revulsion and fear. Riddle seemed to sense the violent shift in her emotions. His brow furrowed slightly as he stepped closer, his tone softening, even adopting a rare semblance of explanation. This is necessary, Elavia, for the ultimate success, for us. Us. Elavia interrupted sharply, her voice piercing and filled with an unprecedented cold fire in her deep violet eyes. There is no us. Never was. She recoiled as if distancing herself from something profoundly filthy, her face contorted with unabashed disdain and contempt. I always thought you were merely cold and ambitious. But I was mistaken. Her voice trembled with extreme anger and disappointment, yet rang with clarity. You are not seeking power, Riddle. You are a madman. A pathetic lunatic willing to sever his own lineage for the sake of sacrifice. Riddle's expression darkened to a terrifying degree, exuding a palpable aura of dread. Watch your words, Elavia, he warned, his voice low and menacing. Watch. Elavia scoffed, her laughter laced with despair and mockery. Why should I heed the feelings of a madman? Just looking at you makes me feel nauseous. How could I have been so blind to think you? She could say no more. The fleeting thrill now transformed into an unbearable shame. What do you think of me? Riddle advanced on her, a tempest swirling in his black eyes. He seized her wrist with a grip so fierce it threatened to shatter her bones. Speak. The pain sharpened Elavia's resolve. She lifted her chin, fearlessly meeting his terrifying gaze, articulating each word with crystal clarity. I find you repugnant. Tom Riddle, your so-called theories of purity, along with these filthy horcruxes, make me want to vomit. I would rather remain lost in the depths of magic forever than become a monster like you, one who despises even his own existence. With a sudden motion, she wrenched her wrist free from his grasp. Though pain shot through her, her posture remained resolute. Our game is over. She regarded his face, twisted yet still beautiful in its fury, her heart encased in a cold silence. You may tread your path of eternal life alone. Take your locket, your ring, your diary, and your broken, filthy soul to hell. With that, she turned away without casting him another glance, resolutely departing, her steps devoid of hesitation. Riddle stood rooted in place, making no move to stop her. He merely fixed an intense stare upon her retreating figure, an aura of murderous intent and profound betrayal enveloping him. The locket in his hand creaked ominously under his grip. Elavia exited the room steeped in dark memories, stepping into the frigid night. She did not look back. The evening breeze dried the icy tears that finally fell from her eyes. The dark bond that had once ensnared her, causing her turmoil and even a flicker of affection, she severed with her own hands. What remained was not sorrow, but a chilling emptiness akin to surviving a catastrophe. She left England, cutting all ties to her past. No one knew her destination. She became like a solitary specter, wandering across the European continent and beyond. She explored ancient ruins, sought lost magic, engaged in duels, and struck deals. Her temperament remained as fierce as ever, her methods as ruthless, yet within the depths of her gaze lay an unmelting layer of ice and solitude. She was no longer the girl entwined with the Dark Lord at Hogwarts, Elavia Rogier. She was simply herself. Meanwhile, at the other end of the world, Tom Riddle ultimately vanished, the name Voldemort beginning to symbolize terror. Would he, in some quiet moment, remember the violet-eyed girl who ultimately forsook and scorned him? No one could say. At that moment, everything at Hogwarts came to a definitive close. Yet, the new story belonging to Elavia Rogier and a war interwoven with love and hate spanning decades was just beginning. Chapter 55, The Opening of the Chamber. The atmosphere at Hogwarts was thick with tension, almost palpable. Another petrification incident had occurred, this time involving nearly headless Nick and the fat friar from Hufflepuff. Even the ghosts were not spared. Panic reached its zenith, with students resembling startled birds, and professors wore grave expressions. Even Gilderoy Lockhart's signature foolish grin seemed to lack its usual bravado. Elavia Rogier made a significant breakthrough in her research. By cross-referencing dozens of ancient documents and continuously observing Ginny Weasley's condition, she was nearly certain of two things. First, that the Chamber of Secrets indeed existed, and its entrance was likely related to the pipes and water. Second, that the diary was at the heart of this incident, voraciously draining Ginny's life force and manipulating her to commit attacks. The truth unfolded before her like a completed puzzle. It was time to make a choice. One morning, while dining in the Great Hall, she noticed Ginny Weasley's alarming condition. The girl barely touched her food, her complexion as pale as old parchment, her gaze vacant, fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the clasp of her bag, which evidently contained the source of this black calamity. just as breakfast came to an end and students began to rise. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ginny abruptly stood, her movements stiff like a marionette. Rather than mingling with the crowd, she turned towards the basement, walking with an unsteady yet oddly determined gait. Her eyes remained hollow, but a remarkably eerie smile, incongruent with her age, lingered at the corners of her mouth. Olavia's pupils narrowed slightly. Here it comes. Almost simultaneously, she elegantly lifted her napkin to dab at the corner of her mouth, rising as if merely finished with her meal. She showed no signs of haste. Her pace remained composed, yet she expertly navigated through the throng, trailing Ginny from a distance. Her justification was impeccable. As a professor, it was her duty to patrol the campus, particularly sensitive areas. As for inadvertently stumbling upon a conspiracy, that was merely a byproduct of her diligence. She followed Ginny downwards, the air growing increasingly damp and cold. Eventually, the girl halted before a pool adorned with a copper dragon head marked with a small snake emblem. She uttered a chilling hissing language, Parseltongue. The wall thunderously opened, revealing a vast, bottomless pipe entrance, emanating the stench of age-old filth and a peculiar reptilian odor. Without hesitation, Ginny leaped into the abyss like a discarded doll. Olavia approached the edge of the pipe, gazing down impassively. The sound of something sliding in the darkness echoed, then fell silent. She clicked her tongue lightly, brushing non-existent dust off her robes. What an utterly undignified way to enter, she remarked, as though critiquing a poorly executed theatrical performance. She did not immediately descend, but rather took her time to cast several protective spells upon herself, including an advanced air purification charm. She had no desire for the filth of the pipe to sully her expensive robes. Having completed her preparations, she glided into the dark tunnel with an unsettling grace, as if stepping into her own garden. She moved swiftly, the wind howling past her ears. Yet she maintained perfect control, landing without much clumsiness, save for a slight smear of sticky mud on her boot, which caused her brow to furrow once more. The depths of the chamber were more expansive and foreboding than she had anticipated. Towering stone pillars, a colossal statue of the basilisk, and a floor littered with the remains of small creatures surrounded her. The air was thick with the oppressive aura of dark magic and the scent of serpents. She quickly located Ginny, who lay unconscious beneath the massive stone serpent's face, her complexion ghostly pale, breath faint, as if her very essence had been entirely siphoned away. The ominous diary lay nearby, casting an alluring yet sinister glow. Olavia did not immediately attend to Ginny. Instead, her gaze was drawn to a large, fresh pool of water on the ground and a pair of broken glasses. Harry Potter. He had indeed come, and it seemed he had just endured a struggle. Her eyes shifted deeper into the chamber. There, a translucent figure of a dark-haired boy stood with his back to her, beneath the imposing basilisk statue. He was tall and poised, exuding an unsettling charm of control, even as a mere specter. 16-year-old Tom Riddle. He appeared to be entirely focused on manipulating something, oblivious to her presence. Olavia approached slowly, her boots making faint sounds against the damp floor. She bent down, disdainfully pinching the diary between her fingers as if it were filth, swiftly stowing it in her robe pocket, crucial evidence and a sample for her research. Only then did she direct her attention to the translucent boy, her voice cold and cutting, shattering the silence of the chamber. Toying with children, controlling a basilisk, turning yourself into a subterranean specter. This is what you call the legacy of a Slytherin heir? You've truly outdone yourself, Riddle. Her voice echoed through the vast chamber, laced with unabashed mockery and a familiarity akin to a reunion among old friends. The translucent figure stiffened abruptly, slowly turning to face her. 16-year-old Tom Riddle possessed an almost flawless countenance, yet his dark eyes gleamed with an unsettling coldness and greed that belied his youth. Upon seeing Olavia, genuine surprise flickered across his face for the first time, quickly morphing into a complex blend of wariness, appraisal, and a hint of undeniable curiosity. Olavia Rosier? He spoke, his voice clearer than it would later become, yet still imbued with that distinct, magnetic allure. What an unexpected visitor. Chapter 41, The Wandering Witch. The frigid northern winds whipped snowflakes against the desolate coastline of northern Norway. At the entrance of a nearly forgotten, half-buried Viking-era magical site, Olavia Rosier brushed aside thick ice and emerged with an impassive expression. The hem of her deep purple robe was smeared with mud and ice shards. Her complexion paler than the polar snow, yet her eyes were sharp as poisoned icicles, scanning the empty shore in the dim twilight. Days prior, she had extracted the precise location of this place from a drunken old keeper in exchange for a small pouch of toxic dust procured from the Albanian black market, capable of inducing 3 days of nightmares. She had spent 3 days inside, unraveling 3 ancient protective spells that would have spelled doom for an ordinary wizard. all to transcribe several blurred inscriptions on celestial magic and spatial distortion etched into the stone walls. The bounty was abundant. Yet she felt no joy, only a profound weariness and emptiness. Years had passed since she left England. She drifted like a ghost in the shadows of the European continent. From the dragon reserves in Bulgaria to the Valley of Death in Egypt, from the submerged alchemist's workshop in Venice to the Viking ruins beneath her feet. She pursued every ancient, perilous, forgotten knowledge, employing increasingly cunning methods and cultivating a colder disposition. She walked alone, eschewing deep connections with anyone. Her words were sharp in trade, never conceding an inch, and in the face of trouble, she was ruthless, showing no mercy. The reputation of the purple-eyed madwoman quietly circulated in certain shadowy underground circles, with people both coveting the rare items she occasionally displayed and fearing her reckless ferocity and dreadful demeanor. She sought knowledge, sought power, not for conquest like that individual, but to fill the vast void within her, to keep herself so occupied that there was no time to reminisce, to prove that leaving him was the right decision. At night, she took refuge in the only dilapidated inn in a nearby town. The fire crackled in the hearth, yet it could not dispel the chill that enveloped her. She sat in the corner, illuminated by the dim glow of an oil lamp, meticulously polishing the runes she had imprinted during the day, oblivious to the conversations of the local wizards around her, until a word pierced her eardrum like a cold needle. Over in Britain, that individual's power is growing ever more formidable, murmured a wizard draped in a thick fur cloak, lowering his voice to confide in his companions. Elivea's fingers stilled abruptly, her knuckles paling slightly. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you wish to summon the Death Eaters? His companion nervously scanned the surroundings, his gaze faltering when it met Elivea's icy stare, causing him to withdraw immediately. What is there to fear? It's so remote here. And I've heard he has granted several mudblood families eternal peace. The first wizard's voice dropped even lower, laced with a morbid excitement. They say he is immortal, wielding power beyond our imagination. Immortal? Scoffed his companion, seemingly attempting to bolster his courage. How could that possibly be? It must be mere trickery. Not so, the wizard retorted eagerly. Several formidable figures have attempted to defy him. What happened to them? They vanished without a trace. Even the most powerful Dumbledore seems powerless against him. They say he conceals himself in. The wizard's voice fell to a whisper, almost inaudible, yet Elivea's extraordinary hearing caught that word. Horcrux. Boom. Something exploded in Elivea's mind. Blood surged to her head, then receded swiftly, leaving behind a cold numbness. The runic imprints beneath her fingers felt unbearably heavy. He had truly succeeded. More than one. Through those vile methods, he had indeed created more than a single Horcrux. And with this immortal power, he was brazenly spreading fear and death. A wave of intense nausea surged in her throat. She could almost see that night again. The fervor in his eyes as he revealed his notebook to her, and the coldness with which he spoke of cleansing the Goner family. She abruptly rose, the legs of her chair scraping harshly against the rough wooden floor, startling the chatting wizards, who glanced at her in fear. Elivea cast them not a single look, tossing down a few coins, seizing her belongings, and striding out of the inn, plunging herself back into the cold darkness outside. The biting wind sliced at her face like a knife, yet she felt nothing. She wandered aimlessly along the pitch-black coastline, her mind swirling with the words she had overheard. Immortal, power, cleansing, Horcrux. Each term struck her heart like a hammer, echoing against its already battered state. She despised him. She loathed his madness, his cruelty, and the way he had dragged her into this inescapable abyss of darkness, casting a shadow over her even if she fled to the ends of the earth. But why, beneath this extreme hatred, did a sharp, incongruous pain flicker in the depths of her heart? She recalled the light of the stars reflecting in his eyes atop the astronomy tower, his pure concentration on knowledge in the reading room, and that fleeting moment of perhaps illusory protection when he stood before her. Those ephemeral, genuine moments intertwined with the grim reality of him now, his hands stained with blood, reduced to a symbol of terror, forming a suffocating anguish within her. She let out a suppressed whimper, abruptly halting, bending over to retch violently, as if trying to expel that entangled pain. Yet nothing emerged. Only cold tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes, instantly chilled by the wind. She fiercely wiped away the tears, straightened her posture, and donned a mask of indifference harder than the Arctic ice. No more thoughts. That person was dead. From the moment he struck against the Goner family, the Tom Riddle she had known was no more. What remained was a monster, cloaked in the same guise, known as Voldemort. She must look ahead, must find her own path. Days later, she journeyed south, arriving in Vienna. In a hidden bookstore specializing in ancient magical texts, she exchanged several of her perilous research notes for the privilege to access its inner library. The repository was thick with the musty scent of aged paper and potions. She sifted through the towering piles of tomes, searching for any deeper accounts of soul magic countermeasures or spatial magic. Just as she was on the verge of giving up, a thin, unassuming parchment booklet wedged between hefty mythological volumes caught her eye. The cover bore no title, the material so ancient it seemed ready to crumble. She carefully opened it, revealing inscriptions in an extremely archaic variant of runes, laboriously deciphering the text. It appeared to be an ancient wizard's philosophical musings and warnings regarding the pursuit of immortality. Suddenly, several blurred lines seized her attention. To split one's soul in pursuit of permanence is the utmost perversion of nature. With each division, humanity wanes. Reason teeters on the brink of madness. Though vessels may bear it, the pain of soul-splitting endures, ultimately rebounding upon its master, rendering them inhuman, eternally solitary. What is deemed immortality is, in fact, the cruelest curse. Elivea's breath hitched abruptly. The pain of soul-splitting endures, rebounding upon its master, rendering them inhuman, the cruelest curse. Each word struck her heart with the force of a hammer. She slammed the booklet shut, her chest heaving. So, the eternity he sought did not lead to the pinnacle of power, but rather to unending madness and suffering? In that moment, she could not articulate the tumultuous emotions within her. Was it vengeful delight, a release in confirming her prophecy, or perhaps a faint, almost imperceptible sorrow for him that she was reluctant to acknowledge? She clenched the booklet tightly in her hand, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the ancient parchment. Outside, the cold rain began to fall in Vienna's night sky. She stood deep within the silent library, as if at the edge of the world. The lightweight pages in her hand felt as though they contained the weight to overturn everything. She understood, perhaps, that all concerning Tom Riddle was far from over. Chapter 42, News of Death and the Echoes of Violets. In a tavern at the foot of the Alps, the air was thick with the scents of smoke, malt, and damp wood. Elivea Rosiel sat in the darkest corner, a glass of deep-hued wine barely touched before her. She had just arrived from a border town in Eastern Europe, rife with dark wizards and smugglers, still carrying the dust of travel and a hint of unresolved anger. She was here to await an intermediary, to trade for an ancient manuscript purportedly from an Eastern magical family. The tavern bustled with noise. Local farmers loudly discussing crops and weather, while a table of adventurers boasted of far-fetched exploits. Elivea tuned out the clamor, her fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table as she calculated the timing of the transaction and potential traps. Suddenly, the tavern door burst open, and a young boy, drenched from the rain and clad in an owl-post uniform, dashed inside, his face a mix of disbelief, fear, and excitement. News. A monumental announcement from Britain. He gasped, his sharp voice slicing through the din and instantly capturing everyone's attention. Elivea's fingers stilled on the table, an unexplainable trepidation compelling her to look up. That name, which could not be uttered. He is finished. The postboy waved a copy of the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, nearly shouting the news, last night. He attacked the Potter home, attempting to kill the infant Harry Potter, but instead, his own curse rebounded. He was shattered into pieces. Disappeared. They say he is dead. Voldemort is dead. The tavern was suddenly engulfed in a profound silence. Mere moments later, an eruption of chaotic uproar and animated discussions ensued. The faces of the patrons were painted with shock and skepticism, which swiftly morphed into euphoric relief. Glasses clinked together in celebration. Cheers erupted from various corners. And some were moved to tears of joy. Merlin, is this truly happening? That demon has finally met his end. Harry Potter? What has that infant done? Irrelevant. What matters is that he is dead. The cacophony assaulted Elivea's eardrums as if she had been struck by an unspoken lightning bolt, leaving her rooted to the spot. Her blood seemingly frozen in her veins. Dead? Voldemort? That Tom Riddle? She sprang to her feet abruptly, knocking over a chair behind her with a resounding clatter. In a few swift strides, she nearly wrested the newspaper from the hands of the ecstatic postman. The front page boldly proclaimed this astonishing news in the largest font available. The details were vague and ambiguous, yet the conclusion was unmistakably clear. The Dark Lord Voldemort, on the eve of Halloween, had perished in Godric's Hollow while attempting to murder the infant Harry Potter, struck down by some unknown magic that rebounded upon him, obliterating his physical form, presumed dead. The newspaper slipped from her trembling fingers, cascading onto the grimy floor. All surrounding sounds seemed to fade away, plunging the world into an eerie silence. She felt as though the very earth had tilted beneath her, forcing her to grasp the greasy wall beside her for support. Dead. So suddenly, in such a ludicrous manner? Dying at the hands of an infant? Following the absurdity was an overwhelming wave of an unprecedented emptiness and sharp pain that pierced through the defenses of her heart, which had been frozen for years. She had believed she was filled only with hatred. She had thought that after leaving him, all her emotions had been expended. Yet why did her heart ache so? A barrage of chaotic memories flashed before her eyes. The first encounter on the Hogwarts Express, his penetrating black eyes scrutinizing her. In the dungeons after a failed experiment, his pale face struggling to maintain composure. On the astronomy tower, illuminated by starlight, he had painted a dark future with fervent allure. In the library, his hand covering hers, guiding her magic with a fleeting, frigid touch. And finally, at their last parting, the ultimate fury of betrayal shimmering in his eyes. Perhaps mingled with an emotion she had been unwilling to explore at the time. He was not perfect. He was cruel, mad, and fiercely ambitious. Yet he was also wise and powerful, possessing a dark allure that made her very soul tremble. They had shared countless dangerous secrets, danced on the precipice of knowledge. He was the first and only one in her life who truly saw through all her flaws and darkness, yet still sought to bind her to his side, declaring that they needed her. And now he was gone, vanished from this world in an abrupt and almost absurd fashion. The complex emotions she had buried beneath layers of hatred and fear surged forth like a flood, overwhelming her in an instant. It was not love. Perhaps it never had been. It was a deeper, more desperate bond, an attraction of darkness to darkness, a resonance and rending between fragmented souls. What she had lost was not merely an adversary. She had lost the sole companion and witness during the most vividly dark and perilous times of her life. Tears cascaded down her cheeks unbidden, silent and icy, tracing a path down her pale visage. She uttered no sound, leaning against the wall, allowing the delayed mourning for her enemy, for her departed self, and for that time to flow silently. Meanwhile, at the far end of that distant tale, amidst the ruins of the blasted house in Godric's Hollow, in the moment of excruciating pain and disbelief as the lethal green light rebounded, Tom Riddle's disintegrating consciousness flickered with one final vision, not grand ambitions or fear of death, but a pair of eyes. Eyes burning with anger and disdain, yet astonishingly bright beneath the dim light. Deep violet eyes, as if a stubborn streak of violet in the coldest, most relentless Nordic polar night. And then, an abyss of darkness and void. The revelry in the tavern continued unabated, as patrons raised their glasses in celebration of a new era. Alavia slowly straightened, wiping the cold tears from her face. Though her complexion remained pallid, the confusion and pain in her deep violet eyes were supplanted by a chilling, resolute silence. She cast a glance at the victory-proclaiming newspaper on the floor, her lips curving into a minuscule, bitter smile. Dead? No. She recalled the inscription in that pamphlet within the Vienna library. The pain of soul-splitting endures, even with vessels to contain it. How could one who had crafted multiple Horcruxes possibly die so easily and completely? This was far from an ending. It might merely signal the inception of a far longer, darker nightmare. She turned away, dismissing the clamor behind her, striding out of the tavern and into the drizzling cold rain outside. She knew she must return. Return to the place where it all began, and perhaps where everything would truly end. Her journey had come to a close. Chapter 43, The Return of the Violet. As the doors of Hogwarts Castle swung open once more for Alavia Rosiel, the air was not imbued with nostalgia, but rather a chilling scent of aged lime and potion mingled together. She was clad in a meticulously tailored, opulent emerald green travel cloak, a subtle amethyst brooch adorning her collar, her dark chestnut hair immaculately pinned back, revealing a sharp, cold jawline. Years of travel had left little trace upon her visage, save for the deeper, unyielding frost and weariness etched into her deep violet eyes. She walked steadily through the familiar corridors, the sound of her boots striking the stone floor echoing with clarity and solitude. Portraits of former headmasters and mistresses regarded her with curiosity, whispering among themselves about this striking, frostbitten newcomer. Several younger students, intimidated by the aura of her forbidding presence, instinctively edged along the walls to avoid her path. The door to the headmaster's office opened automatically. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his blue eyes sharp yet tranquil behind half-moon spectacles, his smile inviting as he gestured for her to take a seat. On the desk lay a plate of lemon sherbet and a steaming pot of tea. Miss Rosiel, I am immensely grateful that you have accepted this temporary teaching position. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet carried an unmistakable insight. Hogwarts always welcomes its distinguished alumni, especially those with such unique experiences and perspectives as yours. Alavia offered a slight nod, her demeanor elegant yet distant, as if attending a social gathering she felt compelled to join. You are too kind, headmaster. I merely happen to be in England, and you have provided a sufficiently tranquil environment for research. She deliberately overlooked the word temporary, her tone as flat, as if discussing the weather, lacking any expression of honor or enthusiasm for returning to her alma mater. She didn't even reach for the cup of tea. Dumbledore seemed unsurprised by her aloofness. a glimmer of understanding flashing in his blue eyes. The defense against the dark arts course has, in recent years, indeed required a professor of true capability and, resolute will to stabilize the situation. I have every confidence in your ability to fulfill this role. A faint, almost sardonic smile curled at the corners of Olavia's lips. Resolute will? Are you referring to the patience required to deal with first-year students whose minds are filled with nothing but foolishness, yet they believe themselves capable of confronting the Dark Lord? If so, I fear I shall disappoint you. My patience is exceedingly limited. Her words were direct and cutting, unreservedly revealing her disdain for the job and her contempt for the student's abilities. Dumbledore chuckled softly, as if she had uttered a delightful joke. Oh, I am confident you will discover a suitable pedagogical approach for them. He shifted the conversation, his gaze growing somewhat solemn. Moreover, Hogwarts invariably provides research materials and perspectives that are unattainable elsewhere, particularly for those who are concerned with certain historical legacies. Olavia's eyes narrowed slightly, yet soon returned to their icy calm. She discerned his underlying implication. He understood her reasons for returning, or at least surmised part of them. This invitation was, in itself, an unspoken bargain. I hope so, she replied coolly, choosing not to elaborate further. During the welcome feast, as Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor to the faculty and students, the reactions in the hall varied. Among the teachers, Professor McGonagall frowned slightly, casting a scrutinizing glance at Professor Sprout, while Professor Flitwick leaned forward with curiosity. Snape, with his black eyes, merely flicked a quick glance at her, akin to seeing an unappealing piece of old furniture reintroduced into the living room. There was no hint of welcome, only cold indifference and a barely perceptible wariness. In the students' section, a whispering murmur erupted. The younger students were intimidated by the new professor's chilling beauty and formidable presence, while the older students excitedly exchanged snippets about her extensive overseas knowledge and notoriously poor temperament. At the Slytherin table, some pureblood students recognized the surname Rosier, their expressions revealing curiosity and appraisal. Olavia listened to Dumbledore's introduction with an expressionless visage, as if the discussion was not centered around her. She slightly lifted her chin, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the youthful, noisy faces below, her deep violet eyes devoid of any emotion, exuding an unmistakable air of aloof superiority. When it was her turn to deliver a brief address, she simply stood and, with a clear, icy tone devoid of any sentiment, stated, I am Olavia Rosier. Starting tomorrow, I will be responsible for your defense against the dark arts. My class demands but two things: absolute silence and a mind capable of keeping pace with my thoughts. If you cannot meet these requirements, you may wish to reconsider your enrollment in this course. With that, she promptly sat down, ignoring the eruption of louder discussions and the faces of several students turning pale. After the feast concluded, she was called to a halt in the corridor leading to the dungeons by a voice. Rosier. It was Severus Snape, emerging from the shadows like a great bat, his black robes swirling, his face wearing its habitual sneer and indifference. What a surprising return, he drawled, his voice deep and smooth, yet laced with a sharp, probing tone. I hope your teaching style does not add further chaos to an already tumultuous situation. Olavia paused, slowly turning to meet his equally frosty gaze. Chaos. Snape, I thought you were already accustomed to dealing with trouble. After all, you appear to have been raised by it. She retorted, her tone scathing. Snape's lips pressed into a thinner line, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Hogwarts is not your personal laboratory, Rosier. Mind your curiosity. His warning was pointed, particularly with the last three words, which he emphasized heavily. My curiosity is not your concern, Olavia countered defiantly, even stepping forward slightly. A blend of aristocratic arrogance and icy menace radiating from her. You should focus on your cauldron and biased house, Snape. Our objectives may differ, but it is best if we do not interfere with one another. The two stood in the dim corridor, poised like two venomous snakes ready to strike, the air charged with unspoken tension. Ultimately, Snape snorted coldly, ceasing further dialogue, and turned on his heel, striding away, his robes swirling behind him like a cold wind. Olavia watched his retreating figure, her cold facade unchanged, though a flicker of weariness and annoyance briefly crossed her features. She returned to the temporary office assigned to her on the second floor of the castle. The room was spacious, yet somewhat empty, carrying the unfamiliar scent left by its former occupant. She waved her wand, deftly casting several concealed protective and alerting spells, her movements precise and swift, as if she had rehearsed them countless times. Completing her tasks, she approached the window, flung it open, and allowed the frigid night air to rush in. The distant surface of the Black Lake shimmered with a ghostly cold light beneath the moon. She had returned to this place, filled with complex memories and unknown dangers. Her gaze swept over the darkened grounds, as if she could pierce through the distance and glimpse the shadows related to him that swirled in the darkness. Just then, she keenly sensed a faint yet familiar dark pulse emanating from somewhere within the castle, a fleeting sensation that stirred a tremor deep within her soul. As ephemeral as an illusion, Elavia clenched the window frame tightly, her knuckles turning pale. Within her deep violet eyes, beneath the ice, a sharp and cold light ignited for the first time. The hunt, or rather, the quest, had begun. Chapter 44, Scars and Ripples. Elavia Rosier's classroom quickly became a focal point of fear and complaint among the younger students at Hogwarts, much like her own demeanor. She offered no superfluous pleasantries, nor did she attempt to establish any rapport. She launched directly into intricate theoretical discussions, her speech rapid and clear, her expectations exceedingly stringent. Any minor lapse in concentration, whispered exchanges, or failure to keep pace with her rapid notes would earn her an icy stare, one that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, instilling dread. Errors in responses were met with her unrelenting precision, where she succinctly and piercingly pointed out the flaws, often leaving the called-upon students blushing in embarrassment, utterly mortified. The essence of defense is to anticipate and dismantle. It is not to await demise. She stood at the lectern, her posture upright, her tone unwavering, as though articulating a physical law unrelated to herself. If your mind cannot calculate 3 of the most likely spells and their corresponding countermeasures within 0.3 of a second before your opponent raises their wand, then your body is merely a block of wood awaiting sculpting. The young wizards below fell into a hushed silence, fervently scribbling with their quills, striving to capture the cascade of knowledge she unleashed, even though much of it eluded their understanding. One afternoon a week later, Gryffindor and Slytherin first years shared a class. The atmosphere in the classroom was palpably tense, as it marked the first appearance of the savior, Harry Potter, in Professor Rosier's lessons. Elavia was explaining the various applications of the armored charm, her gaze sweeping over the faces below, some appearing bewildered, others focused. When her eyes inadvertently brushed over the small boy with round glasses and a tuft of unruly black hair on his forehead, her voice imperceptibly faltered for a fleeting moment. Harry Potter. That name, like a chilling incantation, cast a stone into the tranquil lake of her heart. She maintained her composure, continuing the lesson. Yet a part of her attention inexplicably lingered on that boy. He seemed so ordinary, even somewhat slight, his green eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and concentration. Much like the freckled redhead beside him, appearing no different from any other 11-year-old wizard, except for the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. As the lesson progressed into the practical segment, the students paired off to practice the simplest of armored charms. The classroom resonated with a cacophony of incantations and the occasional muffled failure. Elavia descended from the podium like a queen surveying her domain, coldly pointing out the errors of each student. She deliberately approached Harry Potter and his companion, the red-haired boy from the Weasley family, who were floundering, their spells flickering inconsistently. Your wrist is as stiff as a troll's nose, Mr. Potter. The icy voice suddenly echoed behind Harry, startling him. The power of a spell derives from fluid guidance, not from your forced utterance. Harry spun around abruptly, his face flushing crimson as he met Elavia's temperatureless, deep violet gaze. So close. He could distinctly see his own startled reflection in her eyes, alongside the almost severe scrutiny etched onto her pale visage. I am sorry, Professor, he stammered, instinctively touching his forehead, the scar more pronounced at such proximity. At that moment, as her gaze fell squarely upon the scar, Elavia felt a faint yet chillingly familiar dark aura pierce her perception like the most delicate of poisoned needles. The presence was so tenuous that it was nearly imperceptible, mingling with the boy's own vibrant vitality, yet it undeniably existed. It was akin to a whisper of cold emanating from the deepest abyss, a reverberation of a scream filled with resentment and anguish that had traversed a decade. It was his essence. Though exceedingly thin and distorted, the nature could not be mistaken. It bore the mark of Tom Riddle, or rather, the residue left by Voldemort. The overwhelming impact caused Elavia's heart to constrict suddenly, her blood seeming to flow backward in an instant. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and her fingertips turned icy. However, her icy facade remained unblemished, only her pupils narrowing imperceptibly, too swift for anyone to notice. She forcibly quelled the tumultuous storm within, diverting her gaze from the scar back to Harry's panicked face. Her tone now even colder, laced with unmistakable impatience. Apologies are the most futile of words, Potter, she said icily, each syllable striking the ground like small ice pellets. If apologies had any power, dark wizards would have long since been eradicated. Relax your wrist and try again. Should I witness such troll-like performance again, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. With that, she turned away, striding towards the next group as if the momentary pause had never transpired. She continued to critique the other students in her stringent manner, as though Harry Potter and that scar were no different from the other inept pupils. Yet only she knew that her inner turmoil was far from the calm she projected. The scar still retained a fragment of his essence. So the truth of that night was not merely a simple rebound of spells. How had that infant achieved such a feat? Did it relate to the Horcruxes he had created? Countless questions swirled chaotically in her mind. She felt an overwhelming impulse to seize the boy immediately, to explore the secret of that scar through the most direct, even brutal, means. But she resisted with all her might. As the bell rang, the students fled the classroom as if liberated from captivity, Harry and Ron hastily gathering their belongings to escape, fearful of drawing the attention of the formidable professor. Olivia stood alone in the now empty classroom, the setting sun casting her shadow long and distorted. She slowly approached the window, gazing at the students frolicking on the lawn below, her eyes devoid of focus. She raised her hand, observing her slightly trembling fingertips. 10 years had passed. She had thought she had escaped, thought she had encased her emotions in ice. Yet, she had not anticipated that a mere scar, a faint breath of essence, could nearly breach her formidable defenses. That man, even deemed deceased, left behind shadows and curses that still clung stubbornly to everything, including her. She inhaled deeply the cold air, forcing herself to regain absolute composure. Her gaze sharpened and turned frigid once more. Harry Potter was no longer merely a boy who had survived calamity. He had become a living, breathing enigma, a key thread intricately tied to the ultimate fate of Tom Riddle. Her investigation seemed to have uncovered an unexpected yet exceedingly perilous point of entry. Outside, the silhouette of Harry Potter receded with his friends, the scar on his forehead flickering in the sunlight. A faint, imperceptible curve of cold amusement tugged at the corners of Olivia's lips. This game appeared to have grown a tad more intriguing. Chapter 45. Whispers beneath the cellar. The potions classroom lay deep within the bowels of Hogwarts Castle, perpetually suffused with a peculiar amalgamation of herbal steam and an eerie, unique chill. For most students, entering this realm meant confronting Professor Severus Snape's countenance, darker than the bottom of a cauldron, and his serpent-like sarcasm. For Olivia Rosial, however, stepping into this space felt akin to engaging in a clandestine duel within the domain of a long-familiar adversary. She required a batch of exceptionally high-quality Solarian essence for her research on the aberrant properties of an underwater protection spell. The public stores offered nothing that met her stringent standards, compelling her to seek out Snape, the true master of potion ingredients within the castle. The dimly lit corridor of the cellar, with flickering torches casting elongated, distorted shadows on the damp stone walls, echoed with the sound of Olivia's high heels striking the ground. A proclamation not to be ignored. The door to the potions office stood ajar, from within emanating the slow bubbling of some liquid in a cauldron, along with a more potent, bitter fragrance. Without knocking, Olivia simply pushed the door open. Severus Snape stood with his back to her, meticulously adding a shimmering, pearlescent powder to a cauldron that emitted thin wisps of white steam. His movements were precise and fluid, imbued with an almost artistic rigor. Upon hearing the door creak, he did not turn immediately, though his slender shoulders tensed ever so slightly. I assume even a newly appointed professor should possess the basic courtesy of knocking, Rosial, he remarked, his voice low and smooth, akin to the chill of the cellar itself, devoid of any hint of welcome. Olivia disregarded his sarcasm, her gaze swiftly scanning the cluttered yet orderly office. Shelves were lined with innumerable glass jars, each containing various unsettling materials. Her gaze ultimately returned to Snape. If your time is so precious that you cannot spare a few seconds to face a colleague, Snape, I suggest you lock the door next time, she retorted, her tone equally frosty as she approached his workbench and unceremoniously claimed a relatively clean high stool. Snape finally completed his task and slowly turned to face her. His black eyes resembled two bottomless pools of stagnant water, scrutinizing Olivia with unmasked intensity and a hint of mild annoyance. State your business and then leave. I do not waste my time on trivial social niceties. He was direct, meticulously wiping his fingers with a piece of black cloth. I require Solarian essence, specifically that which must be harvested from the depths of the barren trench on the night of the full moon, with a purity of no less than 97%. Olivia declared, her tone commanding rather than pleading. The refuse in the public stores fails to meet my requirements. Snape paused in his meticulous wiping, his black eyes narrowing slightly. Barren trench, full moon, 97%. He repeated several key phrases, a sardonic curve tugging at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that your research remained as it always had, pursuing ostentatious yet perilously impractical scraps. Does Dumbledore know of your extravagant use of teaching resources? My research is of no concern to you. Olivia shot him a cold glance, stating simply, you need only tell me, yes or no. The atmosphere between them instantly grew taut, the chill of the cellar seeming to intensify. Yes. Snape paused for a moment, slowly articulating the word, yet his gaze sharpened even further. But why should I give it to you? To concoct your next little surprise that could potentially blow half the castle to smithereens? Because this pertains to essential teaching materials, Alavia replied, her expression unwavering as she spun a web of deception. Both aware that this was far from a necessity for a first year's ironclad curse, and that you, as the potions master, have a duty to comply. Or shall I go directly to the headmaster for authorization? I am certain he would be delighted to witness amicable cooperation among the staff. She deliberately emphasized the phrase amicable cooperation, laden with an unmistakable threat. Snape's expression darkened further. He harbored an intense aversion to having Dumbledore leveraged against him, particularly by the woman before him. He stared intently at Alavia, attempting to discern any crack or genuine intention hidden within her icy violet eyes. What exactly do you hope to achieve by returning, Rosier? He abruptly shifted the topic, his voice lowered to a near insolent inquiry. Hogwarts is neither your sanctuary nor your playground. Some individuals and matters are best left buried in the past. Alavia's heart quivered slightly, yet her face contorted into a more malevolent smirk. Sanctuary? Playground? Snape, when did your imagination become so vivid? I merely returned to instruct a group of little trolls on how to withstand the simplest of curses. As for the past, she leaned forward, her gaze piercing him like a shard of ice. What past are you referring to? The well-known, ancient tale of you and Lily Evans, or perhaps something darker, more unspeakable? She had struck a nerve with precision. Snape's face paled instantly, fury igniting in his eyes, his aura becoming perilously charged. He lunged forward, nearly crossing over the workbench. You seek death. He spat through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. You may certainly try. Alavia met his gaze fearlessly, a hint of provocation dancing in her eyes. But let us see whom Dumbledore despises more for their unfriendly cooperation before we unveil each other's secrets. The cellar fell into an oppressive silence, the only sound being the bubbling of the cauldron, starkly clear in the stillness. The two stood like confronting scorpions, calculating the cost of an open confrontation. Ultimately, the rage in Snape's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a deeper, colder animosity and wariness. He abruptly turned, striding to a cabinet fortified with numerous protective charms, tapping it several times with his wand before retrieving a small, sealed crystal vial. Within it swirled a viscous liquid glowing with an eerie, bluish-green luminescence. He brusquely hurled the vial onto the table before Alavia. Take what you need. Get out. He turned his back to her, his voice rife with suppressed fury and disdain. Remember my words, Rosier. Control your curiosity. Hogwarts cannot endure another catastrophe. Alavia grasped the precious extract, feeling the chill of the crystal vial and the potent magical energy contained within. She rose, straightening her impeccably arranged robes. Thank you for your amicable cooperation, Professor Snape, she said with an exaggerated tone of insincere politeness, turning towards the door. Just as her hand brushed the doorknob, Snape's voice echoed from behind her once more, this time imbued with an eerie, almost prophetic chill. Some individuals are destined to remain unredeemed, Rosier. Approaching them will only drag you into the inferno alongside them. Take heed. Alavia paused momentarily, yet did not turn back or respond. She opened the door, stepping out and leaving the oppressive air of the cellar behind her. The corridor remained dimly lit. She tightened her grip on the crystal vial, Snape's final words coiling around her heart like a frigid serpent. Unredeemed? The inferno? A cold, defiant smile tugged at her lips. She had never intended to save anyone. She merely wished to unravel the flames, to witness how they burned and why they lingered so hauntingly in her memory. Snape's warning only served to validate the worth of her return. This castle harbored too many secrets intertwined with him, and she would not cease her pursuit. Chapter 46, The Stench of Decay. Under Alavia Rosier's cold and efficient command, the defense against the dark arts course commenced in an overwhelmingly oppressive manner. Yet, she was not the sole new professor within the castle. Professor Quirrell, the stuttering wizard reeking of garlic, unexpectedly assumed the position of defense against the dark arts this year. To Alavia, it seemed like the most abysmal jest that Merlin could conjure. The first time she noticed Quirrell in the staff lounge, she was immediately assaulted by the pungent odor of garlic, her brow furrowing in pure disdain. The scent was so overpowering that it felt as if it could create a tangible barrier, prompting her to instinctively distance herself from the nervous man, who was wrapped absurdly in a scarf. She categorized him as yet another of Dumbledore's inexplicable hiring decisions, a trivial oddity. However, several encounters in the corridors or across the long tables in the Great Hall led Alavia's honed instincts, shaped by dark knowledge, to emit subtle alarms. Quirrell's energy field was decidedly off. It was not merely his timidity and neuroticism. Beneath that unsettling garlic odor and stammering facade, something else seemed to lurk, a feeble yet familiar and repelling aura of cold decay struggling against the light. This sensation was peculiar, akin to catching a whiff of a rare, toxic serpent's scent beneath a pile of rotting leaves. It was faint, elusive, yet undeniably present. This triggered heightened vigilance in Olivia. She began to observe Quirrell more closely, noting that his stutter and anxiety sometimes appeared contrived, particularly when the conversation inadvertently veered towards dark magic or certain historical relics. Beneath his stammering guise, she would catch fleeting glimpses of an indescribable emptiness and distortion in his gaze. More concerning was the purple scarf he wore year-round, tightly wound around his head. It seemed to serve not merely for warmth or decoration, but was instead an earnest attempt to conceal something. Olivia's magical senses attempted to penetrate that layer of fabric, only to be thwarted by a chaotic and contradictory force field, partly stemming from Quirrell's pitiable defensive magic, yet another part emanating a deeper darkness, fraught with agonizing struggle. One afternoon, she needed to consult a rare manuscript regarding ancient unforgivable curses near the restricted section of the library. As she turned a corner in a secluded hallway cluttered with abandoned suits of armor, she happened upon Quirrell. He stood with his back to her, seemingly murmuring to a suit of armor, his words indistinct, his body slightly trembling. Olivia halted, silently concealing herself in the shadows. "Please, master, grant me just a little more time. I assure you, I can locate Quirrell's voice." The words emerged in a fragmented whisper, laced with dread and desperation, starkly contrasting the usual simple stuttering. "The protective enchantments of Hogwarts are formidable. I require an opportunity." The term master struck Olivia like a shard of ice, instantly piercing her very being, causing her muscles to tense in response. At that moment, Quirrell seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly turned around. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes wide with terror. Upon catching sight of Olivia lurking in the shadows, he nearly leapt from fright, his stutter intensifying. "PP Professor R.R. Rochelle. W. What are you doing here?" Olivia stepped forth from the darkness, her expression as frigid as ever, a mask of icy detachment. Yet her deep violet eyes scanned Quirrell's every reaction with piercing intensity. "I seem to have lost my way," she remarked coolly, her gaze deliberately drifting over his trembling hands and the thick scarf wrapped around his neck. "Professor Quirrell, do you seem to be encountering some difficulties? Do you require assistance?" "And no, absolutely not," Quirrell exclaimed, as if burned, hastily waving his hands, instinctively clutching his scarf tighter, taking several steps back. "I just have a slight cold. Pardon me, I must be going." He nearly fled the scene, his steps faltering as though pursued by some spectral horror. Olivia made no move to stop him, merely standing quietly in place, observing his panicked retreat with a furrowed brow. In that fleeting moment, as Quirrell spun around in abject fear, she distinctly perceived the cold, decaying darkness concealed within him, momentarily crystallizing in her awareness. Though still faint, its essence was unmistakable. It was a distortion of the soul, a manifestation of anguish, a dark presence struggling against its forced confinement. This sensation diverged from any dark magical artifact or creature she had previously encountered. It bore a residue of consciousness, a nauseating familiarity. It resembled a decaying flesh that still attempted to draw breath. An absurd and terrifying hypothesis slithered into her mind like a venomous serpent. Was Quirrell stuttering? Feeble demeanor, merely a facade? What lay hidden beneath that scarf? Could the entity he feared to call master be connected to the fragile remnant of a soul she had sensed escaping from the ruins of the Potter home last summer? She recalled the records in the Vienna archives regarding the torment of soul-splitting, its eternal existence even when bound to objects. Was there, beyond Horcruxes, another form of possession? A chill crept up Olivia's spine. If her conjecture were accurate, it would imply that Voldemort had not truly departed. He lurked like the most insidious parasite, hidden within the castle, concealed beneath that ludicrous garlic professor and his absurd scarf, watching and waiting. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. This was still but a theory. Evidence was required. She turned toward the library, though her thoughts had drifted far from the ancient tome she had intended to study. In the ensuing days, Olivia intensified her clandestine observations of Quirrell. She seized opportunities during classroom breaks and nightly patrols to discreetly monitor his movements. She discovered that Quirrell frequently prowled alone and stealthily near the forbidden corridor on the third floor, his eyes darting, seemingly plotting something. She also paid closer attention to Harry Potter's whereabouts. Each encounter between Quirrell and Harry elicited an unusually intense reaction from Quirrell, his fear and concealed malice nearly spilling over his frail facade. Additionally, she noted that Harry's forehead scar seemed to throb at moments when he approached Quirrell. All clues appeared to subtly point toward the most dire possibility. One night, Olivia once more inadvertently crossed paths with Quirrell in a dimly lit corridor. This time, she did not shy away but strode directly toward him, blocking his path. Professor Quirrell, her voice rang out in the empty hallway, chillingly clear. I wish to inquire about some aspects of the defense against the dark arts curriculum, particularly concerning cases of dark entities attaching to or controlling the living. What insights do you possess? She fixed her gaze upon his eyes, as if attempting to pierce through his skull to discern what lay concealed beneath the scarf. Quirrell's complexion drained to an ashen hue under the dim light, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate coherent sentences. A attachment? CC control? I don't understand what you're saying. Professor Rochelle. That's too terrifying. He instinctively reached for his scarf once more, his gaze flitting around in panic as if seeking some unseen guidance or assistance. At that moment of profound dread, Alavia distinctly felt the putrid dark aura leak out once again, more pronounced than before, tinged with a chilling fury born of disturbance. Though it lasted only an instant, it was sufficient. Alavia's heart sank. Her suspicions were perilously close to the truth. She refrained from pressing further, merely stepping aside to clear his path, allowing a cruel smile to flicker across her face. It seems I was mistaken. Professor Quirrell seems ill-suited for such knowledge. Good night. She watched as Quirrell fled like a stray dog, his form engulfed in panic, and the frost in her gaze thickened. Beneath the garlic, indeed, lay the most decayed darkness. This perilous game unfolding at the very heart of Hogwarts appeared to be far more intriguing and far more deadly than she had anticipated. She needed to be more cautious and even more proactive. Chapter 47, Recollections of the Past. Alavia Rochelle's classroom had transformed into a frigid arena that sent shivers down the spines of Hogwarts' younger students. She possessed neither the patience to cultivate interest nor the desire to soothe their anxieties. Her teaching style was cruel yet effective, akin to a cold scalpel, precisely dissecting the intricacies of defense against the dark arts, exposing the raw, brutal truths to these tender students. Today's lesson focused on practical foresight in confronting curses. Unlike other professors, she did not pair students for practice. Instead, she produced several agitated nifflers, securely contained within magical cages at the front of the classroom. Dark wizards will not brandish signs to instruct you on which spells to use. Her icy voice echoed through the silent room, scanning the anxious faces. Nor will they show mercy like your classmates. Today, your subjects of study are these creatures. With a flick of her wand, the cage door swung open. One niffler screeched and darted out, lunging at a bewildered Hufflepuff girl in the front row. Armor your protection. Are you waiting to perish? Alavia barked, her voice not loud, but cracking through the air like a whip. The girl, startled, leapt as if jolted, clumsily waving her wand. A feeble barrier barely managed to intercept the niffler's charge, shattering instantaneously. Though she narrowly evaded disaster, she collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Feeble and impotent. When it bites through your throat, will your enemy grant you a second chance? Alavia mercilessly assessed, her gaze scarcely lingering on her. 2 points deducted from Hufflepuff for your sluggishness. The classroom descended into a suffocating silence, with only the niffler's frantic screeches and the students' heavy breaths breaking the stillness. The ensuing time devolved into a nightmarish cycle. Alavia relentlessly unleashed nifflers, their targets random, their speed overwhelming. Students screamed and scrambled, hurriedly casting spells, their failures far outnumbering their successes. Each misstep invited her chilling commentary and unrelenting score deductions. Are your wrists mere ornaments, Mr. Lombard? Do you require my assistance in severing it? The incantation was uttered with the gravitas of a final farewell. Miss Weasley, speak louder. Be more decisive. Gryffindor loses 5 points for your collective display of troll-like teamwork, or perhaps, collective stupor. She stood like a merciless commander at the rear of a chaotic battlefield, wielding her sharpest words to spur her soldiers, showing no inclination to intervene directly. Harry Potter narrowly evaded peril on multiple occasions, relying on the agility honed during Quidditch practice and a modicum of wit. The scar on his forehead throbbing subtly under the tension and the dark aura emanating from the niffler. After one block, Harry, having exerted too much force, lost his balance and stumbled against the storage shelf behind him. A dust-laden glass vial containing some form of black sand wobbled precariously, almost toppling. Alavia's gaze was instantly ensnared by the vial. Her voice abruptly ceased, and the motion to unleash the next niffler halted. The flowing texture of that black sand bore a striking resemblance to the obsidian powder they had used during a failed experiment with Riddle, intended to stabilize a certain unstable soul energy in the room of requirement. Memories surged forth like a deluge, overwhelming her rational faculties. In the cellar, a ghastly green light flickered wildly, the piercing hum threatening to rupture her eardrums. The youthful Riddle, face contorted in rage, veins bulging at his temples, futilely attempted to stabilize the violently trembling dark golden container at the center of the magic circle. She stood in the shadows, heart racing, fingertips icy, on the astronomy tower. The night wind howled as he painted for her a new world governed by power, his eyes aflame with frenzied ambition, his voice deep and beguiling. In that moment, his formidable confidence and dark allure set her heart aflutter. In the back room of Borgin and Burke's, he had pushed the diary, exuding a chilling, consuming aura, towards her. Prideful as a creator, asking if she would join him. At their final rupture, the betrayal in his eyes burned with a fury so profound, perhaps mingled with something she dared not explore. Painful, chaotic images intermingled with fear, and a hint of shameful excitement flashed through her mind. The failed experiment, the dangerous temptation, the insurmountable chasm. All the emotions she had forcibly frozen were now violently roiling, sharply piercing her nerves, spurred by an unassuming vial of obsidian powder. "Professor?" A timid voice, laced with fear, broke the silence. It was the Hufflepuff girl who had been attacked first. She noticed Professor Rogier suddenly freeze, her complexion paling drastically, her gaze vacant as if she beheld something utterly horrifying. Olivia jolted back to the present, inhaling a breath of icy air, forcibly repressing those surging memories deep within her core. Her fingertips, gripped tightly around her wand, turned slightly pale, yet the icy mask upon her face rapidly reformed, even more rigid and unyielding than before. Her sharp gaze swept toward the girl who had spoken, causing her to retract her neck in fright. It seemed someone had finally learned to observe their surroundings, though regrettably in the wrong context. Her voice was colder than before, laced with a deliberately heightened sarcasm. "1 point deducted from Hufflepuff for your meddling." She no longer regarded the obsidian powder as if it were merely the most ordinary dust. With a flick of her wand, she roughly shoved the last few agitated nifflers back into their cage and locked it securely. "Today's lesson concludes here," she announced, her tone devoid of emotion, instructing them to transcribe the first 5 chapters of characteristics and responses to common dark creatures 3 times, to be submitted before the next class. Failure to comply would result in a 10-point deduction for the house and individual detention. A chorus of suppressed groans and gasps filled the classroom. Transcribing 3 times? That was nearly dozens of pages. Yet, no one dared protest. The students fled the stifling atmosphere with a mix of relief and considerable resentment. Harry rubbed his still-throbbing forehead as he, Ron, and Hermione were the last to leave the classroom. He glanced back to see Professor Rogier still standing alone at the empty lectern, her posture rigid and stiff, the sunset casting long shadows through the high windows, yet failing to impart any warmth, rendering her a frigid island of isolation. "She seems a bit off today," Hermione murmured, clutching her heavy tomes, her brow furrowed. "She's always been off," Ron retorted indignantly, stopping short of completing his thought, but conveying his meaning clearly. Harry remained silent, feeling that for a fleeting moment, Professor Rogier's gaze upon the vial of black powder was unsettlingly hollow, concealing depths he could not fathom. Within the classroom, Olivia waited until all the students had departed before slowly approaching the storage shelf, extending her hand to gently caress the vial of obsidian powder, the cold sensation permeating through the glass. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and when she reopened them, her gaze had transformed into a still, icy abyss. Memories are ultimately just memories. The boy in the cellar, the one who once stirred her complex emotions, had long since morphed into a decayed, dark entity concealed beneath Coral's scarf. She twisted the cap off the vial, pouring a small amount of powder into her palm, sensing the faint, stabilizing energy within. Then, her expression impassive, she returned the powder to the vial and sealed it carefully. The past must be buried. Now, she had far more pressing matters to attend to, such as uncovering the truth behind Quirrell and what lurked behind him, coveting something. Chapter 48, Rumors and Tests. The walls of Hogwarts appeared to possess a life of their own, not only capable of shifting staircases, but also adept at breeding and disseminating rumors. It was unclear when whispers began circulating about the new defense against the dark arts professor, Olivia Rogier, and her purportedly special relationship with the vanished Dark Lord. Creeping like mold in damp corners, quietly spreading at the Slytherin table and by the fireside in the common room. Initially, these were vague speculations, stemming from a senior student who had overheard family elders mention how the daughter of the Rogier family had been quite close to that infamous individual. Soon, the details were embellished, painting them as Hogwarts' most prominent pair, she as his most capable assistant, perhaps even his lover, who had only turned her back on him after his downfall. These rumors naturally reached Olivia's ears. Her response was one of indifference. She continued her usual demeanor, cold and harsh during lessons, solitary after class, casting icy glares at any prying or insinuating glances, as if the subjects of the gossip were not even her. This apathetic attitude only served to reinforce some people's conviction that the rumors were indeed true. One afternoon, Olivia was in an empty classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle, grading a stack of hastily scrawled, error-riddled essays. her brow increasingly furrowed, nearly wishing to drown the parchment in ink. A gentle knock echoed on the door, and before she could respond, two figures entered. It was Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his inseparable lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle. Draco raised his pointed chin, wearing an expression of feigned propriety that belied his age, tinged with an unmistakable sense of superiority. "Professor Rogier," he began, his voice elongated in a mimicry of his father's smooth tone. Olivia did not look up, marking a large T on one of the essays with her quill, and coldly replied, "If your papers are so abysmal that you require an early confession, I can promptly send you to Filch." Draco's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly caught off guard, but he quickly regained his composure, taking a few steps forward. Crabbe and Goyle loomed at the doorway like two imposing mountains of flesh. "We are not here for an essay, Professor," Draco's voice dropped, a glimmer of tentative curiosity sparkling in his slate-blue eyes. "We merely heard some intriguing rumors about you and the Nameless One." Olivia paused in her paper grading, slowly lifting her gaze. Her deep violet eyes, reminiscent of still, icy waters, regarded Draco with an impassive stare, awaiting his continuation. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Draco felt a flicker of pressure, yet emboldened by his family name and perceived insider knowledge, he pressed on. "My father, Lucius Malfoy, I trust you remember him. He mentioned that you were highly regarded during your time at school." He chose his words with care, stating, "You share our ideals and aspirations." Olivia listened in silence, her expression inscrutable, neither confirming nor denying his assertions. To Draco, her silence felt more like tacit agreement. Gaining a bit more confidence, his tone tinged with barely perceptible fervor. He continued, "Now, there are celebrations outside, but they are utterly oblivious. They believe he has vanished, yet we know he has merely stepped away temporarily, correct? Someone like you, who once stood so close to him, must understand this better. We merely wish to know if you still harbor that loyalty." The classroom fell into a profound silence. Crabbe and Goyle blinked in confusion, seemingly struggling to comprehend. Draco, however, anxiously awaited a response, as if yearning for some form of validation. Olivia's gaze shifted from Draco's face, sweeping over the two towering oafs at the door, before returning to Draco. Suddenly, she let out a faint, humorless laugh, devoid of warmth, laced with subtle derision. "Loyalty?" she echoed, as if savoring a peculiar taste. "Malfoy, how old are you this year? 12? 13? Do you grasp the essence of loyalty? Is it the loyalty of a son seeking information for his father, or the devotion to a shadow that exists only in tales, someone you've never even met?" Draco's face flushed crimson. "You understand nothing," Olivia interjected, her tone calm, yet imbued with an air of condescension that felt overwhelming. "You are merely playing a perilous game of imitating adults, foolishly believing that shouting slogans denotes courage." She set down her quill, leaning back slightly, regarding Draco with a renewed scrutiny. "As for the matters between your father and me, or with that nameless individual," she hesitated, an intricate emotion flickering in her deep violet eyes, too swift to grasp, "that is all in the past. It bears no relevance to you, nor to your kind." She neither confirmed nor denied the relationship, instead adopting an almost indifferent stance, relegating it to history, while cleverly leaving just enough ambiguity to evoke speculation. This attitude left Draco perplexed, yet he sensed it was a reflection of the enigmatic demeanor one would expect from those of high standing. He dared not press further. Olivia resumed her grading, her tone icy once more. "If you have no other business, you may leave. And do inform those with similar curiosity that I have no interest in children's games. Instead of wasting time, they might consider how to make their essays appear less like the work of trolls." Draco opened his mouth, ultimately saying nothing, leaving with a mix of reluctance and confusion, accompanied by his two lackeys. The classroom door closed behind them, isolating the room from the outside world. Yet, Olivia did not immediately return to her papers. Leaning back in her chair, she gazed out at the overcast sky. The scion of the Malfoy family, a descendant of Death Eaters, had begun his probing. What did they perceive her to be? A potential link to the old masters, a widow of worth, or a symbol of power and history? It was both laughable and tragic, yet perhaps not entirely negative. This ambiguous identity might grant her easier access to certain information, facilitating her investigations. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted to that name, that shadow. Loyalty? Did she ever possess loyalty to him? Perhaps she had, during those years ensnared by dark knowledge and formidable power. There existed a kind of distorted, almost blind allegiance. But that was not true loyalty. It was something far more complex, an attraction to darkness, a resonance of intellect, fear, resentment, an entanglement of emotions that even she could not clearly define. She loathed his actions, detested the monster he ultimately became. Yet, it was undeniable that he was once the only one in her life who could truly walk alongside her in that realm of shadows. This realization ignited a wave of agitation and self-loathing within her. She shook off these tumultuous thoughts, forcing herself to concentrate on the present. No matter the past, now, she was loyal only to herself. And that which lay hidden beneath the chilo scarf was the sole reality connected to her past that warranted her attention. She picked up her quill, dipping it in vibrant red ink, and decisively marked an X on the next essay. The action was resolute and merciless, as though she sought to sever all unnecessary ties. Chapter 49, Symbiosis. The rumors did not wane under Alavia's cold treatment. Rather, they fermented within Slytherin, growing ever more concrete. Draco Malfoy's probing seemed to have opened a floodgate, as upperclassmen from Death Eater families began to regard her with an evolving gaze, initially curious, now tinged with an ineffable awe and a false sense of intimacy. They appeared to perceive her as a living relic of dark glory, a conspirator sharing in some dreadful secret. Alavia remained indifferent to this shift. She traversed the castle, exuding an icy aura that repelled all scrutiny and whispers, freezing them at a distance. Yet, her external calm could not mask the turbulent undercurrents within. Those rumors, Draco's inquiries, pricked at her frozen heart like countless fine needles, compelling her to confront the question she had long sought to bury. What feelings did she harbor for Tom Riddle? Hatred? Certainly. Hatred for his cruelty, for his implementation of dark ideologies, for his transformation into a complete monster. This hatred was genuine and sharp, the cornerstone of her decisive departure, and the frigid armor that sustained her to this day. But was it merely hatred? In the dead of night, she sat alone by the window in her office. The darkness of the black lake outside as thick as ink. Yet, images long consigned to deliberate forgetfulness intruded upon her mind. Not the failures of the cellar, nor the ambitions of the astronomy tower, nor the final, grotesque rupture. Rather, it was a time much earlier. In Potions class, the way he precisely pointed out a minor error made by Slughorn, his profile focused and confident. In the library, their heated debate over the interpretation of an ancient magical text, the glimmer of rivalry in his eyes. Or that one time, when she nearly injured herself practicing a complex spell, and he instinctively reached out to steady her arm. A moment swiftly dismissed by her disgust, yet his fingertips bore a chill. A fleeting pause devoid of calculation. In those fleeting moments, Tom Riddle was not the Dark Lord of later years, but rather an extraordinarily gifted, enigmatic youth. Equally adrift from the crowd. Attraction. The word struck her like a venomous snake, causing her to freeze in place. Yes, attraction. She could not deny that from the very beginning, she was irresistibly drawn to his pure and formidable dark charisma, his obsessive pursuit of power, his chilling wisdom that discerned the weaknesses of the human heart, and his unique aura that seemed to have emerged from shadows and thrived in darkness, all magnetically attracted her. A kindred spirit unwilling to settle for mediocrity and eager to flirt with the forbidden. This allure was not at odds with the subsequent hatred she felt. Rather, it existed in a state of symbiosis. The depth of her initial attraction, coupled with the dangerous secrets and intellectual peaks they had shared, rendered the later betrayal and fracture all the more profound and agonizing. Her hatred burned more intensely because of their past closeness, and the attraction now shrouded in animosity became an indelible thorn in her heart, constantly reminding her of an inescapable past. She loathed him, perhaps precisely because she had once come perilously close to becoming like him. This realization sent a chill of dread and self-loathing coursing through her. She had always believed her departure was rooted in morality and conscience, yet now she had to concede that it might also have been laced with the fear of truly succumbing to that dark allure, ultimately becoming just like him. A faint, self-deprecating laugh escaped her lips, echoing eerily in the stillness of the room. How absurd and tragic it was that she had spent so many years merely skimming the surface of the chaotic quagmire within her soul. Hatred intertwined with attraction. Fear coexisted with resonance. That relationship had never been black and white. It was a thick, murky gray that defied clarity. And now, the very object of her complex emotions was lurking within this castle, engaged in a ludicrously decayed conspiracy. This awareness did not evoke the slightest sympathy within her. Rather, it instilled a sense of calm, even curiosity. She longed to witness how the once proud and astonishingly intelligent youth had fallen to such depths. Needing to cling to a coward, lurking like a rat in a drain. She wished to ascertain for herself whether the records in the Vienna library were accurate, whether the splintered soul truly brought forth eternal torment and madness. This thought alone might be dark enough, yet she no longer shunned that shadow within herself. Days later, she encountered Draco Malfoy again in the corridor. This time, the boy seemed to have learned his lesson. He did not approach recklessly, but merely regarded her from a distance with a more intricate expression in his eyes. In addition to probing, there seemed to be a barely perceptible plea for help. Alavia did not break her stride, her gaze coldly sweeping over him without any acknowledgement. Yet as she passed by, she imperceptibly paused for half a second, and in a tone only the two could hear, she icily cast a remark. Tell your father that old friends prefer tranquility. A stage 2 noisy only renders the actor ridiculous. She did not glance back to observe Draco's reaction, but continued on her way. The statement was ambiguous, serving both as a warning to the Malfoy family to cease their attempts to disturb her, while also implying a certain disdain for Voldemort's current state of hiding, and could even be interpreted as a hint of anticipation for a grander stage. She cared not how Malfoy would interpret her words, nor did she mind whether they would reach the ears of the thing concealed beneath the scarf through Lucius. She simply felt compelled to act, to cast a small stone at a past she had long since relinquished, to see what ripples it might provoke. This was neither about loyalty nor betrayal. It was merely her, Olivia Rosier, having finally unraveled the tangled mess of her own heart, making a whimsical and mischievous attempt at probing. She was suddenly eager to discover whether, upon hearing her assessment, that fractured soul would erupt in rage or feel a twinge of sorrow at being seen through. Whichever response it might elicit seemed equally intriguing. A cold, obscure curve graced her lips. The dynamics of the game appeared to have shifted imperceptibly. Chapter 50, Confrontation. The mirror hall on the 3rd floor was seldom frequented, its walls adorned with countless mirrors of varying sizes, reflecting a multitude of overlapping figures, resembling a cold and illusory labyrinth. Olivia chose this place for a chance encounter with Quirrell, and it was no mere coincidence. The echoes and light distortions here were perfect for engaging in conversations one wished to keep from prying eyes. She leaned against a grand floor-length mirror intricately framed and carved, observing Quirrell as he resembled a startled rabbit, flustered and attempting to circumvent her through another path. Professor Quirrell. Her voice resonated through the vast mirror hall, its clear echo cutting off his escape. Quirrell stiffened, slowly turning around with extreme reluctance. His complexion was paler than usual, his lips trembling as his fingers instinctively tightened around his thick scarf. Professor Rosier, what a coincidence. Unfortunate. Olivia straightened up and approached him step by step, the sound of her high heels striking the ground producing a disquieting echo in the hall. Countless reflections of herself drew near from all directions, instilling a sense of immense pressure. I am waiting for you. Quirrell recoiled in fear, nearly colliding with another mirror. Wait for me. Is there something you need? I have a class. I am well aware of your schedule, Quirrell. Olivia halted before him, close enough to detect the faint stench of decay that seeped through his efforts to mask it with garlic. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, as if to strip away his pitiable facade and peer directly into his essence. For instance, you should be patrolling that forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor right now? How diligent of you. Quirrell's pupils dilated sharply, his breathing quickened, and his eyes darted about in terror, as if seeking salvation from the master concealed beneath his scarf. I don't know what you're talking about, he stammered, his speech becoming increasingly disjointed. Is that so? Olivia tilted her head slightly, a glimmer of cold, almost cruel amusement flashing in her deep purple eyes. Then why do you seem so anxious? Or is it that your guest, perched atop your head, is rather timid? This statement struck like thunder, jolting Quirrell's nerves with a jarring intensity. He instinctively clutched at his scarf, as if scalded, his entire being trembling violently, emitting a choked sound from his throat, as if strangled. At that moment, however, the terror etched on Quirrell's face suddenly froze and contorted. A starkly different coldness, brimming with malice, swiftly replaced his usual timidity. His eyes became vacant yet piercing, his body ceased to tremble, growing somewhat more upright, though still constrained by Quirrell's ridiculous form. A hoarse voice, seemingly wrung from the depths of an abyss, filled with anguish and boundless resentment, emerged from Quirrell's throat, but the timbre and force belonged entirely to another. How much do you know, Rosier? Olivia's heart skipped a beat, yet her expression transformed into one of peculiar calm, not fear or disgust, but rather a calm tinged with mockery, as if she had finally received the answer she sought. She gazed into those eyes no longer belonging to Quirrell, observing the familiar yet alien shards of soul that shone through the contorted visage, and she spoke slowly and clearly. I know far more than you can imagine. My dear little Tom. Little Tom. The moniker was intimate to the point of sacrilege, contemptuous as if a jest. It stripped the Dark Lord of all his terrifying grandeur and self-proclaimed nobility, reducing him to his essence. Back to that talented yet sensitive boy who had once stood before her at Hogwarts. A deathly silence enveloped the mirror hall. Even the echoes seemed frozen in time. The twisted visage of Quirrell, or rather, the fragment of Voldemort controlling him, underwent a tumultuous upheaval of emotion. Shock, rage, and the pinnacle of offended fury, coupled with a complex spasm as if he had been struck at his most vulnerable point. How dare you refer to me in such a manner? His hoarse voice shattered further, laced with murderous intent. Why not? Olivia boldly stepped forward, fearlessly meeting his eyes, which brimmed with malice and anguish. Look at yourself now, Tom. Like a pitiful wretch, cowering within the frail body of a coward, masking your decaying essence with the scent of garlic, furtively coveting a stone. This is your pursuit of immortality and greatness? Truly, it is a remarkable descent into depravity. Each of her words pierced him like poisoned daggers, striking directly at his most humiliating reality. She was not afraid of a dark lord. Rather, she scrutinized a failed creation, a once noble figure who had lost his way. Silence. Voldemort's remnant howled with a piercing shriek, Quirrell's body shaking violently from the force of his rage, dark energy seemingly swirling beneath his scarf. You know nothing. When I regain my power, you shall pay for your arrogance. Pay. Alavia scoffed, her gaze sweeping over his disheveled state. Before you contemplate making me pay, my dear little Tom, perhaps you should first consider how to extricate yourself from the head of that pitiful wretch, or how to dispose of that year-old infant who has thwarted your plans time and again. She deliberately invoked Harry Potter's name, further provoking him. Voldemort erupted in an infuriated roar, Quirrell's hand shooting up as if to strike, yet the arm trembled violently in midair, seemingly beyond his control. Clearly, in this state, he was far from regaining his strength. Save your energy, Alavia observed with cold detachment, watching his impotent fury. At this moment, you pose no threat to me. How pitiable. With that, she turned her back on his contorted, struggling form, as if even a moment's glance were too filthy to endure. She elegantly pivoted, preparing to depart. Yet that hoarse voice suddenly echoed behind her, infused with an eerie blend of rage and an incomprehensible obsession. Come back. Alavia halted her steps, but did not turn around. After a moment of silence, she responded in an incredibly calm, yet meaningful tone, perhaps to witness with my own eyes how the once brilliant star has crumbled into the mire of a gutter. Or perhaps, she slightly tilted her head, the corner of her eye catching the grotesque figure in the mirror, her deep purple gaze revealing inscrutable emotions. Simply to ascertain what once stirred my heart, and whether it still holds worth. With her words lingering in the air, she did not linger, moving forward with steady strides, disappearing into the interwoven light and shadows of the mirror hall, leaving Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort's remnant, gasping and trembling in place. The scarf beneath which emitted a hissing sound filled with profound hatred and anguish. Countless mirrors reflected his current state of disarray and despair, as if silently mocking little Tom. This new name, and the icy, cruel confirmation from the woman with the violet eyes. Chapter 51. The Mirror. The confrontation in the mirror hall rippled through Alavia's heart like a stone cast into a deep pond, sending forth cold ripples, yet failing to alter her daily course. She remained the most exacting professor, wielding her icy gaze and acerbic words to drive her students, as if the brief clash with the embodiment of darkness had never transpired. Yet, something had indeed shifted. A serene clarity had supplanted the earlier turbulent undercurrents, and a nearly malevolent sense of amusement took root within her. She had bequeathed a new name to the monster lurking in the shadows, a label he would undoubtedly loathe even more. As the Christmas holiday approached at Hogwarts, the castle was half empty, enveloped in an atmosphere of desolation and solitude. Alavia relished this tranquility, but remained vigilant. She understood that Quirrell, or rather, the shadowy nightmare dwelling within him, would never be at peace. Her new appellation for Voldemort stemmed from his current state, a painful and resentful shadow, clinging to another, hidden from the light. This was more precise and humiliating than calling him by the name he despised, Tom. During her night patrols, she deliberately broadened her range, particularly focusing on the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. The magical fluctuations in the air grew increasingly erratic, a restless and greedy energy coalescing there, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. On an exceptionally frigid night, as she patrolled nearby once more, she distinctly sensed an intense and unusual magical tremor emanating from the door at the end of the corridor, accompanied by Quirrell's suppressed whimpers, a mix of pain and ecstasy. He had entered, and it seemed he had triggered something. Without a moment's hesitation, Alavia silently cast the disillusionment charm upon herself, like a ghost merging with the shadows. Quietly approaching that door, it stood ajar, with a strange, ever-shifting glow emanating from within. She slipped inside. The room beyond the door was vast and empty, resembling an ancient theater's backstage, piled high with assorted debris and broken furniture. The most striking feature was a grand mirror positioned at the center of the room. The mirror reached the ceiling, framed in opulent gold, supported at the bottom by clawed feet. An inscription was carved at the top, Aristrilla hair huetubicaferating wohis. Quirrell knelt before the mirror, his back to the door, his body trembling violently. His scarf had loosened, revealing a face on the back of his head that was grotesque and indistinct, reminiscent of Burns, Voldemort's visage. That face bore wide, crimson eyes filled with insatiable greed and desire, fixated intently on the mirror's surface, issuing hoarse and urgent commands. Get it, you fool. Give me the Philosopher's Stone. I am within. Bring it to me. Quarrels seemed to endure immense suffering, his hands clawing desperately at the ground, whimpering, Master. I can't reach it. It seems I cannot touch it in the mirror. Elavia held her breath, her icy gaze transcending Quarrel's trembling shoulders, directed at the enchanted mirror. The reflection did not depict the kneeling Quarrel or the horrifying visage upon his head. Instead, what she beheld caused even her to momentarily gasp in disbelief, her heart nearly stopping. In the mirror, Tom Riddle stood there, not the later warped Voldemort, nor the handsome, brooding youth from his Hogwarts days, but a man appearing several years older, at the zenith of power and allure. Clad in an elegant black robe, his flawless features radiated wisdom, authority, and a profound focus that could almost ensnare one's senses. In his hands rested the fabled Philosopher's Stone, emanating an alluring crimson glow. The mirrored version of him slightly tilted his head, his gaze not fixed upon the stone but piercing through the glass, precisely wearing an expression of complex and ineffable allure. Gazing at the invisible Elavia, in those eyes, there was no madness, no hatred, only an almost genuine invitation and possessiveness, as if to say, look, this is the future that rightfully belongs to me. Share it with me. In that instant, Elavia felt the face on the back of Quarrel's head abruptly turn in her direction. Voldemort's remnant seemed to have sensed her presence, or rather, sensed the unusual reflection the mirror of Heiress cast upon her. The crimson eyes erupted with incredulous fury and a profound humiliation at having their deepest desires laid bare. It's you. The hoarse shriek rent the silence of the room, suffused with deep-seated venomous hatred. What did you see? Chilo abruptly turned around, his face a tumultuous blend of his master's fury and his own trepidation, gazing helplessly towards the empty doorway. Elavia offered no reply. Instead, she coldly regarded the illusory, beguiling figure reflected in the mirror, then shifted her gaze to the wretched soul clinging to the servant, a portrait of impotent rage. The stark contrast extinguished the last flicker of emotion within her, plunging her heart into an icy silence. Slowly, she revealed her form, standing at the threshold, her eyes traversing past the nearly paralyzed Chilo to rest upon the distorted visage at the back of his head, her lips curling into an exquisitely sardonic smile. What a poignant scene, my dear Boggett. Her voice, as crystalline as an icy spring, quenched the fervor in the air. How does it feel to dream in the mirror? Is it not more agonizing to behold what you desire, yet can never truly attain, than the most excruciating curse? Voldemort's fragmented soul hissed in furious indignation, yet was thwarted in its attempts at retaliation by Chilo's corporeal limitations and the mirror's interference. Get out, he shrieked. It is you who should leave, Elavia retorted mercilessly, or remain here, wallowing in self-pity before your own phantoms. But let me remind you, Boggett, no matter how beautiful the dream, it cannot alter the reality that you are but a parasitic shadow. She deliberately repeated that new appellation, as if pricking his nerves with a needle. Having spoken, she averted her gaze from the repugnant image and turned to depart, fully aware that the night's stimulation had been ample. Just as she stepped beyond the threshold, Voldemort's voice erupted behind her, filled with boundless resentment and a peculiar fixation. The sound seemed to drain his essence, piercing through Chilo's frail body. You too shall witness Riddle's ultimate fate. Elavia's stride remained unbroken, as if she had not heard the curse. Yet, upon returning to her frigid office, where the cold moonlight spilled across the floor, the image of Tom Riddle's gaze, fixed upon her, resurfaced in her mind. A false apparition. Yet it accurately mirrored a twinge of regret deep within her, a regret that the extraordinarily gifted boy had ultimately embarked upon a path of self-destruction, devolving into this pitiful form. This regret intertwined with her hatred and disdain for him, forming a complex, indescribable ache. She shut her eyes, inhaling the frigid air. The final destination? She did not know what that entailed, but she understood that the twisted entanglement between her and her Boggett was far from over, and the Philosopher's Stone had evidently become the next focal point in this silent war. Chapter 52, The Failed Resurrection. The conflict before the mirror of Heiress was taut as a string drawn to its limit, heralding an impending rupture. Elavia chose not to disclose her discoveries from that night to anyone, including Dumbledore. This was not out of protection, but rather a chillingly detached observer's mindset. She wished to witness how her Boggett, or perhaps in a hidden corner of her heart, she began to refer to him by a name that resonated more closely with his essence, imbued with a peculiar intimacy, how Riddle would ultimately unfold. She even intentionally reduced her patrols on the third floor, seemingly granting Chilo, or rather, his master, greater opportunities. A strange calm enveloped the atmosphere. Yet the tension within the castle escalated day by day. Harry Potter and his friends clearly sensed the anomaly, becoming increasingly agitated and restless. Elavia observed it all with a cold eye, akin to watching actors on stage march toward a predetermined tragic climax. The climax arrived swiftly. One deep night, the shrill blare of alarms and a powerful surge of magical energy roused the entire castle. The teachers gathered rapidly, Dumbledore's countenance graver than ever before. News soon reached them that someone had breached the chamber protecting the Philosopher's Stone. When Olivia arrived on the scene with the throng, the final barrier had already been breached, and faint sounds of combat and anguished cries emanated from within. She positioned herself slightly behind the crowd, her expression impassive, her deep purple eyes resembling a frozen lake, devoid of any discernible emotion. When all sounds subsided, and Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall emerged, supporting a weak and nearly unconscious Harry Potter, the answers were laid bare. Professor Quirrell was dead, reportedly having been consumed by an ancient protective magic while attempting to harm Harry, reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Voldemort's fragmented soul had once again evaded capture, vanishing without a trace. The crowd surrounded Harry, filled with both dread and relief. Yet Olivia's gaze traversed beyond the throng, landing on the door ajar, which seemed to lead to the very depths of hell. The air was thick with the sense of charred flesh and blood, mingled with a faint, swiftly dissipating familiarity of dark soul vibrations. That was Riddle's essence, weaker and more fragmented than when it resided within Chilo, yet rife with the fury and agony of failure, like a candle flickering in the wind, desperately fleeing into the unknown darkness. She could almost envision the desperation and resentment of his final moments, so close to immortality, yet again thwarted by an infant, forced to abandon his pitiful host. Fleeing like a lost spirit, a complex maelstrom of emotions surged within her. It was neither joy nor sympathy, but rather a profound sorrow and an ineffable irritation. Finally, she moved, sidestepping the clamor of the crowd, silently entering the ravaged chamber. The floor bore the charred remnants and fragments of Chilo's robes. The nauseating aura of attachment was quickly fading, yet the chilling tremor of the pure soul fragments belonging to Riddle lingered, as if still holding onto a dying ember. She knelt, her fingertips brushing against the cold ground, feeling the familiar vibrations on the brink of total dissolution. In that instant, a shattered fragment filled with exquisite pain and rage surged into her consciousness, as if a momentary flashback. Another failure, Potter. And she, Riddle, coldly observed, "I saw it all. Witnessed my disgrace." The fragment abruptly ceased, akin to a strangled scream, leaving behind an endless abyss of cold nothingness. Olivia's fingers instinctively curled. He knew. He knew she was near, aware that she had witnessed his most humiliating defeat. That remnant of a soul, before its final disintegration, had sensed her presence, transmitting a torrent of profound hatred and perhaps a tinge of humiliation at being seen in such a state. She gradually rose, expressionless, brushing off non-existent dust from her hands. Deservedly so, she thought coldly. This was the price he must pay for the path he had chosen. However, as she turned to leave the chamber, casting aside the remnants and the scent of failure, that lingering sorrow in her heart did not dissipate. The entity that once instilled in her a sense of immense power and unparalleled wisdom, even evoking a thrill within her, had ultimately met such a fate. Time and again, he had failed, becoming increasingly obsessed, increasingly mad, increasingly unrecognizable. Suddenly, she recalled the illusion within the mirror of Ariste, the false image of Riddle, at the pinnacle of power, extending an inviting gaze while wielding the Philosopher's Stone. Deceptive yet beautiful. Reality, however, was so harsh and grotesque. This stark contrast pierced her with a sharp pain. In the ensuing days, the castle was alive with the joy of survival and accolades for Harry Potter. Olivia, however, appeared even more withdrawn and inaccessible than usual. Her temper seemed to have somewhat abated, no longer frequently deducting points or delivering biting sarcasm. Yet, within her deep violet eyes, there often flickered an incomprehensible chill of weariness. On the eve of the semester's conclusion, she stood alone atop the astronomy tower, gazing into the dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest. The summer night's breeze carried warmth, yet it could not disperse the chill that lingered in her heart. She extended her hand, as if to grasp something, but ultimately, it was a futile, tight-clenched gesture. Riddle. She whispered this name almost soundlessly, omitting the ironic label of the heir of Slytherin, using only the most fundamental designation. The sound dissipated into the wind, met with no reply. She knew he had not entirely perished. That fragmented remnant of a soul must have fled to some corner, awaiting its next opportunity to rise again. What form would he take next? Would he be more deranged, more inhuman than before? Olivia closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. Regardless of his transformation, the tangled account between them seemed far from resolution. An inexplicable foreboding, one she despised even in herself, whispered that their next encounter might not be far off. When that time came, how would she confront this riddle, who returned from failure again and again, becoming increasingly alien. Chapter 53. The Undercurrents of a New Academic Year. The steam of the Hogwarts Express once more enveloped King's Cross Station, heralding the arrival of a new academic year, along with the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. The flamboyantly attired man in a garish violet robe, with a smile so dazzling it bordered on discomfort, swiftly won the adoration of most students. Alongside Elevia Rosier's unabashed disdain, Lockhart's classroom became a sea of ridicule, his exaggerated self-aggrandizing demonstrations riddled with flaws, and his endless self-praise rendered Olavia's every audit a protracted mental torment. She typically occupied the last row of the classroom, her expression impassive, her gaze cold enough to freeze Lockhart's gleaming white teeth, her low pressure radiating an aura that deterred her peers from even daring to breathe audibly. In contrast, Olavia's own classes grew increasingly rigorous and efficient. It seemed she had transmuted all her irritation and disdain for Lockhart into relentless demands upon her students. Her curriculum began to delve deeper into the identification and counteraction of dark magic, employing more perilous examples, her tone more imperious, as if in a fervent rush to instill this knowledge into their cumbersome minds, thereby augmenting their meager chances of survival in the storms that might loom ahead. The atmosphere within the castle appeared to revert to its former tranquility. Yet, Olavia's keen perception detected an unusual undercurrent lurking beneath the calm facade. Occasionally, a faint, insidious scent of familiar decay wafted through the air, subtle, yet reminiscent of the darkness she had sensed in Quarrel the previous year, albeit with a slightly more sinister and beguiling quality, slowly permeating the atmosphere. She began to pay closer attention to the state of her students. It was not long before she noticed Ginny Weasley, the shy first-year girl with red hair and freckles, becoming alarmingly silent and pallid. She often isolated herself, her gaze evasive, deep shadows under her eyes suggesting she had been haunted by nightmares for an extended period. When they crossed paths in the corridors, Ginny would flinch away from Olavia's gaze like a startled fawn, hastening to flee. This condition could not merely be attributed to academic pressures or homesickness. Soon, bizarre graffiti began to appear within the castle. Disturbing messages re-emerged on the walls, but this time, the scrawlings were more distorted, imbued with a chilling malice. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the air. Then, a series of attacks transpired. Several Muggle-born students were discovered petrified, their rigid faces etched with abject terror, and were subsequently transported to the hospital wing. Panic once again enveloped Hogwarts. Students were rife with anxiety, rumors abounded, and tales of the heir of Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets resurfaced. Elevia stood before a wall defaced with blood-red inscriptions, her cold gaze sweeping over the twisted letters. She could distinctly sense a familiar, yet disconcerting aura of dark magic lingering in the air. This essence shared a source with the remnant of Voldemort she had detected in Quarrel the previous year, yet it seemed younger, imbued with a sinister, scholarly malice. It resembled a tome steeped in venom, silently exuding its corrosive influence. Diary. The words surged into her mind. She recalled Riddle's obsession with creating Horcruxes, the maniacal theory he had mentioned about storing fragments of his soul in specific objects to attain immortality. Was it possible that, aside from Quarrel as the host, another Horcrux had been brought into Hogwarts? One perhaps not as potent as the main soul, but more subtle, adept at ensnaring hearts? Her gaze once again fell upon the ashen-faced, panic-stricken redhead, Ginny Weasley. Indeed, the girl's condition mirrored that of someone long eroded by a dark object, siphoning her vitality. That Horcrux could very well be in her possession, or at the very least, she had been in close contact with it. A chill of rage and an intricate sense of irritation surged within Elevia. Once again, it was him. Even if the primary remnant of his soul had escaped to languish elsewhere, the fractured legacy he had left behind continued to cast shadows of trouble and fear. Should she immediately report to Dumbledore? Or confront the girl directly, demanding the whereabouts of the diary in the most straightforward manner? Yet a deeper, more personal impulse restrained her. She wished to handle this matter herself. She yearned to see this earlier version of Riddle, this fragment of a soul sealed within the diary, what it truly was. Did it still retain more of his youthful traits? How would it seduce a girl as innocent and fragile as Ginny? This thought carried a morbid curiosity and a yearning to touch the past that even she could not fully comprehend. She suppressed the urge to act immediately, opting instead to observe Ginny Weasley more discreetly, while also keeping an eye on Harry Potter's movements. She noted that Harry seemed unusually invested in the chamber incident, frequently whispering with his two friends. One night, she spotted Ginny alone in a secluded corridor, seemingly in a trance as she headed towards the girls' lavatory on the second floor. In her hand, she appeared to clutch a square black object tightly. Olavia's heart raced. She did not pursue her immediately, but remained still until the lavatory door closed behind Ginny. In the air, that cold, scholarly aura of darkness intensified for a moment before being sealed off by the lavatory door. Olivia slowly approached the lavatory door, listening to the muffled sounds of suppressed sobs and the dripping of the faucet within. She raised her hand, her fingertips nearly brushing against the icy door, yet hesitated midair. Should she burst in, seize the girl, and snatch away the diary? Or should she wait a little longer, to see what this Riddle intended to do? To observe how he played his game? Her mind waged a fierce battle. Reason urged her to swiftly end this danger, yet a more potent, darker allure compelled her to continue watching, even to partake. Ultimately, she gradually withdrew her hand. She turned away, leaning against the cold wall, closing her eyes as if waiting for something. In the restroom, the sobs of the girl gradually subsided, replaced by an eerie whispering that seemed to murmur to itself. Olivia's fingertips instinctively curled inwards. She was aware that her second confrontation with another Riddle might be imminent. This time, she was uncertain whether she wished to annihilate him or to peer closer into the potential reverberations beyond the phantasm reflected in the mirror. Chapter 54, Echoes of the Past. The terror of the Chamber of Secrets spread like damp mildew across the walls of Hogwarts Castle and into the hearts of its students. Gilderoy Lockhart, that incompetent buffoon, was of no use whatsoever, save for flashing his dazzling smile and declaring that he had everything under control while peddling his autobiography. Olivia Rogier's classroom, however, had transformed into the calmest sanctuary amidst the storm, provided one could withstand her gaze, colder than a petrifying curse, and her critiques, sharper than that of a basilisk. Attacks followed one after another. Colin Creevey, the vibrant first-year Gryffindor always clutching his camera, could not escape this fate. His rigid body was discovered with his camera still tightly gripped in hand. Fear gripped the castle, particularly among Muggle-born students, who scarcely dared to venture forth alone. Olivia's public response was a doubling of the rigor in her lessons. She began to inundate her students with knowledge concerning basilisks, Parseltongue, and the potential dark magical traps hidden within various ancient chamber legends. Her explanations rapid and fervent, akin to cramming, indifferent to whether her pupils could keep pace. Ignorance breeds fear. She cast a frigid glance over the pale faces of her students, reminding them that if they did not even comprehend the dangers they faced, they were no different from livestock awaiting slaughter. Engage your rusty minds. Remembering even a single keyword could save your lives or grant you a clearer understanding of your demise. Her tone was devoid of sympathy, exuding a near-cruel pragmatism. When a Hufflepuff student wept softly, she interrupted mercilessly. Will tears deter a basilisk? If not, stifle them and focus on how to identify its field of vision. 5 points deducted from Hufflepuff for your futile emotions. Privately, her research focus had entirely shifted to Ginny Weasley and the rumored existence of a diary. Utilizing the disillusionment charm and the Muffliato charm, she silently trailed the increasingly waning red-haired girl like a true specter. She observed Ginny often retreating to deserted corners, writing in a black notebook, sometimes weeping, at other times displaying an unsettling, age-inappropriate gloom. The dark aura emanating from that diary was all too familiar to Olivia. It was the essence of Riddle, a pure, cold intellect laced with a cunning malice, untouched by the madness that would later consume him. It acted like a slow-acting neurotoxin, silently eroding Ginny's vitality and will. Olivia watched this unfold with the detached scrutiny of a scientist documenting experimental data, observing the effects of poison on a lab mouse. On several occasions, she deliberately crossed paths with Ginny in the corridors, scrutinizing the girl with her piercing, icy gaze, relishing the way Ginny paled in fear, flinching as if scalded. Miss Weasley. On one occasion, she halted the fleeing Ginny, her voice low yet sharp as a dagger, pinning the girl in place. Your dark circles are as heavy as if you've been pummeled by a troll. If you cannot bear the pressures of academia, perhaps you should consider returning home to recuperate rather than dragging yourself down here and lowering the house average. Ginny trembled, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Her sunken eyes filled with terror and the despair of being seen through. It seemed she had acquiesced. Olivia scoffed derisively, turning her gaze away. 3 points deducted from Gryffindor for your untidiness. She pivoted and departed, leaving the girl shivering alone in the empty corridor. She could sense the diary radiating an even colder energy in Ginny's grasp, as if mocking her fear and challenging her as an observer. This provocation strangely tugged at a dark string deep within Olivia's heart. She began to dream more frequently of the past, not the later bloodshed and betrayal, but of earlier times. She dreamt of being deep in the restricted section of the library, arguing fervently with a dark-haired boy over the interpretation of an ancient spell, only to be simultaneously astonished by an entirely new, perilous reading of it, locking eyes with him in shared excitement at the discovery of truth. She dreamt of the Room of Requirement, where they collaboratively completed an exceedingly complex magical circle, the resonance of their combined magic sending tremors through her fingertips. While he stood at the center, his dark hair tousled, his gaze strikingly bright, radiating an almost divine allure in that moment. Those dreams were so vivid that upon waking, she felt a tightness in her chest, accompanied by a sharp pang of emptiness. The mire of reality intertwined with the echoes of her dreams, causing her attitude towards Ginny Weasley to become increasingly harsh and elusive. On one hand, she continued to wound the girl with her words, as if venting some inexplicable fury through the torment of this marionette controlled by Riddle. On the other, she scrutinized her more closely, as if awaiting the opportune moment. She knew she ought to intervene. She should seize the diary from that pitiable girl and obliterate it without delay. Yet, each time this thought arose, another voice in her mind sneered, "Why the haste? Let us see how far he can take this. Observe how this 16-year-old Riddle, this fragment of a soul still pure, manipulates the hearts of others and drags them step by step into the abyss. Is this not the very method you know him best for?" Moreover, a deeper, darker question lingered within her. If she intervened now and destroyed the diary, would that 16-year-old Riddle, still possessing greater wisdom and composure, cease to exist entirely? Would she never again encounter that version of him? This thought stirred within her an inexplicable restlessness and reluctance. She loathed this aspect of herself, yet found herself irresistibly drawn to it. One afternoon, while passing by the second-floor restroom where the incident had occurred, she heard the sound of Myrtle's weeping mingling with Ginny's panicked protests, suggesting some altercation had taken place. Following this, the unmistakable sound of a faucet turning on and water gushing forth, accompanied by Ginny's hurried footsteps as she fled, reached her ears. Olivia stood at the doorway, refraining from entering. She could sense the lingering dark energy and the potent essence of water within the restroom. The entity within the diary seemed to have achieved yet another feat. A cold, twisted smile curved her lips. "Well done, Riddle." She silently addressed the sole fragment of the boy who was not present before her, still so adept at wielding every resource, sowing chaos. Then, she turned and followed in the direction Ginny had escaped, her pace measured and unhurried. She understood that the game was still afoot, and as this malevolent, cold-eyed observer, she would soon be compelled to make a choice, to continue watching this dark drama, scripted and directed by her former acquaintance, or to intervene personally. She caressed the cool, wooden surface of her wand tucked within her sleeve, her expression shrouded in ambiguity. Chapter 56, Basilisk. The specter of 16-year-old Tom Riddle turned, his overly intelligent black eyes clearly reflecting Olavia's cold figure. Initial surprise swiftly gave way to a sharp assessment and a hint of amusement, as if he had discovered an unexpected yet exceedingly intriguing variable. "Olivia Rogier?" He repeated her name, his voice imbued with a steadiness and magnetism that belied his youthful appearance. A truly unexpected revelation. I had envisioned numerous distractions, but none included the presence of an old acquaintance. He deliberately emphasized the phrase old acquaintance, his gaze roving over her face in an attempt to capture any flicker of emotional response. Olivia responded to his scrutiny with a barely audible, derisive snort. "An old acquaintance? Spare me your beguiling theatrics, young Tom." She unceremoniously employed the epithet he surely loathed, lamenting the vacuous endeavor of extracting vitality from an 11-year-old girl, a task unworthy of such a poetic prelude. A fleeting flicker of rage crossed Riddle's spectral visage, quickly masked by a feigned smile. The path to power invariably requires fuel. Her voluntary contributions serve a grander design. With an elegant gesture, he pointed to the foreboding chamber, indicating the need to eliminate the dregs unworthy of learning magic within this castle. "I assumed you would appreciate such efficiency." "Efficiency?" Olivia arched an eyebrow, surveying the accumulated animal bones and the unconscious Ginny. "All I see is disarray and chaos. And what of your basilisk? Shall we let it out for a stroll? Allow me to ascertain whether your heir's pet is as flawed as your plans." Her words struck like a whip, precisely targeting his pride and sense of control. Riddle's phantom flickered slightly, his expression darkening. "It is currently dealing with another minor inconvenience. It will return shortly. Perhaps you could experience its efficiency firsthand." His tone bore a menacing edge. "Experience?" Olivia scoffed, unfazed, taking a few steps closer to the apparition. Though merely a phantom, her chilling, unapologetic aura seemed capable of piercing the veil of illusion. "Do you think a mere shadow, one that relies on deceit to sustain its existence, can intimidate me? Spare me, young Tom. Your current state is so pitiful that even my sarcasm feels like bullying." At that moment, a heavy slithering sound and hissing echoed from the depths of the chamber, accompanied by Harry Potter's panicked cries. The enormous basilisk had returned, evidently in pursuit of Harry. A cruel, triumphant smile spread across Riddle's spectral face. It appeared that the performance was nearing its climax. He turned toward the basilisk, opening his mouth to issue a cold command in parcel tongue. Kill the boy. Elevia rolled her eyes, her movements astonishingly swift. She barely glanced at the basilisk, her wand already aimed at a massive, precariously hanging stalactite from the ceiling. Shatter to pieces, she enunciated clearly. The spell struck the stalactite's base with precision. A thunderous crash resounded as the enormous stalactite broke free, plummeting towards the basilisk's massive form with tremendous force. Dust swirled, and debris flew. The basilisk emitted a pained, furious hiss, its tail momentarily pinned down by the massive rock, limiting its movement. Seizing the opportunity, Harry Potter scrambled behind a stone pillar, still shaken. The triumph on Riddle's phantom face froze in an instant, morphing into incredulous rage. He whirled toward Elevia, his translucent form quivering violently with emotional upheaval. You, what of it? Elevia interrupted, casually flicking her wand as if she had merely swatted away a fly, clearing obstacles from the scene. Seeing you struggle so much to command, I thought I would lend a hand. No need to thank me. Her tone was so nonchalant, as if discussing the weather. Yet each word pierced Riddle's most cherished notions of control and dignity like a dagger. Do you realize what you are doing? Riddle's voice sharpened with fury. You are aiding that doomed boy. You are obstructing me. Obstructing you? Elevia finally met his gaze, her deep violet eyes frosted with disdain. I am merely preventing a poorly executed and grotesque farce. Look at yourself, Riddle. Like a clumsy puppeteer hiding behind a curtain, manipulating a blind serpent to confront an unarmed child. This is your so-called greatness? This is the power you pursue through the fragmentation of your soul? It is laughably tragic. Her words struck him like the most venomous of curses, shredding away all his facades and self-deceptions. The 16-year-old Riddle's apparition trembled violently, his handsome features contorted with profound rage and humiliation, hinting at imminent collapse. He stared intently at Elevia, his gaze filled with venomous fury akin to the wrath of his future complete form. You will regret this, Riddle, he hissed, his voice laden with the deepest resentment. You will pay an eternal price for your actions today. An eternal price? Elevia appeared amused, a wicked smirk curling her lips. Let us see you crawl out of that notebook first, my dear young Tom. By the way, you haven't changed a bit since you were 16, still as loquacious as ever. She turned her back on his furious countenance, striding toward the unconscious Ginny Weasley. She roughly slapped the girl's cheek, her actions devoid of compassion. Wake up. The show is over. It is time to conclude. Ginny groaned, drowsily opening her eyes, only to recoil in fear at the sight of Elevia's icy countenance. Elevia then retrieved the diary from her robes, casting a disdainful glance at the large puddle on the floor and the basilisk still struggling beneath the stones, as well as Harry Potter peeking out from behind the pillar. She sighed, her tone brimming with impatience and contempt. What a mess. Chapter 57, Malfoy's Test. The Chamber of Secrets incident concluded like a farcical nightmare, with the basilisk inadvertently dealt with by Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley rescued. Naturally, the official narrative would exclude Professor Elevia Riddle, attributing the accolades solely to the boy who lived and his friends, along with the timely arrival of Dumbledore. Elevia remained indifferent to this, even relishing the tranquility. The true spoils of her conquest lay quietly on her desk, the diary, its edges charred and emanating wisps of black smoke, pierced by the basilisk's fangs. It no longer radiated that beguiling, chilling aura, reduced to nothing but a damaged artifact of dark magic. Yet Elevia could sense a faint, lingering tremor of Riddle's soul fragment within, like the last ember amid ashes. She did not attempt to repair it, as such endeavors would be futile and perilously reckless. Instead, she meticulously collected the shards expelled during the diary's destruction and the crystallized basilisk venom adhering to them, placing them into specially designed glass vials. These would serve as invaluable research specimens, potentially yielding further insights into the creation and destruction of Horcruxes. As she intently observed the faint oscillation within the vial, the office door was rudely knocked upon. Before she could respond, it swung open, revealing a grim-faced Lucius Malfoy, his opulent emerald robes sweeping across the threshold, exuding an air of accusation. He had evidently just emerged from the headmaster's office, his countenance dark as though he had stepped in something foul. The destruction of the diary had thoroughly derailed his meticulously crafted plan to introduce the Dark Lord's relic into Hogwarts to sow chaos, nearly igniting a backlash against himself. Riddle. Malfoy's voice was cold and rigid, simmering with suppressed anger, even foregoing the title of professor. I assume you are aware of that diary. His words faltered mid-sentence, his gaze drifting past Elevia to a seemingly inconspicuous frame above the bookshelf behind her. Within it was not a photograph, but a slightly yellowed sketch of the Hogwarts lake at night, rendered in fine strokes, with a flourish of TR in the corner. Malfoy's pupils constricted slightly, and a flicker of exceedingly complex emotions, shock, disbelief, and a dawning apprehension, crossed his face. He abruptly redirected his gaze back to Olivia, scrutinizing her anew as if he were meeting her for the first time. Olivia was acutely aware of his sudden pause and transformation. She leisurely capped the vial containing the fragments and placed it in the drawer before raising her eyes to meet Malfoy's cold scrutiny. "What do you know, Malfoy?" she inquired in a tone devoid of inflection, as though she were oblivious to his discomposure. "Are you aware that you've introduced yet another piece of detritus into the school, nearly endangering a student in the process? Or are you merely curious about the whereabouts of that refuse now?" She deliberately twisted his inquiry. Malfoy hesitated, his mind racing through a myriad of images from many years ago when he was merely a fledgling Death Eater, having caught a fleeting glimpse of a fragment of a magical photograph while in the presence of the Dark Lord. In that photograph, a young Voldemort stood alongside an equally youthful girl with deep violet eyes, her demeanor haughty and frigid. The girl's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the current Professor Rosier, albeit stripped of her youthful innocence, now imbued with a deeper coldness and a dangerous sharpness born of experience. That photograph seemed to have been treasured yet loathed by the Dark Lord, a relic he forbade anyone to mention. Malfoy had always assumed she was merely a transient figure or a failed artifact in the Dark Lord's protracted existence. Yet now, it appeared far from trivial. No wonder she was so singularly unconventional. No wonder Dumbledore permitted her return, and no wonder she was so acutely sensitive to matters pertaining to the Dark Lord, even capable of thwarting his plans with precision. Malfoy quickly masked the peculiarity on his face, reverting to his customary haughty, pure-blood demeanor, though his tone involuntarily adopted an undercurrent of subtle caution and inquiry. "I merely came to ascertain whether Hogwarts had disposed of elements that ought not to exist." He chose his words with care, his gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Olivia, for some remnants of the past could indeed precipitate unnecessary complications and misunderstandings. Olivia detected the undertones of his probing and warning. With a cold laugh, she leaned back against the chair, her posture languid yet aggressive. "Complications? Misunderstandings?" she echoed, her deep violet eyes brimming with derision. "Malfoy, spare me your circuitous theatrics. You wish to inquire about that wretched diary? Indeed, I have seen it and dealt with it. What? Do you require a certificate of destruction to explain yourself to your associates?" Her words were direct and scathing, ruthlessly tearing through his facade. Malfoy's expression darkened further, his fingers tightening around the serpent-headed cane. "Dealt with? By you?" His tone bore skepticism mingled with a barely perceptible tremor of fear. "Do you comprehend what it is?" "I know precisely what kind of detritus it is," Olivia interrupted, rising to stand before him. Though slightly shorter, her presence overshadowed him entirely. "I also know who brought it here. Moreover, I am acutely aware that should Dumbledore or the Ministry delve deeper, certain individuals may find themselves in dire straits beyond merely losing their position on the board." She leaned slightly forward, her voice lowered to a chilling threat. "Therefore, before I reconsider and decide to bundle the source of that refuse along with some individuals' clandestine actions to present to the Ministry, you would do well to vanish from my sight immediately, Malfoy, and keep your son away from those perilous remnants of the past." Otherwise, she left the sentence hanging. But the glint of menace in her deep violet eyes was more threatening than any spell. Lucius Malfoy's complexion fluctuated from pale to green and back again. He fixated on Olivia, as if searching her face for any sign of bluster. Yet all he found was an utter indifference and a sense of certainty that suggested she had formidable backing. Ultimately, he uttered nothing, merely emitting a faint snort before abruptly turning on his heel, his black robe swirling as he nearly slammed the door in his wake. Olivia regarded the door he had just slammed with a cold curve of her lips, a victor's smirk. She returned to her desk, retrieving the vial containing the diary fragments, gently swirling it in the light. The faint ripples within seemed to sense something, flickering ever so slightly. "Do you see this, Riddle?" she murmured to the vial, her tone laced with a peculiar mockery. "Your loyal servant does not even dare to acknowledge your relic. Your grand endeavors have now dwindled to this pitiful ash." The ripples within the vial subsided, falling silent. Olivia returned the vial to the deepest recesses of the drawer and secured it. Lucius's probing had only solidified her conviction that her and Riddle's past was far more remarkable than she had previously imagined. This was both a complication and potentially a bargaining chip. The game was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 58, The Shadows of Azkaban. The aftershocks of the Chamber of Secrets incident gradually subsided, and Hogwarts briefly regained its illusory tranquility. However, a new tempest soon swept in from the North Sea, Sirius Black. The infamous traitor had escaped from the heavily guarded Azkaban. The news struck like a chilling curse, instantly freezing the castle that had only just begun to relax. The newspapers were rife with harrowing close-ups of Black's gaunt, deranged visage, detailing how he had shattered a guard and fled from the Dementor's pursuit. The Ministry of Magic promptly intensified security at Hogwarts, and most disconcertingly, a horde of despair-ridden Dementors draped in tattered cloaks was dispatched to various entrances of the school. Olivia Rosier held little interest in Black's escape itself. The fate of a criminal from 12 years past was of no concern to her. She even harbored reservations about whether Black was truly a traitor. She had witnessed too much of the Ministry's foolishness and carelessness. Yet the Dementors were an entirely different matter. These creatures from Azkaban thrived on devouring joy and hope. Wherever they roamed, an icy chill enveloped the air, and the most painful memories would involuntarily resurface. For Olivia, this was double torment. They not only forcibly dredged up her dark memories of failure, betrayal, and loss, but also insatiably sought to siphon off her already scant positive emotions, leaving her feeling as though her very lifeblood was being drained, a sensation that rendered her irritable and frail. She began to avoid the outdoors and the castle entrances as much as possible, her complexion growing even paler and her gaze colder, resembling an iceberg poised to erupt. The students kept their distance, assuming her foul mood stemmed from the Black incident. After all, everyone knew that Professor Rosier had a notoriously bad temper. In defense against the dark arts class, the inept Lockhart had long since vacated, temporarily replaced by another professor. When it came time to discuss how to repel Dementors and introduce the Patronus charm, the substitute Professor Flitwick enthusiastically invited the professors to demonstrate. Professor McGonagall conjured a nimble cat, Flitwick himself morphed into a clever otter, and Professor Sprout transformed into a stout badger. When it was Snape's turn, his face darkened even further as he produced a silvery doe, garnering surprised whispers from some students, as it seemed incongruous with his own temperament. Snape's expression soured even more. Finally, nearly all eyes fell upon Olivia. She leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her face devoid of expression, as if all of this were of no consequence to her. "Professor Rosier," Flitwick called out, his voice piercingly high, "would you care to demonstrate for us? The Patronus charm is an exceptionally advanced magic, and I am certain your demonstration would be remarkable." Olivia furrowed her brow. She harbored an intense disdain for such public displays, and an even greater aversion to being compelled to recall the happiest memories of her life, for such recollections were scarce and often shrouded in a perilous shadow. However, to refuse in the gaze of the multitude would appear cowardly. With a cold huff, she reluctantly drew forth her wand, focusing her mind on joyful memories. She attempted to conjure the moment she first successfully cast a complex spell, or the elation she felt upon discovering a precious ancient tome during her travels. Yet those memories were pallid and feeble, failing to coalesce into sufficient emotional power. The tip of her wand emitted only thin wisps of silver mist, ready to dissipate at any moment. Below her, the students began to murmur, some even displaying expressions of eager anticipation. A wave of embarrassment and irritation washed over Olivia. At that moment, a Dementor seemed drawn to the emotional turbulence within the castle, drifting closer to the classroom window. A chilling sense of despair engulfed her. The students screamed in terror, retreating in panic. Olivia was at the forefront. The forcibly suppressed memories of her failures in the dungeon, the choices made in the astronomy tower, and the pain of her final rupture surged forth like a tide. Simultaneously, an intense anger erupted, one fueled by an unwillingness to be consumed by this creature. She could not afford to lose, especially not before such a crowd, forced into a corner by this loathsome entity. Almost instinctually, amidst the fury and an indescribable impulse to defend something, a vivid image flashed in her mind, not in the sunlight, but in the dim light of the dungeon. The dark-haired boy had successfully stabilized an exceedingly dangerous ancient magical array, turning to look at her, his dark eyes shimmering with a brilliance born from the triumph of wisdom over adversity and a faint glimmer of pride in seeking approval. In that moment, there was no conspiracy, no bloodshed, only two souls resonating in a brief harmony at the pinnacle of dark knowledge, sharing an unnameable bond. Guardian spirit. She nearly ground out through clenched teeth, channeling that complex, ineffable emotion, one that could hardly be deemed joyful, yet was imbued with immense power and a unique connection, into her incantation. A silvery radiance erupted forth from the tip of her wand, so powerful, so resplendent, it dispelled all chill brought forth by the Dementor. The light coalesced into a form that was no ordinary creature, but an exceptionally elegant and formidable silver serpent, shimmering with the cold glow of moonlight. It coiled in the air, its head held high, embodying both the danger and mystery of serpents, while radiating an unmistakable aura of inviolable guardianship. It emitted a warm, potent light, compelling the Dementor at the window to emit a silent wail, retreating in disarray. The classroom fell into a profound silence. All gazes were fixed in astonishment upon the magnificent silver serpent, which exuded a formidable protective force, then shifted to Alavia Rosial, whose face remained icy and even paler than before. A serpent? A guardian spirit in the form of a serpent? How extraordinary. Moreover, serpents were typically associated with Slytherin. Dark magic, and that individual. Snape's eyes narrowed as he beheld the silver serpent, a flicker of shock and complexity crossing his face, swiftly masked by a deeper shadow. Professor Flitwick gaped, finally stammering, "Oh Merlin, truly a powerful and unique guardian spirit. Thank you immensely, Professor Rosial." Alavia offered no response. She merely fixed her gaze upon the vanishing silver serpent, her fingers gripping the wand white-knuckled. She had not anticipated her guardian spirit taking such a form. Was it due to that memory? Or because of the individual within it? What did that emotion signify? Guardianship or something else entirely? Abruptly, she withdrew her wand, and the silver serpent dissipated completely. Not a word escaped her lips, nor did she cast a glance at anyone, turning sharply to leave the classroom. Leaving behind a room filled with astonished and suspicious students and professors, she returned to her office, locked the door, and slid down against the cold door panel. The image of the silver serpent lingering in her mind. Warmth, strength, yet born from a decidedly unhappy memory connected to him. What did this mean? A scoff escaped her lips, laughter laced with self-mockery and confusion. Perhaps even her own heart had become a quagmire of entwined love and hate. And her guardian spirit was a testament to this. What did it truly protect? Herself? Or the dark past she could never truly sever? Chapter 59. The Catastrophe of the Time Turner and Afternoon Tea. The revelation that her guardian spirit was a silver serpent left Alavia Rosial emanating an aura of frigid disdain for several days, causing even Peeves to steer clear of her. To escape this vexation and the probing gazes of certain professors, she resolved to immerse herself in researching an ancient curse related to time magic, necessitating uninterrupted observations over an extended period. Thus, she subtly conveyed her research requirements to Dumbledore. The following day, a petite and exquisite golden time turner appeared on her desk, accompanied by a note. Use with caution. Consequences are your responsibility. Albus, the time turner. Alavia raised an eyebrow. The old bee was surprisingly generous. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. She adhered strictly to the rules, meticulously squeezing out a few extra hours to hide in the room of requirement for her research, achieving astonishing efficiency. She even began to relish this stolen time, as if the entire world consisted solely of her and those profound magics. However, trouble began on a particularly hectic Thursday. After attending 3 back-to-back second-year classes, she was left with a stomachache from the chaos wrought by the small trolls who turned simple spells into disaster zones. At lunchtime, Professor McGonagall summoned her to a meeting regarding the scope of the nude exams, subjecting her to an hour of bickering. In the afternoon, she had planned to utilize the time turner to compensate for her lost research time, only to discover she had forgotten to wind it. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, roughly twisting the device several times, wishing she could turn it to the ends of the earth. The result was that she may have overdone it a bit. When she next appeared in the corridor, something felt amiss. The portraits regarded her with peculiar expressions, and why was the corridor devoid of any other souls? The silence was unnerving. Puzzled, she made her way toward the great hall, hoping to grab a cup of coffee for a pick-me-up. When she nearly collided with someone rushing out, it was Hermione Granger, the bushy-haired Gryffindor girl, always clutching a stack of books. Yet the Hermione before her appeared frantic, cradling not books but a disheveled, terrified-looking rooster. "Professor," Hermione exclaimed upon seeing her, as if she were a beacon of hope. You're here. Thank goodness. We need help." Harry and Ron. They went to the Shrieking Shack. There's a black dog. A huge black dog. I have to find this chicken. No, wait, I mean the professor. No. She babbled incoherently, clearly terrified. Alavia was utterly bewildered. A black dog? The Shrieking Shack? A rooster? What on earth was going on? And why did Hermione look so shocked to see her? Suddenly, she realized, glancing at her wrist to see the time turner's hands spinning wildly backward. It seemed she had inadvertently returned nearly a whole day into the past. Just then, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the Shrieking Shack, where the tree was thrashing its branches, and beneath it, several familiar figures appeared to be entangled with some enormous shadow. Merlin's beard. Alavia groaned, feeling a headache coming on. She merely sought a bit of research time, not to serve as a round-the-clock nanny for the chosen one. Yet one cannot merely stand by and watch as students are bitten by dogs or struck by trees. With a resigned sigh, she swiftly instructed Hermione, "Go find Professor McGonagall or Snape. Hurry." Then, she turned and dashed toward the castle, her robes billowing behind her, moving with astonishing speed. Upon reaching the Whomping Willow, chaos reigned. Harry and Ron, covered in dirt, were attempting to approach a hole beneath the tree's roots, while a massive, filthy black dog barked furiously at them. The branches of the tree thrashing about like whips, striking everything in their vicinity. Petrify them all. Without a moment's hesitation, Alavia cast a spell toward a knot on the Whomping Willow, a weakness she had discovered during her studies. The wildly thrashing branches froze instantly, maintaining a comically flailing posture. Harry and Ron stared in astonishment at the suddenly exasperated Professor Rogier, who had appeared out of nowhere. The black dog paused momentarily, then began to growl more anxiously, as if intent on lunging toward the hole. Obstruct them. Alavia cast another spell, conjuring an invisible wall that separated the black dog from the hole. The dog collided with the barrier, dazedly shaking its head. You too. Alavia glared at Harry and Ron with irritation. Explain yourselves. Why are you fighting a tree and a stray dog during class time? She cast a disdainful glance at the filthy creature. Professor, it's not an ordinary dog. Ron hurriedly attempted to explain. I don't care what it is. Alavia interrupted, rubbing her temples. Now, immediately, return to the castle. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to allow you to experience the sensation of being petrified alongside that tree. Her threat was as effective as ever. Although Harry and Ron were reluctant, they shrank back under her icy gaze and retreated, glancing back frequently. The black dog, seeing this, growled anxiously a few times before swiftly retreating deep into the forbidden forest. The crisis averted, Alavia breathed a sigh of relief, feeling more exhausted than after 10 consecutive classes on charms. She glanced down at her time turner. The hands were still spinning wildly. What a nuisance, she muttered, giving it a few firm taps in an attempt to halt its motion. Finally, the hands slowed, and the surrounding light began to warp and shift. When she regained her bearings, she found herself standing in a corridor, facing a surprised Professor Remus Lupin, who was holding a thick book. Professor Rogier? Lupin inquired gently, concern evident in his eyes. Are you all right? You look a bit worn. He had noticed her slightly disheveled hair and agitated demeanor. Alavia quickly composed her expression, restoring her usual indifference. I'm fine. Just encountered a minor inconvenience. She felt too embarrassed to admit that her time turner had caused her trouble. Really? Lupin chuckled, not pressing further. He was always considerate. By the way, I brewed a lovely pot of red tea. Would you care to join me in my office? I've just received some new information regarding Nordic dark creatures that I believe might pique your interest. Alavia initially intended to decline, but upon hearing about Nordic dark creatures and new information, she hesitated. Moreover, Lupin was one of the few colleagues she did not find entirely disagreeable. He was knowledgeable, understated, and never verbose. A few minutes later, she found herself seated in Lupin's tidy yet cozy office, cradling a steaming cup of red tea. Lupin indeed presented her with some fascinating material, and they began discussing ancient vampire covenants and the behavioral changes of werewolves. The atmosphere of their conversation was unexpectedly harmonious. Lupin's insightful perspectives and gentle manner complemented Alavia's sharp style, sparking new ideas. She even temporarily forgot her frustration with the time turner and her vexation with troublesome students. Until, speaking of which, Lupin casually remarked, his gaze sweeping over the golden time turner resting beside her. Time magic is indeed profound and perilous, requiring immense willpower to master, especially during emotional fluctuations when things can easily go awry. Alavia's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Lupin smiled gently and added, of course. I trust this is not an issue for you. Perhaps next time, you could try twisting it half a turn less. His eyes twinkled with a kind understanding. Alavia, she realized instantly. Lupin must know about the time turner. He might even have guessed the minor trouble she had just encountered. Her cheeks warmed imperceptibly. An unusual emotion known as embarrassment surged within her. Striving to maintain her composure, she set down the teacup and rose expressionlessly. Thank you for the tea and the information. Professor Lupin, she said in a stiff tone, I just remembered I have a stack of essays to grade. They are masterpieces that make one wish to use a time turner to return to before the term began and prevent their enrollment. With that, she nearly snatched her time turner and hastily exited Lupin's office without looking back. Lupin watched the door she had just closed, unable to suppress a chuckle, sipping the now lukewarm tea. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Alavia strode briskly, glaring fiercely at the golden little device that bore responsibility for her predicament. Wretched contraption, she muttered, deciding to lock it away in the deepest recesses of her drawer upon her return. Research may be precious, but one's dignity is worth even more. Chapter 60, The Truth of the Traitor. The news of Sirius Black's infiltration of Gryffindor Tower and the tearing down of the fat lady's portrait landed like a bombshell in the already tense atmosphere of Hogwarts. Fear and suspicion surged to new heights. Students were ordered to act collectively. The number of Dementors doubled, and a stifling low pressure enveloped the castle. Alavia Rogier maintained her detached perspective on this farce. Whether Black was truly insane or genuinely intended to kill Potter was of no concern to her. Her priorities lay in two matters. Firstly, that these disturbances severely interrupted her research and tranquility. Secondly, the heightened negative energy in the air, exacerbated by panic and dementors, made her exceedingly uncomfortable. However, events soon unfolded beyond anyone's expectations. On a stormy night, Black managed to infiltrate once more, abducting Ron Weasley and his pet rat Scabbers. Fleeing into the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow, the castle's alarm sounded once again, and the faculty mobilized to capture him at the Shrieking Shack. Olivia initially had no desire to get involved, but Dumbledore cast her a meaningful glance and remarked, "Perhaps we need every professor's witness, Miss Rogier, to ensure fairness." Reluctantly, she followed, contemplating whether she could find an opportunity to cast a silencing charm on Black to put an end to this once and for all. The interior of the Shrieking Shack was even more dilapidated and chaotic than she had anticipated. When Olivia and the other professors arrived, they were met with a shocking scene. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were also present. Severus Snape lay unconscious on the floor. Professor Lupin was pointing his wand at a terrified-looking, grotesque rat, and the filthy black dog, Sirius Black, stood in the center, gaunt and disheveled, vehemently accusing the rat with a hoarse voice. "It's him, Peter Pettigrew. He.S. the traitor. He betrayed James and Lily. He has been a rat for 12 years. That rat is him." Absurd. This was Olivia's immediate reaction. Yet, the grave expression on Professor Lupin's face and the unusually anthropomorphized terror in the rat's eyes prevented her from dismissing it outright. The ensuing developments unfolded like a bizarre play. As Lupin and Sirius compelled the mouse to reveal its true form, an unsettling transformation unfolded, ultimately revealing a short, stout, balding man who appeared timid as a mouse. None other than the long-thought-dead hero, Peter Pettigrew. Peter knelt on the ground, weeping profusely as he confessed, incoherently pleading for mercy, admitting to all his crimes, including the betrayal from 12 years ago, and narrating how he had disguised himself as a rat to evade capture until now. The truth was laid bare. Olivia crossed her arms, leaning against the dust-laden wall, calmly observing the spectacle. She watched the frenzied, yet mournful expression on Black's face, the complex and pained countenance of Lupin, the mingled shock, rage, and bewilderment on Harry's face, and the nauseating performance of Pettigrew. Her heart remained untroubled. There was no sympathy for Black's unjust plight, no anger towards Pettigrew's despicable actions, nor any sorrow for Potter's loss of his parents. To her, these intricate emotional entanglements resembled a poorly acted, cacophonous soap opera, rife with foolish impulsiveness and irrevocable tragedy. The only sentiment she felt was a tinge of annoyance at the resurfacing of these long-buried matters, disrupting her peace, and annoyance at the so-called justice and betrayal, which in her view often boiled down to mere differences in stance and fortune. Even more irritating was the upheaval this sordid affair once again wreaked upon Hogwarts. Just as Lupin and Black prepared to escort Pettigrew back to the castle, an unforeseen twist occurred. Professor Lupin, having forgotten to take his wolfsbane potion, began his transformation into a werewolf beneath the full moon's glow. The scene spiraled out of control. Seizing the opportunity, Pettigrew reverted to his rat form and escaped through a crevice in the floor. Black, in a bid to protect Harry, had no choice but to transform into a large black dog and engage in a fierce struggle with the werewolf Lupin, sustaining numerous injuries. Amidst the chaos, a swarm of Dementors was drawn to the dark atmosphere, converging like sharks sensing blood, an icy despair instantly enveloping everyone. Harry desperately attempted the Patronus charm, but it was clear that he could not withstand such a multitude of Dementors. Black appeared on the verge of having his soul consumed. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a powerful, familiar silver light surged from the direction of the forest. It was a magnificent stag Patronus, radiant and warm, dispersing all the Dementors while bringing hope and warmth. Harry gazed in astonishment at the stag, as if witnessing something utterly extraordinary. However, Olivia's keen gaze darted towards the direction from which the Patronus had come, spotting a fleeting silhouette at the forest's edge. Who was it? Who could conjure such a formidable Patronus? And that stag's form seemed, but she had no time to ponder. The immediate crisis averted, Black lay barely conscious. Lupin had reverted to human form and was now unconscious. Pettigrew had escaped, and Snape, upon awakening, was livid with rage. The subsequent cleanup was a chaotic affair. Snape insisted on immediately turning Black over to the Dementors, while Harry and Hermione fiercely argued against it, but the evidence was gone. Pettigrew had already fled. Ultimately, Black was subdued by Snape and prepared for transport back. Throughout, Olivia remained silent, merely a witness to the entire farce. As everyone departed the Shrieking Shack, weary and wounded, with tumultuous emotions, Olivia lingered behind. She glanced back at the chaos and darkness, a chilling, unnoticed smirk gracing her lips. Truth? Justice? To her, all of it seemed utterly meaningless. The only thing of value, perhaps, was the powerful Patronus energy she had sensed from the direction of the forest tonight. which left her with a vague feeling of unease and curiosity. And that Peter Pettigrew, who had successfully masqueraded as a rat for 12 years, was somewhat intriguing. This relentless determination to survive, willing to adopt any means necessary, from a certain dark perspective, could be considered a form of talent. She shook her head, casting aside these tumultuous thoughts. Regardless of the truth, tomorrow the sun would rise as usual. She had a stack of papers to grade and a host of foolish students to teach. These so-called loves and hatreds were merely insignificant specks of dust in the long history of magic. And she, Olivia Rosier, sought only to find something of true worth before this dust settled. Chapter 61, The Quidditch World Cup. The Hogwarts term drew to a close in a strangely serene atmosphere. With the truth of the Black incident revealed, though official matters were still mired in dispute, Pettigrew remained at large, and Professor Lupin had resigned due to his werewolf identity being exposed. The castle seemed to revert to its usual rhythm, albeit with an unnameable heaviness in the air. As summer approached, Olivia had initially planned to seek a quiet place to continue her studies on dark magic, but her plans were disrupted by a gilded invitation. The Ministry of Magic generously bestowed tickets for the Quidditch World Cup final upon all Hogwarts staff, including access to the exclusive top-tier box. Olivia held no interest in Quidditch. To her, watching 20-odd individuals on broomsticks chase after a few balls was devoid of meaning, merely a cacophony of noise and chaos. However, she found the Ministry's attempt to placate the masses with entertainment, as well as the diverse array of wizards and dark magical artifacts that might gather during the event, far more intriguing. Perhaps she might unearth something of interest? With this thought in mind, she reluctantly agreed to attend. The World Cup campsite was teeming with people, the raucous atmosphere overwhelming. Flags waved, songs echoed, and overly excited wizards filled the air. Clad in simple travel robes, Olivia endeavored to steer clear of the crowd, her demeanor exuding a distinct do-not-approach aura. She could hardly muster the energy to watch the match. Spending most of her time in her tent reading or wandering through the officially designated magical item trading area, though she regrettably found nothing worth acquiring. On the night of the final, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Fans from Bulgaria and Ireland were in fierce competition, their cheers nearly threatening to overturn the night sky. Olivia sat in the top box, her expression impassive as she surveyed the frenzied crowd below and the indistinct figures darting through the air, feeling utterly bored, even beginning to regret her choice to endure such torment. Just as the match concluded, with Ireland emerging victorious and Crumb having caught the golden snitch yet lost the game, a most peculiar outcome, the sky erupted in a multitude of celebratory fireworks when suddenly, chaos ensued. A cacophony of terrified screams and explosions erupted from the distant campsite. Amidst the turmoil, a group of hooded figures wearing masks appeared. They brazenly set tents ablaze and suspended several hapless Muggle officials in mid-air with levitation spells, gleefully toying with them, their laughter echoing maniacally. They were Death Eaters. The top box descended into chaos, with Minister Fudge shouting frantic orders, the faces of dignitaries from various nations drained of color. Olivia sprang to her feet, moving to the edge of the box, her gaze icy as it fell upon the chaos. She regarded the masked marauders with no trace of fear, only a profound disdain and a sense of superiority. Pathetic. After all these years, they still resorted to such lowly tactics of intimidating Muggles and burning tents. They had made no progress whatsoever. However, in the next moment, her gaze froze. The Death Eaters seemed to have grown weary of their antics. They huddled together, and one raised his wand. A jet of green light shot into the night sky. A massive skull composed of emerald sparks materialized, a giant serpent emerging from its mouth, twisting and curling in the air like a tongue. The Dark Mark. That sinister, malevolent symbol hung ominously in the pitch-black sky, exuding an aura of icy death that instantly overshadowed the celebratory fireworks, plunging the entire campsite into a deathly silence and heightened terror. Olivia's heart raced violently. Her breath momentarily stilled. She fixated intently on the mark, feeling a familiar, chilling tremor ascend her spine. The dark magic encapsulated within that mark, the pure, suffocating terror it signified, could not be mistaken. Even from such a distance, she could distinctly sense a trace of his soul's resonance embedded within that mark, familiar, though exceedingly faint, akin to echoes filtering through layers of gauze. Yet its essence resonated with the aura she had perceived from the diary of Chilo. He has returned? No, not yet in his full form. But the emergence of this mark signifies far more than mere remnants of Death Eaters attempting to assert themselves. It feels like a proclamation, a demonstration of power, a summons of old shadows. Is he nearby? Or has his influence regained enough strength to remotely manipulate and embolden these remnants to act so brazenly? Just as her mind trembled with this realization, a faint yet chilling hiss seemed to resonate directly within the depths of her consciousness, laced with a familiar, Bone-chilling mockery and delight. Do you see my echo? The voice abruptly ceased, as swift as an illusion. Yet Olivia knew it was no illusion. It was Tommy. The fragment of his soul, concealed somewhere, was defying her in this manner. Defying everyone. She gripped the railing tightly, her knuckles whitening from the force. Deep within her violet eyes, beneath the icy veneer, a cold fury ignited for the first time. Damn it! How dare he intrude upon her world once more in such a manner? Evil. Utterly malevolent. Fudge shrieked nearby, insisting it must be one of Black's accomplices, or some lunatic impersonating him. Impersonation? Olivia whirled around, her icy gaze sweeping across Fudge's startled, plump face, her tone laced with a rare sharpness and irony. Minister, do you dare to call such a degree of dark magic mere imitation? Is your mind stuffed with syrup? Fudge was momentarily stunned, his face flushed. Professor Rogier. You. Olivia dismissed him, redirecting her attention to the green light mark in the night sky, slowly dissipating, and the tumultuous camp beneath it. Her heart was no longer tranquil. Anger, disgust, a provoked irritability, and a complex turmoil stirred within her, one she was reluctant to acknowledge, all intertwined. She had thought their game could unfold gradually. Yet now, he had clearly grown impatient, reopening the curtain with such audacious and contemptible flair. Very well. A frigid, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of Olivia's mouth. Tommy, you wish to play? Then do not blame me for accompanying you to the end. She turned, no longer regarding the chaos, and strode away from the box, her robes trailing behind her in a decisive arc. The jubilation of the World Cup had long since been supplanted by fear. The Feast of Darkness seemed to have only just begun. Chapter 62, Prelude to Resurrection. The Hogwarts Express puffed steam as it slowly approached the platform. The summer's clamor seemed to linger in the air, yet the chaos of the Quidditch World Cup and that strange green light in the night sky had already etched themselves deep into memory. Olivia Rogier descended the train amidst the throngs, her deep violet eyes colder than ever, as if encased in an unmelting layer of frost. The farce of the World Cup had utterly drained her last vestiges of patience. She yearned to return to the relative tranquility of the castle's tower. At the start of term feast, the great hall remained ablaze with light, the long tables of the four houses adorned with gleaming golden plates, as young witches and wizards chattered excitedly, their voices mingling with a blend of fear and excitement over the World Cup commotion. Olivia sat at the staff table, her expression impassive as she listened to Dumbledore announce the new term's notices, her fingertips unconsciously tapping against the goblet's rim. It was not until Dumbledore mentioned the Triwizard Tournament that her brow furrowed slightly. Following careful consideration by the Ministry of Magic and in agreement with Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, the Triwizard Tournament, suspended for over a century, was to be revived this year at Hogwarts. Instantly, thunderous applause and discussions erupted in the hall, nearly threatening to overturn the enchanted ceiling. Olivia's brow knitted almost imperceptibly. The Triwizard Tournament? At this delicate moment when the dark mark had just reappeared in the sky, she cast a glance down the table at the oddly dressed, exaggeratedly animated Ministry official Barty Crouch, and the man beside him with a disingenuous smile, Ludo Bagman. What scheme was the Ministry concocting now? A dangerous, ancient event to divert the public's attention, to mask their incompetence in addressing the threat of dark magic? Utterly foolish. Dumbledore raised his hand, silencing the clamor, his voice taking on a serious tone. This is an ancient and honorable competition, but it also comes with great risks. Therefore, the Ministry has decided to impose an age limit. Students under 17 years of age shall not be permitted to enter. A wave of disappointed groans swept through the crowd, particularly from that red-haired boy from the Weasley family and his green-eyed companion. Finally, Dumbledore announced, "Moreover, we are honored to welcome a new defense against the dark arts professor. He is an illustrious former Auror, a hero renowned for his valiant efforts against dark wizards, Professor Alastair Moody." Heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance, each resonating on the stone floor, striking at the hearts of all present. A figure appeared at the doorway, leaning on a long staff, each step seemingly a Herculean effort, yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority. He stepped into the light of the hall. Olivia's gaze locked onto him instantly. He was a man weathered by time, his face marred by scars, a chunk missing from his nose. Most striking were his eyes, one sharp and normal, the other a bizarre, constantly rotating bright blue magical eye, sweeping across the hall in a manner that evoked extreme discomfort, as if capable of piercing into the depths of each person's soul. The staff members nodded in acknowledgement as he passed. Mad-Eye Moody. His name resonated throughout the magical world. It was said he had captured enough Death Eaters to fill half of Azkaban. Yet, the moment that magical eye swept across Olivia's face, her blood seemed to freeze in her veins. Something was amiss. At first glance, merely a first glance, the instinctive chord within her, finely attuned to detect danger and darkness, was struck violently, sounding a sharp alarm. There was something profoundly dissonant about this man. His appearance, his reputation, his gait, all seemed to strive to embody a battle-scarred, yet unyielding former aura. But beneath that facade, Elavia keenly sensed a flicker of something meticulously suppressed. Teetering on the brink of eruption, a fervent, almost deranged zeal. This was no mere vigilance born from battling dark wizards. It was more akin to an obsession, an intoxication with the chaos and violence reminiscent of the most extreme and deranged Death Eaters. Not the cowardly Chilo possessed by another, but rather the utterly mad Bellatrix Lestrange, who reveled in brutality and disorder. Her gaze sharpened like a blade, silently scrutinizing him. The magical eye turned, locking onto her own. In that instant, Elavia seemed to glimpse a fleeting yet profoundly twisted excitement and malice flicker within the depths of that blue glass orb. So swift it could easily be mistaken for an illusion. But Elavia never believed in illusions. Moody, or rather, whatever entity cloaked in Moody's guise, responded gruffly to Dumbledore's introduction. Taking a hearty swig from his flask, the air was thick with the pungent aroma of alcohol. Elavia's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. She comprehended the gravity of the situation. The dark mark at the Quidditch World Cup was not merely a proclamation. It was a harbinger. A vast and sinister conspiracy had already begun to unfold. With Hogwarts as its stage, this so-called Moody had been inserted not to instruct students on the defense against the dark arts, but for a far graver purpose. The return of that lingering soul, hidden in the shadows, the very entity that dared to provoke her with the dark mark, was no longer a distant possibility. It was now a countdown. This impostor was merely a harbinger, paving the way for what was to come. A chilling mix of profound revulsion and acute vigilance surged within her. She gazed at Moody's ever-rotating magical eye, observing the grotesque semblance of a smile he offered to the students. A grand performance was about to commence, with her positioned squarely at the center of the stage. After the banquet concluded, the faculty members rose to depart. Elavia was the last to stand, watching as Moody, leaning on his cane, awkwardly yet resolutely made his way toward the chamber prepared for him within the castle. His silhouette appeared particularly eerie in the flickering torchlight. She lingered for a moment, rooted in place, her dark robe blending seamlessly into the shadows of the corridor. The wind outside battered the windows, emitting a mournful sound akin to an ominous portent. A storm was imminent, and this time, he would personally unveil the curtain. Chapter 63, The Commencement of the Triwizard Tournament. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had never been so raucous. News of the Triwizard Tournament spread like wildfire, igniting fervor among all the students. Golden pumpkin lanterns flickered in the vaulted ceiling, reflecting the eager, youthful faces below, who animatedly discussed potential champions, the air charged with an almost palpable joy. Yet, amidst this surging sea of exuberance, there lay a solitary island of coldness at the faculty table. Elavia Rogier sat with an air of detachment, as if an invisible barrier surrounded her, shutting out the clamor and enthusiasm. The goblet before her brimmed with deep red wine, untouched, her fingertips merely resting against the cool surface of the cup, her deep purple eyes betraying not a single ripple of emotion, only an almost weary indifference. The Triwizard Tournament, a perilous and ancient contest that had been suspended for over a century. Dumbledore and the bureaucrats of the Ministry of Magic had chosen this moment to resurrect it, just after the harrowing night of the Quidditch World Cup. When the sinister green light of the dark mark had sullied the English night sky, it was nothing short of ludicrous. Rather than a competition to showcase glory, it felt more like a meticulously orchestrated spectacle designed to divert attention from the Ministry's glaring ineptitude and the populace's fear of the encroaching darkness. Her gaze swept coldly across the faculty long table. The newly arrived Mad-Eye Moody was scanning the hall with his dreadful magical eye, periodically taking large gulps from his curved flask. Elavia's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer than necessary, a subtle yet sharp discomfort pricking her senses, akin to a cold needle piercing her awareness. He emanated an unsettling fervor, one that was forcefully restrained yet still managed to seep through, reminiscent of a fierce beast barely shackled by chains. Dumbledore rose, his hands gently pressing down to quiet the hall, which gradually fell into silence. He announced the age restrictions, prompting a chorus of disappointed groans from the students. The corners of Elavia's mouth barely twitched downward. Protective measures? More like a feeble attempt at concealment. True danger never heeds such superficial regulations. Just as Dumbledore prepared to introduce the two new headmasters, the grand doors of the hall were flung open with a forceful bang. Every gaze was drawn toward the entrance. A chilling wind, accompanied by fine rain, swept into the warm hall, causing the torches to flicker wildly. Two figures stood in the doorway, starkly illuminated against the profound darkness outside. At the forefront was a tall witch clad in an opulent silver-gray fur cloak, her hair styled into a sleek bun, her expression haughty and aloof. Following her was a group of students garbed in equally exquisite silk robes, appearing somewhat withdrawn, as if awed by their journey and the grandeur of Hogwarts. Madame Maxime and her Beauxbatons students. Before the students could recover from the astonishment brought forth by these elegant visitors, a deep, resonant horn sounded from the direction of the Black Lake, penetrating the thick stone walls with a heavy, commanding tone. Following this was another sound, reminiscent of a massive anchor dragging across the lake bed, or the clanking of heavy chains colliding. The noise grew louder, imbued with an undeniable sense of chilling power. With a thunderous boom, even the floor seemed to tremble slightly. The commotion emanated from the lakeshore. The representatives of Durmstrang made their entrance in a starkly different manner. Their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, strode at the forefront, his once handsome face adorned with an exaggerated, ostentatious grin, though the muscles around his eyes were taut. He donned a heavy fur coat and moved with a heavy gait. Yet it was the figure behind him that truly captured everyone's attention. Victor Krum, the world-renowned Quidditch seeker. He was stoutly built, his brow perpetually furrowed, exuding a somewhat sullen demeanor that did little to diminish the star power radiating from him. The Hogwarts students, especially the Quidditch enthusiasts, were rendered nearly speechless. The arrival of both schools ignited another wave of excitement and hushed whispers. The atmosphere in the hall surged to a crescendo. However, Alavia's gaze transcended the animated faces and Karkaroff's somewhat theatrical display, landing upon the Durmstrang students. They were predominantly tall, taciturn, exuding a cold, northern demeanor. Her eyes swept over them slowly, as if assessing or searching for something. Then, for a fleeting moment, her gaze met Karkaroff's. The man's smile faltered, his eyes flickering rapidly, almost instinctively avoiding her stare, as if scalded, and he quickly turned to Dumbledore, extending his hand with exaggerated enthusiasm. Alavia's heart sank slightly. That evasion, that uncontainable panic, was all too familiar to her. It was the reaction of one harboring a guilty conscience, a person weighed down by a heavy past. Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, radiated an ominous aura. The banquet eventually concluded amidst an unprecedented atmosphere of fervor. Dumbledore rose once more, announcing the placement of the Goblet of Fire and the procedures for submitting names. The students were restless, eager to sign up immediately. The crowd began to bustle as they departed the Great Hall, heading toward their respective common rooms. The din receded like a retreating tide, leaving behind a table strewn with remnants of the feast and flickering candlelight. Alavia was among the last few faculty members to leave. She traversed the now empty hall at a leisurely pace, the stone pillars casting elongated, twisted shadows upon the floor. Outside, the wind and rain seemed to intensify, the sound against the glass growing increasingly vexatious. Upon reaching the entrance hall, she found the enormous Goblet of Fire had been set in place. Blue and white flames dancing within, illuminating the Golden Age line etched upon the ground with a dangerously alluring glow. She halted, gazing intently at the flickering flames. Their radiance reflected in her deep purple eyes, yet it failed to ignite any warmth, only a frigid scrutiny. The Triwizard Tournament. Foreign guests. The peculiar behavior of Moody. The restless demeanor of Karkaroff. In the air, there lingered an elusive yet persistent ferment of agitation and unease. All the fragments lay scattered here, appearing chaotic, yet subtly pointing towards an unknown direction. She felt as though she stood at the precipice of a colossal spider's web, sensing the faint, ominous vibrations, yet unable to discern what lay lurking in its center. A gust of wind struck the castle's grand door with ferocity, emitting a dull, mournful wail, as if some presence was heralding misfortune. Alavia slowly withdrew her gaze, turning away, the hem of her black robe whispering across the cold stone floor as she ascended the castle stairs. The feast had commenced, the bait was laid. She harbored a clear premonition that the first moth, unable to resist the allure of the forbidden, would soon reveal itself. What followed would be far more than mere glory in the competition. Chapter 64, Omen. News of the Triwizard Tournament spread like sparks igniting a haystack, continuously igniting discussions and fantasies in every corner of Hogwarts. The Golden Age line in the entrance hall, alongside the Goblet of Fire flickering with blue flames, became a focal point where every student paused in awe. A tapestry of longing, reverence, and reluctance interwove upon the youthful faces. However, for some, the flames emanated not a call to glory, but an ominous portent. Alavia Rogier stood by the window of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, her gaze piercing through the icy rain, landing upon the entrance of the hall below. A group of sixth-year Ravenclaw students huddled around the age line, gesticulating animatedly, evidently attempting to devise a way to circumvent it, their faces alight with the thrill of adventure. She regarded them with neither approval nor disdain, only a detached scrutiny. Foolish. They saw only the glory spoken of by Dumbledore, oblivious to the deadly traps that might lurk behind those flames. The powerful magical contract, foreign adversaries, unpredictable perils. And the charlatan Moody, who seemed inextricably linked to it all, loomed in her mind. The mere thought of that man caused her brow to furrow ever so slightly. He continued to demonstrate those exaggerated and brutal defense spells in class, his magical eye restlessly swiveling, peering at everything. The discordance of his presence grew ever more pronounced, particularly near the goblet, where his gaze would flash with an almost greedy focus. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, heavy and rhythmic, accompanied by the faint clatter of metal against stone. It was Moody, limping toward the hall, seemingly for his routine patrol. Alavia silently stepped away from the window, her figure melding into the shadows of the corridor, like a chilling specter. She kept her distance, her eyes fixed upon him. True to her expectations, he halted before the goblet. Unlike the other faculty who merely cast quick glances, he stood transfixed. Both his normal eye and the crazed magical one intently focused on the blue flames, his lips moving silently, as if reciting an incantation. His grip on his staff was fierce, knuckles whitening from the strain. It was not the gaze of a guardian surveying the safety of the place, but rather that of a conspirator verifying whether his contraption functioned as intended. After a moment, seeming satisfied, he abruptly turned, his magical eye darting toward the shadow where Alavia lurked. Yet he discerned nothing, merely muttering to himself as he departed. Alavia stepped from the shadows, her deep purple eyes gleaming with a chilling light. His actions further confirmed her suspicions. The goblet was the key. He, or those behind him, sought to exploit this tournament for some ulterior motive. In the ensuing days, Hogwarts basked in a festive atmosphere. The students of Beauxbatons glided like elegant silver birds, while those from Durmstrang appeared silent and austere, resembling the icy mountains of their homeland. The castle buzzed with conversations of various accents, and the library thrummed with activity as students scoured for magical knowledge that might aid them in the tournament. Alavia maintained her icy demeanor. She declined Dumbledore's offer to assist in supervising the preparations for the competition, remaining oblivious to the curious and odd glances cast her way by the foreign students. Her classes remained as rigorous and efficient as ever, mercilessly dispelling any naive fantasies. Dark magic would not show leniency simply because one participated in a renowned contest. Her chilling voice echoed in the classroom, sweeping over the students who were somewhat restless due to the Triwizard Tournament. Instead, it would more readily devour those blinded by hollow fame. Her severity doused some of the overheated atmosphere like a bucket of cold water. On the eve of Halloween, the Great Hall was adorned more splendidly than ever, with enormous jack-o'-lanterns grinning widely and bats swirling about the ceiling. The banquet's dishes were more sumptuous than usual, the air rich with the sweet aroma of pumpkin pie and roast meats. The atmosphere was almost explosive, for tonight, the goblet would select 3 champions. Alavia sat at the staff table, observing the eager students below. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime occupied the high table. Their expressions varied. Moody sat a little farther away, appearing somewhat agitated, continually sipping his drink. At last, the banquet concluded, the golden plates returned to their pristine state. Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell silent instantly, all eyes converging upon the entrance of the hall. "It is time," Dumbledore proclaimed, his voice resonant. "The Goblet of Fire is about to make its selection." He waved his wand, extinguishing most of the candles in the hall, leaving only the jack-o'-lanterns to flicker with an eerie glow. The entire space was enveloped in a half-lit atmosphere of anticipation, with only the sound of tense breaths audible. The blue flames in the goblet suddenly turned crimson, a tongue of fire shooting skyward, scattering sparks. Then, a charred piece of parchment erupted from the flames, floating gracefully into Dumbledore's outstretched hand. The champion from Durmstrang. He read clearly and powerfully, is Victor Krum. Thunderous applause erupted, especially from the Durmstrang table, where they pounded their fists upon the surface, their cheers heavy and vigorous. Krum, expressionless, rose and walked toward the adjoining chamber. The flames flared red once more, and a second parchment burst forth. The champion from Beauxbatons, Dumbledore announced, is Fleur Delacour. The beautiful girl with cascading silver hair stood gracefully, her face adorned with a confident smile, as she glided into the chamber amidst applause. Finally, the goblet expelled a third parchment. The students of Hogwarts held their breath, awaiting their representative. Dumbledore took the parchment, unfolded it. His gaze lingered on the name, pausing for the briefest of moments, so fleeting it was nearly imperceptible. Yet Alavia caught it. A flicker of surprise, even gravitas, flashed in his eyes. Then he lifted his head, his voice still resonant, yet imbued with a hint of something different. The champion from Hogwarts, he declared, is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers that nearly threatened to lift the roof off. Cedric's face beamed with surprise and joy as he walked toward the champion's chamber amidst a chorus of congratulations. Applause and cheers filled the hall. The selection seemed to conclude. and a smile graced Dumbledore's face as he opened his arms, seemingly prepared to offer a few concluding words. But at that moment, the flames of the goblet flared crimson once more, crackling with sparks. A long tongue of fire surged into the air, and yet another object was expelled. Dumbledore instinctively reached out, expertly grasping it. It was yet another piece of parchment. The entire hall fell silent, every smile frozen upon their faces. A peculiar and unsettling silence descended upon the hall. Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon the note, his brow furrowed deeply, the smile that once graced his face evaporating without a trace. He stared at the name for an extended period. Then, he lifted his head, his eyes sweeping heavily across the room, ultimately settling on a particular spot at the Gryffindor table. His voice, once resonant, now bore a clear, unmistakable weight of shock and gravity, shattering the oppressive stillness. Harry Potter. Chapter 65, The Fourth Champion. Dumbledore's voice thundered like a clap of lightning, reverberating through the hushed hall. The name Harry Potter seemed to carry an eerie enchantment, causing every frozen smile to shatter and giving way to a wave of astonishment, confusion, and swiftly spreading doubt. After a brief moment of absolute silence, a tremendous buzz erupted. Almost everyone turned their heads, their gazes converging on the slender, dark-haired boy who had just risen. Harry Potter's face appeared exceptionally pale under the dim light, his green eyes filled with an almost incredulous terror. He opened his mouth but could produce no sound, as if pinned in place by an invisible torrent of scrutiny. "No," he murmured, his voice scarcely audible. "I didn't. I don't know. Yet." No one heeded his protest. The whispers around him rapidly morphed into furious accusations and queries. "Harry Potter," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, seemingly both astonished and somewhat bewildered. "This cannot be." Professor McGonagall abruptly stood, her expression stern, her gaze sharply scrutinizing Harry before darting to Dumbledore. "He is certainly underage. He could not have submitted his name." "He certainly did," Fred Weasley shouted, his face a mask of indignation, for their brother's aging potion scheme had evidently failed, while Harry's success was a bitter pill to swallow. "This is cheating," someone from the Slytherin table screamed, inciting a chorus of jeers and derision. Hermione and Ron also rose, with Hermione attempting to defend Harry, while Ron's face turned ashen, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and betrayal directed at Harry. The smile had long vanished from Karkaroff's face, replaced by a cold fury as he strode towards Dumbledore. His voice sharp. "What does this mean, Dumbledore? Hogwarts has 2 champions? I thought your age line was infallible? Is this what you call fair competition at Hogwarts?" Madame Maxime also stood, her towering figure imposing, her voice resonating like distant thunder. "This clearly contravenes the rules, Dumbledore. We must reevaluate." The hall devolved into chaos. A cacophony of doubt, reproach, and defense intertwining in a buzzing tumult. At the eye of this storm, Elavia Rogier sat quietly at the staff table, seemingly untouched by the surrounding uproar. She gazed over the agitated crowd, observing with calm detachment. She looked at Harry Potter's pale, bewildered face, which bore no resemblance to that of a successful cheater, but rather that of an innocent suddenly thrust onto the gallows. Her attention shifted to Dumbledore, whose customary gentle smile had vanished, replaced by an exceedingly rare solemnity and gravity. He did not immediately respond to Karkaroff and Maxime's inquiries, but lowered his gaze once more to the parchment, which seemed to radiate a palpable warmth, as if confirming the authenticity of the name inscribed upon it. A glimmer of deep contemplation and a hint of barely perceptible alertness flickered in his blue eyes. She observed Mad-Eye Moody, whose expression was a tapestry of complexities. His normal eye widened, filled with a kind of feigned shock mingled with an almost imperceptible thrill. Meanwhile, the magical eye darted frantically, scanning Harry, then Dumbledore, then the furious headmasters, and ultimately, it even swept towards her. His lips twitched slightly, as if he were struggling to suppress something. Finally, her gaze returned to the goblet of fire, still flickering with crimson embers. The blue flames had reignited, having just expelled the 4th name, shattering centuries-old conventions. A powerful, ancient magical artifact had been forcibly tampered with. What sort of meticulous planning and formidable magical prowess would this require? A mere 14-year-old boy could not possibly accomplish this. So, who was responsible? And what was their purpose? The answer seemed almost palpable. The hidden conspiracy, no longer content with mere observation and groundwork, extended its tendrils, brazenly dragging the boy who lived into the spotlight. Dumbledore finally raised his head, lifting his hand in an attempt to quell the raucous crowd, though his voice lacked some of its usual composure. "Silence. Please, everyone, quiet down," he repeated several times until the clamor gradually subsided, yet countless eyes remained fixed upon him, awaiting an explanation. "Harry," Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority, "please step forward." He gestured towards the door through which the champions had entered. Harry, as if entranced, mechanically took a step forward, traversing the path that parted as the crowd instinctively made way. All eyes followed him, laden with a myriad of complex emotions. He appeared small and utterly isolated. Dumbledore, what does this mean? Karkaroff pressed relentlessly, his expression dark. Madame Maxime crossed her arms, casting a skeptical glance at him. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, his eyes scanning both headmasters before returning to the now tranquil goblet of fire. It means, his voice resonated slowly and clearly, echoing in the silent hall, that the goblet has chosen him. He must compete. This proclamation struck like a final verdict, inciting yet another wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs. Karkaroff scoffed derisively, while Madame Maxime huffed in anger. Olivia watched Harry's figure disappear behind that door, which seemed to sever two worlds. Outside lay suspicion and fury. Within awaited the perils of the unknown. She rose slowly, the edges of her black robes brushing silently against the backs of the chairs. She refrained from joining the fray, nor did she cast a glance at either headmaster, instead directing one last indifferent gaze towards the blue flames. The game had escalated. The bait had been forcibly swallowed. It was time for the hunter to reveal themselves. She turned and departed the tumultuous hall, leaving all chaos and questions behind. Chapter 66, The Silent Judgment. The storm ignited by the fourth champion did not dissipate with the conclusion of the Halloween feast. Rather, it intensified within the stone walls of Hogwarts Castle. A cold and oppressive atmosphere supplanted the previously relaxed campus life, with suspicion and rumors spreading like damp mold in a basement. Harry Potter almost immediately became the target of collective ire. Whether in corridors, the Great Hall, or classrooms, he felt the piercing scrutiny of countless disdainful, angry, jealous, and contemptuous gazes, as if icy needles were pricking at his back. The Hufflepuff students reacted most vehemently, believing Harry had usurped the glory that rightfully belonged to Cedric Diggory. Even Cedric himself, typically mild-mannered, appeared distant and perplexed in Harry's presence. Ron Weasley's silence and avoidance dealt a heavy blow to Harry, as their friendship seemed so fragile in the face of doubt. Only Hermione Granger stood steadfastly by Harry's side, attempting to defend him with logic and analysis. Yet her voice was drowned in the overwhelming tide of prejudice. In this silent trial directed at Harry, Olivia Rogier maintained her aloofness and indifference. She traversed the castle, steeped in a tense atmosphere, like a moving shadow, oblivious to the whispers and undercurrents surrounding her. Her defense against the dark arts class had become one of the few places untouched by the incident, for here, the students' fear of her far outweighed their enthusiasm for gossip. However, her indifference did not imply a lack of awareness. On the contrary, she perceived the twisted trajectory of the extraordinary events with greater clarity than anyone else. That afternoon, as the third-year defense against the dark arts class came to an end, the students hurriedly packed their bags, as if granted amnesty, leaving Olivia alone in the classroom. She was returning a hefty ancient tome, adorned with brass clasps, to the shelf when the classroom door was roughly pushed open. Alastair Moody limped in, leaning on his cane, his magical eye spinning wildly, scanning the empty room before finally settling on her. Rogier. His voice was gravelly, akin to sandpaper rubbing against wood. Olivia did not turn, continuing to organize the shelves, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement, Moody. Without preamble, Moody broached the subject of Potter. Approaching the podium with his normal eye fixed intently on her back. What do you make of it? Olivia paused momentarily, then slowly turned to face him, her deep purple eyes meeting his gaze with serene composure. A violation of the rules. Evidently, merely a violation of the rules. Moody stepped closer, his cane thudding against the floor. A fourth-year student, who has outwitted a threshold set by Dumbledore himself, circumvented an ancient magical contract? Do you think that is plausible? His tone carried an undertone of deliberate provocation, as if eager to nudge her towards a specific conclusion. Olivia's gaze swept over his ever-rotating magical eye, lingering for a moment on the frenzied blue orb. The probability is exceedingly low. Her response was impenetrable. Exceedingly low? Moody scoffed, his voice sharp. If you ask me, that is utterly impossible. Unless he has extraordinary assistance. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. What unsavory means did he employ? Powerful dark magic? Perhaps he is not as simple as he appears. He scrutinized her closely, seemingly searching for any flicker of acknowledgement or doubt beneath her icy facade. Olivia internally scoffed at his performance. A clumsy act, eager to pin the suspicion squarely on Harry, guiding others to believe that Harry had accomplished this through his own volition or nefarious means, thereby obscuring the true puppeteer. Speculation requires evidence, Professor Moody. Her voice remained flat. Accusations without proof are indistinguishable from rumor. Moody's facial muscles twitched, evidently displeased with her response. Stay vigilant. He suddenly barked, brandishing his cane, especially at times like these. The more improbable the occurrence, the more likely it conceals the darkest of conspiracies. That boy Potter. What has transpired with him is not peculiar enough. Perhaps, Elavia replied noncommittally. But my duty is to teach defense against the dark arts, not to engage in baseless conjecture. If you have no other matters pertaining to instruction, I must prepare for the next class. She issued an unmistakable dismissal, her tone polite, yet unyielding. Moody squinted, a fleeting flash of displeasure and deeper calculation crossing his features. He muttered something, sounding obstinate, before heavily leaning on his cane and turning to exit the classroom. The door slammed shut behind him. Elavia remained standing, her gaze fixed on the now empty doorway. Moody's urgency only served to reinforce her conviction. He was steering the narrative, guiding public opinion, isolating Harry, crafting him into a desperate fraud seeking fame, or a dangerous individual harboring secrets. All of this, for a singular purpose, to deliver Harry Potter, the chosen sacrificial lamb, to a destination awaiting him. She walked to the window, gazing out at the overcast sky. The surface of the black lake shimmered a steely gray, undulating. Inside the castle, the trial of Harry continued unabated. Yet the true conspirator lurked behind the mask of a protector, silently orchestrating it all. She wondered if Dumbledore perceived the same truth. Ever since that fateful night, the old headmaster had grown more reticent and profound. What schemes lay behind those sharp blue eyes? At that moment, she caught sight of Harry Potter striding alone in the courtyard below, head bowed, evading the peculiar glances cast his way. He appeared so solitary, like a sapling on the brink of breakage in a tempest. Elavia regarded him with indifference, feeling no shred of sympathy. The sacrificial lamb was already positioned. The curtain of the stage was slowly being drawn open. Chapter 67, Whispers. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament erupted like a thunderclap, reverberating through Hogwarts' gloomy skies. As Harry Potter rode the firebolt, perilously reclaiming the golden egg from the clutches of a Hungarian horntail, the discourse within the castle underwent a subtle, yet intricate transformation. Public denunciations and scorn waned, replaced by a perplexed silence and covert admiration. After all, successfully confronting a 50-foot fire-breathing dragon and escaping was no feat achievable by mere luck or deceit. However, the shadow of doubt had not truly dissipated, it merely sank deeper. Like the strands of kelp in the Black Lake, entwining around everyone's ankles. Harry had earned a fleeting respite, yet he remained the fourth champion, an entity that defied the rules, shrouded in enigma. Upon the conclusion of the first task, the champions each received a golden egg, rumored to hold the clue to the second task within. However, when Harry first opened it in the common room, an excruciatingly terrifying, ear-piercing wail filled the entire tower, causing everyone to cover their ears in alarm. The sound bore no resemblance to a clue. It was akin to a form of torment. In the days that followed, Harry attempted various methods, even sneaking into the prefect's bathroom, reputed for its soundproof qualities, to study the wretched golden egg, but aside from being tortured into dizziness once more, he gained nothing. Anxiety and frustration nearly engulfed him. Meanwhile, news of the Yule Ball was announced. This should have been an exhilarating topic. Yet it brought new woes for Harry, as he now had to find a partner. This seemed more daunting than facing a dragon. The atmosphere within the castle grew strange and divided. On one hand, there were whispers about the ball and the tumult of adolescence. On the other, the ominous whispers stemming from the golden egg and the weighty pressure of the second task. Amidst this bizarre interplay of ice and fire, Elavia Rogier steadfastly maintained her course. Indifferent to the superficial clamor and hidden struggles, her defense against the dark arts class was one of the few bastions not overrun by the fervor of the ball. Yet even she could not entirely shield herself from certain tidings. One evening, as darkness enveloped the sky, the corridors lay deserted, illuminated only by the flickering shadows cast by wall sconces. Elavia was returning to her office from the library when she heard a muffled, intermittent, peculiar sound emanating from a secluded corridor. The sound seemed to arise from behind heavy drapes, or perhaps from the depths of the water. It was a bizarre cacophony of sharp wails and indistinct chants, twisted and agonizing. It was the voice of the golden egg. Though it was being stifled, she recognized it immediately. She treaded softly, silently approaching the source of the sound emanating from a dimly lit crack in the door of an abandoned classroom. Peering through the fissure, she beheld Harry Potter crouched on the floor, an open golden egg before him, his face etched with frustration and anxiety. His wand pointed at the object as if attempting a silencing charm, though its effect was far from perfect, for that dreadful noise still seeped through in faint threads. Abruptly, he snapped the golden egg shut, and the sound ceased abruptly. Weary, he raked a hand through his hair, his shoulders drooping, presenting a picture of profound solitude and distress. At that moment, another set of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor, heavy and rhythmic. Startled, Harry hastily clutched the golden egg, as if seeking refuge. Yet, the approaching figure seemed resolute in their intent. The silhouette of Mad-Eye Moody materialized at the corridor's end. the sound of his wooden leg striking the floor resonating sharply in the stillness. Upon spotting Harry, his magical eye whirled into action. "Potter?" he barked gruffly. "What are you doing hiding here?" Harry appeared somewhat flustered, instinctively concealing the golden egg behind him. "And nothing, Professor Moody." Limping closer, Moody's gaze swept over Harry's furtive movements, and a glimmer of understanding, almost benevolent, flickered across his face. "Studying that golden egg, are we? Encountering a bit of trouble?" After a moment's hesitation, Harry nodded, his expression rife with distress. "Its sound is utterly incomprehensible. It's like mere noise." "Ah, noise," Moody mused, his eyes seemingly glancing casually towards the shadow where Alavia lingered, only to swiftly return his focus to Harry. "Sometimes, one must look beyond the surface, lad. Sounds need not always be perceived through the air." Harry, bewildered, lifted his gaze. "What do you mean?" Moody emitted a laugh reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against wood. "I am a retired Auror, having encountered a myriad of peculiarities. I recall some clues that only reveal themselves in different environments. For instance, underwater?" He paused meaningfully. "Or perhaps they require a bit of assistance to discern their true essence. Like a gillyweed, or the bubblehead charm. Just a wild guess, mind you. You know how old folks tend to ramble." His words, casual as they seemed, struck precisely at the depths of Harry's bewildered heart. A spark flickered in Harry's green eyes, as if he had grasped a crucial insight. "Underwater? Bubblehead charm?" "I haven't said anything." Moody quickly adopted a more serious demeanor, though his gaze bore a hint of encouragement. "Ponder it yourself, Potter. A warrior must rely on their own wits, yes? Stay vigilant." With a firm clap on Harry's shoulder, he leaned on his cane and limped away, leaving Harry standing alone. A mixture of realization and newfound confusion etched across his face. Alavia slowly emerged from the shadows, her gaze fixed coldly in the direction Moody had departed. What timely guidance! What a fortuitous encounter! It was akin to a meticulously crafted stage, with the director patiently steering the bewildered protagonist towards their predetermined position. Gillyweed, bubblehead charm? Such notions were hardly within the grasp of a 14-year-old boy. Moody was furnishing Harry with the keys to progress, ensuring his safe passage to the next stage, ultimately leading him to the meticulously prepared destination awaiting him. She turned her attention back to the abandoned classroom. Harry had departed, and the corridor returned to its silence. A cold fury, icy as the winter outside, silently unfurled within her. Not for Harry, but for the insidious feeling of being manipulated, that soul hidden in the shadows. Even if its power had yet to fully return, wielded its mastery of psychological manipulation with an unsettling adeptness. He was transforming Hogwarts into his chessboard, viewing all as mere pawns. And she, the detached observer, was she not already ensnared in his calculations? The veil over the second task was quietly lifting, the shadows beneath the water stirring restlessly. Chapter 68, Chains and Gazes. The chill of Christmas quietly enveloped Hogwarts, yet the castle was filled with a warm, restless energy that starkly contrasted the biting cold outside. Holly and mistletoe adorned the corridors, and the armor gleamed brightly, reflecting the flickering firelight. The air was thick with the sweet aroma of pastries and a peculiar excitement, mixed with anxiety typical of adolescence surrounding the upcoming ball. For most students, the Yule Ball represented a welcome interlude of romantic sparkle amidst the thrilling tension of the Triwizard Tournament. However, for Alavia Rogier, this clamor and anticipation felt as bothersome and irrelevant as the cold rain outside. She was accustomed to lurking in the shadows and silence, and gatherings that required exposure to light and meaningless socializing were occasions she habitually shunned. Until, on a gloomy afternoon, a familiar bronze owl, marked with the family crest, pierced through Hogwarts' magical barrier and precisely dropped a letter, sealed with intricate wax, onto the pile of essays she was grading. The parchment was of exquisite vellum, imbued with the frigid scent of aged tomes and dried herbs peculiar to the cellar of the Rogier ancestral home. The handwriting belonged to her elderly uncle, who regarded the family's honor and the continuation of pure bloodlines as his life-esque pursuit, each stroke imbued with undeniable authority and command. The content of the letter was succinct and frosty. The family had selected a suitable partner for her, Augustus Selwyn, the current head of the Selwyn family, a wealthy widower of impeccable lineage with considerable influence within the Ministry of Magic. The letter insisted she must accept Selwyn's invitation and emphasized that this union was crucial for solidifying the Rogier family's position in the post-war landscape. There was no hint of concern, only raw self-interest and a complete disregard for her personal desires. Alavia's fingers tightened around the letter, knuckles turning pale. A layer of frost, colder than the winter outside, crystallized in her deep purple eyes. She had never truly escaped the invisible chains of her family, even away from Britain. Even with her formidable magic and formidable reputation, in the face of certain deep-rooted traditions, She remained merely a pawn to be used for the exchange of interests. A familiar blend of loathing and helpless rage spread within her. Yet, she neither tore the letter nor uttered a sound. She simply folded the parchment slowly, placing it in the bottom drawer as if it were not a command, but merely an inconsequential notification. Indeed, the next day, an invitation from Augustus Selwyn arrived. Its wording was elegant and decorous, replete with the hollow pleasantries of nobility, yet beneath the ornate language lay a calculating intent. She did not respond, but in this context, silence implied acceptance. On the night of the ball, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was transformed beyond recognition. The walls were draped in silver frost. Hundreds of Christmas trees adorned with icicles twinkled with scattered lights, and the ceiling mirrored a radiant starry sky. The champions and their partners entered first. Olivia made her entrance quietly. She chose not to wear vibrant colors, but donned an exquisitely tailored gown of deep emerald velvet, nearly black, only revealing a dark sheen when she moved, reminiscent of the depths of a midnight forest. The neckline was high, embellished with finely cut obsidian, accentuating her pale and aloof visage. She adorned no sparkling jewels, save for an ancient silver brooch set with a dull amethyst, one of the emblems of the Rogier family. Her hair was meticulously styled into a complex updo, with a few strands disciplinedly framing her cheeks. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet resembled a meticulously sculpted, temperatureless ice statue, exuding an air of aloof aristocratic disdain that kept others at bay. Her arrival did not elicit cheers. Rather, it momentarily stilled the atmosphere in a small vicinity. Augustus Selwyn quickly found her. He was considerably older, his temples graying, yet well-groomed, adorned in an opulent robe with gilded edges, and wearing a somewhat oily smile that betrayed his accustomed dominion over all. He extended his arm towards her with impeccable grace. "Dearest Olivia, you are breathtaking this evening," he proclaimed, his flattery rehearsed to perfection. Olivia offered no words, merely allowing her fingertips to lightly rest upon his arm, as if touching something unclean. She followed him into the dance floor, her movements precise yet stiff, waltzing in a manner that was both conventional and devoid of life. Her gaze drifted beyond Selwyn's shoulder, lost in the void of the air, as if her soul had long since departed, leaving behind a flawless shell that obeyed commands. At the periphery of the dance floor, in the darkest corner where shadows loomed thickest, the air felt even more stagnant and cold. A tall, slender figure seemed to meld into the darkness behind a stone pillar, illuminated only occasionally by flickering candlelight that revealed his pallid skin and unfathomably deep black eyes. Tom Riddle, or rather, a presence that somehow perceived and watched this scene, stood quietly. His youthful visage was strikingly handsome, bordering on the sinister, starkly contrasting with the surrounding revelry. His gaze penetrated through the whirling crowd, fixating intently on that cold, emerald-green figure. He observed her dancing with the elderly man, the reluctant touch of her fingertips, the mask of indifference etched upon her face as if she wore a facade that had endured for millennia. A profoundly dark and frigid rage ignited within his eyes, burning silently, thicker than the deepest shadows. It was not jealousy, but an extreme and violent possessiveness, a fierce indignation that all he held dear was being encroached upon. That foolish, decrepit pureblood dared to lay his filthy hands upon what belonged to him. And her, the Rogier family, they audaciously attempted to sever her from him, to thrust her, like an object, into the arms of another man? For the sake of those ludicrous, sordid transactions concerning bloodlines and power? Had she truly consented? Though he understood this was not her desire, though he could sense the icy aura of her resistance. The mere existence of such a reality was enough to ignite the most obsessive madness within the depths of his soul. His violet flower, even when frozen, could only wither in his cage. How could she be coveted by another? How could she compromise for the whims of those ant-like familial ambitions? The music continued, the atmosphere of joy reaching its zenith. Yet beneath the glamorous surface of the dance floor, in the unnoticed shadows, a silent, twisted fury began to fester. He gazed at her expressionless profile, a cold smile gradually curling at the corners of his lips. Soon, these tedious shackles, these obtrusive presences, would be utterly shattered. His gaze lingered on her for a fleeting moment, like a dark brand, and then that figure melted quietly into the deeper darkness, as if it had never existed, leaving behind an almost imperceptible, chilling aura that lingered in the air. Chapter 69, The Black Lake. February 24th, a cold and clear morning. The surface of the Black Lake resembled a vast, hard slab of lead-gray glass, reflecting the dim sunlight and emanating a bone-chilling cold. The stands had already been erected along the lakeshore, thronged with students bundled in thick scarves and gloves, eagerly and nervously awaiting the commencement of the second task. The atmosphere was charged with a tension starkly contrasting the festive ball. This time, danger loomed clearly and specifically beneath the unfathomably cold, dark waters. Olivia Rosier stood at the edge of the faculty stand, distanced from her chattering colleagues and judges. She wore a heavy black fur cloak, its hood pulled up to obscure most of her face, revealing only her sharply defined jawline and colorless lips. Her deep violet eyes resembled two frozen pools, calmly surveying the silent lake's surface, indifferent to the surrounding chatter and the booming voice of Dumbledore announcing the start of the competition. The champions were now in position. Victor Krum employed a form of transfiguration that Olivia could not discern. Fleur Delacour seemed to attempt creating a bubblehead charm, while Cedric Diggory evidently utilized the bubblehead charm. Their methods varied, yet all swiftly submerged into the dauntingly frigid lake. Only Harry Potter remained anxiously pacing the shore, looking frantic and unsure, repeatedly glancing toward the judges' table and then at the lake, as if desperately awaiting something. Whispers and unfriendly laughter began to ripple through the stands. Olivia's gaze swept over Harry with indifference. She recalled Moody's unintentional hint not long ago. Gillyweed. It seemed his assistants had not arrived in time. Or perhaps this was part of the scheme, forcing him to struggle in despair, then offering hope at the last moment, thus deepening his reliance and trust. As seconds ticked by, and even Professor McGonagall began to wring her hands in anxiety, a figure rushed toward the lake's edge. It was Neville Longbottom, tightly clutching a slimy, water plant-like specimen, which he excitedly thrust toward Harry, gesticulating animatedly. Harry hesitated for barely a moment before swiftly stuffing the object into his mouth and swallowing it down. Almost instantaneously, slits opened along the sides of his neck, gills sprouting forth, while webbing formed between his fingers and toes. A look of extreme discomfort and terror crossed his face. But in the next moment, he plunged into the black lake with astonishing speed. Gasps erupted from the stands. Olivia's gaze followed the splash where Harry had disappeared, a faint smirk flickering in her eyes. Just as expected, the script always required perilous twists, but ultimately, the protagonist would acquire the tools he needed. Her attention shifted from the commotion on the shore to the dark depths of the lake, which consumed all light and sound. She sensed turbulence beneath the water's surface. Subtle magical fluctuations emanated from the merfolk's dwelling, along with the stirring currents caused by some large creature lurking beneath. The danger was undeniably real. Time dragged on in suspense. The students in the stands began to grow restless, speculating about the events unfolding below. Fleur Delacour emerged prematurely, appearing shaken and bearing injuries. Yet she had not returned with her hostage, provoking an uproar among the Beauxbatons students. Finally, the time limit approached its peak. The center of the lake began to ripple once more, as Victor Krum surfaced with Hermione Granger, closely followed by Cedric Diggory and Cho Chang. They appeared utterly exhausted, shaken to their cores. Yet Harry Potter was still nowhere to be seen. The murmurs transformed into low whispers of concern. Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply, his sharp gaze scanning the lake's surface. Another agonizing minute passed. The water remained eerily calm. Just as the judges seemed prepared to take action, the center of the lake erupted in a spray of water. Harry Potter resurfaced, grasping Ron Weasley's arm with one hand, while he surprisingly towed a small girl, Gabrielle Delacour. The sister Fleur had been unable to rescue. With the other, he gasped for breath, his gills vanished, his face unnaturally pale. Yet the fierce determination ignited within his green eyes shone brightly. He had not only saved his hostage, but also brought back a life that others had failed to protect. After a fleeting moment of silence, the stands erupted in an unprecedented, genuine wave of applause and cheers. Even those who had previously harbored biases against him were compelled to be awestruck by the moral fortitude and courage that transcended the boundaries of the competition. The Hufflepuff students, while cheering for Cedric, cast appreciative glances towards Harry. Ron appeared both embarrassed and touched, while Hermione was on the verge of tears with excitement. At the judges' table, Karkaroff wore a grim expression as he assigned low scores, while Madame Maxime bore a complex look, grateful for Harry's rescue of her younger sister. Olivia observed the scene with calm detachment. The aura of the savior shone once more, successfully swaying public opinion and winning hearts. What a flawless performance it was. Every step meticulously calculated, including this final act of noble virtue. Her gaze drifted over the jubilant crowd, settling on the shadowy figure nearby, leaning on a cane. The false Moody clapped vigorously, a twisted, almost fanatical smile of satisfaction gracing his face, as though he were a gardener proud of a carefully nurtured creation. He had succeeded. He had guided Harry through the trial, allowing him to return in an even more resplendent light. A chill crept up Olivia's spine. The second task had concluded. Harry Potter had once again emerged unscathed, growing stronger and more prominent. The sacrificial lamb was being fattened for the final altar, step by step. She lowered her hood and turned away from the cacophony of cheers and applause, isolating herself from the exuberance behind her. The coldness of the lake seemed to permeate the air, heralding an impending and inescapable wave of chill. Chapter 70. Selwyn's Ambitions. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament stirred ripples across the Black Lake, akin to a stone cast into its depths, the effects of which lingered long after. Harry Potter's remarkable feats beneath the water, particularly his additional rescue of Fleur's sister, propelled his reputation at Hogwarts to unprecedented heights. Despite Karkaroff's continued harsh scoring, the majority of students regarded Harry with significantly diminished skepticism, replaced instead by admiration and even reverence. The atmosphere within the castle seemed to relax somewhat, as speculations about the third task began to supplant discussions of the second. However, this superficial easing did not touch upon certain deeply entrenched undercurrents. For Alavia Rossier, the tumultuous depths of the Black Lake felt as distant as the commotion on the shore. She returned to her daily routine: classrooms, offices, libraries, a precise clockwork of existence, coldly marking the passage of each day. The incident from the night of the Christmas ball felt like a disagreeable nightmare, sealed away with the emerald robes now tucked out of sight. Yet, some were not inclined to let that nightmare fade away. On a dreary afternoon, having just concluded a lesson for the 7th-year advanced class, Alavia found herself alone in the classroom. The rain pattered against the window, adding a somber tone to the dimly lit interior. She was bent over, organizing the parchment submitted by her students on advanced counter-curse theory, when a gentle knock interrupted her solitude. "Come in," she called, her voice devoid of any emotion. The door opened, revealing Augustus Selwyn standing in the doorway. He was impeccably dressed, his expensive dragonhide boots splattered with raindrops, a carefully rehearsed smile of superiority adorning his face. "I hope I'm not intruding, my dear Alavia," he said as he stepped inside, shutting the door behind him with an ease that suggested familiarity, as if this were his domain. Alavia lifted her gaze, her deep purple eyes offering no hint of welcome, merely a veneer of frost. "Mr. Selwyn, what brings you here?" "Oh, no need for such formality." Selwyn sauntered to the front of the podium, his fingers grazing the smooth surface with feigned casualness. "I happen to be at Hogwarts to discuss certain matters of, collaboration between the Ministry and the school with Dumbledore. Knowing you were here, I thought I would drop by." His gaze roamed over her, laden with unabashed scrutiny and possessiveness, reminiscent of the Christmas ball, yet even more blatant. Under the ballroom's lights, there had been a veneer of social decorum, but now, in this private classroom, his intentions were almost transparent. Alavia set down the parchment, standing tall, an aura of invisible chill emanating from her. "I've seen enough. You may leave." Selwyn's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned, though a flicker of annoyance danced in his eyes. "You're as direct as ever. I appreciate that." He leaned closer, lowering his voice in a feigned, intimate manner. "Alavia, since the Christmas ball, I have been contemplating the matters between our families. I believe it is time to bring certain issues to the forefront. Uncle Rossier is quite eager about this." His mention of her uncle carried a clear implication and pressure. "That is a matter between you and him," Alavia replied, her voice as frigid as ice. "It does not concern me." "How could it not?" Selwyn chuckled lightly, a slick pride lacing his tone. "You will be the future Mrs. Selwyn. This pertains to the union and future of two ancient families. Just think. The bloodline of Rossier combined with the power of Selwyn, our influence within the Ministry would be unparalleled. We could even secure the most advantageous position amidst the forthcoming changes." The insinuation in his words caused Alavia's gaze to sharpen with icy clarity. "Changes?" She seized upon the term with acute awareness. Selwyn seemed to realize he had misspoken, hastily glossing over, "Oh, merely a generalization. The tides of time are ever-changing. What matters is that we stand united." He attempted to draw nearer, reaching out as if to touch her hand resting on the podium. "I understand your cold nature, but we can cultivate a relationship slowly. I possess ample patience and resources." Just as his fingers were about to brush against hers, Alavia abruptly withdrew her hand, the swift motion conjuring a gust of cold air. She stepped back, distancing herself from him, her gaze like two sharpened daggers, piercing through the veil of pretense. "Mr. Selwyn," her voice was low yet resolute, each word falling like ice shards upon the floor, "I believe you have misconstrued certain matters. First, I have never consented to any union. Second, I harbor no interest in you or in your so-called power and resources. Third, should you attempt to leverage my family's name to coerce me or intrude upon my private sphere without permission." She paused, a flicker of dangerously potent magic igniting in her deep purple eyes, the surrounding air suddenly turning frigid. "I would not hesitate to demonstrate to the Selwyn family what true trouble entails." The smile evaporated from Selwyn's face, replaced by an expression of offended anger and gloom. He straightened his posture, adjusting his collar in an attempt to salvage his dignity. "Alavia, I hope you understand what you were saying. Refusing Selwyn's goodwill is not merely a personal rejection. It could place your family in an awkward position. That is for them to consider." Alavia stood her ground. "Now, please leave my classroom." Her dismissal was clear and cold, leaving no room for negotiation. Selwyn glared at her, fury boiling in his eyes. Yet he seemed wary of the icy aura she emanated and the rumored power she possessed. Ultimately, he huffed, "You will regret this, Rosier. In this world, isolation is not a wise choice." With that menacing remark, he whirled around, storming out with palpable anger, slamming the door behind him. The classroom fell silent once more, save for the sound of rain outside. Olivia remained rooted in place, her expression impassive, though her clenched fists betrayed a slight whiteness at the knuckles. The harassment from Selwyn and the pressure from her family felt like two invisible shackles, suffocating her. What heightened her vigilance was the anticipation for change that seeped through his words, undoubtedly linked to the surging activities of the Death Eaters. These pureblood families had begun to eagerly position themselves within the new order. She approached the window, gazing out at the dreary curtain of rain and the ominous black lake in the distance. Troubles loomed on the horizon. Selwyn would not relent easily, and the family pressure would persist unceasingly. An even greater storm loomed, inching closer with the progression of the Triwizard Tournament. As she pondered, an extremely faint yet bone-chilling sensation, akin to a delicate electric current, suddenly grazed the periphery of her awareness. The feeling flickered and vanished almost too swiftly to grasp, yet it bore a familiar, disquieting chill. It was as if a pair of eyes had just shifted their gaze from the window of this classroom, lurking in a distant, shadowy corner. Olivia abruptly lifted her head, her keen gaze sweeping across the rain-soaked castle courtyard and towards the forbidden forest. Apart from the rain and the overcast sky, there was nothing amiss. Yet, the sensation of being watched clung to her like a relentless curse. She slowly furrowed her brow. Chapter 71. The Final Countdown. The tumult surrounding the second task gradually settled with the passage of time, and Hogwarts' attention irresistibly turned to the ultimate challenge of the third task. The Quidditch pitch had undergone a monumental transformation, replaced by a vast, daunting labyrinth. Towering at 20 feet, the hedges were dense and dark, exhibiting an unnatural shade of deep green, as if forged from steel, exuding an aura that warned against trespass. Even from a distance, one could sense the chaotic magical fluctuations contained within, along with the unsettling low growls of some unknown creature. The entrance to the labyrinth resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, dark and profound, awaiting the brave to venture forth. The rules of the task were simple yet brutal. The victor would be the one who could find the Triwizard Cup, located at the heart of the maze, the fastest. The atmosphere within the castle tightened once more, akin to a clock wound too tightly. Speculations about the potential dangers, magical creatures, and deceptive spells lurking within the labyrinth became the most popular topic of conversation. The champions immersed themselves in their final preparations, their expressions growing graver by the day. Amidst this escalating tension, Olivia Rosier appeared unusually composed, if not almost frozen in focus. Her appearances in public had dwindled, spending most of her time ensconced in her office or the depths of the library. Yet, she was not engaged in mundane lesson preparations or the study of ordinary dark magic. Her research had subtly shifted towards more ancient and obscure realms involving powerful magical contracts, anomalous fluctuations in spatial teleportation, and faint traces of soul links. She was like an observer keenly attuned to the shifts in atmospheric pressure before a storm, aware that a decisive moment was fast approaching. The labyrinth was not merely a venue for competition. It resembled a meticulously arranged altar, and the Triwizard Cup, perhaps, was the key that would transport the offering to its true destination. She needed to confirm her suspicions, and more importantly, to discern the extent to which the hidden presence behind the curtain had restored itself. This focus rendered her indifferent to her surroundings, including the ever-present Augustus Selwyn. He seemed to have temporarily retreated, perhaps wary of her previous warning, or perhaps plotting something in the shadows. Olivia had no time to concern herself with him. The shackles of her family appeared trivial in the face of the encroaching shadows that threatened to upend everything. However, her unusual silence and depth of thought seemed to have attracted the attention of another presence. That night, Olivia found herself alone in the deserted restricted section of the library, poring over a fragment regarding ancient spatial magic circles. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and magical dust, illuminated only by the dim glow of the magical lamp at the corner of her desk, casting light upon a small area. A barely perceptible yet unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed between the shelves, slow and rhythmic, accompanied by the distinctive sound of metal scraping against stone. Olivia did not look up, her fingers turning the pages without pause. Alastair Moody's silhouette emerged from the shadows, the sound of his wooden leg striking the ground resonating sharply in the stillness of the library. He approached the table opposite her, his magical eye swiveling to survey the ancient texts spread before her. "Burning the midnight oil, Professor Rosier?" His voice was gravelly, shattering the silence. Olivia slowly raised her head, her deep violet eyes appearing particularly profound in the soft light. Is there something you need? Moody cracked a twisted smile, revealing his uneven teeth. Just noticed the light was still on. Thought I'd discuss the upcoming tournament. What do you think? Will Potter last long in the maze? His question seemed casual, yet his normal eye bore into her with a probing intensity. That depends on what lies within the maze and his luck, Olivia replied, her tone impeccably guarded. Luck? Moody scoffed, his magical eye turning towards the maze as if it could pierce through the walls to see it. In matters like this, luck is of little assistance. What is required is strength, vigilance, and a modicum of proper guidance, he added with an air of significance. Olivia closed the tome in her hands, producing a soft sound. You seem particularly concerned about Mr. Potter, Professor Moody. He is a remarkable boy, isn't he? Moody's gaze returned to her, igniting with a fervor. He always manages to create miracles, escaping from the jaws of dragons, retrieving more than one hostage from the depths of the Black Lake. I wager the maze will prove no challenge for him. Perhaps he will surprise us even further. His tone brimmed with implication, as if anticipating something extraordinary to occur. Olivia regarded him quietly, observing the scars that marred his face, the madness of his magical eye, and the barely contained excitement and expectation that flickered in his gaze when he spoke of the surprises Harry might bring. He was waiting for Harry to grasp the Triwizard Cup, waiting for that door to swing open. In that moment, Olivia felt almost certain that the maze was the endpoint, and the Triwizard Cup was the key. Perhaps, she replied lightly, lowering her head once more, feigning disinterest in the conversation. Time will reveal all. Moody's disappointment at her cold response was palpable, yet he refrained from further conversation. He muttered a warning to remain vigilant before leaning on his cane and limping away, his footsteps gradually fading into the maze of bookshelves. The library returned to its profound silence. Olivia, however, did not resume her reading. She leaned back in her chair, her gaze drifting towards the pitch-black night sky outside, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the surface of the ancient parchment. Moody's probing felt more like a confirmation, a verification of whether this variable would interfere with the ultimate plan. He, too, had sensed her attention and was silently warning her against meddling. The night of the final was imminent. The labyrinth cast immense, twisted shadows under the moonlight, resembling a slumbering beast. The altar was set, the key was in place, and the offering was soon to make its entrance. And the soul hidden in the deepest darkness had surely opened its eyes, awaiting the moment of reunion. A cold shiver coursed through her, not born of fear, but rather of an odd tranquility in the face of the inevitable storm that was to come. She was curious about what kind of conclusion would unfold when Harry Potter grasped that cup, and what role would she herself be assigned in this meticulously orchestrated drama. The night was shrouded in a profound darkness. The labyrinth silently awaited, as if whispering a prophecy of blood and return, audible only to a select few. Chapter 72, The Veil of Night. June 24th, evening. The sky was a dense hue of nearly violet blue, with the last remnants of twilight resembling faded bloodstains smeared across the horizon. The air was stifling and stagnant, devoid of even the slightest breeze, as if the entire natural world held its breath in anticipation of something momentous. The stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch were alive with chatter, packed to capacity, the murmurs rising and falling like the tide. The immense maze stood silently at the center of the field, its towering hedges taking on an ominous blackness under the dimming light, the entrance gaping like a greedy maw, exuding an unsettling aura. The third and final task was about to commence. Olivia Rosier lingered in a relatively secluded corner of the staff box, her figure almost merging with the shadows. Unlike her fellow teachers, who engaged in conversation or offered encouragement to the champions, she remained silent, her gaze fixed below. The four champions, Cedric Diggory, Harry Potter, Victor Krum, and Fleur Delacour, stood side by side before the entrance of the maze, their expressions a tapestry of varying degrees of tension and resolve. Bagman was announcing the rules and precautions in his flamboyant manner, yet his voice seemed distorted by an invisible pressure, echoing as if from a great distance. Her gaze swept over Harry Potter's youthful yet resolute face, finally resting on the dark maw of the labyrinth. She could sense the chaotic and potent magical fluctuations emanating from within, rife with malicious traps and deceptive spells. Yet, deeper still, there seemed to lie a more stable and secretive magical force, akin to a current in the deep sea, quietly pointing towards a specific coordinate. That was the allure of the portkey. She was nearly certain. A sharp whistle sliced through the night sky. The task had officially begun. Cedric and Harry charged into the maze, their figures instantly swallowed by the dense hedges. Krum and Delacour followed closely behind. The entrance closed like the jaws of a beast, completely engulfing the four champions. The spectators could only speculate about the happenings inside through the sporadic bursts of red sparks shooting skyward from the maze. Time ticked away. the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Each spark ignited gasps of astonishment and unrest. First came Fleur Delacour's red sparks, indicating she had encountered an extremely dire situation. As she was carried out by the magical creatures, her mind clouded. Next, Victor Crumb's sparks erupted. He appeared to be under the influence of the soul-sucking curse and had been attacked, his demeanor dazed. Only the two champions from Hogwarts remained. Olavia's focus sharpened. She no longer paid heed to the reactions from the stands, concentrating entirely on perceiving the subtle magical changes deep within the maze. She could faintly detect two life forces moving, battling, and deciphering puzzles, gradually approaching the center. Suddenly, an unusual surge of magical energy emanated from the maze's heart. Brief, yet intense, before tranquility reclaimed the space once more. The stands erupted in jubilant cheers. For almost simultaneously, the sky above the maze burst forth with a magnificent display of green and gold sparks forming the Hogwarts crest. This typically signified that a champion had emerged victorious. The crowd was in a frenzy. Both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor cheered for Hogwarts' triumph. Dumbledore rose, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. Professor McGonagall covered her mouth in excitement. Bagman had begun to amplify his voice with his wand, ready to announce the champion's name. However, seconds turned into a minute, and the entrance of the maze remained ominously still. No one emerged. The cheers gradually subsided, morphing into bewildered whispers. The crest's sparks slowly dissipated into the night sky, and the maze returned to a deathly silence, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. What was happening? Why had they not come out? Was something amiss? A sense of unease spread like a contagion throughout the stands. Dumbledore's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of grave concern. He hurried down from the stands, followed closely by Professors McGonagall and Snape. Other teachers also recognized that something was amiss and rose from their seats. Olavia's heart sank. That ominous premonition had become reality. It had succeeded. The Portkey had been activated. Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory had not claimed the trophy. Instead, they had been transported to a place long prepared for them. At that moment, a chilling, piercing scream erupted from the depths of the maze. The sound was filled with profound agony and terror, unmistakably not human. The cry lasted but a fleeting instant, yet it was sufficient to plunge the entire stand into a profound silence, swiftly followed by a more profound panic. What was that sound? Merlin, what had transpired within? The teachers attempted to rush into the maze, but the dense hedges seemed to come alive, emanating a powerful magic that thwarted their efforts. Chaos ensued. Olavia remained unmoved. She stood as a cold statue, her icy gaze piercing through the chaotic crowd, fixed on the depths of the labyrinth, as if she could see the now empty center ground. Whose scream had that been? Cedric Diggory's? But what of Harry Potter? Where had he been taken? She raised her eyes towards the southeastern night sky. In that direction, a faint yet chillingly cold magical resonance echoed, like the last ripple from a stone cast into still water. It was the essence of dark magic, powerful, ancient, imbued with the chill of death. He was there. The ritual of return had begun. Beneath the night sky, the maze loomed like a silent tomb, burying the fleeting illusion of victory and heralding the true darkness that was to come. Hogwarts' night of celebration concluded with the eerie disappearance of the two champions and a foreboding scream, leaving only an endless void of fear and anticipation. Chapter 73, Shattered Calm. The scream from the depths of the maze acted like an evil incantation, instantly freezing the festivities of Hogwarts' celebratory night. Panic surged like a black tide, engulfing the entire arena. Teachers struggled to breach the magical barrier of the maze, while the cries and sobs of students intermingled, spiraling the scene into utter chaos. Olavia Rosier did not join the fray. She stood like a cold statue, shrouded in shadow, her deep violet eyes fixed intently on the southeastern horizon. There, a barely perceptible, yet potent wave of deathly magic resonated, spreading like ink dropped into clear water. Her fingertips dug deep into her palms, a long-buried mix of icy fury and an indescribable thrill roiling within her tranquil heart. He had succeeded. He had truly returned. Just as Dumbledore seemed poised to summon greater power to forcibly breach the maze, an unexpected event occurred. In the center of the maze, the previously empty ground warped violently, as if rippling like water. Two figures tumbled from the void without warning, crashing heavily onto the grass. It was Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory. Harry lay sprawled on the ground, his body smeared with mud and dark crimson stains. His face was ashen, breaths coming in sharp gasps, as if he had endured unspeakable terror, his right hand clutching his side where blood seeped through his fingers. He appeared to be tightly cradling something in his arms. Meanwhile, Cedric Diggory lay motionless beside Harry, a ghastly wound on his chest that seemed seared by dark magic, his complexion pallid. Yet his chest still bore a faint rise and fall. He was alive. Merlin, They had returned. Cedric, Harry. The cacophony of gasps, cries, and chaotic footsteps surged towards the entrance of the labyrinth. Dumbledore was the first to dash inside, closely followed by Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey. The faculty members united their efforts to temporarily suppress the labyrinth's defensive enchantments, carving a passageway through. Elivia's pupils dilated sharply. Cedric was still alive. This was unexpected. How could that ruthless entity allow a witness to survive? Her gaze immediately fixed upon Harry Potter, or more precisely, the object he clutched tightly in his arms. It was not a trophy, but rather a battered remnant of a gold cup that appeared to have been forcefully twisted and deformed. It emanated a faint yet unmistakably familiar aura of darkness. Was it the remains of a key, or something else entirely? The crowd surged forward, and Madame Pomfrey knelt beside Cedric, her wand waving as a white healing light enveloped him. Dumbledore, meanwhile, supported the nearly incapacitated Harry, his expression more severe than ever. Harry, what has happened? What is wrong with Cedric? Professor McGonagall's voice trembled. Harry lifted his head, his green eyes brimming with lingering fear and tears. He opened his mouth, his voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. The graveyard. He is back. Voldemort. He is back. The name Voldemort acted like a forbidden incantation, plunging the surroundings into an instant silence, which was soon shattered by a wave of panic and incredulous gasps. It seemed Harry wanted to say more. His gaze was vacant, as if still lost in horrific memories. His eyes inadvertently scanned the periphery of the crowd, landing on the shadowy figure clad in black robes, Elivia Rosier. In that moment, Harry trembled as if struck by lightning. He stared intently at Elivia, his eyes filled with sheer terror and an incomprehensible shock, as if he had seen something more horrifying than Voldemort himself. He raised his uninjured hand, pointing in Elivia's direction, his lips trembling as he summoned the last of his strength to cry out, You too. He is calling you. He is calling you. Before he could complete his sentence, the extreme strain on his mind and body finally overwhelmed him. Harry's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into Dumbledore's embrace. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Elivia. Shock, suspicion, fear, and confusion pierced through her like arrows. Dumbledore abruptly raised his head, his piercing blue eyes scanning the crowd before locking onto Elivia. His gaze was devoid of immediate accusation, yet it brimmed with an unprecedented depth of inquiry and gravity. Harry's unfinished words fell like a boulder into still waters. He called you? Voldemort mentioned her in that graveyard? Elivia stood rooted in place, enduring the scrutiny of numerous gazes. Her expression remained inscrutable, akin to a cold jade mask. Yet only she could feel the depths of her soul, which had been frozen for decades, suddenly fissured by the echoes of Harry's half-finished cry. He has returned, and at the moment of his resurrection, he had eagerly invoked her name. A chilling sensation and a twisted, vine-like thrill gradually ensnared her heart. Beneath the night sky, amidst the chaotic arena, she stood isolated as if at the eye of an impending storm. The faint flicker of Cedric Diggory's life, Harry Potter's accusations before his collapse, and the dark presence that had already returned and uttered her name, all foretold that the tranquility of Hogwarts, and indeed the entire magical world, had been irrevocably shattered from this moment onward. Chapter 74, Unfinished Whispers. Harry Potter's accusation before losing consciousness resonated like a stone cast into a stagnant pool, sending ripples of unrest throughout the upper echelons of Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore had taken swift action to seal the news, temporarily confining the truth of Voldemort's return to a minimal circle, the silent scrutiny and taut suspicion seeped through the castle walls like the increasingly damp chill of the air. Elivia Rosier acutely sensed this shift. Professor McGonagall's tone bore an imperceptible distance when she spoke with her. Snape's probing gaze seemed more intense, and even Professor Flitwick would instinctively cease his cheerful humming as she passed by. They all awaited, anticipating Harry's awakening, hoping for an explanation to that half-finished phrase. She remained indifferent to their gazes. What truly stirred the frozen waters of her heart were the images of Harry's eyes, filled with unadulterated fear and shock, and the words that lingered, "He is calling you." These 5 words clawed at her reason like spectral talons. What had Tom said to Harry regarding her during that moment of resurrection, when he was reborn from the blood of enemies and the bones of his father? Was it a threat, a taunt, or some more intricate signal known only between them? This unresolved tension left her feeling unusually restless. She needed to pierce through this passive fog, even if it meant venturing into deeper darkness. An opportunity quietly emerged on a fog-laden night. The heavy mist, like a milky specter, swallowed the moonlight, entwining itself around every tower and archway of the castle, reducing the world to a vague gray. Sleepless, Elivia found herself inexplicably drawn to the rooftop observatory of the West Tower, a place she had once sought for solitude in her youth. The platform was enveloped in thick fog, visibility reduced to less than 10 feet. The stone railing was frigid to the bone, and droplets of mist clung to her black robes. She gazed into the swirling void before her, as though her very soul was ensconced in this chaos. Just as her thoughts spiraled, an icy chill, unanticipated, surged from behind. It was not the night's cool breeze, but a penetrating cold, heavy with dark magic, as if it could freeze one's very soul. Her breath caught, muscles tensed, and she spun around. The fog parted as if alive, creating a small space. A tall, gaunt figure stood quietly a few steps away, as if he had always been there, merging seamlessly with the mist. He wore a simple black robe, his youth startlingly incredible, overlapping with the image she recalled from memory, yet utterly transformed. His skin was a pallid hue untouched by sunlight, his handsome features still impeccable. But his eyes were no longer deep black orbs. Instead, they were vertical slits of scarlet, burning like hellfire, greedily locking onto her. Tom Riddle, or, as he was now known, the Dark Lord Voldemort. He was not a manifestation brought forth by apparition, but rather a transient embodiment formed of darkness and magic. Akin to a specter risen from the deepest nightmares, exuding an aura of foreboding and death. Time seemed to freeze. Olivia could hear the frantic pounding of her heart in her chest, reverberating against her eardrums. Half a century of hatred and entombed emotions collided at this moment, confronted by the face of youthful yet profoundly malevolent beauty, resulting in an intense tremor she could scarcely acknowledge. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly, as if savoring every minute change in her expression. A cold, twisted smile slowly curled upon his lips. Olivia, his voice echoed, deep and clear. No longer the youthful timbre she remembered, but a blend of inhuman raspiness and magnetism, retaining that uniquely captivating tone of his. So long has it been, and you still linger in the shadows, like a violet waiting to be plucked. Olivia forced herself to remain steady, her nails digging into the soft flesh of her palm, the sharp pain anchoring her wavering composure. Her voice emerged as if squeezed from a crevice of ice. How dare you appear here in this form? Where can I possibly find refuge from my longing for the departed? He chuckled softly, the sound reverberating eerily through the thick fog. He glided forward a step, silent as a true specter, particularly after I had received some disconcerting tidings. News of a buzzing fly attempting to tarnish all that I hold dear. Olivia's heart plummeted. Sullen. He was indeed aware. He grasped even the minutiae of the situation. My affairs are of no concern to you, she retorted firmly, striving to erect a wall of ice. No concern? The sanguine hue in his red eyes appeared to deepen, the temperature around them plummeting. Your matters have always been intertwined with mine. From the very moment you chose to stand by my side, you were marked with my brand. Evading and forgetting are futile, Olivia. His words bore the weight of a possessiveness bordering on madness, like cold chains coiling around her. Abruptly, he shifted the subject, a malicious glimmer flashing in his crimson gaze. Harry Potter. He witnessed my grand return and heard the greetings I sent your way. His terrified expression delighted me. Olivia glared at him fiercely. You spared Cedric Diggory's life merely to convey greetings? Mercy is the excuse of the weak, he sneered, a twisted smile gracing his lips. I require a messenger, nothing more. As for Potter, his blood is invaluable, and his life still holds worth. He shall continue to play his role until the script reaches its conclusion. His tone was as flat as if discussing the weather, yet suffused with a chilling disregard for life. As his form began to thin, the surrounding fog closed in once more, as if to pull him back into the void. Yet those red eyes remained fixed upon her, burning with an undeniable decree. This nostalgic exchange ends here. This is merely the beginning, Olivia. Soon, we shall no longer need to converse through the mist. With that, his figure vanished entirely into the fog, the suffocating chill dissipating swiftly, as if all that transpired had been but an illusion conjured by the mist. Silence reclaimed the observatory, leaving Olivia standing alone, the icy fog seeping into her robes. She slowly raised her trembling hand to her fiercely heaving chest. He has returned. Not only returned, but in an even more sinister and powerful form, drawing her once again into his orbit. That phrase soon was not one of anticipation, but an inescapable prophecy. The fog lingered, the path ahead more obscure and inscrutable than the night itself. Chapter 75, The Silent Battlefield. The truth of Voldemort's return was forcibly suppressed by the Ministry of Magic under the highest degree of ostrich policy. The Daily Prophet incessantly proclaimed that Harry Potter was mentally unstable, that Dumbledore had lost his wits, and that the graveyard incident was depicted as an unfortunate accident along with the boy's subsequent delusions. To maintain the normal order of Hogwarts, the Ministry dispatched a senior investigator, Dolores Jane Umbridge, to the school. She resembled a pink toad, her saccharine voice and hypocritical smile rapidly contaminating every corner of the castle. The defense against the dark arts class was transformed into a drab recitation of nonsense, with any mention of practical combat or the Dark Lord incurring severe punishments and detentions. Filch, clutching a growing stack of educational decrees, wore a twisted smile of joy. Hogwarts was enveloped in a suffocating shroud of pink terror. Olivia Rogier observed all this with a cold detachment. Umbridge's arrival and the Ministry's foolishness were entirely anticipated by her. Compared to the fleeting shadow of that which had re-emerged in the fog, these superficial measures seemed laughably trivial and insignificant. Yet it was this pervasive charade, compounded by the lingering exhaustion and distaste stirred by their recent encounter, that drained her patience to its nadir. She felt a profound weariness, not of the body, but of the soul. The decades spent entangled with with Voldemort, had evolved from an initial attraction and shared exploration to a chilling confrontation of divergences, culminating in his return. Now steeped in deeper obsession and madness, dragging her back into this suffocating whirlpool. It left her utterly fatigued, as though she had traversed a mire for far too long. Every attempt to escape only ensnared her further. This weariness rendered her increasingly intolerant of the surrounding farce. One afternoon, as Olivia prepared to visit the library to research ancient concealed enchantments, she heard a voice feigning delicacy yet laced with malice around the corner of a third-floor corridor. "Oh, dear, I believe you must understand." Umbridge, clad in an uncomfortable pink cardigan, stood before a Cedric Diggory who kept his head bowed, his pallor evident. With a saccharine smile, she continued, "Some dangerous thoughts are best buried deep within. Mr. Diggory, you are a good boy, a model Hufflepuff, and should not be swayed by non-existent horror stories. Sign this statement, acknowledging that you and Mr. Potter may have experienced some hallucinations due to the pressures of the tournament, for everyone's sake." She held out a piece of parchment, seemingly a denial of Voldemort's return. Cedric's scar had healed under the care of St. Mungo's, yet the haunting memories clearly lingered. He pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze conflicted, refusing to take the parchment. "What I saw was real." Cedric's voice was low but clear. Umbridge's smile evaporated in an instant, replaced by a cold, reptilian glare. "I believe you do not comprehend my intent, child. For your future's sake." Just then, Olivia stepped forward, the hem of her black robe stirring a chilling breeze in the silent corridor. Umbridge, sensing someone approaching, donned her saccharine smile once more and turned. "Oh, Professor Rogier. What a coincidence." Olivia did not glance at her, her gaze fixed solely on Cedric, her voice calm and steady. "Mr. Diggory, if I recall correctly, your essay for charms is due to Professor Flitwick by 5 o'clock this afternoon. What reason do you have for wasting time standing here?" Cedric hesitated for a moment, then, as if released from a spell, exclaimed, "Yes, Professor. I shall go at once." He did not even look at Umbridge or the statement in her hand, nearly running away. Umbridge's smile froze on her face as she watched Cedric flee, then turned her ire towards Olivia, her pink lips forming a thin line. "Professor Rogier, I am conducting necessary psychological counseling for Mr. Diggory. Your actions are rather inappropriate, I believe." Only then did Olivia slowly turn her gaze towards her, her deep purple eyes devoid of emotion, a chill indifference enveloping her. "Psychological counseling?" she echoed, her tone dripping with undisguised mockery. "Through threats and coercion to sign a false statement? This is my first encounter with such a ministry-style counseling." Umbridge's cheek twitched, her forced smile faltering. "I must remind you, Professor Rogier, I represent the Ministry of Magic. You represent nothing of value." "Umbridge," Olivia interrupted, her voice low yet as sharp as an icicle. "You embody a bureaucracy that hides behind office walls, concealing its incompetence and fears with lies and pink satin. You dare not face the truth and instead seek to silence all voices that dare to speak it, even going so far as to compel a student who has just returned from the brink of death to deny his own experiences." She took a small step forward, emanating an icy aura that instinctively caused Umbridge to retreat a pace. "In my domain of defense against the dark arts, though now sullied by your ludicrous educational practices, there still remains a vestige of fundamental principles, to confront danger rather than bury one's head in the sand in self-deceit. If you wish to maintain your hypocritical charade, keep your distance from my students." Umbridge's face turned an unsightly shade of puce, her body trembling with rage, fingers tightly gripping the declaration, knuckles turning white. "How dare you? I will report this to the minister. You will be scrutinized." "Be my guest," Olivia coldly retorted, casting her gaze away, turning to leave with her black robes trailing behind in a decisive arc, leaving the infuriated pink figure speechless. The corridor fell silent once more. Umbridge remained rooted to the spot, her chest heaving violently, eyes brimming with malice. Meanwhile, the already distant Olivia bore no trace of triumph on her face, only an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Retorting to a pink fly did little to dispel the monumental shadow looming over her fate. In comparison to the obsessive presence lurking in the dark, proclaiming a soon return. All this felt like a futile struggle. She felt weary. Yet she also understood that rest had long since become a luxury beyond her reach. The road ahead would only become more fraught with thorns. Chapter 76, A Silent Warning. Umbridge's reign at Hogwarts intensified. An oppressive fear pervaded the castle, the pink shadow nearly suffocating all laughter and joy. Defense against the dark arts had devolved into a farce, while true darkness quietly flourished beyond the campus. Olivia Rosier maintained her aloof demeanor, yet a subtle change, like a current stirring beneath the ice, was occurring deep within her. The brief yet harrowing reunion with Voldemort amidst the fog, coupled with Umbridge's nauseating display, struck at her long-frozen defenses like two opposing, yet equally forceful whips. The weariness deepened, yet accompanied by an awareness of the current situation's trajectory, one she sought to deny. Watching Umbridge transform the school into a breeding ground for lies, witnessing the ministry digging its own grave, and observing that obsessive dark presence amassing power outside, she could no longer fully convince herself that none of this concerned her, that she could remain forever detached. This contradictory struggle reached its zenith one evening. Needing to consult an ancient manuscript stored deep within the restricted section, she ventured into the library's dimmest corner. The air was thick with the musty scent of parchment and the faint vibrations of magical wards. As she navigated through a row of towering bookshelves, an intensely oppressive argument with a whimpering tone emanated from a corner. "We have to do something. Are we just going to let her turn us into mute puppets?" It was Hermione Granger's voice, laced with urgency and anger. But if we get caught, Ron Weasley's voice sounded hesitant. "Better than doing nothing, waiting for that person to come knocking and await death." Harry Potter's voice rang out, suppressing pain and a resolute determination. "I saw it with my own eyes." He is back. "We need to learn to protect ourselves." Olivia halted, her figure concealed in the shadows of the shelves. She observed the three Gryffindors huddled around a secluded table, Harry's face still marked by lingering fear and determination. Hermione's eyes ablaze with an indomitable fire, and even Ron finally clenching his fists. They were plotting something, planning to resist Umbridge, learning true defensive magic. A group of children. While adults chose to close their eyes and cover their ears, they endeavored to shoulder responsibilities that were not theirs. In that moment, a multitude of images flashed through Olivia's mind. Cedric Diggory's pale, yet resolute face in the maze, Harry unconscious after facing life and death in the graveyard, and, many years prior, another talented boy who ultimately met his demise. An unprecedented emotion seized her. It was not sympathy, but a deeper, rationally grounded warning. Allowing these unprepared children to run amok could lead not to growth, but to senseless sacrifice. Umbridge was indeed loathsome, but Voldemort's threat was the true abyss. They needed guidance, even if only a little, even if it contradicted her long-held principle of detachment. She stood silently, engaged in an intense internal conflict. The frozen reason warned her against becoming embroiled in trouble, against drawing any deeper attention from either side. Yet another voice, perhaps something that could be called conscience, which had lain dormant for decades, flickered weakly. Ultimately, she made her decision. She did not reveal herself or utter a sound. Instead, she stealthily moved to an inconspicuous gap beside them among the shelves, where a few neglected old books on basic defensive spells and silencing charms lay scattered. She extended her pale finger, lightly tapping twice on the spine of a dusty tome titled Basic Counterspells, Theory and Simple Applications. Then, like a true shadow, she silently vanished behind the layers of bookshelves, leaving no trace. On the other side of the bookshelf, Hermione, who had been engaged in fervent discussion, suddenly paused, her keen ears having caught the nearly imperceptible taps. She turned her head, peering into the empty gap of the shelves. Yet her gaze fell upon the old books, particularly the one titled Basic Counterspells. "What's wrong, Hermione?" Harry noted her unusual demeanor. Hermione did not respond. Instead, she approached and pulled out the book. It was old, the cover tattered, but when she opened it, she discovered that the section on the basic principles of the shield charm and common errors had been marked with subtle, nearly invisible notes, pinpointing the essentials. Furthermore, nestled between the pages was a blank piece of parchment made of unique parchment. Ron leaned in to take a look. Just an old book. Hermione, however, furrowed her brow. Her intuition told her this was no coincidence. She picked up the blank parchment and instinctively muttered, "I solemnly swear I have done nothing good." Nothing happened. Harry and Ron looked at her quizzically. Hermione pondered for a moment, recalling the two taps, as if they carried a certain rhythm. She tried again, gently tapping the parchment with her wand, mimicking the rhythm of the knocks, whispering, "Reveal the hidden path." This time, a few lines of simple text gradually emerged on the parchment, not a map, but a series of hints on how to find a secret, unmonitored meeting place, along with an extremely basic yet effective anti-eavesdropping charm. The three stood stunned. "Is someone helping us?" Harry exclaimed, eyes wide. I can't believe it, Ron added incredulously. Hermione clutched the parchment tightly, a mixture of shock and hope crossing her face. I don't know who this is, but this person seems to want to ensure we don't stray too far off course. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the determination reflected in the other's eyes. This mysterious hint, like a glimmer of light in the darkness, bestowed upon them an unprecedented sense of confidence. Meanwhile, at the library's exit, Alavia cast one last glance at the profound darkness of the restricted section, her expression devoid of emotion. Before turning to meld into the dim light of the corridor, she left behind but a trivial hint, the extent of their understanding and potential success resting solely upon them. This is neither an act of allegiance nor a confession. Rather, it is a minuscule, almost imperceptible deviation amidst the suffocating fatigue and the frigid clarity of reason. Yet, at times, even the slightest shift can alter the tide's course. She remains unaware of what this faint flicker of conscience may herald, only hoping that these youthful flames do not succumb to the darkness too soon. As for her own fate, it remains shrouded in dense fog, awaiting a swift reunion. Chapter 77, The Wand. The air in Hogwarts seems to crystallize into invisible icicles. Umbridge's scrutiny grows increasingly draconian, while Filch clutches the ever-thickening new educational decree, his face radiating a morbid satisfaction. However, beneath this oppressive pink haze, a fragile resistance begins to coalesce quietly. The existence of the Room of Requirement acts as a tenacious seedling, sprouting amidst the cracks of stone, offering a precious respite to those students yearning to learn genuine defensive magic. Elvira Roser maintains her frigidly aloof demeanor, yet subtle shifts occur, akin to barely detectable fissures beneath the ice in early spring. She remains merciless to the fools in her classroom, responding to any unwarranted advances with a gaze capable of freezing the heart. However, when teaching the diluted theories of defense as prescribed by Umbridge, her tone occasionally carries a veiled, almost acerbic mockery, as if silently deriding the absurdity of the official rhetoric. Such changes are minuscule, nearly imperceptible to all but the keenest observers, until one fateful day in a sixth-year advanced class. The day's lesson focused on reviewing the theoretical foundations of the stunning spell, confined by Umbridge's edicts to its historical evolution and legal applications. The atmosphere in the classroom is stifling, with students mechanically jotting down notes. When Elvira calls upon a Ravenclaw girl to recite the legitimate prerequisites for casting the stunning spell, the girl stutters nervously, her answer riddled with gaps. Elvira listens impassively, her deep purple eyes scanning the faces of other students, who either appear numb or avert their gazes. A wave of inexplicable irritation washes over her. These children, who may one day confront the most vicious dark wizards, are here reciting legal statutes. Hence, her voice cuts through the girl's faltering words with a chilling clarity. According to your understanding, when a Death Eater aims the killing curse at you, your appropriate response is to present the anti-dark magic guidelines and demand compliance with the law. The classroom falls into an immediate, profound silence. All the students are stunned, incredulously lifting their gazes to the podium. Even the Ravenclaw girl, who had been answering, forgets her fear, mouth agape. Elvira's expression remains devoid of a smile, yet a fleeting glimmer of fierce intensity flashes in her eyes, akin to a cold fire flickering beneath the ice. Clearly, Umbridge's theoretical framework is rife with such innovative strategies for response. A few stifled gasps can be heard from the students, followed by an oppressive stillness. No one dares to speak. Yet many of their eyes reveal a shift from numbness to a blend of shock and covert excitement. Turn to page 123. Elvira resumes her usual icy tone, as if nothing had transpired, and continues to explore the historical background of the next non-aggressive defensive spell. Nevertheless, the trajectory of the class has subtly altered. As she elaborates on an ostensibly innocuous binding charm, her demonstration is executed with remarkable precision, the wand's movements imbued with a military-like exactitude. Though she adheres strictly to the textbook, the fluidity and vigor of her actions convey a silent lesson. When the bell rings, the students, as per usual, pack their belongings in silence and haste, yet their postures seem slightly more upright, their gazes tinged with contemplation. After the classroom empties, Elvira approaches the window, gazing out at the overcast sky. She feels a twinge of displeasure at her momentary lapse in control. Such a provocative act is foolish and perilous, likely to incite further animosity from Umbridge. When did she start caring about these students' ineptitude? At that moment, her peripheral vision catches a glimpse of something on the floor by the door. Approaching, she discovers a wand. It appears old, the shaft bearing slight wear. As if hastily dropped by a Hufflepuff boy, she could easily ignore it or delegate it to Filch. Yet, inexplicably, she bends down to retrieve the wand. It feels cool in her grasp, the faint magical energy within circulating sluggishly. She stands in silence for a moment, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the shaft. Then, she turns and walks toward her podium. Retrieving a small piece of silver polishing cloth and a vial of magical oil for maintaining the wand's core connection, premium care products she had prepared for her own new wand. With practiced tenderness, she meticulously wipes away the fine scratches on the wand's surface, applying a small amount of oil with exquisite care to the critical junction between the shaft and the core. Her expression remains impassive, as if merely completing a tedious task, yet her hands move with precision and patience, devoid of any semblance of negligence. After this meticulous undertaking, she places the freshly maintained wand prominently on the podium, ensuring the owner will easily spot it upon return. She does not understand why she feels compelled to do this. Perhaps it is merely an aversion to seeing a magical instrument in disrepair, or perhaps it is some deeper reason she is reluctant to explore. As she prepares to leave the classroom, her gaze lingers on the wand resting silently on the podium. A faint, nearly imperceptible ripple passes through her eyes, akin to the slight wave on a frozen lake stirred by a gentle breeze, fleeting and ephemeral. Assistance can take many forms. Sometimes it is a discreet hint in the restricted section, sometimes a harsh reminder in class, and at times, it may simply be ensuring a wand remains in optimal condition. She pulls open the door and steps into the shadows of the corridor, leaving that insignificant warmth behind. The path ahead remains cold and dark, yet this occasional, almost awkward meddling seems to alleviate, if only slightly, the weight of her fatigue. Chapter 78, Maintenance. The clandestine gatherings within the room of requirement burn like an underground flame, continuing to smolder beneath the tranquil surface of Hogwarts. The members of D.A., under Harry's guidance, clumsily yet earnestly practiced the shield charm, the stunning spell, and even disarming charm. Each successful spell's spark imbues these youthful faces with newfound confidence. However, the glow of this flame ultimately cannot completely evade the watchful eyes lurking in the darkness. Umbridge's insatiable lust for power grows increasingly pronounced, and she remains obsessively alert to any signs that may challenge her authority. Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, haunt the castle like specters, eavesdropping on every suspicious conversation and scrutinizing every questionable corner. Peeves' pranks have unprecedentedly received Umbridge's tacit approval, even encouragement, as long as his targets are professors or misbehaving students associated with Dumbledore. Elvira Roser keenly senses the tightening tension in the air. She notices the barely concealed excitement on the faces of some D.A. members, particularly among the younger students, as well as the hurried glances exchanged when they encounter one another in the corridors. Such reckless behavior undoubtedly flirts with danger. She has contemplated issuing a subtle warning once more, but ultimately chooses silence. Excessive intervention may incite suspicion. She can only watch coldly as this perilous game escalates step by step. Inevitably, the moment arrives. One Friday evening, the castle is suffused with the relaxed atmosphere that heralds the approaching weekend. Olivia had just retrieved a collection of rare materials intended for the preparation of advanced potions from the storeroom in the cellar and was preparing to return to her office. As she ascended the marble staircase leading to the third floor, a sharp, distorted voice shattered the relative tranquility. "Seize them. Leave not one behind." It was Umbridge, standing at the top of the stairs clad in a garish pink attire, her face glistening with a mix of excitement and malice. Following closely behind her was the grinning Filch, accompanied by several anxious-looking first-year Hufflepuffs, evidently coerced into compliance. Almost immediately, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and panicked whispers erupted from below. A throng of students from various houses, driven by Peeves using sticky bubble beans, was ejected from a concealed passageway behind a tapestry, their faces flushed from the exertion of practicing spells and the shock of their unexpected predicament. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were among them, with Hermione clutching the DA member list tightly. "Look what I've unearthed." Umbridge's voice dripped with sickly sweetness, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. "An illegal, subversive secret organization. At Hogwarts. Right under my nose." She descended the stairs step by step, her greedy gaze sweeping over the pale-faced students, finally landing on Harry. "Mr. Potter, I should have anticipated your involvement. It is always you who stirs up trouble. This time, you and your accomplices will pay dearly for your transgressions." She extended her hand, demanding that Hermione relinquish the list. "Hand it over, dear. Let us see which miscreants are involved." Hermione bit her lip, her complexion ashen, yet she remained immobile. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point and Umbridge's feigned smile threatened to dissolve into fury, a cold, composed voice emanated from the landing midway up the stairs. "What a commotion, Senior Investigator Umbridge. What event could possibly warrant such a display?" All eyes turned to the source of the voice. Olivia Rosier stood there, cradling a wooden box containing dark glass vials, her expression devoid of emotion, as if she were merely passing through and found the chaos before her somewhat perplexing and tiresome. Umbridge's attention was momentarily diverted. She frowned, clearly displeased by Olavia's presence. Professor Rosier, this matter does not concern you. I am addressing a serious violation of school regulations. No. A violation of ministry decrees. Oh. Olavia raised an eyebrow, her gaze casually sweeping over the frightened students before returning to Umbridge. A gathering of students within the castle? That hardly seems unusual. Or has the ministry now taken to regulating students' social activities during their leisure time? How many new educational decrees have been issued? Would you like me to consult the archives for reference? Her words were calm, yet imbued with an invisible power that rendered Umbridge momentarily speechless. The very legality of her regulations was what Umbridge prized above all. This is not a mere social gathering. Umbridge retorted sharply. They are engaged in illegal magical practices. Potter is teaching them dark arts. Dark arts? Olavia echoed with a hint of disdain, the faintest trace of a professional's contempt for the ignorant evident in her tone. From what I can see, there is no residue of dark magic upon them. Moreover, defining what constitutes dark magic does not seem to fall within the purview of a senior investigator unless Minister Fudge has recently enacted some groundbreaking legislation that I have yet to peruse. Her words pierced through Umbridge's bluster like a chilling needle. Umbridge's face flushed with indignation as she realized she could not compete with Olavia's grasp of magical definitions. She immediately pivoted to her favored realm, authority. I, as senior investigator, command you, Professor Rosier, to refrain from obstructing my duties. These students must be punished, especially Potter. She turned her venomous gaze on Harry, her eyes flashing with malice. I assure you, you will be expelled. Punishment is certainly warranted, Olavia interjected, her voice remaining steady yet imbued with an undeniable firmness, but it must be based on school regulations, not your personal conjectures. Furthermore, until conclusive evidence is presented through proper channels, any threats of expulsion are an irresponsible overreach of your authority. She ascended the stairs, brushing past Umbridge without casting her a second glance, addressing the bewildered students with her customary icy classroom tone. What are you still doing standing here? Waiting to lose more points? Return immediately to your respective common rooms. The students, as if awakening from a dream, felt a wave of relief wash over them. They quickly averted their gazes and hurriedly slipped past Umbridge and Filch, neglecting to retrieve the discarded bubble beans. Harry, Ron, and Hermione blended into the throng, with Hermione seizing the opportunity to tuck the list deep within her robes. Umbridge trembled with rage, wishing to intervene, yet Olavia stood resolutely before her. Though she made no overtly aggressive move, the cold intensity of her gaze and the invisible aura of her magical presence deterred Umbridge from acting rashly. She could only watch helplessly as the supposed offenders slipped away. You will regret this, Rosier, Umbridge hissed through clenched teeth. You are harboring them, defying the ministry. Olavia finally halted, turning her head slightly, her deep purple eyes appearing especially profound in the dim light. I am merely reminding you to adhere to the rules you yourself have imposed. As for regret, she paused, the corners of her mouth hinting at a minuscule, frigid smile. That is perhaps a matter you ought to contemplate first, senior investigator. With that, she resumed her course, clutching her potion materials, and ascended to the upper levels of the castle, leaving the fuming pink figure far behind. The staircase fell silent once more, save for Umbridge's heavy breathing and Filch's bewildered glances. Though the crisis had temporarily abated, everyone understood that the pink fangs had been bared. War had officially commenced from within Hogwarts. Olavia Rosier's unambiguous intervention had undeniably thrust her into the forefront of the conflict. Chapter 79, The Frozen Fangs. Umbridge's defeat on the staircase was like a venomous sting embedded deeply within her swollen vanity. She could not openly confront Olavia Rosier's cold logic grounded in rules. Yet this did not imply she would relent. The pink hue of revenge began to spread insidiously and repulsively, much like mold in damp places. Olavia soon perceived this shift. The rare materials she had requested for advanced potion research began to be delayed or rationed for absurd reasons. During her routine patrols of the castle, she frequently encountered Filch or students from the investigative team. And a handful of Slytherin students in her defense against the dark arts class began to adopt a brazenly provocative demeanor, clearly emboldened by some tacit approval. These petty and sordid tactics buzzed around her like incessant mosquitoes, causing no substantial harm, yet sufficient to transform annoyance into a frigid fury. Olavia's customary response was utter indifference. She navigated these tedious obstructions as though traversing through fog, her brow remaining unfurrowed. However, Umbridge seemed to interpret this silence as cowardice, escalating her efforts. A turning point occurred one Friday afternoon. Olavia had just concluded her tutorial for the 7th-year Newt class and was preparing to depart the classroom when Umbridge's figure appeared in the doorway. Her face adorned with that signature sickly sweet smile, accompanied by Filch, who was burdened with a thick stack of documents. Ah, Professor Rosier, how fortuitous that you are here. Umbridge's voice resembled shards of glass encrusted in syrup, and in her endeavor to further enhance the educational standards at Hogwarts. While ensuring that all curricular content aligns with the Ministry of Magic's educational framework, I am compelled to conduct a routine review of the lesson plans submitted by each professor. She gestured for Filch to place the stack of documents upon the lectern. This was not merely a collection of blank forms. It even encompassed several outline submission documents already provided by Olivia. I expect you to complete these forms by next Monday, particularly the section regarding the practical instruction of defense against the dark arts, which must articulate in greater detail its alignment with the fundamental guidelines for the theory of defensive magic. Umbridge tapped the stack of papers with her stubby fingers, her eyes glinting with malice. You see, we must eliminate any possibility of dangerous misunderstandings arising from content that exceeds the syllabus. This was an unabashed act of harassment. Refilling these tedious forms would demand an inordinate amount of time and effort, clearly serving as retaliation for her previous intervention in the stairwell to uphold student conduct. The air in the classroom felt as though it had solidified. A few seventh-year students who had yet to depart held their breath, anxiously observing the scene. Olivia refrained from glancing at the pile of documents. Her gaze slowly lifted to rest upon Umbridge's face, adorned with a facade of insincere smiles. This time, her eyes reflected not mere indifference, but a palpable frost, visible to the naked eye. Her deep purple irises narrowed slightly, akin to a serpent poised to strike. She did not raise her voice. Rather, it was more subdued and steady than usual, each word striking like icy droplets upon stone, crisp and frigid. Dolores Umbridge. She eschewed any titles, directly addressing her by name, causing Umbridge's artificial smile to falter instantly. May I interpret this as, Olivia continued, her tone devoid of discernible emotion, yet imbued with a disquieting pressure. You, a bureaucrat who has attained temporary authority through political appointment, are attempting to instruct me, an accomplished witch who has garnered 12 OWLs at Hogwarts, possesses internationally recognized works in wand lore and defense against the dark arts, and has personally traversed the globe studying dark creatures and the forms of curses on how to teach defense against the dark arts. Umbridge's lips quivered as she attempted to retort, yet she found herself pinned in place by that icy gaze. Olivia stepped forward, not encroaching too closely. Yet the intangible force compelled both Umbridge and Filch to instinctively retreat half a step. Your self-deceptive charades, wrapped in pink satin and hollow proclamations. Her voice remained low yet sliced through the air like a cold blade against eardrums, may perhaps intimidate the naive children, or appease your equally foolish superiors at the Ministry of Magic. However, she paused, her gaze sweeping over Umbridge as if it were a tangible force, finally settling upon her bulging, terrified eyes. Do not bring it into my domain. Do not waste my time with your bureaucratic nonsense. And do not presume that your ludicrous authority holds any substantial sway over me. She extended her hand, not touching the stack of documents, but merely brushing her fingertips lightly against the surface of the lectern. A wave of frigid magic instantly enveloped the room, and the thick stack of papers swiftly crystallized with a layer of frost, before shattering into sharp, frozen shards with a faint crackling sound. Now, Olivia retracted her fingertip, as if merely brushing away dust, her gaze returning to Umbridge's pallid face. Take your refuse and leave my classroom. Silence enveloped the room. Only the sound of Umbridge's heavy, frightened breaths remained. Filch clutched his empty hands, nearly collapsing to the ground in terror. The seventh-year students dared not exhale, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Umbridge stared at Olivia, her lips moving silently, unable to produce any sound. The makeup on her face seemed on the verge of cracking from the chill of her fury. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. You will. What will I do? Do not trouble yourself with that, Olivia coldly interrupted. Remember my words, Umbridge. This is your first and last warning. Do not attempt to challenge my patience again. She turned away from them, striding toward the window, leaving her back to the two figures rooted in place, silently issuing her final decree. Umbridge ultimately refrained from uttering another word, nearly stumbling as she dragged the nearly immobile Filch out of the classroom in a disheveled retreat. The classroom returned to tranquility. Olivia gazed out at the overcast sky, her expression still devoid of any emotion, yet the icy aura surrounding her gradually receded. She understood that a confrontation with Umbridge would escalate matters. Yet, she felt no regret. Tolerance has its limits, especially against such foolish and venomous provocations. The icy fangs had already revealed themselves. Next time, it would not be merely a warning. And this confrontation within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, marked by pink and deep purple, had evidently only just begun. Chapter 80, A Silent Declaration. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was typically bustling during dinner, yet tonight, the atmosphere was particularly dense. The tale of Olivia Rosier freezing Umbridge's documents into shards of ice and her stern warning had spread like wildfire throughout the castle. Students exchanged excited yet anxious glances, while the faculty largely maintained their silence. Professor Sprout occasionally cast a worried glance toward Olivia, while Snape wore a perpetually enigmatic smirk. Umbridge sat at the staff table, clad in an even more garish shade of pink than usual, striving to uphold her elevated demeanor. Though her taut jaw and the occasional twitch of her eye betrayed the turmoil within, her plate remained virtually untouched. Olivia, as per usual, occupied her seat with elegance, dining gracefully as though the earlier confrontation had never transpired. Her deep purple eyes remained tranquil, her movements precise and unhurried as she cut into her steak, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her. However, those familiar with her might discern that the chill enveloping her was more pronounced than usual, akin to an invisible layer of icy armor. As dinner progressed, when a golden platter of pudding made its appearance on the long table, Umbridge seemed unable to restrain herself any longer. She cleared her throat, the sound sharp and grating like nails on a chalkboard, successfully capturing the attention of most present. She rose to her feet, forcing an even more exaggerated and insincere smile upon her face. "Dear students and faculty," she began in an excessively saccharine tone, "before we indulge in this delightful dessert, I believe it is imperative to reiterate the current administrative policies of Hogwarts." A hush fell over the hall. All utensils lowered as an ominous premonition swept through the crowd. Umbridge's gaze appeared to inadvertently sweep in Olivia's direction as she continued. "We must steadfastly uphold the educational standards set forth by the Ministry of Magic, ensuring that every professor, yes, every single one," she emphasized, "adheres strictly to regulations, imparting accurate and harmless knowledge to our students. Any attempts to deviate from this standard, or even to openly defy the authority of the investigators, are absolutely intolerable." Her voice escalated, tinged with a frenzied edge. "Some individuals may, perhaps, presume to rise above the rules based on their so-called qualifications from the past. I must remind these individuals that Hogwarts is now under the direct supervision of the Ministry of Magic. Any insubordination or incitement of students to disseminate dangerous ideologies will face the most severe consequences. This includes, but is not limited to, suspension for review, or even the revocation of teaching credentials." The veiled insinuations in her remarks fell upon the tranquil surface of the lake like a colossal stone. The students exchanged terrified glances, their expressions a tapestry of anxiety, while the faculty bore a myriad of reactions. Professor McGonagall's countenance turned an ashen shade, her grip on the napkin in her hand tightening. Umbridge relished the effect of her words, finally directing her gaze squarely at Olivia, a triumphant, mocking grin adorning her face. "I trust everyone will take heed, recognize their place, and refrain from actions they might later regret." The entire hall's attention converged upon Olivia, awaiting her response. Olivia slowly lowered the silver fork in her hand, its contact with the plate producing a crisp sound that resonated starkly in the hushed hall. She did not rise immediately, nor did she cast a glance at Umbridge. Instead, she delicately picked up her napkin and leisurely dabbed at the corners of her mouth. Just as the assembly braced for her icy silence or a sharper retort, an unexpected shift transpired. The torches lining the walls flickered violently, as though stirred by an unseen chill. The temperature in the air plummeted, an ominous and frigid aura, suffused with an overwhelming pressure, silently swept through the hall, enveloping all present. This magic did not target everyone, yet its presence was so palpable that every individual attuned to magical sensations felt a visceral shudder emanating from their very souls. Then, a deep, resonant voice, imbued with an otherworldly magnetism, reverberated directly within the minds of those gathered. As if seeping through the ancient stones of the castle, the prattle of this jester ought to cease. The voice was not loud, yet it exuded supreme authority and a suffocating chill. It had no discernible source, yet it was omnipresent. Umbridge's smirk instantaneously froze, transforming into sheer terror. She gasped like a chicken caught by the throat, stumbling backward until she collided with her chair, collapsing into it, her pink figure trembling, utterly speechless. She dared not seek the origin of the voice. The darkness and might within that magic confronted her like the deepest of nightmares. Silence reigned in the hall. Even the sound of breathing seemed to dissipate. The students turned pale with fright, and the faculty's expressions shifted dramatically, with a sharp glint flashing behind Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses. Olivia paused momentarily, fully aware that the voice and the magic belonged to one particular individual. A faint frown creased her brow, her deep violet eyes momentarily reflecting a complex emotion, neither gratitude nor appreciation, but rather a weary annoyance. He was indeed watching. Moreover, he intervened in an unabashedly possessive manner. She did not require such protection. His interference would only complicate matters further, binding her more tightly within his shadow. Finally, she lifted her gaze, her calm eyes sweeping over the now-dazed Umbridge and the frightened assembly. She offered no acknowledgement of the sudden voice, as if it bore no relevance to her. Rising, the hem of her black robe brushed against the back of her chair, her tone reverting to its customary frostiness as she delivered her final verdict on the farce. If your remarks have concluded, Senior Investigator Umbridge. Her tone is neutral as stating a fact, then please refrain from further wasting everyone's time. With that, she turned and strode away, her steps steady as she left behind the deathly silence and the pink figure slumped in her chair, as if robbed of its very bones. The chilling, oppressive magic dissipated as quietly as it had emerged, yet the lingering fear and astonishment remained, palpable in the air. All understood that this was not merely a warning to Umbridge, but a silent proclamation regarding Elavia Rogier and the unfathomable shadows that trailed in her wake. Once outside the hall, Elavia gazed into the deepening night beyond the castle, exhaling a soft sigh. Trouble had indeed escalated, and in a manner she had most dreaded. Chapter 81. Love is the greatest magic in this world. The incident in the Great Hall reverberated like a silent thunderclap, irrevocably altering the power dynamics within Hogwarts. Although Umbridge still clung to her title of Senior Investigator, her arrogance had been ruthlessly curtailed, rendering her unable to act with the same impunity as before. She became a silent, quaking shadow, akin to a frightened pink mouse, doing her utmost to avoid any situation that might intersect with Elavia Rogier. The pink terror that had gripped the castle abruptly receded. Although the educational decree still adorned the walls, its enforcement had significantly waned, granting the students a much-needed reprieve. However, Elavia felt no sense of relief. Voldemort's public endorsement that day in the Great Hall had left an indelible mark, binding her to him more closely than ever. The glances of the faculty bore a newfound complexity, and Dumbledore's keen blue eyes held an even deeper scrutiny. She knew she could no longer maintain the aloofness of an observer. Trouble had come knocking, and in a manner she loathed, entangled and convoluted. She despised trouble. The most straightforward method of resolving it was to confront it directly, addressing the root of the issue. On one particular night, a few days later, she took the initiative to visit the headmaster's office. The guardian stone beast seemed to recognize her, silently rotating aside without demanding the password. Within the office, the silverware emitted a gentle hum, and the portraits of former headmasters feigned slumber, yet the subtle glimmers of their watchful eyes were impossible to disguise. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his gaze calm and profound, as though he had anticipated her arrival. "Good evening, Elavia," he said gently. "Honey tea? Or perhaps a lemon sherbet?" "No need, Albus." Elavia stood in the center of the office, refraining from taking a seat, and stated directly, "I am here to clarify a few matters." Dumbledore's fingers interlaced, assuming a posture of attentive listening. "I am aware of what many are thinking," her voice clear and composed, devoid of anger or defensiveness, merely stating the facts regarding Tom. Regarding herself, in the incident in the Great Hall, she paused briefly, a flicker of helplessness crossing her deep violet eyes, soon replaced by resolve. "I cannot control his actions, nor have I ever sought his protection. His involvement troubles me as well." Dumbledore nodded gently, allowing her to continue without interruption. "I remain at Hogwarts for my own reasons. Those reasons have, for a considerable time, had nothing to do with either of you or Tom," she continued, her tone steady. "But now, circumstances have changed. His return, along with this bothersome obsession, compels me to no longer remain an outsider." Stepping forward, she fixed her gaze upon Dumbledore. "I loathe trouble, Albus, and he is now my greatest trouble, one that cannot be ignored or resolved through ordinary means." A glimmer sparked in Dumbledore's eyes. "So, how do you intend to address this trouble, my dear?" Elavia fell silent for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts or seeking affirmation from a part of herself. When she spoke again, her voice carried a peculiar blend of relief and resolve. "I once believed that freezing all emotions would grant me eternal freedom and tranquility. I was mistaken. That was merely avoidance, an act of cowardice. Frozen emotions do not vanish. They only lie dormant, and at the opportune or inopportune moment, they resurface with greater ferocity." She raised her hand, her fingertips shimmering with a faint purple luminescence, akin to the vibrant waters flowing beneath a frozen surface. "Between him and me lies a complex bond that cannot be erased nor easily defined as mere hatred or love. To deny it or to evade it will only ensnare us further, like a curse, bringing forth more chaos and trouble." She lowered her hands, her gaze becoming clearer and more resolute. "Thus, I choose to confront it, not as his follower, nor as your ally, but as Elavia Rogier herself. To grapple with this damned connection that has entangled me for half my life." Dumbledore listened quietly, his expression devoid of surprise. Only a profound understanding that seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. Olivia looked at him, suddenly reminded of words he had spoken to her long ago. Those musings on choice and love, once dismissed by her as feeble and useless sentimentality, now took on a new significance after enduring such frozen struggles and recent turmoil. She inhaled slightly, uttering a phrase that surprised even herself, yet felt entirely natural. Dumbledore, you were right. Love is the greatest magic in the world. Her tone was no longer frigid but imbued with a calm acceptance born of experience. What I had once deemed mere emotional ramblings now began to resonate. It has the power to dismantle the most formidable barriers and sustain the most improbable connections. It cannot be fully deciphered by logic, yet its potency is undeniably real. She paused, then concluded, I shall not pledge allegiance to either side. However, I can promise that I will act according to my own will and judgment. If his path leads to utter destruction and madness, then I will no longer remain a mere observer. With that, she lingered no longer, offering a slight nod to Dumbledore before turning to leave the headmaster's office. Dumbledore watched her retreating figure for a long moment, then gently sighed, a barely perceptible smile of hope gracing his lips. He picked up a lemon drop and placed it in his mouth, murmuring softly, sometimes the most potent force does not stem from hatred or fear, but from the courage to accept and face the truth, even when that truth is fraught with complexity and danger. As Olivia made her way back to the cellar, her footsteps felt lighter than before. Acknowledging that intricate connection and confronting the frozen emotions within her did not render her weak. Rather, it felt as if she had shed a heavy shackle. She remained uncertain about the path ahead and how to reconcile the muddled affair with Tom, but at least she was no longer in flight. The troubles still loomed, perhaps even larger now, yet this time, she would take the initiative, addressing this most significant and helpless dilemma in her life in her own way. In the night, her silhouette stood firm and clear, like a violet quietly blooming in the darkness, armed with thorns, yet imbued with a unique strength.